Being a magic genius from birth but suffering from mana disorder must feel like this. When one door closes, another opportunity surely opens. Stay tuned for the journey of Lewin Aiden, a young man who found himself in such a situation. When he was born, he was considered a shining light illuminating the world. Lewin is also very different from others. Everything started on the day the butler and your father had a conversation. Butler Baek Jin was preparing to leave on a journey to retrieve the ocean's core. Lewin, still young, sincerely warned him not to go near the mountain trail to the south, because he felt the mana flow there was very strange. On the day Baek Jin set out, the sky was covered with dark clouds and lightning. He only hurried back late at night. It turned out Baek Jin followed Lewin's advice and took a detour, but because of that, he avoided a danger himself, as Baek Jin heard that the area had been attacked by monsters and no one could return safely through that route. From this point on, Lewin's innate talent began to attract attention. Baek Jin believed that he could sense mana in the air. Although I do not know how, his father sensed that Lewin was the future of Adile. That is right, when Lewin was 6, he could sense mana and control it after just 1 year. And then at the age of 10, Lewin became the top scorer in the most prestigious magic academy in the kingdom, the Peak Magic Academy of Roiden, earning the title of genius. And at that time, Lewin was quite arrogant. You are sure that you will elevate your family to new heights, but in the end, this is as far as you can go. On the first day of class, Lewin realized he was nothing. While the teacher kept urging him to cast magic, Lewin struggled greatly with it. Even you can't understand why it is happening to you. For the first time, both Lewin and everyone else realize that he is suffering from mana disorder. At that moment, everything inside Lewin seemed to shatter, his body unable to cast magic even from a meter away. For a mage, this body was truly pathetic. And then everyone realized he came from a humble family and had no talent. Their attitude quickly changed 180 degrees, and even an accidental shoulder bump in the hallway drew scorn from 2 male students. With all the students who hate him, at least for now, Lewin is just a powerless magic user, and useless guy who can't cast magic in the Magic Academy. Of course now you are just their best entertainment. At this moment, Lewin can only helplessly cry out loud, questioning whether he can become a mage or not. Lewin Adele, the name that entered the academy with the highest scores, the one who was expected more than anyone else, the name that was born to be stronger than anyone else. Thanks to that mana disorder curse, I became a crippled mage. That was the end of everything I valued. No, Lewin thought everything had ended then, unaware that there was still a miracle, and the story of the forgotten genius would continue. A new challenging journey begins to unfold at the very edge of despair. The light of hope shines through the system message flashing before your eyes, and the treasure has been activated. The system screen is forming as Lewin seems to fall into the depths of the universe. When he slowly wakes up, he does not even know where he is. The only thing he knew was that his body seemed to be sinking deep into water, as an incomprehensible line of text appeared right before his eyes. That person said, "You are the embodiment of Oraka, the destroyer of worlds." This giant god is the one who brought Lewin here. His appearance does not resemble a human nor the heroes Lewin usually sees. He did not have enough time to process this. And then Lewin's face widened in shock. Rewinding a few hours earlier at the Academy's training ground, it was Lewin's turn to practice. Professor Heduan told him to just do as he said, to create a fireball and hit the puppet. Under the scrutinizing gazes of his classmates, Lewin knew that fireball was a type of magic that any student could easily perform, but for him, it was different. This time Lewin was not even sure he could do it. Following the professor's command, Lewin was determined to succeed. The orange flames gradually took shape in his hand, growing larger like Lewin's fierce determination. The handsome guys were a bit surprised that he could have that much mana. Lewin thought he could do it this time, but the familiar chaos returned, and his hand trembled uncontrollably. Despite the desperate pleas in his heart, the so-called mana disorder once again defeated Lewin, and he could no longer bear it and gave up. But Professor Heidel still wants you to try to shoot it out. Lewin also wants to, but fears that it might be impossible. According to Heidel, now that you are a senior student, if you can't even perform basic magic like fireball, how will you pass the graduation exam? Even Lewin feels like he is truly useless. This training session is about targeting. Lewin, who can't even cast a spell properly, let alone hit a target. At this rate, becoming a third-class mage is truly hopeless. The harsh jeers echoed loudly, branding him as a disgrace of the academy. Lewin was already used to such bullying, so he did not really care. What brought him down was the realization that he had no hope from the very beginning. All because of the curse that had haunted him for 6 years of mana disorder. Even though Lewin had tried to endure for years, now he began to wonder how much longer he could hold on. After that training session, Lewin still quietly walks alone behind the crowd into the main hall, like a tree wanting silence, but the wind never stops. 2 handsome young men try to approach him and provoke with sarcastic words. He kept calling you a stupid, Lewin, with a smug look, and their words went too far, shifting from mocking your achievements to insulting your family and territory as being worthless. They deliberately claimed the Adele family was obscure, not wealthy or famous. He said that Lewin's endurance was reaching its limit. Touching him was fine, but absolutely do not touch his family. The handsome guy was immediately knocked back several meters by Lewin's powerful punch. Lewin is furious at his reckless words. Even with a bruised face, he continues to provoke him. Lewin does not hold back, knowing Ben Fawn is nothing compared to his father and family. The handsome guy accompanying Ben Fawn rushes forward without fear of death. As expected, he was overwhelmed by Lewin's punch and could not stand up, kneeling down like a little dog. What surprised Lewin was that Ben dared to use combat magic inside the academy. He showed no hesitation about being expelled and unleashed a huge amount of mana toward him. Although Lewin is very skilled in fighting, he is completely inferior in mana strength. His whole body cannot move, and Professor Heidel is present to intervene. But he was a second too slow, and Lewin was struck by Ben's enormous mana source. He thought he would sleep like that forever. Right now Lewin is standing before the giant god with the system message. He still can't understand what strange thing is happening, lost in a mysterious space. Meeting a mysterious man makes him wonder what is really happening. Even though he tries to listen carefully, he can only hear the last word, pass. A deep voice echoes again, this time clearer and certain it is your name. Lewin Adol. Then from the void, a faint sound emerges, as if calling your name. Lewin Adol. Lewin Adol. You slowly open your eyes to reveal a woman with blonde hair. It turns out to be the high-level healer mage Helen. Her face full of worry. You have not fully regained consciousness yet. After snapping out of the haze, you startle and slowly sit up. Where am I? She quickly rushes to support your body. I gently replied that the smell was gone and everything was fine. No need to try sitting up. Feeling tired, I held my head and thought to myself, I just fainted. Images flickered past his mind, a mysterious man in a cloak, an enigmatic space. A system voice. What is that? It is still so clear hearing this. He immediately asked Helen. How long have I been unconscious? She replied. Nearly a day. She continued. Fortunately it was not worse. God helped you. I was silent for a moment, then softly asked if I was fully recovered now. Her face showed a hint of worry, her words hesitant. We still need to monitor you. But you look very healthy for someone who was just struck by lightning. There are no wounds, bruises, or any damaged organs. I have never seen a case like yours before, but in over 10 years of living, you have never encountered anything like this. So you are quite stunned. What is this? Is this even possible? You stare intently at your palm, gradually lost in thought. Lightning magic is terrifying, capable of burning the entire body instantly. Yet I was hit directly and still feel fine. Suddenly, Professor Heidel interrupts your train of thought, asking for a moment of your time. Heidel heard that and immediately leaned down to remind you that the professor has arrived. I will go check the results now, and if there is any problem, please report it immediately. At this moment, you also involuntarily looked up. He then approached and stood in front of your bed, arms crossed, calmly asking how you are doing. You replied that you are fine. His normally stern face softened a little. Luckily, he then informed you about your condition after fainting, and a meeting was underway among the teachers regarding this incident. He looked directly at you, while you remained silent, head bowed, listening. First, Ben Fawn would be expelled for using powerful attack magic with the intent to kill, spreading false rumors about the Adol family and unfair treatment and bullying me. All of this was decided by the teachers. My face darkened, and I muttered in a distressed voice, but I also fought back against Ben. He replied that of course you would also have to face punishment. Considering what happened, you will be required to participate in the Academy's volunteer activities for a month. It seems there is still some doubt in his mind. And also, I want to ask this. Are you holding the treasure? His question made him lift his head. Yes, madam. You must know that it is a legendary weapon left by ancient mages with endless mana. I waved my hand to deny it. I definitely do not have such a treasure. If I did, I would not have been bullied. He slightly squints his eyes, resting his hand on his chin. His voice deepens. But anyway, considering its value and rarity, the head of the Adel clan must have used it for the benefit of the clan. Unable to hide his curiosity, he spoke up. But why are you asking me? Teacher. The old man stared intently at him, his eyes deep and sharp as if to see through his thoughts, but said nothing. After a moment of silence, he recalled the scene just now and recounted it. Certain that a red light had enveloped your body right before your aura touched you, like a high-level treasure protecting you and repelling Ben's spell. After hearing that, I was stunned. What did he just say? I thought to myself. A treasure. What is he talking about? Suddenly, I seemed to realize something. Wait a minute. Do not tell me it is related to the dream earlier. Then I immediately denied it. No, I must be crazy, he sighed softly, not understanding what had happened but sure that you did not have a treasure. All right. He turned his back and walked away under Lewin's gaze. Rest well. He gazed intently at the fading figure of the man. Having told the professor he did not know what had happened, but the professor said nothing more. What was he thinking? Alone in the room, he sat in silence for a long time, realizing that what he experienced was no different from a dream. And the voice was there. Treasure. Draika, the destroyer of worlds, and the player. I keep tapping my forehead, muttering to myself, I think there is one more thing. What was it? Lewin suspiciously exclaimed. Status window. and immediately a blue-colored panel appeared in mid-air, making him stare in amazement. Seeing what looked like a ghost, you instinctively stepped back and shouted, "What the hell is that?" Helen heard the noise and ran in. Seeing your stunned face, she asked if you were noisy or feeling unwell. You just pointed at the light blue panel floating in the air and stammered, "No, that is not it. Do you see it, the blue panel in front of me?" She looked confused and asked what Lewin was rambling about. "There is nothing there. Are you sure you are okay?" At that moment, a sudden idea flashed through his mind. No way. She really can't see it. Then this can only be seen by me. The status window displayed information about him. Lewin Adele, the embodiment of Draka, the destroyer of worlds, the result of the pursuit of infinite power. The mage Draka perished along with his world. For Draka, whose life has been deprived of mana since birth, power is the source of his strength. The player, Draka's treasure, can open the status window and increase infinite power by completing missions. Power 150, Agility 100, Wisdom 1550. To avoid being mistaken for a lunatic, you quickly change the subject. "It is nothing. I am a bit confused." She helplessly chuckles. "How? I am not happy about it." She holds the test results in her hand, happily announcing that everything is normal, and you can return to the guild now. He smiled, feeling like a weight had been lifted. "Yes, thank you." Lewin summarized all the strange events that happened today. That he was still alive after being struck by lightning, the man with red eyes he saw in another space, and the status window only he could see. And then he remembered the first status window he saw in his dream, which said he was the embodiment of Draka. Perhaps the wizard Draka's treasure had been transferred into him. As night fell, he blinked and looked out at the training ground. A strange window suddenly appeared before his eyes, startling him slightly, but curiosity quickly overtook everything, prompting him to click. It displayed his first mission, a repeatable task, because he had become a player linked to Draka, the world destroyer. You need to train your body to prepare for the process of increasing your strength. Punching, kicking, and spinning kicks each performed 100 times, with rewards being points for your strength and unlocking new skills. After reading this, you roll up your sleeves, ready to begin, still with a hint of doubt and confusion on your face. Punching and kicking are also related to strength, so how can they help me become a wizard? But now is not the time to ask questions. I need to try kicking, he thought. Taking a deep breath, he swung his right hand, and his punch increased to 1. Then he swung his left hand, and the punch increased to 2. He chuckled softly, a hint of smugness in his smile as if he was sure he had the upper hand. "Yes, it is increasing. Keep this up and I will be done soon." Holding that stance, you continue to throw the next punch, or you shout in rhythm with the strike, but the number of punches still only reaches 2. You carefully review the task again. Frowning, this time it is not going up. I think it would not count as complete if you swing your hand incorrectly. The thought made him much more serious. All right, punch the right way. Trang climbed high, hinging between the silent sky. When everyone else had fallen into deep sleep, he was still panting like a chased dog after an hour of running. Then, he smiled contentedly. Everything was done. The status window appeared, indicating the mission was complete. Rewards were being granted. 10 strength points and a skill were unlocked. Wiping the sweat off his face, he glanced up at it and wondered what the reward was. Suddenly, he felt a refreshing energy gradually flowing into his body. He marvels. What is this feeling? It is gently flowing through my veins. Something more fundamental than mana. He clenches his fist, fingers tightening, his arm trembling slightly with excitement. I have truly become stronger. If there is something new, I have to try it right away. He took a deep breath, raised his hand, and swung it forward forcefully to see. Just one punch from him, and the air in front of him was instantly torn apart. Feeling like I have won life 10-0, I smile with satisfaction, as my strength infused into magic has truly become more powerful. Speed, momentum, and destructive force have all changed significantly. While marveling at this new power, I suddenly remember what about the skill unlock reward. The status window instantly appears in midair with a gentle call from him. The circle of power. Internal, replaces mana with strength. The mana circle is replaced by the circle of power. From now on, all magic and movements are affected by the player's strength. He wondered, replacing the mana circle with a force circle. Then, he placed his hand on his chest, feeling his heartbeat. So that means his mana will be replaced by strength. No matter who perceives or learns mana, there is a circle surrounding their heart. The mana circle plays a major role in releasing and strengthening mana, increasing stats depending on the length and number of mana a mage can control. The boy closed his eyes, gradually sensing the vague movement inside his chest. He has 4 mana circles, more than other children his age, but due to his own defect, they are useless. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide as if sensing something. His mana circle had truly disappeared, so the powerful circle spinning wildly must be the force circle. Thinking of this, he could not help but frown. surprised, then suddenly he shook his head. But that calmness was quickly replaced by confusion, as the power circle replaced the mana circle. You can't be a mage without a mana circle. If this new circle can't do what the mana circle could, what will happen to you? A sad expression appears on your face. Will your life as a mage end like this? But now even the secret technique is useless, so he quickly regains his confidence. No, it is still too early to despair. Let us try first. He extends his hand forward, focusing all his will on a familiar spell, Fireball. Immediately, a surge of power burst from his palm, and in an instant, a fierce fireball formed, staring at the flames before him. He marveled. How could it be so fast? You can't take your eyes off that flame and look even more intense. When you saw the size of the fireball, you realized. Lewin smiled with delight. This must definitely be the power of the treasure. He held the flame in his hand, thinking to himself that because magic has a basic activation mechanism, he needed about 10 seconds to recharge before unleashing this power, and he calculated. Lewin muttered to himself that he could totally bypass the 10-second mechanism and create a fireball with his own inner power. After all, the main character is always the strongest. He clenched his fists tightly, embodying the power of a treasure. Suddenly, a strange thing appeared in front of Lewin, and he was curious. Huh, what is that? It turned out to be the system notification. Huh, it is Draka the Chaos Mage, who could not release energy normally and thus created this ability. Focus the mana energy into your body and your enemy. Those unaffected by your magic, when casting spells, an enhancement effect will be added, and magical attacks will deal extra psychological damage. He read the information provided by the system and wondered to himself, should he focus his magic energy into his body to attack? How should he do it? He kept asking himself. Now, thinking seriously, Lewin realized that guy Draka also faced the same mana chaos, and he focused his magic energy into his fists and legs. The more he read, the more Lewin could not believe it. Why would he create such a method? Just then, the mission notification appeared, and the protagonist, regaining his spirit, exclaimed, "A mission. The main task is to practice using the chaotic mage method, employing the circle of power and mana to attack targets. Each successful attack increases the score by 10 points. The protagonist seems a bit suspicious. Attack one target then." He narrowed his eyes. Never thought of this method before. If I can become a wizard by doing this. Then Lewin reached out and grabbed the fireball. I have to try it. The fireball in his hand flickered with sparks as if wanting to burn everything down. Unfortunately, luck was not on his side, and Lewin's satisfied smile had already appeared on his face. The system immediately announced that the mission was complete, and his strength points increased by 10. Finally, Lewin collapsed to the ground, gazing up at the sky with satisfaction, knowing he had completed the mission. I remember I always failed when trying to unleash my magic, but I never expected that now I would succeed using my fists. Lewin is curious, thinking about how Draka actually exists. I want to find out about this, but my body is just too heavy to move. Suddenly strange sounds start to echo. Oh, what is that? Is he sleeping here all along? It seems like he has been training until dawn, but he is actually sleeping here. Should I wake him up? In Lewin's mind, the voices of conversation echoed. What is going on? Is this what it feels like to have gone to heaven? Whoa. How can he be dead when a single lightning bolt did not even make him flinch? Amazing. And the murmurs continued. Lewin slowly opened his eyes. What is all the noise about? Everyone's panicking. Oh my god. You are awake too, Lewin. You scared us to death. Lewin calmly stretched and said, What is going on? Why is everyone gathered here? Is it the first time you have seen someone sleeping out here, or what? They nodded. What else could it be? No noble would come without a warm, soft blanket and sleep here, otherwise it would be strange. They suspect. And hey Lewin, have you been drinking, or are you drunk or something? He barely paid attention and waved goodbye to go drink. What alcohol? I am tired, so I'm going to sleep. Goodbye. Everyone just stood there helpless. They were all whispering excitedly. Lewin seemed to become a different person, and a suspicious young nobleman turned back and saw something. What is it, Lewin? He asked. Have you been outside all night? This is Jason Damon, at least a 6th-year student at the academy. He kept asking, what is going on? You usually do not leave the academy for so long. The main character brushed him off. You do not need to worry too much about such things. That blonde guy may look ordinary, but he is the heir of the Jamin family, a well-known mining clan, and at least he treats someone like me, a useless person. Well, Jason keeps joking around. Do not tell me you went to see a girl or something, and you are just now getting back. But one flaw of this guy is that he is both addicted to gambling and loves women, often sneaking out of the academy. He keeps talking nonstop. That guy. Could it be that after being beaten up, you have finally learned to enjoy yourself? Huh. Come on, tell me what you did last night. Lewin threw something at him, saying nonsense. I need to go take a shower. In the bathroom, Lewin relaxed and lay down comfortably. I am alive. Suddenly he remembered something. Right. There is still a mission. Let us check. Lewin called out. Mission. A notification appears, indicating the task can be repeated. Continue training your body because you have become someone capable of connecting with Draka, the destroyer of worlds. You need to keep training to strengthen yourself. Each time you stab, spin, or complete a task, you gain an additional 10 strength points. The protagonist sighed. The rewards stay the same but the tasks double. He sank into himself, knowing that maybe in the future the tasks would also double. I knew it. This won't be easy at all. But thinking about it, if I can become a mage with this method, after a month Lune is still training, the tasks can be repeated at most once a day. But the rewards stay the same and the requirements increase. If I do not complete the mission that day, all progress will reset to 0 the next day, and I must not miss a single day of the mission. Lune gasped for breath, the task limit not exceeding 3,000 repetitions per day. Doing more might kill him from overdoing it. He lightly turned his heel. Finally, the training mission board has been updated, with all stats like punches and spins completed 3,000 times each, but the total points earned are only 10. The main character has been training like this for the past month, and he also gained a new skill, passive body art, which enhances the body's abilities and makes it more flexible through training. At the dormitory, during mealtime, everyone was talking excitedly. Lune, he never used to even blink during meals before, but now he is just sleeping like that. The other immediately countered. You think that is all? Lately he has been practically living and sleeping in the training yard, and just kicking with his legs. Someone said, let him be, it is the first time he is acting so strange. They were noisy. Probably he is only doing that to cope with mana disorder, but it won't really help anyway. For Lune, a month simply passed. I completed my mission and found a few clues about Draka, but I could not find the name Draka in any record or note anywhere. Everywhere, nothing, no signs of players. Destruction. Mission boards. Systems, or status windows. He keeps wondering who Draka really is. At this moment, his status window also appears, showing Lune and Del, the embodiment of Draka, the destroyer of worlds. A question that has always haunted Lune, who is the one actually granting him power. Suddenly a loud call. Lune, come here. It is Jia-sun, the main character, curious, asking what is wrong. Jia-sun responds, do you know anything yet? He looks confused. What a Jia-sun looks a bit hesitant. So you do not know anything yet? That is why you can read so leisurely. Lune asks again, is something serious going on? Jia-sun glanced over. The head of Andel is here. The main character's eyes suddenly brightened. Oh my, Jia-sun reminded him. Lune, your father. The sound of heavy footsteps echoed as Lune pushed the door open. Panting non-stop, Dad. Everyone immediately looked back. Your father raised his hand. Lune, my son, you are here. The two of them chose to sit apart. The male lead spoke first. It has been 6 years, has nodded, since you came here to study at this academy. Dad, you are still doing well, right? My father nodded and said, yes, I am still healthy. You did not forget to ask about me. So what about Lune? My father proudly said, my sister, she is grown up now, and lately she has been practicing swordsmanship on her own. She said she would protect her weak older brother. Lune laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. So embarrassed, he brushed it off, saying she has always been that bold. Lune suddenly changed her expression. Yes, father. He confirms that I am currently living very well. His father, confused, asks what he means, and Lune emphasizes again that I am truly fine, not hurt physically or mentally. Lord Indel takes a sip of tea and speaks in a surprisingly calm voice. Lune, I actually came to the academy to ask for your opinion about leaving this academy. Then, if it gets too difficult, you can always return to your territory. I know you are facing many hardships you have not spoken of. Right, I also understand clearly and can guess why father came here. But father, I think I have found a way now, so please promise me one thing. He was surprised and promised that the main character was determined to do well in the practical exams, and in exchange, if he failed, he would no longer follow his own will but listen to his father from now on. I know that after promising to score high on the practical exam, my father saw my determination and returned to the estate after our conversation. And then, the long-awaited exam for the main character finally arrived. The proctor announced, all right. Attention. The teacher stands on the podium to announce the exam rules for today's introductory magic class, warning that any cheating will result in disqualification, and the voice begins to echo as the students start their tests, with the main character clutching his quill tightly. The school exam consists of 2 parts, a written test and a practical test. The practical exam has 4 sections. Target identification, magic measurement, real combat, and one-on-one duels. As a mana disorder, our main character has always scored perfectly in the theory exam for the past 6 years, and in the practical exam, the Gazihl family's magic circle always ranks first. Lune's skills are sharp, but this time will be different. Everything will change. He emphasized that this time would be different. Lewin confidently believed that I would definitely take first place in the practical exam this time after finishing the written tests. Suddenly a voice called out, "Lewin," it was Jia-sun, who approached and asked, "I have been feeling a bit strange about you lately. Do you have any plans for today's practical exam?" He nodded. I will do it in a new way." Jia-sun was surprised. "Really? Have you already found a method?" A scornful voice echoed. "Lewin, what are you doing here?" It was Miko, arms crossed in disdain. "Don't tell me you are using that body for the practical exam. With your Kuwamana disorder, it is useless." Lewin stroked his chin and said, "Yes, I am here for the exam." Miko still refused to give up. Lewin, as a top student, if you want to give advice to someone who has failed the practical exam 6 times, his voice drips with mockery. I might say, why not just give up now instead of coming here to be humiliated? Lewin retorts, "Who knows? I do not think your advice will be helpful anyway." Miko pats his shoulder and says, "I think you are misunderstanding something. Do you really believe someone with mana disorder can pass this test?" His mind is quite displeased and wondering, what is wrong with this bastard? Miko gritted his teeth. He used to be so sneaky, but now he is so confident. It is really annoying. He challenged us. "I will show you in the one-on-one match. Just wait and see." Now the exam begins. The first part is target identification. Its official name is the multi-target elimination test. The exam is very simple. It tests how many targets you can shoot down in a single attempt. However, this year's exam is different from last year's because the difficulty has increased. The targets are constantly moving. The contestants are continuously competing, and the organizers will announce the number of targets hit, starting with 1 target. Next, Angelina has no target. The most anyone can hit is 4 targets, which is why this year's average scores are incredibly low. The next person managed 3 targets, and the teachers behind are surprised. Just a slight increase in difficulty, and the scores have plummeted to the bottom. Students this year are really not up to standard. But suddenly a reminder sounded. "Professor, but it might be a bit early to be disappointed now." Professor Eric, the potion-making professor and Miko Gazi Hill's uncle, looked very proud. It is Miko's turn soon. Just watch. Professor Eric seems very eager to see his nephew's performance. The boy is coming up. He is about to strike, still lost in thought during the duel. Watching carefully. Retreating in, he was very confident. "I won't let him do anything," Professor Eric shouted loudly. Miko confidently said, "This is the difference between me and you," before launching his attack, and a series of scarecrows were hit after that critical strike. Everyone was amazed and exclaimed, "Wow, Miko, in just one move he took out so many targets. This time he is probably going to be first again." Professor Eric Mumman approached and asked how he does live up to the Gazi Hill lineage. He keeps bragging. At this point Miko is truly the pride of our academy, and surely he will be the representative of the students this year. Suddenly, a voice interrupted. "All right then. Professor Eric, we believe we do not need to watch anymore for this year's students." The one who just spoke is Professor Tsain, a level 7 Grandmaster, and the Academy's principal. Professor Heidel still is not giving up, so why do not we stay a little longer? It is almost Luyin's turn. Professor Tian asked again, "Is that Luyin?" Luyin Andel, the same boy who studied under Professor Heidel. "Is he still at the Academy?" He agreed. "Well, given the boy's enthusiasm, let us stay and watch a bit. Sitting here for a while won't hurt." Luyin rubs his wrist. "All right, this is a good chance to test your strength." The instructor speaks. "Luyin, start now." Luyin nodded in agreement. "Yes, sir." Blazing fire radiated around him, like a layer of gold leaf. Everyone looked on in amazement. What is going on with its casting speed? The students were also excited. Whoa, so many targets. Really do not know anymore. Can't hold back. Now Miko clenched her teeth in anger. He dismissively warns, "Do you guys not realize Luyin's mana is out of control? Even if he casts 1,000 times, you won't know if he can hit his target. That useless loser can't do anything right." But while no one knew, the power boost system was activated. Time refraction. Activated, distorting the time refraction for 30 seconds. The speed increases by 200%. Movement becomes faster, and those who move beyond the distorted time will have time revert back in 5 minutes. Luyin remembered that his recent skill was time refraction, which allowed him to move unusually fast to any place he wanted. In other words, he was now no different from that. The energy emanating from the main male character is so overwhelming that it drowns out everything around him, with a blazing fire surrounding and protecting him. The professors watch intently, while the students stare with wide eyes. In the end, Luyin jumps with a smug smile. Done. And the splinters of wood fly everywhere in the air. Luyin, 27 targets. The supervising teacher's face turned pale. Sweating profusely, while Luyin stood there panting, looking at and closing the targets in front of him, the murmurs began to spread. What was that? Did he cast magic on his hand and then hit the target with it? 27 targets in a row. He even set a record for the most targets hit in this test. How could he move so quickly? Did he really use magic to hit the target? There is so much surprise here, but then everything falls silent. Then a round of applause suddenly broke the silence. Tyrion Ignit, the principal of Ignit Academy, was the first to stand up and give Luin a round of applause and praise. Luin, you are truly outstanding. While everyone else is still stunned by your extraordinary achievement, even the principal is acknowledging you, and people are starting to cheer. That is right. Amazing. Luin. Congratulations. But amidst the cheers and congratulations, there are still those who refuse to recognize others' abilities. Some are angry, some silent, and some curious. But what can they do? Life goes on. Haha. Oz of course can't be without Miko. Judging by that angry look of his, he definitely can't accept it, but can only keep it to himself. Luin, that decent guy, how could he? Grinding his teeth and furrowing his brows, about to get engaged, but there is nothing he can do. The cheers of congratulations echoed everywhere, and he stood there silently but secretly pleased, appreciated and recognized by everyone, something he had not experienced in 6 years, clearly showing that he had not received a single compliment all this time. My heart is burning with anger as Luin stands tall, smiling softly, sunlight shining on his youthful face. His eyes show pride in himself and a sense of being recognized. Yes, this is the feeling I have always longed for. In the meeting room, Eric irritably activated his magic and shot it directly at the target, saying that is magic. I have never heard of any magic like that. And just looking at his silly face is enough to understand he obviously won. Accept it. Heidel immediately rebutted. But you know, magic has no limits. It is a field where anything can happen. He frowned and said if everything only followed the rules, it would not be magic anymore. But mathematics, ding ding ding, if we keep following the rules forever, how can we advance our skills? What does it mean to be skilled? Eric still wants to counter Heidel's words, but Luin, before he can finish speaking, signals him to shut his mouth. He spoke softly. Today I witnessed a student create a miracle. His face showed clear joy. It was a magic of sorcery, like a miracle that brought us together. However, it seems that the professors have differing opinions on this matter, and everyone remains silent as if they agree with the principal's words. Eric is furious and refuses to accept the truth. Damn it, that kid Luin has caused chaos. Who would have expected it to turn out like this? Jia-sun slung his arm around Luin's shoulder and loudly said, Hey, the Supreme Wizard is here. You are about to make the whole damn place fall apart with that arm around your shoulder. But he just whispered, Hey, let us stop. Hearing that, a few people approached the two of them. Oh, it is Luin. Everyone greeted him. Luin, hello. How did you do in yesterday's practical exam? He responded but could not say anything. All the questions from your classmates kept coming at you. Luin, you know my name, right? We have been in the same class for 6 years. You hurriedly escaped from the crowd, thinking to yourself that until yesterday, I was still just an unknown nobody in this school. Luin turned his back to everyone and hurriedly said to Jia-sun, Jia-sun, I am leaving now. Even today, I still can't believe how everything changed so suddenly. In just one night everything was different, so I've not had time to get used to it. Honestly, I feel more comfortable alone. Still, you know very well that there are still many who do not like me much. You slowly open the door to your room. Blonde-haired Otis standing inside, and when he hears the door opening, he says, There you are. Oh my god. You have entered someone else's room and still talk like that. What are you doing in someone else's office room, Miko? You look so serious I feel like you are about to put him on the altar and admire the chicken. Miko turned back and approached you, raising his condescending tone, trying to score some points with that useless magic you flaunted. I already told you I found the way to make you vomit, so I am here to remind you not to get cocky. His words made me want to slap that monkey's hand right up his ass. But you did not just argue back, did you? It is not because you felt embarrassed that your score was lower than someone you have looked down on for 6 years. Oh, you thought he was so great. Turns out he is just like that. Just saying that already made him so angry that he turned red with rage and charged at Luin, grabbing his collar. What did you just say? You bastard. While Luin's face remained cold and emotionless in the midst of his madness, calmly holding his hand that was grabbing his shirt, he gently loosened his grip without much effort. And it was that calmness of yours that surprised him even more, making his anger grow stronger. Miko was a bit panicked, his eyebrows furrowing. What the hell is this? Is this useless guy this strong? He could not believe his eyes. Miko, we both need to graduate. Luin leaned in close to his face, his eyes filled with even more anger. If you really want to push me to the limit, then wait until the one-on-one combat test and do it fairly. You only got a little closer, and he is already sweating buckets. He pushed your hand away. Miko glared angrily at you, thinking you are skilled enough to fight me. A total failure in this subject, Luin immediately retorted, just wait and see if I have enough skill or not, and what exactly skill means and who decides it. His eyes firmly fixed on Miko's dog-like face, he walked away, still leaving a sharp look for you and saying, you can pass the next test and then talk. He kept walking, but in his mind, he could not stop thinking about his arrogant lover. That bastard who would surely fail today's practical exam. Speaking of the combat test, does not Miko's angry face look adorable? Just want to punch him in the stomach. Then suddenly he pulls out his hand from his pocket, and that guy, his hand keeps rubbing his chain. Is he really a mage? I wonder, no matter how many times I look at this statue, it never stops impressing me. A giant demon standing tall in the testing area. Practical test 2. Mana efficiency measurement. In the rare treasure testing area of the academy, a rare artifact with only a few copies across the continent. King Graham, an ancient elf, 500 years ago. The great mage Frost transformed the elf King Graham into a treasure while still alive. King Graham is kept inside this treasure, absorbing mana and serving as a magical punching bag. This mana efficiency test requires students to cast spells on King Graham to earn points. Lewin asked Jiexan, so does that mean we need to cast the magic we are most confident in on that statue? Jiexan replied simply, yeah, but that elf is famous for having a grading standard as tough as magic. Scoring above 20 points is already very good. In front of him is a student with hair parted over half his head and a faint purple aura. He also looks like that Thien Dine Baofoam. He immediately casts a spell towards the demon. The demon speaks up. Learn again. You 1-point mage. It is still possible to skip school now. Hearing that the student was stunned, everyone started to discuss. I think he did well. After all, it is not easy. Everyone marvels at the strict grading standards of the elf. Next up, who is standing in front of me? That student slinks back to her seat, clearly in a bad mood. I can't believe it. A female student walks over. How now it is my turn. She raises her hand. Watch carefully. Very confident. Ice Bridge. You cast a spell. The elf spoke loudly. I definitely won to forget you. That is a strong impression. And you happily asked again. Really? King Graham replied to her, yes. But he quickly poured cold water on her excitement. This is the first time I have seen someone cast illusion magic like this. It is just too much. Like this. He straightforwardly gave her friend 2 points. Hearing that, she immediately burst into tears, refusing to accept reality. No way, I did my best. The others kept stepping up but did not do much better. 5 points. Get out of my sight. Hearing that score was hard enough to bear, so it is normal to get upset. He kept criticizing it. What kind of dull magic is this? Mixed with water or something. It is 100% mana. Damn love demon. It makes me so angry, I swear to the heavens. Oh no, that is not it at all. Jackson saw he was being called out and pretended to be innocent as he ran straight back to his spot. Next, Michael Gary Hill. The instructor called out, looking like he would been through 50 divorces, 49 court cases, and 33 times caught in the act, his face dark as if he had just committed a theft. Oh, so that was the expression before casting magic. Waves of mana surged to the Succuba statue. King Graham said, Gary Hill, I am a bit disappointed. Are you the son of George Gary Hill? When asked, he proudly replied, yes, I am the third son of George Gary Hill, Michael Gary Hill. Really proud, huh? Ha. He sneered, your father is a crybaby idiot who begged me to give him extra points. Michael Gary Hill, you are even more pathetic than your foolish father. With only 27 points, he shouted angrily in his face, you are just an ordinary demon. How dare you talk nonsense? The supervisor immediately stepped in to stop Michael, silencing him. Then called someone over, and Lunadil responded right away with yes. Lewin stepped forward, outwardly appearing emotionless, but inside he was burning with fire. Phew, I suddenly feel so nervous. Just give it a try. I can do it. Your hand has already summoned a flame. You stop and introduce yourself. I am Lunadil. Very pleased to meet you, with a look of determination and emotionless expression. Truly strong. Whoa. This is the first time I have seen a human face. He is a bit surprised, but it does not matter. Let us do the test. He is not too concerned. And you and your magic are ready, the flames burning brightly like your eyes. Though honestly I do not know if it means anything. Student immediately recognized Loon's magic as destructive fire magic, with a face showing clear surprise, while some other students also quickly identified it as a level 4 magic, and others were so amazed they could not believe it. Wow, he really did it. King Graham asked, what is with your stance? You changed your posture to cast magic. I am coming up here. Lewin jumps off the ground. The mana that was in your hand is now under your feet. Probably Loon was about to do a Kamehameha like Son Goku, since Son Goku has that distinctive headband. At first everyone thought you used your hand, but you decided to switch things up and surprise everyone again and again. You transferred the mana to your legs and then used your 3-meter-long legs to kick the King Graham statue directly. The instructor was also extremely surprised by your display. It was unbelievable. How could that boy transfer mana from his hand to his foot and then make it explode in an instant? That is what he wondered. All the students were stunned and could not believe it. Then someone asked, isn't that the level 4 magic you mentioned earlier? The other quickly replied, no, that attack's energy must be at least level 5. So, Lewin lands after the divine stump with his 3-meter legs. You mean Loon is at least a level 5 mage? He gasps for breath, as if this will be the last time he gets to breathe. But inside, a jumble of thoughts raced through my mind. What is going on? I used my destructive fire energy correctly. Lewin still felt a bit worried. Why was King Graham's reaction so strange? Did I do something wrong? He finally spoke up. Who are you? You wonder. What do you mean? I already introduced myself. I am Lunadil. Lewin had not finished speaking when King Graham interrupted. Are you Draka? The question immediately made his face turn pale. Draka, I have always been waiting for you. Even just with those blood-red eyes. It is enough to imagine his expression, desperate and resolute. King Graham's voice echoed. I have always been waiting for you. Draka. Those words cut through the silence. Spreading confusion, the crowd around immediately buzzed with questions. Who is that? Draka. Is he plotting against Lewin or someone else? Curiosity mixed with suspicion spread throughout the space, drawing furrows on many brows. In Lewin's mind, memories of 2 months of frantic searching through all related documents suddenly flooded back as he flipped through old, worn pages and delved into ancient records. But I found nothing at all. I have searched through all related documents for 2 months, but still could not find any trace of Draka Kingram. As knowledge caught me off guard, Lewin's face immediately darkened. A shadow of gloom enveloped him as he truly understood the deep meaning behind his cryptic word. Do you really know Draka? Lewin asked, his voice tinged with surprise and a faint glimmer of hope. In response to his probing question, Kingram simply uttered a single word, brief but heavy with certainty and conviction. Yes. Seizing this rare opportunity, Lewin decided to make the most of it and quickly asked a few more questions, hoping to extract even a little more information about the mysterious person. So, could you tell me more about him? A mysterious smile briefly flickers across Kingram's fierce face as he softly utters. Quite intrigued. I never expected to encounter his embodiment here at the Academy. His deep voice then continues with unclear words, carrying an inexplicable sense of confusion. Lewin blinked, trying to grasp the meaning of each word and sentence. What does the embodiment mean? Suddenly, a sudden question from Kingram interrupted Lewin's thoughts. What is his real name? Despite the surprise, Lewin quickly responded with Lewin. Lewin Adele, answering the sudden question. All right, Lewin, I will remember. Kingram said, each word like carved into his mind, standing firm with his towering figure like a mountain, tall enough to seem to block out the sun from Lewin's perspective, casting a giant shadow over him. When Kingram was about to turn and leave, a sudden voice rang out, immediately stopping that intention. Excuse me, before you leave, can you tell me how many points Lewin has? That question echoes. There are too many people here. I will tell you later. The evaluation ends here, and this magic is not something I can judge. Kingram's cold and decisive verdict hits like a thunderbolt, causing the opponent to scream in shock. Auntie, you are saying that? He can't believe what he has just heard, a look of outrage clearly on his face. According to the school's rules, you are required to provide an evaluation for the Academy, as this step must be followed within 500 years after the death of Grand Mage Frudix. The others tried to cite regulations, their voices trembling, but Kingram cut them off with a terrifying shout that echoed around, carrying an astonishing threat. Who dares to mention the rules in front of me? After all these years I have been the one judging kids who look nothing like mages at all. I do not care about that guy at all, Kingram said coldly, disdain clear in his voice. But the agreement is still an agreement. I will let you know the score. He remained silent, his sharp gaze like a spear making the other person hurriedly swallow dry saliva, cold sweat pouring down his forehead, clearly showing extreme anxiety. 1 or 0 100. What do you want? Little Destroyer, Kingram's deep voice echoed, directed straight at Lewin, causing him to react immediately. A confident smile appeared on Lewin's face as he made his choice without hesitation or doubt, his determined eyes replying. Of course, 100 points. Rumor spread quickly like wildfire across the Academy corridors. Hey, did you hear? Kingram gave him a perfect score on his exam. Immediately, whispers spread around. The gossip kept spreading. Huh, that Kingram guy gave Eker, another person asked curiously, with surprise evident in every word. I heard he gave the lowest ranked Lewin Adel a score. Everyone around started to discuss, their faces showing clear shock at the shocking news. At that moment, a stern voice rang out, breaking the noisy atmosphere. It was Professor Heidel. He approached Lewin, his gaze scrutinizing, causing the student to startle and immediately turn towards the voice. Professor Heidel, why are you here? Lewin asked, a bit surprised, as Professor Heidel crossed his arms sternly and stepped closer to Lewin. The news of you getting 100 points from Kingram had already reached the principal. After hearing the news, the principal decided to reward you because this has never happened before, and Professor Heidel's words carried a special sense of gravity, indicating the importance of the matter. Here, take this first, he said, handing Lewin a scroll of paper he was holding. Lewin read aloud the words on the scroll, looking confused and cautious. In the treasure room, what is this, sir? Without further explanation, Heidel simply waved his hand towards himself then turned to walk away. signaling, "Follow me." After a long walk through the quiet hallways and mysterious doors, Professor Heidel stopped in front of a room with a firmly closed door that looked ancient and majestic, as if it had endured for centuries. As he opened it, a cold breeze flowed out, and he signaled for Luyan to step inside, leading them further inside. Luyan followed him while looking around, his curious eyes exploring the unfamiliar place that he was stepping into for the first time. Everything here was completely different from what he had seen in the academy. "Of course," Professor Heidel explained, "this is the only place in the academy that is off limits, so why did he bring me here?" Curiosity mixed with a little worry beginning to creep into my mind. Finally, the two of us stopped at another door, sealed more securely than any other. Professor Heidel paused, turning to Luyan. His eyes showed a serious expression. "This is the path to the treasure room. I am only allowed to go this far." You look at him, feeling a mix of worry and unease rising inside you. "So you have to go in alone, right?" "Yes." "Go inside. I will be here waiting for you just a moment." Inside. Finally, you step forward to open the door in front of you, still filled with countless unanswered questions in your mind. I do not know what happened, but since the master said it was a reward, I decided to try my luck, with a bit of courage mixed with curiosity. I pushed the door open, a faint light from somewhere flickered, allowing Luyan to realize the vastness of this place. It turned out to be a treasure room. He looked around, and although there were no items displayed, he could still sense the presence of countless precious things. There are many kinds of treasures here that I have only heard of. This must be the treasure vault of the great magic net. Feeling lost, you turn around. Who is it? Luyan wondered, scanning cautiously for the owner of the deep voice. That guy keeps talking in a deep tone full of suspicion, as if he can read every hidden thought in Luyan's mind, as if he does not realize his true value. Only then does Luyan realize that the deep voice sounds strangely familiar. It is King Graham sitting firmly on a chair placed right in the middle of the room. How is he here? But what caught Luyan's attention even more and left him utterly stunned was his appearance when he was no longer a lifeless statue. Instead, King Graham now appeared in a real human form, vivid and full of power, no longer a stone figure, as if reading Luyan's mind effortlessly. King Graham explained in a calm yet mysterious tone, surprised that he is no longer a stone statue. "This is the only place where I am allowed to use this body. Thanks to the magic that fills this entire room, I can exist in my original body now, no longer as a treasure." After hearing that, Luyan replied softly, "I understand." Luyan wanted to look at him, his eyes full of suspicion at what King Graham just said. "But listen, when you say I do not know my true worth," King Graham's sharp teeth seemed to become more visible, exuding a terrifying aura as he said, "On the surface you have no idea what your true value is. Even the magic weapon you are using is similar to Draka." King Graham's next words like a dagger stabbing into Luyan's heart, making him painfully realize a shocking truth he knows about the magic weapon. Luyan thought. Filled with astonishment, he looked down at him, his sharp gaze piercing through all thoughts. "This is a rare treasure in the world. How did you get it? And what is your connection to Draka?" "I am also curious about that." "Draka, who is he?" "He is an entity trying to become a god, and one day he visited the celestial clan where I was born. At that time, he was small and ugly, but his power was so extraordinary that no one in the celestial clan could match it. Moreover, every day he grew stronger, so even if we all attacked him at once, we could not defeat him. We respect him. He has lived among us as if he were a member of the tribe. He taught the source language of magic to the one who is about to become our future leader. For nearly 100 years. What? 100 years? How can a human live that long?" Luyan looked up at King Graham once more, his eyes wide with shock, as if his entire being was one with that disbelief. His reason almost could not accept what he had just heard. King Graham smiled cunningly, his sharp teeth gleaming in the dim light of the room, perhaps because he was not truly human. This affirmation hits him like a powerful blow, revealing an unbelievable truth about Draka and sparking countless new questions in Luyan's mind. "I can't believe it," Luyan said, his voice trembling with surprise. "So the dragon species really exists?" He quickly questioned the information before him, just to be sure about what he had just learned, that it is true. "Yes. The one who does not know about the dong is the true source of magic," he replied quickly and without hesitation. As Luyan reflected, he had heard of this before but only as a legend. Now his mind was suddenly in chaos, old knowledge collapsing before this horrifying truth. He continued to interrupt Luyan's thoughts with another piece of information, but Draka could not use magic, and he cut off the boy's thoughts again, which was also the reason he created the fighting style you use today, by using magic on his own limbs. "Do you understand what that means?" King Graham paused, asking a question full of implication. He gradually understood. A flash of light lit up in his mind, connecting the scattered pieces. It turns out that Draka must have also been treated like him in the past. He immediately responded, imagining in his mind the figure of a person shrouded completely in mysterious clothing. "I think I have understood a little now." King Graham continued, revealing an even darker truth, that Draka had created a power only he could wield at that time. By transforming magic into power as you have done, Draka became the strongest being in the world. However, he was not satisfied and continued to expand his power infinitely. In the end, he destroyed everything, including himself. Once again, he was surprised by the new information. He destroys everything. So that must be why he is called the destroyer of the world. I can't imagine how powerful he must be to be able to destroy the entire world. A mix of amazement and fear crept into Lewin's heart as he envisioned that terrifying strength. Suddenly, a familiar system menu appeared before Lewin with new content, indicating that he had achieved a feat, searching for Draka's traces. The usual. Title: Demon Lord's Insignia. Skills: Demon Lord's Wrath. Spirit: Armor, Embodiment of Power, and the bestowed title. The elf's insignia and the effects of the title increase the friendliness percentage of elves and allow the bearer to communicate with them. Lewin read each line, reached out to touch his own, pondering, whoa, so suddenly I have a title to communicate. Whoa, better than nothing. Even if he is confused, he still accepts these unexpected rewards. The system panel reappeared, displaying details about the new skill, the Furious Elf, actively borrowing power from an elf's rage and immediately amplifying this strength. The power reaches 330, with effects gradually increasing under the influence of the body skill, with a cooldown of 3 minutes, with a serious expression after reading the reward information. Lewin muttered, "This seems to be an upgrade skill." As he reached out, a shiny blue sphere immediately appeared, fitting perfectly in his palm. But on the sphere, there are a few water stains that seem to have been there for a long time, as if it has endured many damages. Chang, the embodiment of power, what could it be? Suddenly it was in my hand. Lewin wondered, a mix of curiosity and worry. King Graham stood up from the stone throne, his imposing figure blocking part of the light in the room, seeming like someone who had just received a reward. If so, "Do you know what this is?" he replied confidently. "Bring it to me and show me." He crouched down to look at the glowing orb in Lewin's hand, examined it carefully, then made a conclusion. It is a manifestation. "Do you know anything about this item?" he asked with a desire for more information, to which King Graham replied, in a deep voice, "This item is not just an item, it is a manifestation." You look back at the sphere in your hand with suspicion, almost unable to believe what you are holding. "What is this?" "This thing is the embodiment of power," King Graham begins to persuade, his tone confident as if he has witnessed everything, always by Draka's side. "How could I not know? Based on the current situation, I am sure Draka sealed him inside the spirit stone before dying. His temper is hot. Every day he grants Draka boundless power to satisfy his desires. He also bestows unlimited strength on others." King Graham concluded, revealing a powerful but also dangerous trap. "You mean that the embodiment will come back to life from this stone?" Lewin frowned. Because the sphere is taller than before, it now looks a bit more cracked than earlier, with small fissures starting to appear, so there is no need to worry too much, the elder reassured. As King Graham finished speaking, something unexpected happened. The sphere suddenly cracked with larger wet streaks spreading across it. Just as it was about to burst open, Lewin grabbed it, watching as the sphere slowly dissolved, his heart pounding. "It is breaking apart." He silently exclaimed in surprise, but what you imagined in your mind, a small object fitting in the palm of Lewin's hand, appeared right as the smoke and fragments of the sphere vanished into the air. Lewin stared at it intently, surprise clearly on his face. "This is a bear." Then it rubbed its eyes while cursing at him, its voice calm but full of annoyance. "You little brat, dare to call me a bear? This bear can talk too." "How can a bear talk?" But his curious and surprised questions kept coming when he called it a bear, making it grind its teeth in anger. "Stop thinking of me as a bear, kid." The bear growled angrily, pointing a finger at your face. "Do not see me as a bear anymore. You are helpless, but you are a bear." At this moment, your face showed clear surprise and confusion, a light sweat trickling down your cheek. "How can a bear talk?" It blushed with anger. Hey, are you crazy?" It stood with arms crossed, its head steaming, speaking nonstop. "How dare you compare me to those things? I am not a bear." You wondered, "Then what am I?" It crossed its arms, grinning confidently. "I am a true embodiment. I can become whatever I want to show you." It displayed a fierce and determined face. "Watch this, and see my power." Hearing this, he waited patiently on the other side, but nothing came of it. Its face drained of all color. Utterly humiliated, after a moment of silence, it was panic-stricken as if it could not believe the reality before its eyes. "What is this? Where is my strength? Your face clearly shows the letter. What a blow. What is it doing?" Suddenly speaking, "Probably, because I was reborn with an empty stomach. Bring the food you have seen and judged. Why is this bear so unprofitable? You told it bad news that there is no food here. I do not even know what you can eat." It sounds like a thunderclap. It despairingly screams, what, no food either? Why is my master so weak this time? You are confused, master me. I am too tired to care. It just goes with the flow, curling up into a ball like cotton candy and falling asleep. Whatever, I am sleepy now. Remember to call me when it is time to eat. You are only a third as capable as your father. What is with the fuss? Calling me the owner and then saying I am weak. You gently lift the sleeping Strang onto your shoulder, and the innocent scene in front of you makes King Graham can't help but chuckle. Hee hee. Indeed, the nature of a person is hard to change once it is set. You put down the string again, making him a bit nostalgic. Looking at the two of them reminds me of the old days. He seemed lost in a stream of memories of the past, recalling the days of confronting Strang and Draka in their old homeland, back when they were in the Celestial Clan. As the memories faded, he sat leisurely on a throne in the Grand Treasure Room, his gaze fixed directly on the boy. Lewin Adele, the little destroyer carrying Draka's will. What do you intend to do now? He asked again. What are you talking about? He hurriedly replied. The power you hold will make you stronger. It can lead you to victory, but it could also consume you. I ask again, once you become stronger, what will you do? Hearing that, he also paused to think for a long time. The reason I want this power is to protect my loved ones from monsters, to make my family proud, and to prove myself to those who dare to look down on me. I will live according to what I want, for my loved ones, my family, and myself. Seeing that the young boy in front of him was quite promising, he nodded in satisfaction and said, Not bad. I will look forward to your future. You have learned more about Draka thanks to King Graham, and each day still begins with missions. The only thing that has changed is, at the training ground, Lewin is diligently practicing, wiping the sweat and tears streaming down his face from exhaustion, and reminding Cheng to wake up. Are you planning to skip meals or what? Hearing about food, he immediately wakes up, his eyes shining brightly, tears streaming down his face. Eating what? If you delay even a second, the food will be gone, so it quickly jumps onto your body. While waiting for you to cast the spell, it opens its small mouth wide and bites. He glanced at its greedy expression, feeling helpless. As this kid went crazy over food and ate a lot, it carefully scooped the flames burning on his hands, with fiery red streams swirling into its mouth. Having eaten its fill, it pats its chest contentedly, then burps loudly. I feel much better now, he thinks to himself. The food I am referring to is the power gained from quests, which Cheng will consume. Cheng, the embodiment of power. 1 star, the only spiritual entity that reacts to the primal nature of strength, which is proportional to its container. The larger the container, the greater the power. Having challenged the 7 kings and the black dragon Dracagonia before being destroyed, after it finished eating, thanks to its special companion skill, your strength points increased, and you praised it, saying you are useful too. It puffed up proudly. Of course, you confirmed again. Every time I get stronger, I will receive up to 100 strength points. It explained, if I set it to 2 stars, that would be 200, 3 stars would be 300, and it keeps increasing like that. Before being sealed, I had over 31 stars, which is 3,100 points of strength. After hearing that, you also felt your head numb. 31 stars, 3,100 points of strength. I have not even reached 1,000 points yet, and I am already this strong. It seems what you just heard made you jealous and eager to become strong like that again. How did Draka do it? Besides missions, are there any other ways to increase strength? Realizing your thoughts, it sneered mischievously. Hee hee, now you understand my value. Huh, wanna know? Then bring me a glass of water. You threaten, but if you do not say it, do not blame me for starving you. Seeing that, Jun, annoyed, tried to intervene. So I will speak then. It explains in detail that there are many ways to increase strength, such as doing high difficulty quests for better rewards, coveting items that boost power, searching for treasures, or even cooking demon tendons to refine pills. Then it splashed a cold water in your face. But those methods do not suit you at all. You wondered why. There are so many ways. It slumped onto your shoulder, arms crossed behind, mocking with a sneer. You need at least 1,000 strength points to do those things. Your speed of increasing strength is too fast. Your body is still like a baby learning to walk. Who is judging your level? Your lips tighten slightly, eyes deep in thought. Yet I thought I had already become stronger, so it turns out you are only at the beginning stage. So now your goal is to reach 1,000 points of strength. In that case, you still have to keep training as before. You have been practicing every day to increase your strength, and when it reaches around 930, the third part, the actual combat test, begins. As soon as Ghost Cheng arrives at the arena, he asks if today's test is a one-on-one match. He is full of confidence. Yes, I have been waiting for this day for a long time. Usually, mages attack from behind, so their spells might hit their allies in the chaos. This test is to evaluate the mage's risk management skills, which could be the most important part. At that moment, Jason was performing the test, using all his strength to cast a fireball spell, but wait, instead of hitting the monsters, it flew straight toward the knights. terrifying them. "Hey, what are you doing? Do not message those guys." The monster next to the old man is clueless about what is happening. The proctor watching from the side just shakes his head and sighs, while Jason looks full of joy. "You are out." He was completely exhausted, bowed his head and walked out amid his classmates' mockery. "Yes, sir." The foreign night team has arrived to assist with the exam to ensure students' safety and to evaluate the cooperation between both sides. The exam lasts for 10 days, and based on their scores, each person will face different monsters. On the final day, there are a total of 13 students in the top scores. Also, since it is the last day, everyone is very curious about which type of monster will appear. Suddenly the stands trembled violently as if an earthquake was happening. Everyone's faces turned to utter fear. A brown-haired boy spoke out. "What is that?" A giant creature appeared, its tall body and fierce face with sharp fangs revealed in a roar. Its appearance made everyone panic and scream. "Is that a sea monster?" Water monsters live in packs across the continent and are much larger than humans. They are also quite intelligent, but their violent nature often leads to conflicts with humans. The students around stared wide-eyed and broke out in a cold sweat. "Are you sure this will be okay? What if someone gets killed by the sea monster?" Professor Heidel calmly explained. "You all are mages, so you must always stay alert. Just treat this as real and do your best." Even though fear still lingers in their hearts, they answered loudly and clearly. A while later, the official test began, and as soon as they were released, the monster roared and charged wildly. It uses its strong arm to charge at the knight, forcing them to hurriedly raise their shields to protect their faces. While they hold off this huge sea monster, Miko takes the opportunity to cast his ice magic from behind. The ice arrows shot out one after another towards Han's hand, but unfortunately they only hit the ground. Performs a swift aerial attack, and before anyone realizes, it is already above their heads. Someone shouts from above. The professor nearby watches anxiously and yells, and Miko dodges, but Han's whole body suddenly froze, trembling uncontrollably. And although he muttered to himself about getting revenge for what happened earlier, fear rendered him immobile. Seeing the situation was dire, he had to step in to help. The forest was in chaos. Before the monster could attack Miko, thousands of vines sprouted from the ground and entangled it. Stunning Han, enraged by these treacherous people, it roared wildly. Although restrained, it still fought fiercely, reaching out to Han and growling loudly, causing Han to panic and quickly retreat. Han's face turned pale, truly drained of blood, and the result of his pathetic display was the cold voices of Miko and Gary saying, "You are eliminated." Han's uncle, Eric, angrily slammed his hand on the table and gritted his teeth. "Damn it, I failed again." Miko, he planned to interfere in Loon's competition, so he turned to talk to Headmaster Tyrion, asking if he intended to continue the test. Hearing that, he looked puzzled and asked what he meant. Eric, at this point, also revealed his own intention, about to speak about Loon's upcoming speech. "Right?" he replied. "Yes," with a sarcastic look. Loon is the only one who received a perfect score from King Graham. If the other students are judged like Juan, it might be a bit unfair. Do not you think? He gently strokes his beard and says, "I understand your point, but we have no other monsters left." He reveals his true nature with a sinister smile. "No, we do have plenty of them." When the foreign knight squad brought the sea monster, they also brought a fairy along. The principal pondered for a moment, considering that using a fairy for the exam was extremely risky. But with Professor Heidel present and the frontline knight barricades in place, he was truly curious about Looney's abilities as he watched the long path illuminated by torches wending through the grand fortress. Heidel leaned warily against the wall with his arms crossed, watching the young man step out cautiously from behind the long door. He gently called out to him, "Lumen," who immediately looked up in confusion, and he greeted back, "Professor Heidel." He approached, one hand casually in his pocket, and softly reminded him, "I need to tell you this before the exam starts. During today's exam, your part will be harder than everyone else's." Lumen still does not understand, still does not get what he means. Teacher's words. Teacher Heidel is very worried about him. The academy has high expectations for him since King Graham gave him a perfect score. Many say that if you and everyone else fight the same monster, it would not be fair, so your part of the test will be harder than others. Lumen frowned. "Meaning harder," the professor replied. "Your goal won't be the water monster. You will fight a goblin." And when he said that, a surprised wide-eyed bear quickly responded, "Oh, so your first real enemy is a goblin. This will be fun to watch." The scene shifts to a large, muscular, snake-like hand desperately pulling on a thick iron chain, belonging to a sturdy, giant-sized goblin covered in a tan-orange body. Roaring fiercely, the two guards watching the chain looked at it. The blonde, tan guy curiously asked Eric next to him, "Is this one the leader of the sea monsters?" The black-haired guy scolded, "So stupid, that one is a demon." He could not believe it. A goblin? No way. He clenched his sword tightly in his hand, realizing he had indeed given the suggestion. It is a bit confusing and dismissive, But there is no way students could compete with a fairy in this kind of exam. Students are only as strong as they can be. Fairies look similar to sea monsters, but they are much stronger, capable of crushing skulls and breaking spines with a single spin. Eric gritted his teeth and glared at the person behind him. Angry. Are you sure? Even the knights would have difficulty catching them. Both faces serious. I am certain. It is the principal's order. Eric chuckled loudly. He said confidently, I guess you have bet your life on this exam. From afar, a pair of black leather shoes clacked loudly as they approached them, confident and bold. Yes, I bet my life on this. Eric glanced over at the newcomer, surprised, and asked, Lewin, who are you? The two face each other. You stare at him intently. I am Lewin. A contestant. He asks again. You are who? Eric observes the boy carefully, unable to hide his disdain. Wondering how this kid could possibly compete against the demon Yu, Eric still kept his eyes on Lewin. He and the professor would protect him, but he coldly walked past the man. Eric was startled. Where is he going? The man frowned and said, Hey, you are on the wrong path. What are you doing? Lewin replied as if it were obvious. I am preparing for the exam. I was in the wrong position. I should be at the back. The man quietly reminded him with a frown. The boy reaffirmed to Eric that he would stand here. The man furrowed his brow in confusion. Lewin's icy emerald eyes and serious face explained that her spell is a bit different. If you stand in front of her, we won't be able to protect you. She is not as easy to deal with as a water monster. You once again reaffirm your opinion. Yes, I know, but he still has that attitude. Why are you joking around with your life like that? Lewin dismissively shrugged off the coat draped over him, looking no different from a modern CO. You are lazy and do not explain much. I am out of options now. After saying that, I stepped forward toward the demon. And Eric, seeing him take such a bold risk, could not help but worry. You and him have been tightly connected since earlier, about to get married, and I did not see him scared at all. So he must be different. Professor Heidel, who has been observing the situation from behind, has now spoken. Lewin, get ready to go. Then he shouted loudly, your match officially begins. While saying that, he snapped his fingers, and the clicking sound was heard. The large demon's shackles on his hands suddenly burst open, falling to the ground, and its freedom officially started. The demon beast erupts like an explosion, roaring everywhere as it charges straight at a few soldiers holding swords and shields to protect Lewin. He is already in a fighting stance, with flames of magic emanating from his hand, soaring past the surprised soldiers nearby. Eren shouts to stop her. What are you doing? It dares to face the demon girl directly. No, do not. What is he trying to do? He could not stop them. The demon girl and Lewin with his blazing magic collided with each other. Lewin roars loudly, raising his hand to draw power from the magic source. Thud. The sound of breaking ground echoes. Lewin rushes forward shouting, fireball aimed directly at the demon girl. The sound of destruction and chaos erupts as two beams of magical light clash fiercely, igniting the entire area. Even the bystanders could not withstand the overwhelming force about to erupt, all caught in the clash between Lewin's fire and the demoness. Eric kept a clear view of the battle and could not help but be stunned. Did he really dare to use a closed combat spell in this situation? Professor Heidel waved away the smoke in front of him, clearly having anticipated this moment. Lewin truly has not disappointed his teacher in the slightest. Of course, that is only him. The others nearby had already turned their faces away, eyes wide open or closed in panic. Even those sitting in the stands are the same. At this moment, the arena is filled with smoke, and the soldiers are restless, unaware of the battle situation. A student daring to fight in close combat with a demon. I hope he is still alive. When everyone was caught off guard, the familiar figure in a black sermi coat appeared behind the smoke. Even Eric was startled. He is alive. The face that emerged made him even more shocked. He is still standing strong, while Lewin is in a ready attack stance. Two faces just like before, but now with a smug expression that clearly shows pride. Suddenly, a hand slapped Lewin on the shoulder and called out loudly, Hey, that is Ulrich, his face showing no sign of ease, angrily warning you that if you go any further, you will be in serious trouble. You calmly look up at him, still composed and indifferent, but politely reply, I apologize, but if I warn you, will you let me go in? Hearing this, Ulrich did not know how to respond, so he simply asked, What? He glanced over at the angry elf. And right now we do not have time to talk, so finish this test quickly. The goblin is obviously angrier than ever now. Ulrich brushed Lewin, gesturing to him to step back. I know you are strong, but this one is very dangerous. Not enough, he continued to remind him again, his voice rising significantly compared to before. Stand still and let me handle this. Lewin, understanding what Ulrich just said, quickly ran forward, stopped right in front of him. You turned to face him with a serious expression. This is my test. Ulrich has been acting like he is deaf, repeatedly asking again why. Lewin still looked determined and said, Let me finish my test. A giant, ferocious monster appeared, its body extremely large, 5 times bigger than Lewin. Lewin carefully observes the monster with determined resolve, while Geeter behind him also looks quite tense at the threat of a sudden attack. He focuses intensely, unshaken, for 2 reasons that make him brave. Done. He remembers the charm of the love demon. The title he earned from King Graham will help him communicate with the love demon. The savage monster roars loudly. Do not come any closer. Save me. He is not afraid at all because he understands what it is screaming. To others it looks like a savage monster, but to him this love spirit is scared because it is surrounded by mages and knights. The second reason is the urgent mission he has been given to attack first and defeat the enemy. With a reward of 30 strength points and unlocking the special skill, a confident smile appeared on your face as you charged forward without hesitation. Truly a reward worth celebrating for yourself. Every day, people have to repeat boring tasks, but in just one mission, you earn 3 days worth of points. With a swift move, he charged forward, leaving a cloud of dust behind him. He summoned the fireball in his hand and shot forward like a gust of wind. Surprising Mether. Guter, in an instant, your punch collided head-on with the giant monster charging down, causing a massive shockwave and sparks flying everywhere. It took the full force of your strike, roaring in defiance. With a loud bang, the fire spin knocked it back. Quickly, the attack on the enemy in front was finished. He sneered. Not done yet. It roared, its red eyes wide, sharp teeth gnashing menacingly. I will kill you. The monster leaped into the air. It puts all its strength into this surprise attack. If it succeeds, it will crush the person's head. Its attack caused the ground to shake violently. But luckily, thanks to its 1-meter-long legs, he easily dodged. He carefully observed every move of the monster to find its weakness. After landing safely, he uses time refraction to move forward. Commander Guter is stunned by his incredible speed. How is he so fast? As you move, you also unleash your fire attack. I need to get closer. Instantly, you close the distance to it. He aimed at its weak spot, and before the monster could react, the punch hit straight into its stomach, causing it to scream loudly. Some of the knights were stunned in shock, as he showed no fear in front of the demon. Who exactly is this guy hiding behind the shield to avoid the sparks? The students are just as excited. What is going on over there? Hey look, the demon is fighting back, throwing a powerful punch at him, but he caught it with his bare hands. Not willing to give up, it used its remaining hand, but was still blocked by you. You kicked it hard in the arm. Suddenly, the monster grabbed your leg and threw you away like a sack of sand without any hesitation. Your body spins through the air like a leaf caught in a storm, threw a fist of fire towards him, but luckily he dodged just in time, and a large wall behind shattered. He landed softly as the monster turned to look at him, snarled with clear hostility, a sign of its lowly humanity. The boy moved swiftly like a squirrel. He spins around, ready to deliver a kick that will leave it stunned. He unleashes a spinning kick, which he has practiced for a long time, straight into its head. The little elf falls to the ground, causing the earth to shake and debris to fly everywhere. You jump straight up and counter it. Wanting to end it quickly, he activates the Demon Fury skill, a surge of red energy exploding from his hand. It breaks out in a cold sweat, trembling as it questions, "Are you really human?" You answer, "I guess you do not need an answer." Right, it stares in shock, as if it can't believe its own eyes. It wonders if you understand what I am saying, but you do not really care, just lazily using your skill to reply, "And you understand me too?" Right, before it could finish speaking, a blazing attack hit it square in the face, and with the effect of the demon's fury and rage, shifted to a state of chaos, making energy control more difficult. Pupils constricted. Teeth clenched. Looking pained, the flames soared high, engulfing the giant body of the monster. The boy stopped. The entire left side of the monster's body was completely defeated, and he remained alert. Wondering if it was over, he watched from afar, amazed and impressed. Pretty good. Even better than expected. He stepped away from the monster, probably exhausted from the fight. Panting heavily, while everyone around was stunned, he actually defeated the demon. It seems incredible. Everyone cheered enthusiastically, non-stop praising him, shouting Lewin, looking cool and handsome. Eric looked uncomfortable, surprised that he actually won. Contrary to that attitude, Principal Tyrion at least smiled with satisfaction. The applause continued non-stop, and some people still found it hard to believe what just happened. He really defeated the demon on his own. How could that be? The bodyguard team quickly approached to examine the monster's body. Guter came over to you and asked, "Lewin Adele, who taught you the spells and combat skills?" You replied, "No one." He still looked somewhat doubtful, saying, "You learned on your own. You seem like a serious young man." "Yes." "What was your exam result?" "Professor." He paused silently, lost in thought for a long time. After a moment, he spoke, "I thought you would not be able to handle it, but I did not even have a chance to stop you." He looked directly at you. "You always surpass my expectations. You want to confirm? What do you mean by that?" "Yes." I passed. Just one sentence like that made the whole hall erupt. Amidst the debris still lingering with dust, Lewin, handsome and bright, smiled confidently. the status window appeared confirming the mission was completed, and at the same time, it issued the same urgent mission as before, with the reward being the Eye of the Spectator skill and an additional 10 strength. The boy was quite surprised. The Eye of the Spectator. After learning more, it is a skill that allows you to see the true nature of all things, collect and digitize all information, and unlock invisibility and the ability to see others even when they are hidden. Chang stood on Luan's shoulder, looking quite excited. The Eye of the Connoisseur. Huh. Now you've become a real player. He turned to ask, do you know about this skill? It giggled mischievously. Of course, that is something only players possess. It stood with its hands on its hips, enthusiastically explaining that it can see enemies using invisibility, and a faint outline appears around them. The boy marveled. That is really useful. Suddenly, the status window that appeared unlocked the minimap, and he wondered. A minimap, while it smiled slyly. This feature allows you to observe everything within a 500-meter radius around your position. In addition, this skill also allows you to view the target status at will, and the amount of accessible information depends on the target's level. Its arms are crossed in front of its chest, revealing a proud smile with full of arrogance. There are many surprises ahead. Since there is new gear, I have to try it right away. It suggests, looking at that unconscious demon's name, then activate the target marker and see. You glance at that huge body, stare at the demon, you focus intensely, still using energy to activate the skill, and the status window gradually appears. That is right, it provides information about that monster, from its name, background, traits, to the target's assessment. Then the boy was so amazed he exclaimed. Truly impressive. You want to experiment with different targets. This time the goal is the 2-gear professor, but only the level information appears. Suddenly, you realize that there are things I cannot read. Information is limited, so you immediately reply. Of course, people cannot read the information of those above their level. There are too many such people. Seriously, he raised one finger as if explaining that when a person becomes stronger, they can access more information. And he listened carefully. He gently smiled, lightly touching his chin with one hand, a half-smile full of calculation on his lips. I understand now. After the live combat test ended, rumors about Luan being loved spread throughout the academy. Sitting on a bench in the school grounds, he and Jason chatted, and he teased, Luan, do you see how everyone is talking about you? He was confused. I do not know. That was my first experience. Suddenly, a brown-haired girl approached him and asked softly, her eyes shining with hidden feelings. Are you Senior Luan? Not only her, but 2 others also came forward, offering food bags, saying you looked so cool during the 3rd test. Just take them out and eat whenever you are hungry. As soon as you took the bags, they shyly left, making you quite confused because everything was happening too quickly. You awkwardly handed the bag to Jiao-sun and asked if he wanted to eat this. He panicked and exclaimed, oh my god! He threw a fit, acting as if he did not respect the ladies who had to fight their embarrassment to prepare lunch for him. And he looked confused, wondering why he was so worked up, watching his friend sulking in jealousy in front of him. He thought, damn this Jiao-sun guy. When I used the observation skill and checked his status window, it said he has great potential. He moved to the side and patted your shoulder, saying that over the past few days he had checked everyone's status and only Miko showed high potential. You looked serious but your eyes conveyed trust and determination. Jiao-sun, just try a little harder. I am sure you will do well in the next test. He was confused. So you are saying you feel empathetic towards me? He immediately denied it. What empathy are you talking about? I mean, you have a lot of potential, your skills are all solid, you should regain your confidence and work harder. He was amazed. Really, you advised, do not waste your time. He chuckled lightly. Alright, in the next test my goal is to get into the top 10, he said. Helplessly, that is a bit difficult. Just a second ago you were joking around, and now you are showing a serious face. Are you really serious? Sometimes even I can't believe it. He looked confused and asked, is that so? He wondered if this was the Luan I have known for 6 years. A look of surprise flashed across his face. Oh. Luan looked up at the clear blue sky and thought, even I sometimes find it hard to believe I can do so well, so I understand how he feels. Suddenly, he remembered and said, oh right, there have been some rumors about you lately, and he wondered. What rumors? He continued, everyone is saying that you will surpass Michael Gary Hill, not only becoming the top student but also representing the academy. You do not seem to care about that at all, and stands up. I do not care about that, let us go inside. Afraid of being left alone, he hurriedly followed, saying he does not care, because this year is the year of the Grand Festival. Every May, representatives from famous academies gather, and a magic festival is held to select the best among them, and every 8 years, all mages gather at the Olympiad to choose the strongest, and the festival takes place in the year both events occur. The festival is a nationwide competition where the most talented students from various academies showcase their abilities. The winner of the festival not only takes home a large sum of money for themselves and the academy but also gains numerous privileges. That is why the number of participants in the festival is limited, with 1 individual competing solo and 30 competing in groups. The top 31 students from each academy will compete in this major event. And the solo participants in the festival will be the representatives of their academy, in the academy's cafeteria. Everyone is passionately discussing the upcoming gathering, with many guesses being made who will be the student representative this year. Probably Miko Ni again. At your table, everyone is also discussing this. Jia-sun spoke first. Of course Luin will be the representative. The boy with orange hair sitting next to him also agreed. That is right. He is the only one who received 100 points from King Rama. He chewed nervously while reminiscing. And from what I remember, everyone still remembers how Miko performed in the magic festival. The brown-haired student at the same table quickly responded. I remember. There is nothing to discuss about the group competition. But in the individual round, he ranked 4th out of 5. The orange-haired student from earlier sneered. So that is why we are called the worst academy. The worst academy. The one that can't even pass group competitions or individual tests. After lunch, everyone cleaned up their dishes, but the topic still was not over. The only way for us to escape that blue barrier is to go in there. You see. Right, that is right. What do you think? Luin, your face looks serious. The test is not over yet. I tell myself, it is not time to be arrogant and excited yet. Anyway, the person chosen to participate in the grand festival will be the one who scores the highest in the test and gets nominated by the professors. And the 4th test, a one-on-one fight between you and Miko, is about to take place. He looked straight ahead with a determined gaze, which is why I had to focus on the next test. He swore to himself that now he only thought about beating him to a pulp. 4 days later at the training ground, the live combat test is underway. Luin jumps up, delivering a spinning kick. Sweat pouring down shows he has been training hard. The status window keeps popping up. You have reached 1,000 strength points. And you have earned the apprentice completion title. The startup gear loosens up. Finally, I have been waiting for this day. Let us level up right now. It crouched down, focused all its internal energy, and the surrounding air converged into it. Feeling ready, it leapt upward. It lands lightly on your shoulder as fierce flames erupt around it. The difficulty of the task has doubled, and the reward has tripled, as it concentrates intensely, compressing the flames into its hand. It swallowed hard, its small body standing straight, head tilted back, trying to use internal energy to unleash its power. Just a moment later, the fiery wings blazed like a sun exploding in the sky, spreading so widely that they could burn everything they touched. It turned to look at you, the scorching flames making you instinctively raise your hand to shield your face. What is this? This fire. It seems like he just realized something, his eyes wide open, pupils constricted as he looks at him. You. Meanwhile, Eric stands with his arms crossed, lost in thought by the window. It turns out he remembers the scene where Luin defeated the demon girl, and your face shows discomfort and annoyance. Helping him score points, he imagines you declaring war on Miko, wondering if, with Luin Adela's current strength, he can actually defeat Miko. As for him losing to you, he quickly dismissed that thought. It is unlikely to happen. Clenching his teeth, he began to consider more possibilities. If it wins Miko's position at the Grand Festival and the top scorer title, everything will be shaken, and Gary Hill's family must lead this academy. His facial muscles tensed as if suppressing an anger about to explode. At any cost, back at the training ground, Strang has reached level 2. Looking exhausted, with the surrounding firewalls weakened, but in return, you gain 200 strength points. In your hand is a blazing orange flame. He looked at it intently, frowning, and Strang seemed much stronger now. At the same time, he showed gratitude, saying, "Thanks to you, I was able to reach 1,200 strength points so quickly." It was proud and a bit boastful, with a hint of humility. It giggled, smiling to reveal its teeth, scratching lightly under its chin. It is only just the beginning. The difficulty and rewards of the mission have increased. All 200 of you, check the status window. The regular physical training mission 2. Complete all the following tasks. Punch, kick, spin kick with 5,000 repetitions each. Run 15 and practice combat skills to earn 30 strength points. Lee looked at it and thought, since I have increased the training intensity, it is not too hard. You turned to ask what that practical combat training was about. Suddenly, his face darkened, and he smiled like a villain. Do you remember the first time we met? I said I could turn into anything. You reply. I remember. It is proud of itself. From now on I can transform shape but still have limits at home. So can you turn into a human? Alright. Once you reach level 5, turning him into a human will be difficult. I wonder, then, what can I turn him into? Want to try and see? Suddenly a small whirlwind appeared around its body. Gradually, the whirlwind grew larger. The tornado disappears, revealing a battered and mysterious scarecrow that makes you laugh. This is a straw scarecrow. Huh. You do not look as surprised as I expected. It gets angry. What is with that expression? You just chuckle. Nothing special. Not quite what I imagined. It is full of pride. Do not underestimate the straw scarecrow. I was the support for Draka when he first started training. You are wondering. Training, meaning you are the target. Right, it confirms confidently. Exactly. I am very useful for the mission. From now on you have to practice combat with it every day. It controls the tornado to spin around itself with a mysterious look, but now my strength is only at a 3rd level mage. Inside the scarecrow's head, it grins cunningly. Once I regain my power, I can handle anything, even if it is a dragon or a king. I will take them all. Feeling excited, you want to try it right away. So let us do it now. What do you want me to turn into? The mage boldly suggested, as if hitting the right spot. It activated the challenge mode. Oh ho. Very well. The prince gathered his strength to create a magic orb, transforming it into a scepter with a glowing red gemstone. Hearing its answer, unscathed, you narrow your eyes wide open. So that is it, an ideal training partner. It did not waste a moment and immediately cast a fireball, then launched the powerful spell towards you. But Lewin easily dodged and swiftly moved to another direction. You are very excited, sure that Maiko is training now and can't wait to challenge him. Contrary to your thoughts, he is currently in Auric's room, staring at a leaf. That bastard is so annoying. What should I do now? He was furious. You little bastard. Still daring to talk like that in front of me. If you had been a bit stronger back then. He shows no hesitation at all. Clearly visible. After all, you are the one who orchestrated that love affair. His expression seems to want to devour him. Slowly stepping forward. Thanks to you, he achieved perfect scores. If our family finds out, I think you will have a hard time surviving. I did not expect this nephew to dare to be so rude to me. He is furious but can't do anything. Your son. How dare he talk to me like that? He irritably urged. So stop jumping around and think of a way to handle this. If it gets to be the Academy's representative. A confident answer was spoken out of his mouth. No, that won't do. I have an idea. A small jade-colored vial is in his hand. Take it. He recognized it at a glance. This is Nian Thiu Ho, a kind of awakening herb. Nian Thiu Ho. This rare flower grows in the illusionary region to the north and is used to make special spiritual pills. He warned that drinking it would put you in a state of heightened awareness, greatly reducing the time needed to channel mana. He hesitated, but it numbed the pain and made it harder to distinguish friend from foe. He looked intently at him. In other words, he could not see anything at all. Even when studying hard, Miko had no idea what his uncle was talking about. But why did he want him to drink this? He was furious. Is he crazy? Standing in front of him, it felt like he had lost his rights as a citizen. You have no right to speak here. You have already lost to that guy and now you want to bring shame to the family as well. But he knew well the sharp eyes of Professor Heidel. Yet this was too risky. He knew exactly what you were capable of. If he found out, it would be the end. He sneered, patting his chest. Forgetting who I am, testing the stimulant is my job. Truly a dirty player. He planned everything carefully. Take this. It will help erase the traces. The remaining purple potion was handed to him. After burning the flower, this was the next step. He reassured his frightened nephew. Do not be afraid, because Gary Hughes' bloodline can only advance this way. So, will you take it or not? I did not expect you to invite me to play with this stuff like this. He kept hesitating, going through a deep inner struggle. Finally, when the exam came, it was a one-on-one fight, and at this moment, warm sunlight was shining down on the exam site. The mana barricaded square. Everyone eagerly looks down below, voices constantly echoing. As always, whenever a duel takes place, the exam area is always packed, and this is the final battle. Lewin and Miko stand facing each other, staring intensely. The atmosphere tense. A few rustling sounds and footsteps quickly moving forward. Lewin's expression grew tense at last. The final test had arrived. Facing Miko head-on, Lewin crossed his arms and listened as Strang warned him that the opponent knew he would focus on close combat. So if he prepared in advance it would be tough. Lewin sneered and thought, what if I can get close to him? The opponent nodded dismissively, saying all he needed was for Lewin to land a punch and he would be down. The man standing between them spoke, saying to make this test as realistic as possible with diverse terrain prepared and arranged in the arena. He asked if they were ready, and both replied in unison. Really? Lewin looked at Miko, feeling that something was off. He frowned and pondered. But that damn Miko, only his face showed a strange expression, and his whole body tensed up. Lewin made a preliminary observation. His condition looked too abnormal. You see Miko gritting his teeth and looking at you but not making any move to attack. He does not seem as arrogant as usual. Something's not right. You need to use the Observer's Eye to check. Then, Lewin activates the skill. Observer's Eye. And a glowing blue circle appears before your eyes. Status window appears above him showing Miko Gary Hiu, level 3 mage. High potential, capable of casting 2 types of magic, with a special state. Berserk. Hidden. Lewin feels suspicious and wonders why he has never seen that Berserk state before. and the system window also indicates it is hidden. Has he done something to conceal the use of alchemical ingredients? I remember a Rick, before the exam started, students were checked for illegal substances. But wait, the person responsible for that test was Professor Eric. Could he be Miko's uncle? And did he let Miko use something and cover it up? The man outlined the rules for the match. Listen carefully. The only forbidden magic in this battle is singing curse magic. You can use any type of magic from the 4 elements, and points are awarded based on the level of the magic used. He explained further. You do not need to worry about your opponent. Within this mana barrier hall, the power of magic is reduced by 99%. Does anyone else have questions? Seeing Lewin raise his hand, he asked, "What is wrong?" Lewin Adol. Miko's face stiffened when he heard you ask, "What happens if one of them is caught using forbidden substances?" He responded seriously that they would be disqualified and fail the test, and it could even lead to expulsion depending on the severity. But why do you ask? Lewin turned to look at Miko and replied indifferently nothing. He then signaled with both hands for the two to step back and spoke. Now, take your positions. You stand there clenched fists, and now I can only conclude that, and since only I can see the status window, no one will believe what I say. Lewin's gaze became determined. I have to find evidence. The two of them stood facing each other, their aura like a bow and sword filling the air. He took a deep breath and shouted, "Getting ready." As soon as the 2 words, "start" and "just" received, Lewin and Miko immediately launched their attack. He gathered a sphere of light that shone with a blue glow and raised it high. "Lewin, go to hell." Immediately after, green vines grew from the ground and wrapped tightly around Lewin's ankles. He shifted his feet, and the vines quickly broke apart. Everyone in the stands gasped in amazement. So how did he escape so quickly? Could Miko's spell be ineffective against Lewin? Lewin thought to himself, "Amazing, the arena is shielding the mana, reducing the contestant's mana power, but my own strength is fine." Immediately after, he rushed towards Miko. He uses another spell, a pink light and a skull opening its mouth to breathe fire at Lewin. Miko thinks, is that all he has got? The fiery attack was launched, a blazing red flame shooting straight at Lewin. He used his skill, Blink, to quickly dodge the raging fire. Then, Lewin quickly spun around and ran away, the flames still chasing closely behind. The flames seemed almost alive, sticking to him, and Lewin swiftly jumped up to dodge. He hides behind a rock, feeling the intense heat spreading all around. Lewin shifts slightly to look behind, reducing his spell casting time and increasing his mana. That is the effect of the divine potion Miko used. Miko laughs maniacally. "Do not hide. Come out and face me, you little coward." He focused his mind and recalled what he had learned, clearly more excited than usual. That divine potion was definitely an image that appeared in Lewin's mind. Awakening the herb, naturally blending fire. He lists Miko's features. With thick, trembling hands. Extremely excited, reducing the ability to feel pain. It is hard to distinguish friend from foe. It is obvious now, his son is still laughing loudly in provocation. "Come out. Face me. Confront me." Lewin narrowed his eyes. The only thing not showing was the pain suppression effect. He stood up facing Miko and said with a hint of meaning, "So you are that confident because of that? Huh." He was startled and exclaimed, "What the hell?" Lewin calmly looked at Miko, who was ranting and uttered a name. Nyun Thi Ho. His expression became stunned when he heard Lewin's words. But it did not matter. To defeat someone I do not need things like that. He raised his hand, with a mocking tone. "I am coming up here." Miko. Lewin shot up like an arrow while using the time refraction skill. Miko, still recovering from the ice spell, cursed inwardly. Damn it. How fast was that? Barrier of ice appeared in front of Lewin. "You are useless," he shouted without hesitation. Lewin's foot swept forward, and a flash of yellow light burst out in front of Miko's astonished face. The murmurs around Tyrion's group are saying, "What kind of magic is that? It must be that kind of magic. Is that really magic?" Inside the arena, Miko is releasing level 3 magic. Fire essence. Shout loudly. Take the hit. Lewin counterattacked, clenched his fist, and delivered a blow causing an earthquake. As his punch landed, Miko's fire magic was knocked away. It kept retreating step by step, its huge body seeming to be in great pain. The spectators in the stands shouted out. As he used earth magic to block the fire, Miko was pushed back and sat down heavily on the ground. Shouting loudly, then suddenly his pupils shrank in horror, and his face became stiff. Miko looked down at Lewin from above, his voice also turning cold. "Do not come any closer." He snapped his fingers with a cold smile. "Do not be so cowardly. Take this." Miko watched as Lewin's thumb and index finger touched, his voice trembling. "Tau." His hand moved closer, and the yellow light flickered accordingly. After a muffled sound, the scene inside and outside the mana barrier square returned to normal. When Lewin's fingertips parted, the golden light expanded and shot toward Miko. The crowd in the stands all stood up suddenly, only to see a thick cloud of dust covering the arena and blocking their view. Miko's eyes narrowed slightly, and the scene before him surprises him a bit because Miko is now hunched over, chuckling to himself. Lewin, the one who dares to look down on me. As soon as he finished speaking and lightly scratched his forehead, Lewin rushed forward and headbutted Miko's side, then relentlessly threw a series of punches without giving him a chance to counter. With a muffled sound, Miko's body slammed into a rock and he collapsed on the ground. His body shuddered with each wave, yet his laughter echoed on, so weak yet still claiming he could beat me. Not a scratch on him. Lewin silently thought that after taking so many hits, he was still conscious. At this rate, Miko could die from shock. He grabbed Miko's shoulder to pull him up, knowing it would be very dangerous to continue. Suddenly, gnarled green trees known as prison trees lifted Miko high into the air. Lewin raised his hand and declared, "Sir, Miko has used banned substances." He hesitated and asked, "What do you mean? Why would Miko use banned substances? Are you sure? If you lie, you could lose your right to compete." "Yes," Lewin replied firmly, "I am sure, because it is possible that the use of banned substances has been concealed. You keep talking, or someone else has found out but turned a blind eye." He hesitated. Meaning, Lewin looked steadily toward the nearby person, someone capable of using rare ingredients and responsible for inspection before the match. He also looked in the direction of Eric, his voice echoing again, "Only one person in this entire academy could do that." Lewin hesitated. Then remembered, it seems Professor Eric is also Miko's uncle. Wait, could it be that Professor Eric has... Eric panicked and ran over. "Lewin, do you know what you are saying?" he shouted angrily. "You said Miko used illegal substances and I turned a blind eye." But Lewin remained calm and confident, saying, "Yes, I have proof." Eric was startled and exclaimed, "Huh." He then laughed and said, "Very well, try checking again. You go somewhere else." "No need, since you already used a special elixir to hide his signs." Eric was confused. "So now what do you want? Where is the evidence you mentioned?" Lewin touched the large tree and smiled. "Let me show you all firsthand." Then there was a loud explosion. A flash of yellow light burst in the middle of the tree trunk. My hand remained in the same position as before, fingers still spread wide. Lewin looked at the tree trunk, which was now missing a large chunk, and said this was his earlier distraction. He argued that even if Miko's magic had increased through training, there is no way he could stay conscious and keep smiling after taking such continuous hits, given his current condition. "I think his skull is severely fractured and at least Tyrion has broken a rib. His face is flushed with blood, yet he keeps laughing loudly." And Lewin says, "Yet he still smiles as if he feels no pain at all." Eric's face stiffened as he heard you ask if he had anything left to say. "Professor Eric." Up there, Tyrion Little stood up straight and raised his voice. "Professor Eric." Seeing his guilty expression, he quickly made up his mind. Tyrion was so furious. How dare the teacher do such a thing in a sacred place like this? "Professor Eric, follow me to the office immediately." Hearing his angry tone, Eric hesitated and looked at his grandson, only to see him unaware of how serious the current situation is, and Miko's indifferent ladder. Then the Tyrion exam also quickly passed, and the changes in Gary Ho's flow were revealed. The chatter of people echoed in the hallway, saying that Professor Eric had been fired and Miko had been expelled as well. "I have a new nickname." Someone slapping Lewin on the shoulder and giggling. "Hey, the excommunicated saint." Lewin, thud thud thud. The steady sound of footsteps echoes in the silent space. At this moment, Lewin is standing in front of a giant door. As the space around him lights up because he has been summoned by the headmaster, he felt as if time had stopped, with no sound ringing in his ears. Suddenly, a faint noise sounded, and Lewin looked up. His eyes widened in shock, filled with disbelief, because at this moment Lewin was standing in a large meadow. In front of him was a red chair, and he looked around suspiciously. "This is Adil's territory," I muttered to myself. "No, that does not seem quite right." Then Lewin looked back at the object in front of him, and the other one was... You look at the chair and realize that the throne of Terran is the seat of the Supreme Mage. "Why is it here?" Tyrion's voice suddenly sounds behind you. Revealing something, Lewin quickly turns around and greets. "Oh, hello, Master." He spoke as he walked, revealing that this place was created by Malorok's eyes. "And I heard about Malorok's eyes before." "No." Lewin followed closely behind and replied, "Yes, I heard about it. From what you know, Malorok is the leader who started the invasion of the Phrygia continent. He has the ability to make a person see what they desire most. After death, his eyes were crafted into a treasure." Tyrion subtly glanced behind and continued. "Malorok's eyes are the treasure that allows him to see what he wishes to see. What appears before your eyes now will be the thing you desire most." Lewin slightly bows his head, a fleeting thought passing through his mind. His greatest desire is to serve the Adel estate and become the most powerful wizard. He suddenly asked, just out of curiosity, "Did I see anything?" "Lewin," you asked curiously, "what did you see?" "Sir." Tyrion smiled softly, his eyes full of warmth. "A world where everyone behaved according to their roles. Students were students, and mages were mages." At this moment, the two of them stood in front of a door, and he continued, "Of course, That is not easy at all, Lewin responded softly. Yes. With a creak, the heavy door slowly opened as Lewin was about to step inside. Turning his head to look back at the scene of his hands still holding the championship cup, lifted high by the cheering boys shouting Lewin. We won. Lewin. We won. Then there was the image of Lewin wearing a graduation cap and the voice saying congratulations to the top scorer. Lewin Adol. Lewin's lips slightly curved into a gentle smile that is hard to notice without a close look. The scene shifts to another place, where a soft sound suddenly breaks the silence. A cup of tea is placed on the table with an invitation drink the tea. Lewin nods and responds. Yes. Thank you, sir. Tyrion Extest looked at you quietly as you raised the teacup to take a sip. After you finished drinking, he asked. I called Chu because I have something to ask. Will you give me an answer among all the forbidden substances? Tyrion East clasped his hands together, his voice becoming serious. How could Chu know that what Maiko used was fusion magic? Lewin said nothing, seemingly organizing his answers in his mind. Then I listed the characteristics and attitude of Maiko, which were different from usual. He was fierce but also appeared restless, not to mention the abnormal amplification and mana flow, so I guessed that he had used fusion. Tyrion asked again, but I think Cho seems certain now. Not just guessing anymore, so why is that? Lewin frowned and explained, the mana barrier hull only reduces magical power. It does not affect physical strength, and what I used was physical strength, not magic. He thought to himself, I should not mention it. Just focus on the target. Lewin's voice lowered. Clearly overwhelmed, yet he still managed to laugh and show no sign of pain, which could only mean he had used fusion. He silently praised the boy, only 16 years old but able to immediately notice even the smallest changes in his opponent. Not to mention, in that situation, he remained very calm, combined with his perfect magical abilities. Tyrion nodded, placed his hand on the table, and spoke with a firm voice as the headmaster of the academy. I am very sorry about this incident. I sincerely apologize to Lewin. I will ensure that Gary Hill's family cannot cause any harm. Then he stroked his long white beard and said, one more thing, I have a proposal. Lewin was stunned when he heard Tyrion's words asking if he wanted to participate in the Grand Festival in July this year as the Academy's representative. Even though he had prepared himself, he could not hide his surprise. The Academy's representative, a position everyone coveted, was something he had vaguely guessed when he arrived. Lewin closed his eyes tightly, trying to steady his mind, as if contemplating a very serious matter. Tyrion nods attentively as he listens to your response. I thank you, sir. I feel very honored to receive this proposal, but Lewin's voice becomes hesitant. You also know I still lack experience. I have not fought in a real battle during the entire Auric year. I slightly bowed my head, my voice lowering a bit. During that time I could not do anything, had no achievements because of my mana disorder. The Grand Festival gathers the best talents, and I do not know if I have enough strength to compete with them. Tyrion's voice sounded, causing Lewin to lift his head and look up. That is not an issue. As a judge at the Grand Festival, he raised his index finger confidently and said, I think you deserve the name, the champion candidate. You hesitated and asked again. Yes. Teacher. Champion candidate. Tyrion nodded as he stroked his long beard and said, I am confident that he is a very promising contestant, and even more frightening is that he will be a secret weapon no one expects. Tyrion sighs with satisfaction. To them, I am an enigma. They have no information about me. They do not know what techniques or fighting style I will use, and of course, they won't find a way to counter me. Hearing this, I secretly rejoice inside. So that is it. I have always been at the bottom, so they are not on alert, and they do not have as much information about me as Mikko. This time I think I can pull off a surprise. Lewin clenched his fists around his pants as he heard him ask whether he would participate or not. After pretending to think carefully, he replied, I will do my best not to let my teacher down. Suddenly there was a knocking sound outside. Tyrion hesitated for a moment, then quickly said, Please come in. He looked at the visitor and then said to you, Lewin, I think that physical skills will be more useful for you than magic skills. So I invited this professor to help you develop those skills. When I heard the greeting, Are you still well? Little boy. Lewin was momentarily stunned. Oh. The visitor was Guter Pyrant, who chuckled teasingly. What is with that face? Not happy to see me? Lewin recognized this person. He was the captain of the Knight Squad in the Foreign Territory, one of the few Elric Knights in the Fallen Kingdom. He remembered that he had also met him during the third exam. Looking at Guter sitting in front of him, Lewin could not help but marvel that he had learned body skills from that time. Only then did he speak. First I need to confirm a few things. Guter asked, I heard Professor Heidel say that you are a special mage because you can only fight in close combat. Is that true? I nodded slightly and replied, Yes, that is right. He commented on my movements. From what I see, they are quite good, fast, precise, with no unnecessary actions. You froze when Guter said, But honestly, it is obvious you have never studied magic, he said. Your magic might work on the demon from before, but for us, you would be completely read. No matter how strong I am, opponents with good body skills can recognize my attacks through the way I move my shoulders and hips. My two empty hands rest on my knees. Lewin thought, he is right. My techniques are just repetitive movements from training, so they do not really help much in combat. Suddenly Gitter stood up, but do not worry. If you learn from me, your movements will change from the most basic things. He looked straight into your eyes and said, so shall we start now? Then the two of you moved your training to a different place. Gutter's voice rang out. For swordsmen, the most important thing is the feet. Stable feet give more power to your sword swings, and your feet also help you anticipate your opponent's next move, so your first lesson will be on walking correctly. He sat on the platform and spoke. Only when you learn to walk correctly will you be able to use body skills. Lewin extended his hand, with a serious expression, following Gitter's instructions. Martial arts is a discipline often used in training knights. His punches kept landing one after another, the sound whooshing through the air. He slowly stood up and watched Lewin punch into the air, saying that this martial art includes a total of 36 stances, not counting sword techniques. He is still diligently practicing, his fists clenched tightly as he prepares to strike. Lewin throws punch after punch into the air, the sound of wind rushing continuously echoing. Nearby, Gutter crossed his arms and silently watched Lewin's every move. His expression grew serious as he remembered what the boy said earlier, and he wondered, at that time. Lewin asked, what does the teacher gain from teaching me martial arts? Especially since he has to go to the academy every day. So why him? Gutter replied then, just see it as a kind of investment. And hearing that, he asked suspiciously. An investment? He stroked his chin thoughtfully, realizing he had met someone with the potential to become a talented mage in the future, and if he could support that person, then it would be a worthwhile investment. Right, then he bowed his head, so you are relying on Professor He. Gutter. Suddenly he cleared his throat awkwardly and suggested, but saying that sounds so stiff, just call me Hang. I am only under 30. Hearing this age, Lewin was stunned. What, no way? Back in the present, he is still diligently training. Lewin alternates between striking on one side and punching on the other, with Gutter nearby calmly observing. He looked somewhat satisfied. This kid is pretty resourceful and capable. Gutter recalled the moment he was checking the wound of the little demon. With whispers and murmurs around him, really, the demon's jaw was actually broken. Seeing Lewin lift his leg and kick high again, he sighed internally. Melee mages stronger than even elves are quite an interesting kid, and so 3 weeks had passed. Lewin checked the system notification. His body art skill had leveled up, reaching level 10, and he received a title, My Body is a Weapon, a special trait that enhances skill effects, a Berserk Mage. With the Berserk Mage skill, you can channel magic throughout your body. You told Chang that mastering the martial arts is quite impressive. Right, he chuckled happily. What else is there? That is how I leveled up so much. Lewin looked at the notification. Strength 2130. His hand clenched into a fist. This power was too great. I could feel it very clearly. Chang exhaled deeply. His speed to reach this strength was even more incredible, taking more than a year and a half after meeting me. Draka just reached 2,000 strength points. Could it be due to differences in time perception between humans and the flow? Suddenly, a voice called out from afar. Lewin, seeing Jazorn rush over anxiously. Lewin asked curiously, Jazorn, what is going on? He patted his thighs with both hands, catching his breath, then asked, did you see it? You suspiciously ask again. What did you see? Jazorn replies, the list of contestants for the Great Festival has already been posted at the Academy's gate. Lewin is stunned and wonders to himself, the Great Festival. Memories flood Lewin's mind, a voice echoing. First place. Lewin Adele, at the opening ceremony. I stood on the stage representing the new students. That is why I became the target of envy and suspicion. To respond to this envy, I have behaved disgracefully for the past 5 years. All I can do now is watch Miko receive everyone's congratulations from afar. And now, Lewin and Jazorn are rushing towards the academy gate. When they arrive, they see a crowd gathered in front. Seeing the message, he could not help but shout to attract everyone's attention. Lewin seemed to disbelief. Had he really become the representative? The group of male students also recognized you. Hey, it is Lewin. Then they ran over to him, cheering and congratulating him on becoming the representative. Lewin, I will speak on your behalf at the Grand Festival. It took a long time, but I finally became the Academy's representative once again. Lewin smiled brightly at everyone. Next to him, Jazorn was so happy he almost cried. He was also on the list, ranked 31st in the group competition. The scene shifts to another place where Heidel praises. Surprised that Lord Gutter said you are proficient in divine martial arts. His voice wavered, like a 16-year-old's rank student. Sometimes his genius talent made me feel afraid. Then Heidel's tone firmed. I believe you can do it, Lewin. And so, the preparations for the Grand Festival went smoothly, just in time for us to arrive at Antan, the festival venue, where everyone was waiting for the train. The sound of people chatting filled the air as we boarded the Manhwa train. This is my first time riding it, and I heard it is incredibly fast. Lewin stood among the crowd, voices echoing in his ears. Only 2 teleportation points remained in the Fallen Kingdom, but they said the Imperial League's points were shattered. There are over 100 teleportation points. Of course, they are an empire, and we are the smallest nation among the small ones. Lewin and Jason both frowned when they heard someone snicker. These country bumpkins, just taking the mana train and making such a fuss. Hanker sneered and said, "Stop acting so rural and be quiet." Jason snapped. "What?" Then he got so angry again. "You bastard. Have you finished talking?" Lewin just kept silent and did not get involved. He recognized that guy. That bastard. Hanker. Miko's henchman, who participated in last year's magic festival with him. Hanker did not care and continued, "If you think Lewin will perform some kind of miracle at the grand festival, give up. He is so arrogant just because he scored high in the first semester." The boy next to Hanker chimed in, "That is right. The representatives of the other academies are like ghosts. We have a better chance of winning if Miko, who fought against them, is chosen as the representative." Jason, furious when he heard that guy's declaration, shouted that he would never accept Lewin or the representatives of the academy. "So you better look out for yourselves." What? Lewin remained silent, knowing there were many scoundrels eager to benefit just by clinging to the Gary Hill family. "But I have to do well in this competition, even if you have to be in a squad with those bastards." Cheng is standing on your shoulder, smiling. "Lewin, you are in a tough situation, are not you?" Hanker glanced towards the source of the sound. "Miko will probably be very pleased." Lewin smiled coldly like ice. "The dogs remain loyal to their master even when he is about to be driven away." Hanker stepped forward loudly, calling us dogs. Lewin laughed. "Luckily I tried to make myself clear so that someone as intelligent as you would understand. So do you understand what I mean?" He kept talking, but before Hanker could finish, you cut him off and said, "Listen up." Lewin's expression turned serious. "The Grand Festival will be on a different level from the magic festivals you have attended before. If you perform well, you will gain better opportunities that the Gary Hof family can't offer you." Hanker burst into laughter at the ridiculous idea. "Of course if we do well, everything will turn out that way. But is that even possible? Everyone participating in this competition are monsters. In the end, our fate is to be stuck in the kingdom of Doi Dine and work under the Gary Hugh family." Stop dreaming. Your voice remains calm. "But we can do this." Lewin turned and walked away. "The Grand Festival is an event where unity is the most important thing. It is better to eliminate factors that hinder team spirit." Hanker saw this and called after him. "So you mean you will compete without us?" You give him a cryptic message. "Think again on your way there, and consider who truly represents you now." Hanker gritted his teeth in anger when he heard Lewin. "And Gary Hugh is not here to recognize your loyalty." He shouted furiously, "You are ruining my first individual competition. I won't listen to any orders from you during the festival." On the train, everyone looked outside and gasped. "It is so fast." The young man stood on the shoulder, laughing loudly. "What is going on here? Has the world become a better place? In my time, the fastest mode of transportation was." Your face looks incredibly embarrassed. Suddenly, footsteps echoed near the door, followed by a voice whispering to Lewin and Jia-sun, "I think I smell the scent of a loser somewhere." There are 3 male students standing there, the one in the middle speaking sarcastically. Well, well, who do we have here? You bunch of country bumpkins from the stupid academy." Lewin looked at the inverted pattern on the shirt of the one who just spoke. That pattern, the National Oyota Magic Academy. According to what you know, the National Oyota Magic Academy, the only school in Oyota, the desert kingdom built on sand, is famous for its ancient history and is especially known for honing swordsmanship and the body to the maximum. Lewin looked suspiciously in that direction. "But what are the people from the Oyota National Magic Academy doing here?" Seta raised his voice and asked, "Hey, you fools from the academy, where is Miko Gary Hill? It is not because of adversity that he ran away. Right, I was planning to ask him to take care of us this year," he said with a loud laugh. "Taking care of him like a slave." Seta flicked his hand at those nearby. "This year you are also responsible for the last place. Right, let us get along well," covering her mouth with a giggle. "Oh my, Lewin, you are so patient." Still sitting there quietly listening to this, Lewin looked at Seta, who was mocking, and thought to herself, "I have not known before because I have never been here, but it seems our academy is being treated very badly. Your eyes are looking elsewhere nearby. I see that the 2 people are just staring at their notebooks, showing no interest." Lewin realizes that the professor has no intention of intervening, as the Grand Festival is a competition among students and now his role is simply that of a guide. You slightly bow your head, your eyebrows raised. "Currently, the authority and responsibility of the team are in your hands." The representative of the academy, the guy, Seta, approaches Hank, puts his arms on the back of the chair, and calls out, "Hey, Hank, where is Miko Gary Hill's representative? At least he is an interesting person." But Hank remains silent without replying. Suddenly a sound rings out, causing Seta to turn around. Miko, perhaps lying bedridden, praying that his broken ribs will heal right now. Hank hesitated before saying, "That is our academy's representative." The envoy hesitated. The representative. That guy. This is the first time I have seen him. Then he turned and walked toward Lewin, his footsteps like a drum beating in everyone's hearts. And no one dared to breathe heavily. I am the representative of Toyota. I carry Kira. What is your name? You answer confidently without fear. Lewin Adele. Lewin's voice deepened. And I think it is enough to ask like this the first time we meet. If you have caused trouble, then leave our compartment now. Hearing that, Seta's tone remained steady. What? You really think you will get away with calling us the stupid academy before leaving? And with a polite attitude, that is what I mean. Lewin repeated once more. Should not you apologize before leaving for calling us a bunch of stupid academy? I mean. Sincerely apologize. A vein bulged on his forehead, and his voice turned ice cold. What did you say? He stepped closer to Lewin, the one who just told me I had to apologize. Then Seta turned back in anger. Hey Hanker, have not I told him who I am yet? Hanker's whole body tensed up. Well, then. Hearing that, Seta became even more furious, unable to handle just that. So I will give Mai a lesson she will never forget. Seeing his appearance like that, Lewin understood this. So is like that, you see the fear on everyone's face. And that is why the participants in the Grand Festival are terrified when they see the Toyota Academy students. Lewin looks at Seta with determined eyes because he was bullied by Seta Mankiri. You can feel the fear spreading through the entire train car. They are doing this on purpose to break everyone's spirit before the fight. Lewin clenched his fists in anger. The Grand Festival has already begun. Suddenly, you sneer provocatively. So do you want to try your luck? Seta seems to think it is a joke. Huh, is this bastard really lost his mind? Saying that, he prepares to throw a punch while still threatening. Do you think I am afraid? If you hit me, do not even think about it. The attack was stopped by a loud shout from someone. Seta. Stop. Seta retracted his strike and hesitated in his voice. Professor, can't you just sit still and behave? What are you doing before the match? You are already trying to cause trouble. He sincerely looked at the two unruly students. My students are too disrespectful. On behalf of them, I sincerely apologize. And the two students nodded slightly in response. Then he pushed Seta forcefully and shouted, Go back to your seat immediately. But he still was not satisfied. Yet, sir. Seta turned back and shot a hostile look at you. Wait for it. He watched the person walk further away and fall into deep thought. Just as he suspected, it was not going to be easy from the start. In another compartment of the train, a voice full of suspicion rang out. Professor, why did you stop us? Seta kept thinking but could not understand. You are the one who set this up. So why? T sighed and asked back. Do not you see? He was stunned. Yes. I mean. Seta was startled and nodded when hearing the question. Do not you see him smiling? He remembered the scene he saw earlier. The professor, the two guys, the most useless scribblers. He had smiled while observing you, as if waiting for you to make a move. Seta cautiously shared his thoughts. Just confident, but he sighed, not really sure, and you are not quite sure either. He recalls the aura from Lewin's body and thinks that Kid Lewin still has something we do not know. He is not like Miko Gary Hugh who fought you last time. The train kept moving, and after the Toyotas left, the atmosphere inside the cabin changed strangely. Everyone gathered around Lewin discussing. Hey, what was that first match? It was a team fight without a representative. So you were not involved. Lewin, I wonder if they can do it. Hanker raised his voice with determination. Of course we must win, we cannot lose. Someone agreed loudly, with fighting spirit. Yes, we must not let those bastards win. Lewin looked at everyone with satisfaction. Just now they still had ego and envy, but now they are united like this. Everyone asked worriedly if Hanker was okay and why Lewin was so intense. Those guys have been fighting since they were born. Yeah, he is right. If it really came to a fight. Lewin's words made everyone pause. Do not you feel uncomfortable? He emphasized each word. They look down on you. They openly mock our school's representative. And as the representative, if I stay silent, what will happen to everything? Inside the train, Lewin's voice echoed again. Surely they will enjoy it even more and look down on us even more. Someone hesitated, and that is true, but you cut off the other person. If you do nothing, then indeed you are the fools of the academy. Just as they said, is that what you want? The whole group lowered their heads when they heard Lewin ask, do you want to be looked down on forever? Of course you raise your voice. Because you sank so low that they have looked down on us throughout our year. Lewin continued. So what do you want now? This is not the time to let ego cause us to fall apart. Someone pushed Hanker forward and said, we plan to have Hanker be the goalkeeper for the relay match. What do you think? He scratched his head embarrassed. Me as the goalkeeper. Lewin was somewhat satisfied. It seemed Miko's tail also agreed to participate. So this would last until the end of the competition. Suddenly, a sound echoed on the ship, followed by a shout, we are here. Everyone, bring down your luggage. And Tendu Chai is a state under the Doinat Royal League, and the only state recognized as a neutral zone of the Empire. so even sworn enemies must set aside their hatred when entering. If bloodshed occurs within Inten territory, the Dunat Empire, as the ruler of the continent, will step in to judge the matter. That is why large-scale international competitions are held in Inten, such as the Grand Sorcerer's Festival and the Great Swordsmanship Tournament. The group of boys glared angrily at the crowd in front of them and whispered, "So this is not the Dunat Empire, right?" Someone dismissed it with a scoff. "No, it is not the Empire. Just the Royal League directly under the Empire's management, and a person poding is no different." Jia-sun looked around. "This place looks like a different world hub. Lewin, we are already pretty impressive here. But this place," Lewin's eyes slightly drooped. "So this is Inten." You look at the two men chatting happily, truly fitting for the capital of the kingdom. Then you turn to the two girls laughing happily. Everything exudes an ancient charm, and everyone seems relaxed. Lewin thought to herself, only now realizing how truly small our place is. Suddenly, a voice rang out, saying, "We will head to the rest area now. Everyone get on the carriage." And then everyone took turns boarding the carriage. The carriages follow one after another along the road. The two sitting opposite Lewin and Jia-sun remind them, just in case, even if it is unintentional, not to go other academies' places. The teacher's gaze flicked up to look at Lewin, but causing trouble now is pointless. You became flustered and wondered why the teacher looked at you that way after saying that. Suddenly Strang looked in another direction and shouted, "Hey, look over there." Lewin looked puzzled and asked, "Huh, what is going on?" Strang furrowed his brow. "That is it." It continued, "I just smelled something extremely interesting." You widened your eyes in surprise. "What smell is it?" Suddenly, Strang jumps down from above, stands on Lewin's feet and opens its mouth. As if Strang senses that Draka's remnants are here, the scene shifts to the next day at the most comfortable academy dormitory. Jaya-san, watching Lewin quickly put on his jacket, sleepily asks, "Lewin, going on a date?" He did not answer and shot off like a gust of wind. The system screen lit up in front of Lewin, and as he ran, he asked Strang, "Are you sure?" Strang nodded and replied, "I am sure. You will see it appear on the minimap soon." I can still see it here. When they arrived, a sign was hanging. Crafted artifacts and nostalgic memories. Strang shouted, "Here we are." Lewin slowly opened the door and stepped inside. You look around and comment, "I thought Hack Long-S stuff would be in a really special place. But this looks too normal." Lewin strokes his chin in thought. It should be places like black markets or the wealthy basements. Strang hobbles and laughs. The remnants of Draka are useless against an ordinary mage. To them, it is just like grass. When used, the damage immunity only works within the limit, and your eyes suddenly widen. Then, a bright beam of light suddenly flashed out and struck the man, making him gasp in surprise. A ring floats in that light. The system information indicates it is the player's innate treasure, both a treasure and Draka's first failure. The damage immunity ability helps resist physical impacts on the player's body and increases the ability to nullify physical damage. Lewin looked puzzled and asked. Strang explained with a smile, "This is a bit special. It not only resists attacks but also blocks normal states. Even hugging your loved one is impossible now." Strang forced a smile. When needed he was absent, when present he was unnecessary. So it was called a failure. But people still needed this, knowing they could not refuse, so he could only nod. Looking at the system display, increasing micro by 0 points of strength when equipping gear, Lewin nodded in agreement, increasing micro by 0 points of strength. Just one of these makes him want to wear it. Then he tried on the ring on his middle finger. Lewin looked at his hand with great satisfaction. "Very good, it fits perfectly, as if it was made just for him. I want to buy this ring. How much is it?" "There is nothing I can do." Lewin can only suggest buying something else, and he laughs and says, "Just look for yourself." As he walks down the aisle, he glances left and right. Yes, aiming for the target. Truly convenient, seeing the rarity of the books in front of him. Lewin sighed, knowing they could still determine the value of the items. Suddenly, his gaze stopped as he looked in a certain direction. A blinding golden light emitted from a book with information. Rarity, high. Quantum mechanics about magic and swordsmanship. Lewin was startled. This is it. When he reached out to touch the book, suddenly someone appeared and blocked his hand. I was stunned as I looked at the white-haired girl in front of me. This is Irene Prius, a Srank mage with very high potential, and I recognize her from Shinseki Women's University. King Vong, the king of mages, the supreme mage Terran Artemis. Irene Prius is one of the 11 successor mages chosen by Dixon himself. Lewin's face grew serious. Hearing that she is a genius about to reach S level, he looked at Irene and recalled the information from earlier. But the truth is she is already Srank. It seems the rumors have underestimated her abilities. She interrupted, stepping aside, but Lewin refused to give up. I got here first. Irene's hand still firmly holds yours. Judging by the uniform, you are probably from the Ixon Academy. I am Irene Prius from Shinseki Women's University. You have found what you needed. Just looking for something else now. Right, as for me, I came here just to buy this book. She suggested that if there is nothing important, she could let me have it. Lewin thought. So he had overheard my conversation. He bought this book for the festival. He asked. So what do you need this authority for? Not many usually want to buy rights like this. I was just doing my homework. I can't explain it clearly. You understand. Right. Lewin guessed it is probably not a school assignment. Maybe it is related to the infection of the king. He suddenly spoke up. Just take it. It is important to you after all. Just take it. No need for words. Since you have already given up the book, Irene hesitated and replied. Huh. Oh. Thank you. Lewin continued his search. So what should I buy now? Irene watched his back, a hint of confusion flickering across her face. When they got back to their place and listened to Lewin recount everything, questions kept coming one after another. Did he really meet Irene? What did they talk about? Was she as beautiful as rumored? Jia-sun and Hanker, eyes shining with excitement, asked where and how they met, leaving Lewin speechless, each person just asking one question at a time. Jia-sun looked up sadly. Truly jealous. My dream is just to touch Irene's hand once. Hanker took the opportunity to boast. It is nothing special. I also met Irene at the grand festival, and even sat next to her. Jia-sun annoyedly cut in. Enough. That does not count as talking. But listen, he is strong. Yes. But he has always just been second place. I heard he always loses to Doom Prime every year, to the point of dying. Jia-sun stood up and shouted. Nonsense. How dare you talk about my Irene like that? Hanker sighed. Irene. Your girl. Since when? That is not nonsense. He is the top student in the military training school. In other words, on this continent, he is the most recognized person among his peers. He also said that he is the owner of the light sword. And hearing that, Lewin was surprised. A sword. He remembered that book, so that was the reason Irene needed it. He needed it to defeat Doom Prime, as far as Lewin knew. But being a swordsmanship master was not that impressive. Compared to other weapons, a magic sword did not offer much power, and mastering swordsmanship was not easy either. Hanker added, but this Doom Prime is different. His shining sword isn't ranked treasure, and as for skill level, it is at least comparable to an ordinary knight. Jia-sun sighed heavily, talking about mastering swordsmanship, being proficient in magic, and even rank treasures. None of it is easy. It is Sunday again. Not to mention the shopfront. Dad's doing big things. He is handsome and girls are crazy about him. Hearing him complain softly. Is there really someone like that in the world? Lewin just remained silent. Lewin frowned, wondering if he could win against these geniuses. He remembers his encounter with Seta, sure that no one would notice someone like him. But Lewin closed his eyes and recalled Tyrion's words, saying that he was a contender. Not flashy. And he told himself he wanted to see how it would turn out. Suddenly, someone rushed in from outside and said, the debut team lineup is already announced at the opening ceremony. Hearing that, a determined glint appeared in Lewin's eyes. Good. Then, he stood up and walked toward the door, heading straight for the beams of light shining in from the outside. The grand festival, my cloak billowing in the wind like a statement of confidence. It has just begun. Then, he silently thought. At last. The debut lineup has been announced. Lewin's face is very serious as he looks up and waits. Our opponent is, after looking at the bracket for a while, he is quite surprised and thinks, is this match with the stupid academy? Suddenly, a voice from behind speaks up. Well then, that is too easy. Turns out, it is that guy from the vehicle team, who walks over arrogantly and challenges them. Fighting the My team means more time to play, so he immediately turned away and thought, those Car Academy guys. Lewin looked at them without fear. But inside he thought, fighting these guys is the safest. He observed all of them carefully then thought. They are known for cheating, not to mention. Behind. The others looked quite scared when they saw them and whispered. Damn it. Why is it those guys again? Yeah, they look really scared. Lewin thought. Many people at school have been psychologically affected because of them. The arrogant guy mocks them, and the My guys are too weak to excite us. So boring. So boring, as a fly. And hearing that, those guys around him chuckled happily. Ha ha ha. Looking at the crowd whispering and gossiping, he arrogantly challenged, with a tone full of defiance. I never thought I would be fighting against the fools from the academy. Are they all written here? I wonder if I say that, they won't hear us. Whatever. What can they do? They can't do anything. Lewin's mouth now curled into a wicked smile as he thought, fine. I will take this chance to show you guys. Immediately, he clenched his fist, his face full of pride, and thought we are no longer the same as before. Then, he boldly declared, I have been waiting for you. Immediately, he approached them and provoked, there are so many participants at the festival. Right? Hearing that, he became furious and asked, what do you want? He moved even closer and gently said, I just want to make a little introduction. Then he boldly announced, nice to meet everyone, I am Lunadil, the representative of the foolish academy everyone is talking about. Lewin continued, I won't say much, just a small request. Your face now looks very sinister and frightening as you continue. Never call us the stupid academy again. It sounds terrible. Hearing that, the guy named Exita grits his teeth in anger and responds, "Yeah." His mouth twisted into a terrifying sneer as he threatened, "I am tired of being at the bottom now, I want to be the leader." Those guys only just now reacted angrily and cursed. If not calling you the stupid academy, then what else? Talking nonsense. Cut it out. Hearing that, the driver felt annoyed and said, "Do you think this is a village contest?" The leader. That sounds so irritating. Who do you think you are? Hearing that, he immediately thought of the old man with white hair and silently thought to himself, "I am." Luan's face was very confident as he clearly declared the trump card, and in his heart, he had made up his mind that he would never back down again. The scene shifts to that white building, where everyone is whispering and gossiping excitedly. Who is that guy Luan Adil? They all look very troubled as they discuss. I heard he used to be at the bottom of the class. Bottom of the class. Yet he still became a student representative. One of them, Luan, was quite annoyed and replied, "I am not sure either, but I heard that at the start of the semester, he suddenly changed 180 degrees and got high scores." The guy next to him looked confused and asked again, "Changed 180 degrees?" Hearing that, the other guy continued, "Yeah, maybe that is why he is so confident." In his mind, he remembered the words of that man. That kid, there is still something we do not know about him. Then he sighed and said to himself, "Maybe I am overthinking it." Immediately, he stood up, slung his shoulder, and with a rugged voice said, "Those arrogant guys, let me teach them a lesson." His face was full of confidence and pride as he declared, "In the traditional way of our school." The scene shifts to the students' dormitory, where Luan's group has gathered here to discuss their plan. Tomorrow is the Manhwa grenade throwing event, which is a team competition. Except for the student representative, all team members can participate. He then analyzes the strategy with his teammates, challenging them to throw a mana grenade at a Mitran golem, and the team that defeats it faster wins. At this moment, someone from the team asked him if they would be okay tomorrow without him. Then, Luan stood up and announced to everyone that indeed, our individual abilities are not on par with the Toyotas, but with his strong belief, he encouraged the whole team and said, "I believe you will win." Hearing that, his teammates were very worried and asked in confusion, "Win how?" Seeing this, Luan stood up and told everyone, "This is a team match. If we work together, we will definitely win." Then he implemented the plan, starting by dividing into small groups. Hearing this, Hanker was very surprised and exclaimed, "Small groups." Luan had already thought up a detailed plan for dividing into groups and explained it to everyone. "Okay, Group 1 will heat the bullets, Group 2 will handle transportation, Group 3 will attack the golems, and Group 4 will block the opponents by healing their golems." After hearing that, everyone started whispering and discussing excitedly, so it would take a long time to defeat the golems. That is right. Once, Oda's side attacked with up to 30 people at the same time, and if we have fewer people, not to mention they are not to be underestimated. At this moment, he looked sincerely at his teammates and then spoke loudly. Too loudly. "What are you all doing?" Hearing that, Hanker sneered and said, "Huh." Luan looked very serious and confidently said, "Do you remember what I told you in front of them? I said we will be the leaders, and I meant it." Then he slammed his hand on the table and waved his fan widely. "Whether you join or not, I will still do my best to help you. You stand in front of everyone and persuade them. When Oda strikes, we strike twice. 3 times. Oda's members all have exceptional abilities, so they can follow the traditional way. But if we do the same, it will take a lot of time." Seeing that, Jia-sun looked extremely determined and declared, "All right, I trust you." Luan, Kenkers beside me also agree. So do. Then, the others also rallied with fierce enthusiasm and declared, "Us too. I also believe in you." Immediately, Luan looked at them and assigned tasks. Hanker will be the leader, Jola, Min, Mora, Ayake, and Freya will handle the grenades. Then he turned to others and gave more orders. After the grenades are primed, Taemoon will proceed with the transport. He stared intently at the plan and thought it over, having divided the team based on each person's abilities and innate skills to do so. Immediately, he activated his ultimate eye technique, the Divine Gaze. You look at your teammates and assess the enemy. With the ability to see through their skills, I can minimize disadvantages and focus more on our strengths. Everyone is now very confident and chatting excitedly. This time it should be okay. Right? Yeah. We might actually win this. Seeing everyone so excited, I thought to myself that once we join the right team, everyone will gradually gain more confidence. I could feel everyone was very happy and chatting. I am not good at throwing, but I can warm up in 5 seconds. I am not bad at throwing at all. Luan felt very pleased and thought to himself, lucky indeed, seeing everyone talking and laughing happily. He felt more at ease and thought that everyone was starting to gain confidence and that their trust had been strengthened. Suddenly, someone rushed into the door in a panic. His face was covered with injuries, sitting slumped down, and seeing that, everyone in the room was extremely panicked and shouted out, and Fun Lam's mouth trembled as he stammered. Seeing him like that, Lewin was extremely worried and hurried over to ask what happened to his face, if he was okay, and he struggled to speak, stammering about the Oyota gang. Oyota, what happened? After a while, he finally managed to say that the leader called his gang members out, and then they took me away. Switching to the team's room, the car guy saw him walk in and exclaimed, "Oh wow." Seeing him, he looked down on him and said, "See, I told you he would come, so what are you planning to do, Hud? Do you think you can handle these guys? Your face is very serious." He cast a murderous look at him and said, "Kiri, come out now." In that room, Lewin shouted loudly for the other guy to come out. "My car is Kiri, come out now." Seeing that, the other guy sneered contemptuously and then, "Damn it, is this guy crazy?" Then he stood up and walked over to the other guy, gritting his teeth and saying, "On what basis do you always act like you are the boss right now?" Lewin looked at him with a murderous gaze, placed a hand on his shoulder, and sharply asked, "On what basis?" Then he immediately used his strength to strike his own hand against him. Instantly, he was defeated, knocked down, and fell to the ground. My face was filled with panic as I watched this scene and wondered what kind of power this was. Immediately, I stood up with an extremely furious expression, clenched my fists, and shouted loudly, "You bastard!" Lewin quickly dodged his punch and in just a moment, with a swift move, broke his arm, causing him to scream out in pain. His face was extremely dangerous and threatening. "I warn you, if you dare to touch any of our people again, it won't just end here." The Mankiri car was now badly injured by him and collapsed on the ground, crying out in pain, and the subordinates, seeing that, were very panicked and ran over to ask him what happened. "Are you okay, Car?" His face was in great pain, clutching his shoulder and screaming loudly. Lewin stood in front of him, threateningly saying, "Do you want to have one last match with me?" Back in his territory, Lewin told his brothers, and they were all extremely shocked and exclaimed loudly, shaking their heads. The whole group was so excited they could not believe it and said that if they beat Oyota's student, Mankiri's car would be shaken by him. And do not say it is the same shake as Maikania's. At this moment, he quickly announced another piece of good news to everyone, and also apologized to us in front of everyone. Hearing this, everyone was very excited and surprised, exclaiming in unison, "This time we must win. It is motivating. Haha, our only goal now is to succeed." At this moment, suddenly someone ran in and announced that it was time to go to the arena. Everyone prepared to leave. Then, the group arrived at the Grand Festival, the festival of mages and the entire continent, and among the sorcerers present in history, everyone here looks very confident, all becoming key figures in changing the fate of the entire continent. The audience was extremely passionate and cheered wholeheartedly, at least the academy. "Keep going." Lewin's face was confident and satisfied as he silently thought, "I never expected I would also be part of this place, a place that creates legends in history." Immediately after, the host loudly announced that the opening ceremony had ended and asked everyone to return to their seats. Suddenly, he encounters someone, so it turns out he is the opponent, his face now filled with rage as he grits his teeth and says, "Get ready, this time I won't make any mistakes." Immediately after, the other guy storms off in anger. Looking at him, Lewin paid no mind and kept thinking, "My opponent now is not a person but my car Mankiri." Suddenly, something caught his attention, so he had noticed the guy over there, who is Doompram. Looking at his face, it made him quietly wonder, the winner of the Magic Festival and also the most outstanding student of the military training school. He looks at him with great determination, knowing that if he advances further, he will have to face him. Suddenly, a voice from someone else speaks up, probably someone who specializes in causing trouble. Immediately, Lewin turned back and recognized her as Irene Prius. Then she turned around and asked him, "Yesterday, did you cause chaos everywhere?" She kept asking him questions, which surprised Lewin so much that he was at a loss, even causing trouble at the Oyo Academy. He was so surprised at this moment that he asked again, "How did you know?" She then walked away and replied to him, "This place is small, so everyone here probably already knows." Hearing that, he felt embarrassed and responded, "Oh, I see. I did not cause any trouble. Umur is just a little bit of a vent." Right after that, she turned around and told you that since you let me have the book last time, I will give you a piece of advice: do not make yourself too noticeable. Then you responded, surprising her greatly, "Just like you. Right, you are also hiding your talent." Quick as the wind, Lewin ran off to say goodbye and left. "I have to go now. We need to join the first event." Seeing that, she was very surprised and caught off guard, just standing there stunned. Right after that, the competition began, and in a few minutes, the mana grenade throwing event would start, with Ignite Academy Oyota Academy as the first two teams. At this moment, he quickly boosted the morale of all team members. ready yet. Everyone encouraged each other, boosting their spirits, and showing everyone our strength, proving we are no longer a bunch of foolish students. Immediately, the entire team confidently advanced. The first event, the mana grenade throwing contest, officially began. Everyone was confused. Even the spectators turned to wonder what was going on. What are they doing? Seeing your team's formation, everyone was curious because, until now, winning the team competition depends on individual abilities, so arranging the team like knights is unfamiliar to everyone. Even the external mage groups were surprised when they saw this, splitting into two groups to warm up and throw a, saying that Toyota would definitely win, and he remains completely calm, ignoring the whispers and gossip of everyone else. They are just the ones pretending to be in charge. Stupid academy. Truly stupid. That is why they stand there clueless, probably unaware that there are many things beyond human understanding. Even Irene's team was holding their breath in anticipation. She herself was no different, surprised and exclaiming, "How is this possible?" Immediately after, his team shot off one of the attacking guy's arms in everyone's surprise. Look at the Ignite team's golem, it lost an arm. Seeing that, he quickly ordered the group to charge in. Everyone kept trying. Immediately after, he shouted loudly to command everyone, switch to the flag channel, and start heating up. More Aniek, you two go assist with the transport. Jaya-san, aim for the right arm. Immediately, the team received the order and carried it out, destroying the right arm in an instant. At this moment, the enemy was so furious that he clenched his teeth tightly. Seeing the situation like that, he was furious and cursed. "You idiots, what are you doing? Why did you let the stupid academy beat you up?" Then immediately he took out the control panel and shouted, "These bastards are really strange. They are treating the golem so it is not weakened at all." Seeing that, he was so furious he could not do anything but curse. Damn it. Lou and Adele, as for Irene, she was so impressed she could not help but say, "Truly remarkable." Seeing everyone in Loon's team fighting so hard also makes her think carefully. The reason the academy managed to overcome Ayo's personal strength was because they used a strategic approach. She was very impressed by him, but she needed to understand each person's abilities precisely for the strategy to work effectively. Then she recalled that moment when he found the book she needed in just a split second. Watching his team members execute the plan so smoothly, she was very impressed, and she even considered how he could divide the groups based on each person's abilities. Then, her gaze shifted to him as she pondered who he was, wondering why she had never seen him at magic festivals before. At this moment, he is creating a huge energy sphere in his hand. Then, Jia-sun gathers all his strength and throws the ball, unleashing his full power. Very quickly, that power caused the giant stone man to shatter into pieces. Seeing this scene, Oyoda's face turned pale, and he stood frozen in place. He was very angry and snorted coldly. Immediately after, the giant kicker collapsed to the ground. Seeing that, everyone was overjoyed and cheered. "We did it! We won!" Then they all quickly rushed forward. Right at the first festival event, in the competition everyone thought Oyoda would win. The group happily ran over to hug Lewin and celebrate, but the victory actually went to the Foolish Academy. After winning, they cheered and said that the Foolish Academy was no longer at the bottom. Oyoda was the one at the bottom. Then what should we call them? Oyotek, that sounds terrible. Immediately after, the referee announced the next event, the flag capture match between the student representatives, which was about to begin. In this round, Lewin will fight, and the whole group cheers enthusiastically, boosting his confidence even more. "Lewin, try your best and show them what you are made of." At this moment, the referee announced the next match. The first match is between Lou and Adele from Igit Magic Academy and Setar Mankiri from the Royal Magic Academy. Oyoda. Let me remind you, he moved closer to Setar, who was furious. Chang saw his tense expression and mocked him. "Why do you look so tense?" Lewin, but it seems like he does not care and is just muttering to himself. "We are currently in the top 20 out of 32 schools. Right, so that is perfect." Hearing that, he looked confused and asked, "Why is it perfect?" "Your attention has been caught by the surprise and amazement of the audience. But that is not enough to remove the gaze that has been on us for years." Then he was very determined and said, "We must win spectacularly." Lewin looked straight at Setar, with a heroic expression. Only a spectacular victory over Oyoda would make everyone see us differently. Hearing that, I finally understood and exclaimed, "So that is how it is?" Then, his eyes turned upward and, looking at that wizard's forge and with determination, "We also need to prove ourselves to the Supreme Wizard." The scene shifts to that dark room where the high-level wizards are seated, watching the match through the crystal ball. In the crystal ball, the image of the two standing side by side appears. King Terran gazes at them with great contemplation. Then he turned to the person next to him, Luinadil, and asked if this boy was once a candidate among the 11 ordinary children. Hearing that, the person beside him was quite surprised and replied, "Do you still remember?" Hearing that, He lowered his face and explained, I have a habit of remembering talented people. That boy is a natural genius, so he can learn to use mana on his own at such a young age. Immediately after, his face started to darken with disappointment, so I was very disappointed to learn that he had mana disorder. Hearing that, Ishi was very surprised and replied, disappointed? Is not it you who treated the boy like that, calling him useless and incompetent? At this moment, Tyrion remained silent for a while before sharing his thoughts with everyone here. But he did not expect that the teacher would choose such a student to represent the academy. I do not think the teacher did that to prepare something interesting like before. The two boys already broke the curse after a few years. Hearing that, Ye remained silent for a long time. Then, looking straight at Lewin, he confidently said, you can see for yourself, the answer will come naturally. At that moment, Cho turned around and asked him, what do you plan to do now? If you want to blind or freeze, you have to get closer, or are you planning to endure the divine shock? Immediately, he denied it. No, the guardian spirit is not very smart. Hearing that, it was puzzled and asked again, so how do we fight this battle? Then he suddenly looked fierce and confident and replied, straightforward combat. At this moment, the referee is about to announce the start of the match. As the two words ring out, he immediately dashes forward at full speed toward the enemy. Not to be outdone, he unleashes his power, roaring that our hero will pay for what he did, summoning his guardian spirit to attack. Seeing the giant senator approaching Lewin, he was not afraid and immediately used the time refraction technique. He quickly dodged the senator's attack with ease and then swiftly charged forward, but he was not at all troubled, as he was already behind that guy. Seeing that, he became furious and attacked, grinding his teeth. Damn it. But he was not afraid at all and calmly used his hand to block his attack. His face looks very smug and teasing him. I knew it. When the black one sees his hand can't move, he is very angry and scolds. Are you planning to let go or not? Then he calmly told him to make the car owner stunned and say, huh. I do not think anyone should say that now. He then charged at the guy and shouted, huh. Seeing that, the car guy turned pale and shouted, stop you fool. Guardian Senator kept advancing closer, making the car guy panic. He was very angry but helpless. Thinking he could not move, his expression was extremely defiant. Taunting him, try running away and see. Suddenly he seemed to realize something. That guy remembered the image of you knocking him out with a single strike and realized that the feeling at that time was real, not because he was caught off guard. The spear was about to stab straight into the face of my car, but he was helpless and gave up. His eyes are now tightly closed, waiting for death. But nothing happens, so he slowly opens his eyes to assess the situation. But to everyone's surprise, he rushed forward to block the attack from the senator. Seeing this, he could not believe his eyes, standing there in disbelief and thinking, it can't be. Seeing him punch the steel guardian repeatedly with his bare hands, he could not stop admiring him. The senator was beaten to a pulp by him. Lewin, having defeated the senator, was very surprised. Immediately after, he slowly stepped toward him, making the car owner very scared. You just saved me, huh? The face of the other guy now pretends to be innocent as he coldly responds, save? Why save someone who humiliated my friend? Then, with a menacing look, he approached him and slowly said, I want to end you myself. He then reminded him, remember the bet. At this moment, Lewin had trained his arm muscles and gently said, just a flick of the wrist. His flick was so light that it only knocked him back. He lay sprawled on the ground, dazed and thinking the sky looked so blue. The audience was just as surprised and exclaimed, oh my god. Seeing this, his academy friends cheered joyfully, and the arena erupted in applause. Everyone praised him endlessly, so cool and handsome. What kind of magic is this? No need to bet anymore. And then, Lewin caught the attention of someone else. Ix looked over at him and thought to himself, well, here we go again. Seeing Tyrion's face go blank like he has lost his soul, many thoughts raced through his mind. As someone in my position as a demigod and the only 8th level mage, the so-called supreme mage has never seen this kind of magic before, and his face looks like he can't believe his eyes. He stared at him with curiosity, wondering who he really was. Seeing him laugh and joke, he felt very angry inside, and the words Lewin Adel appeared in his mind. Tyrion, furious, glared with a look that seemed ready to devour you. Tyrion hesitated before saying, tell me everything you know about Lewin Adel. Then suddenly he spoke with a mysterious tone. He fell silent, lost in thought, seeming a bit helpless. He is a student who always does his duty. Someone everyone thought would give up, but in the end, he did not give up. He rested his arm on the chair and began to tell what he knew about the boy. Someone who turns weaknesses into strengths and is more of a mage than anyone else. This is what I know about Lewin. After listening, his lips pressed tightly as if he was angry. He suddenly stood up, leaning on his hand, smiling faintly as he spoke. Then go. Are you trying to protect your student from my curiosity? Tyrion, what if I just call Lewin here and ask him directly? He arrogantly exclaimed with a triumphant look on his face. If you intend to force the boy to speak, he said ambiguously, making him unable to help but be curious, so I had no choice but to stop him. Tyrion almost could not believe it, and he looked at Tyrion with displeasure. He took a breath and sneered with contempt at Tyrion's words and actions. You are using the mage's right to keep secrets, are not you? Melee's vow. They stand facing each other, ignoring the others on the other side. All right then, but a little exchange should not be a problem. Right? He looked back at the crystal ball, a sneer on his lips as if he had caught his prey. The one who reaches the limit of magic must be me. Tyrion stares fixedly at the sphere, determined to find out what kind of magic it is. Luwin Adol. Somewhere deep into the night. We have only won one round so far. Stop complaining and put your hand on your head. You should focus on resting now. If you keep partying like this, it won't end well. Other schools are also coming. Why rush now? Party here. It is a bunch of students drinking heavily, laughing loudly, and joking around. Facing them is Luwin. Utterly helpless. So satisfying. I always thought that if I ever got to Anton, I should stop by here. Oh well. Luwin, celebrate your victory. Anyway, it is a festival. Jia-sun approaches from behind you. That thing. Luwin was 3 parts helpless and 7 parts just sighing in frustration. There is vanilla coconut juice here, and also Dragon Kiss. 2 delicious drinks are being offered right in front of you. Dragon Kiss. You were surprised to hear about this drink. Haha, you know I always have love for my homeland. With that, he directly hands the bottle of water to you. So this is a specialty of your place. No wonder, but that is not the case. So I did not order it. Somewhere. Footsteps are approaching. Just a gentle sip of this bottle, and you can taste a flavor like kissing a dragon. It is amazing. Oh. Jia-sun uses all the best words to market this water. Come on. Luwin, stop making that face. Just try it. Just 1 glass is enough to satisfy you. No, just 1 glass is enough to taste the exquisite flavor. He nervously invites Luwin to try this bland water, glancing anxiously at the bottle in his hand. Behind them, a tall figure was standing there. Looming. The boy looked up in surprise at the person behind him. That big guy is Seta, who lost to Luwin in the previous match. Seta Mankiri. Everyone is surprised by Han's name. I know you were hurt and lost your pride because of losing to Luwin, but you should leave now and not ruin our mood. Jia-sun glared at Han with a displeased look. Seta Mankiri. You find it hard to believe when you think of Han. Why is Han here? Trying to cause trouble. I came to apologize and put aside my ego. Han squinted and forced out an apology. Their faces looked like question marks. Extremely surprised to hear Han speak. I apologize for looking down on you all throughout this time, Han said softly, bowing his head slightly, trying to apologize sincerely. After being defeated by Luwin at the gymnasium, I realized that Han frowned tightly, lowering his voice. That I should not look down on others just because they are weaker than me, and even words that seemed impossible to say were spoken. There are still many stronger people in the world than me, so to some, I am just a weaker person. The whole group was still surprised by Han's words, and I truly feel that what I have done to you all over the past time was wrong. Wait, why all of a sudden? Ra-sun. Looking confused, sweat on his face. I know even if I say these words, you probably won't forgive me easily. But I just want you to know, I sincerely apologize, Han bowed deeply to show his genuine remorse. Luwin looked at Han. His face softened a little, but he still said nothing. With sincerity, those friends awkwardly looked at each other and just scratched their heads to pass the moment. Yeah. Really, sorry for ruining the mood. I am leaving now, after saying what was on my mind. Han stood up straight, ready to leave. My car. A call suddenly made Han turn around in surprise. Are you apologizing for the bet or truly sorry? Luwin looked at Han seriously, half believing, half doubting his sudden apologies. It is true. Han looked at him, his honest face saying everything. After hearing that, he let out a relieved breath and smiled. Thank you for the honest apology. I step forward and extend my hand to Han as a sign of encouragement, making Han stare in surprise. The emotions swell inside, and Han's eyes seem to speak. Han reached out to shake your hand, and that handshake is truly hard to describe. Whoa. Delicious. What is this? And they continued the work they had started earlier. My friends also accepted my apology. And so we gathered together. Then they also hugged each other's shoulders, drank bottles of Dragon Kiss until late at night, and got drunk in the atmosphere. Suddenly, Luwin opened his eyes, his face showing panic, and he looked thoughtful. Jia-sun and the others looked at him intently, then smiled brightly. Luwin, you are awake now. You sit up with one hand, the other still on your head, rubbing it a bit. Huh. Everyone sitting around the bed watching you. Finally you are awake. Do you remember what happened yesterday? Do you really like Dragon Kiss that much? Hanker's words made Jia-sun and the others burst out laughing. Yesterday, you cried and said thank you for trusting us. At least for now, school life is too tough. Luwin was crying while holding a bottle of alcohol, and Seta clapped along while the others burst into tears of laughter. Remembering that everyone laughed even more, I never thought Luwin, so perfect, would have this side. Haha. Haha, now Jia-sun and everyone else have more reasons to tease you, Lewin muttered irritably as he walked down the corridor. Those damn devils just woke up and started trouble again. Crazy talk. His face stiffened as he remembered Jia-sun persuading him to try Dragon Kiss. What kind of water makes people so sensitive? I have to stay away from it from now on. As he was strolling along, he suddenly heard someone call his name. Lewin, this time it is Xie. Did you sleep well yesterday? Sita said with a smile as he approached. Last night. The two of them apologized for fighting, promised to be brothers from now on, hugged each other, and cried. You blushed and hurried away while my car stood in the hallway shouting. Hey buddy, see you later. Lewin ran quickly. Do not you feel embarrassed? Your face was as red as a tomato, Lee, exhausted in body. Continued walking. Sure enough, avoiding trouble only brought more trouble, as he once again ran into the professor. Wherever I go, my instincts follow. Lewin felt uneasy hearing the professor say that. Does he also know about it? But he did not mention it and instead said someone wanted to see him, so Lewin asked, Who is it, sir? Both of them stood facing each other, and he said that person was dangerous but appeared kind, which made Lewin even more curious who could it be. Lewin's expression was surprised to learn that the one wanting to meet him was the false lord named Lord Tyran. Professor, you also have to remind him to be careful. Lewin, Tyran is a mysterious person, he said seriously. People who hide their true nature like him are very dangerous. And Lewin stood there attentively listening. That is all I can tell you for now. He continued, his face thoughtful for a moment. I will inform you of the schedule after today's exam. After hearing what Lewin recounted, the students were filled with excitement mixed with surprise. King Tyran, the supreme sorcerer, is watching us, they all exclaimed. Some excited. Others worried. He stood with his arms crossed. Speaking confidently, that gives us even more reason to win. I have also thought about the strategy. The strategy is called if possible. Defend. After hearing that everyone was confused, what do you mean? Lewin confidently pointed at himself like those multi-level marketing guys. Two will run to the goal. The next match is a dart game, a contest using moving arrows that will fly around continuously. Each team has 9 members assigned to attack, defend, and goalkeeping positions, and the team that scores more arrows into the opponent's goal wins. The rules are simple, but the match requires high tactical skill. You need to know when to use defensive magic, when to use control spells, how to catch the flying arrows and throw them into the opponent's goal. Usually, you have to consider many things, but with Lewin, even the rules are just ordinary words, a guy from the opposing team shouted in panic. Watch out. He dashed like lightning toward the opponent's goal. The match begins. The opponents shout Ice Shield, the Ice Spear wielder, and their hands gather ice magic to attack Lewin. Someone with mana gathered in their hand unleashes a huge fire named Fire City towards Lewin. He punches through the ice with one hand while the other delivers a punch that shatters the flames. They use all kinds of magic, but nothing works. On the stands, even our team cheers for Lewin louder than the students from the best academy. Come on Lewin, come on itchiest. Everyone looks at him with disdain. What is wrong with him? He lost yesterday and was so arrogant. Maybe Lewin beat him up so badly he lost his mind. Probably. Hearing those words he roared in anger, shouting something. What did I lose? Do not we fight first and become brothers afterward? A student spoke up, saying there is no such thing as fighting. Actually it is just you who got punched. Those harsh words cut like a knife into his hand. What did you say? You little. The frightened friend replied. Nothing. Then everyone stopped speaking in front of Seta and started whispering behind his back. Huh. What is wrong with these so-called representatives? The tall, dark, and sweaty guy with his hands in his pockets stood silently, pondering. Lewin Adol, after fighting you, I am certain that you will be the next generation mage. The image of you appears so impressive in his eyes. Irene Preyas from Shinseki Women's University, then Dalian Mankin from Frilia Holy Magic School, and finally Doom Pram from Zenak Military Academy. Seta has faced the best at the festival, but Lewin is even stronger than them all. Not only is he powerful, but he also has leadership skills and patience, and his image lingers in his mind. Thinking about this, he never expected that after all that, Lewin would still agree to be friends. Captain, we are almost there. Are not we going to learn some tactics? Yeah, let us go. So Seta could not continue cheering for Lewin. One of them desperately tries to stop Lewin Adeldi, using everything they have: ice, fire, earth, wood, shouting together, doing their best to hold him back. Lewin quickly dodged all of the enemy's attacks with his body, smirking triumphantly. Now it is my turn. They hurriedly set up a barrier with ice and wooden stakes out of fear. I shouted and punched, shattering the ice into shards. Oh, it is ice shards. Everyone scrambled to run away, falling and flopping on the ground. Be careful. Once Lewin is here, you forget about us, because while Lewin is disrupting the enemy's formation, Jason has already caught the shuttlecock. He caught the ball. Block it now. But even if you want to stop it now, the defense line has already been shattered. And then Jason, the expert in throwing, took the shot. raising the score to 2-0, and the crowd outside cheered loudly. Well done. Another point scored, then all eyes turned to Lewin. As Jason and his teammates exploited the weakened defense to attack the gap, he charged forward at wind speed, unable to stop Lewin at all, and their defense was broken. The entire crowd could not believe their eyes. They just could not believe it. Down on the field, everyone was panting heavily from exhaustion. Truly a monster. We have to accept it. We lost. In a regular match of Quidditch, there are usually 3 to 4 goals. But Ignit Magic Academy scored 11 goals without letting the opponent score a single one, signaling their surrender. The referee's voice echoed throughout the stadium, declaring the winner as Ignit Magic Academy. You and your teammates celebrate happily amid cheers from the crowd. Our academy won decisively with a record 11 goals. Looks like that guy is not joking. Maybe he is the top scorer. The crowd begins to discuss Ignit Magic Academy. Back in the waiting room, everyone was celebrating the victory. Whoa, we won again. If this keeps up, we might actually be number 1. Someone wondered aloud. And suddenly, amidst the celebration, you heard someone calling your name. Lewin Adele, this is Professor Hato. He opened the door, and it is as if I have been waiting here for you since the afternoon. He stepped in to meet Lewin, already with a scheduled appointment. Tonight at 7 of the clock. His hand on your shoulder evokes images of romantic love stories. As the scene shifts to a fiery red sky where the devil is savoring a glass of red wine, take Ham Lai Ru, and Max Dungan G Trua Kineni, Lewin, Mato the Wangabaikim Boysak Dendu Hien Len. That day, as planned, Lewin leisurely walked down the corridor. You are here. Lewin, Tyrion suddenly stepped out, startling you a bit, and you quickly realized that the man with silver hair who suddenly appeared was your teacher. Hello, Master. Lewin quickly greeted. Tyrion Ignis stood silently watching him for a while before softly smiling and saying, "Let us go inside." The door opened, and Lewin and Tyrion Ignis stepped in together. "Welcome," a deep, steady voice echoes. Lewin stops, eyes wide with surprise as he looks ahead. A person appears before them. He reacted quickly. This guy's magic. Could he also be of the same lineage? Lewin's hair stood on end, trying to remember. Then a flash of insight made him realize that he is an ultimate mage, about to reach the threshold of half-line mastery. That is Lord of the Underworld Tyrion, having prepared a lavish feast at the table. You probably do not know, but we have met before, Terran said calmly. I saw you from afar back then. Terran was eating and talking, about 5 years ago. When I was searching for the true self, you were also on that list. Hearing that, Tyrion immediately turned back to look at Lewin and nodded in confirmation. Lewin was surprised, but before he could speak, Terran cut him off. It seems everything has changed a lot since then. I will get straight to the point. Lewin looked at him, focusing on what he was about to hear. Can you tell me what has happened during this time? He thought to himself, so in his eyes, I am a mistake, and the fleeting thought made his face more contemplative, proving that even the Supreme Mage has made mistakes before. He wanted to say it himself to prove he was not wrong, and you looked down vaguely, guessing his intention. Sorry. Your Excellency, at this moment I can only say one thing. Lewin stepped back slightly, causing him to pause and become cautious. Lewin continued, no matter how talented you are, your efforts will not be recognized. Tyrion rested his chin on his hand, his eyes mocking as if he had just heard an old funny story. Are you two related? Why do you keep talking about effort all the time? It seems Tyrion rarely smiles afterward when looking at Lewin, which is also why I like this kid. Hearing that, he also faintly smiles and looks at him. So what have you been doing for then? I have been focusing on martial arts lately. I have overcome mana disorder through training, and now I have extraordinary strength. Are you trying to make me believe this? Or is it simply that you used some kind of treasure? His words easily evoke images of powerful items, implying that you are actually just as ordinary as everyone else and nothing special. Even I have never heard of such a treasure before. Tyrion hesitated slightly, or maybe he did. Tyrion says, Alright then, there will be more chances in the future. He confirms that he will keep observing you. I wonder if my efforts will have any effect on my kids. Lewin remains undaunted. So just keep observing me. Don't wake Tyrion up with your surprise. Now I am a bit curious too. Lewin smiles, wondering if the one chosen by the Supreme Mage is any different from him. He was a bit surprised by those words. At the grand arena, the crowd's cheers turned into wild, uncontrollable roars from the common folk. Everyone here is too welcoming. A maid approaches and says, Oh, you are afraid I might swallow your students whole. But that is not true. It is not like that. Two seasoned mages sit facing each other, as talented mages are always welcome. Tyrion smiles softly, shrugs. Just a little curiosity. The maid quietly poured tea. Tyrion shifted slightly, his gaze passing over her. So, has your curiosity been satisfied now? Tyrion looked deep in thought, unsure if the master was hiding something from him, but probably he had no secrets after all. He closed his eyes, a knowing smile forming at the corner of his mouth as he took a sip of tea. And now I started to wonder about something else. He repeated, curious about something else. You heard it too. That kid is secretly threatening me. Tyrion shrugged. Tyrion just chuckled, thinking he is just a young boy with no experience. That young lord shows no fear, even though many wizards tremble before me. That is really interesting, he said softly with a hint of anticipation in his voice. In the quiet space, Tyrion remained calm, hoping that the young noble I was watching would do something. Outside, their voices echoing, the door swings open with a creak as other mages walk down the corridor, Doompram leading the way like a pack leader. He furrows his brow, thinking what is the point of their cheers? It is all just for show to me. Thud. The door swung open and someone rushed in, panting and then collapsed. He whispered into Doompram's ear. Here's the thing. Doompram asked again. Are you sure? I saw it with my own eyes. Lewin Adol, the representative, has arrived at the tower. Doompram shivered, a fire igniting within him. The Lord of Hell does not challenge me. But others. He clenched his fists and began to recall the memories of the matches he had watched. I have watched his matches several times. During this grand festival, he caused quite a stir, and there are many rumors that he is a tough opponent, because his magic is special, but I do not care at all. No matter how high he soars or how much he boasts, he is not considered a rival of mine. Doompram fell into deep thought. In his eyes, he was just a strange freak, plain and simple. At his peak, he seemed to lose control over his thoughts and jealousy, causing others to quickly notice his abnormal behavior. Are you okay, Doom? What is going on? Their words echoing, asking about him. They are worried and cautious. I can never forgive Lewin Adil. The only one truly recognized by him is me. On the other side, the mysterious gate slowly opens, revealing Lewin, the boy everyone is talking about. You step through the door and stand there, looking at the black cloak in front of you. It is him. Doompram, with a slightly annoyed face, is staring directly at you. What did you say to the King of Hell that made him stare at you so fiercely and question you? Did you just wait for me only to ask about this? Don't you think there are people in this world who would be that overwhelmed? In the middle of the hall, the man shouting echoed, his eyes blazing with fury. Answer him. In contrast, Lewin casually replied, Yes. You are not intimidated by his rage, and your calm voice rings out. Why should I answer? The words are gentle but feel like 10 buckets of cold water splashed in his face. Bram frowns without hesitation and draws his cold sword as a warning for no reason at all. The atmosphere in the hall thickened. His thankeem emitted a cold light. But I wanted to hear, his voice echoed, facing his anger. You remained calm and unshaken. This guy wants to start a fight. Your face hardened, and your eyes shot a piercing glance at him. You want to challenge me? Huh. This is not a fighting arena. You raise your fist as a provocation. And the two of you face each other with two completely different sources of power. If you like, go ahead. He puffed out his cheeks and glared, taunting you. The moment he finished speaking, the ground beneath his feet suddenly glowed brightly. A blinding flash erupted, and he charged forward like a whirlwind, reacting before he even realized the danger. Now face to face with it, their energy is spreading all around the hall. He is really strong. I can't see any weakness in him. The initial arrogance I had has completely vanished in the face of his power. Could he really intend to start a fight here? This is outside the gymnasium, yet I doubt he is still trying to fight me. He quietly pulls out his mirror, preparing for his next move. The two of them suddenly stop, and from afar, a sudden shout makes both of them startle. Irene Prios, a girl with long white hair, approaches them. Today is the day they meet her. Everyone is here, she said as she moved closer. What kind of gathering is this? I just do not know if I should greet the two of them properly. Irene, standing next to him, crossed her arms in frustration and said, Fine. I will pass. He remained silent without saying a word. Hemph, he angrily turned his back and walked away, ignoring the two people standing there watching. Is he always like this? You wonder and ask her. No, it is just days like today. Normally he rarely speaks. What does that mean? Lewin still does not understand what she is saying. Doomgram will be excited by things related to the King of Hell. The image of him kneeling in submission to the arrogant King of Hell appears in her story. More than anyone, he desperately wants to be acknowledged by him. Usually, it is rare for the King of Hell to summon someone like today. She continued to explain. Maybe he thinks the King of Hell is paying attention to me. He stood there pondering her words. Suddenly she turned to look at Lewin and smiled, leaving him speechless and stunned. Just now, were you really planning to fight him? The girl asked curiously. Of course not. That would be like giving up the competition. He replied. He probably does not really intend to fight for real. He waved his hand to dismiss her comment. Probably just trying to scare me. So are you afraid? Irene asked a question out of curiosity that made him stand there in surprise. Doomgram is like a solid wall. Ordinary attacks won't do any harm to him. She continued. But you raised your hand and looked at it. I also did not think I would lose. You clenched your fist, showing your determination and resolve. No matter how strong the fortress is, continuous attacks will eventually break through. I am strong too. Right? He asked, making the girl giggle. You are really a strange person. She replied. Anyway. Be careful. Doomgram won't go easy on you. And somewhere, quiet step is heard walking away. After today, he is definitely going to keep an eye on you. While elsewhere, his sharp gaze is subtly looking ahead. In another place, in the quietest student dormitory, the morning sunlight gently shines through each window. Disappointed. Really disappointed, Jia-sun is lying there sighing heavily. Oh well, everyone tried their best after all, and despite his fatigue, Lewin just stands there patting his shoulder to comfort him. Yeah, ranking 4th without Lewin is pretty good. Good what? It is extraordinary, another friend said. Losing the streak is a pity, but at least it proves the academy's ability, the boy said with a look of regret and shrugged helplessly. So Lewin, do you have any plans coming up? The individual exam is soon. As everyone was talking, a cheerful friend suddenly entered carrying 2 full bags, asking who wants Coca Van Nika. Of course I have to win. Right, I just answered the previous question while taking the soda can. Thanks. I have to stay at the top until the very end. So you open your can of drink, with a determined look on your face as you gaze at the refreshing can. Right now, I am still tied for first place in the individual rankings. Irene Prius, Cherky, Dalian Menken, Doom Bram, these are the names of talented players appearing. Me and my tough opponents are competing for the championship, and if nothing changes, the next match will be extremely important. This is a life or death battle. This is a survival battle among 32 contestants on an artificial island. The first place earns 32 points, the last place gets 1 point, and players' scores are shown on the display, so there can be big changes in rankings. I know you will do well, but are not you going to prepare anything like everyone else? The curious guy asked. What are you preparing? Lewin replied confused. Yeah. The others are desperately looking for allies. Jia-sun looked at you and said, I see. You hesitated before answering. In the survival battle, contestants are allowed to form alliances to survive together, distinguishing friends from enemies. And knowing how to establish a strong alliance is also considered an effective strategy. The others will all have alliances. How can you defeat them all alone when they keep chatting and scheming among themselves? Maybe I should team up with Column after all, since during that last spear throw, my friend kept talking while Lewin was lost in thought about the plan. The first person I thought of was her. The image of the long white-haired girl appeared in my mind, but I do not know if she would join us. I am confused about what to do, and even if she agrees, we still need one more person. Today Lewin decided to give it a try, and from somewhere, our vehicle pushed open the door enthusiastically as it entered, and I looked at him in surprise. Yeah, he is still here. Lewin's face lit up like he caught a big fish, and he looked at him proudly. Don't start betraying your brother now. I had to say that, and then they rushed out the door and hurried away. My vehicle is very honest. He is a trustworthy person. I glanced at my vehicle, hope and trust shining in my eyes. Hurry up, we are 1 person short, I said as I ran ahead leaving the car behind. Hey. Besides me, who else is there? He chased after and asked. Oh, maybe I should try again. Whatever, I can't get it anyway. Are you not accepting anyone? Or do you not want to team up with anyone? As the crowd swirled around, the 2 boys stood there staring straight ahead. Hey, do not tell me it is you. Our car was startled when talking about the thing in front of us. A bright red cloth with a flower-shaped emblem in the middle fluttered in the wind. You want to team up with Irene Prios, but he is a candidate for the championship. Are you guys close? He still can't believe it, and you casually answer his ambiguous question. Oh wow. How close? Then that is great, so I will be teamed up with Irene Prios. He eagerly continues probing you. Hold on. I have not asked yet. You turn around slightly and ask him. I heard that everyone who comes here gets rejected. What if we get rejected too? His face turning red with worry and embarrassment. Feeling tired. You said it is like going to confess love. He stopped rambling, shyly replying, and you noticed something beside him and glanced over. So it is Irene, the girl with the distinctive white hair standing right there, smiling at you. I am waiting for you. Lewin. Suddenly she laughs happily and speaks to you as if they were childhood friends from a past life. In the small room, they stood with their heads bowed, focusing intently on the large wooden table where the initial rounds of the competition were laid out, glancing at it for a long moment before beginning to discuss strategies to win. Lewin spoke first. So the largest team is 14 people. Irene replied. Yes. This team is led by Dalian Mankin from the Frela Holy Magic School. He is a genius and always among the top 5 contenders. His magic mainly focuses on light and holy spells, so everyone looks very cautious, recognizing he is a tough opponent. My eyes are closed tight, my eyebrows raised slightly, one hand supporting my chin, the other crossed, making me look more anxious and worried. Min mutters nonstop. The number does not matter, and of course, his team is the most formidable. Feeling that what he said was not entirely accurate, he quickly interrupted the line of reasoning, causing both of them to turn their heads in surprise. There is someone even more formidable. Doomgram. Just those 2 words was enough to silence the entire room, as if this was a dangerous opponent everyone should beware of. Yet somehow, they both forgot about that. You remained unmoved, still with that serious expression, as the content of the competition would change depending on each person's abilities. The day of the contest finally arrived, a clear and sunny day, with rays of sunlight shining on the ship, making it look radiant. It is unclear whether this is a sign of a good beginning or just a fragile hope before the storm arrives. The supervisor checked again, and the students put on their armor and entered the school. Then, in front of the contestants who were attentively listening, the teacher explained the rules once more. Please note, when the armor's resistance reaches its limit, you will be disqualified and automatically transported away from the exam site. Soon, the Ixaho ship brought everyone to an artificial island. Everyone disembarked one after another along the prepared path, some with tense and worried expressions evident in their heavy steps, while others with confident looks ready to face any challenge awaiting on the mysterious island ahead. As soon as they stepped down, Seda instinctively hugged her trembling body, saying she felt so nervous just from standing there, while Lewin immediately focused his gaze ahead. Everyone around was paying close attention to Doom Prime, sweat beading on their foreheads as they remained wary of his overwhelming power, and the atmosphere on the island was more suffocating than ever. As expected, Doom Prime was truly fighting alone, though Lewin had already anticipated this, their eyes still flickering with disdain. Irene nodded slightly, her voice calm but firm. That is right, but do not underestimate him either. Everyone understood that going alone does not mean weakness. Sometimes it is a sign of a beast waiting for the perfect moment to strike. We can't afford to delay any longer. She suggested, let us go. We have to take the boat from here to the main island. And the two others agreed. Let us go. Their boat is slowly moving across the lush blue water, gradually passing through a barrier. She touched it. This is our safe zone. You replied, yes. It will grow back over time. As soon as they arrived, the three of them hurriedly ran like chased by ghosts. Quick, we must secure a good position fast. On the lush island, sunlight filters through the thick leaves, casting a thin ring of light like an aura in the silent forest, until suddenly a gurgling from someone's stomach breaks the peace. It turns out that person is Seda. After the three of them settled on the tree like monkeys, his stomach started to protest loudly. He wondered, Lewin, I did not mean to oppose you. But why did not we take the food at the entrance earlier? Your eyes looked tired and uninterested. 3 parts helpless, 7 parts like us, just managing a weak smile. She stood beside him and could not help but tease a little. Are not you the one who wanted to ambush first, Hoseda Mankiri? He blushed, sweat beading on his forehead. All right then, since we are on the same side, how long do you plan to draw the line with me? Suddenly, a loud explosion erupted behind the two of them, causing everyone to turn and look. Far away, a fierce blast shook the forest, blinding flashes of light forcing everyone to shield their eyes, and the shockwave was so powerful it caused the entire area to tremble. He was confused had the fighting already begun, with arms crossed. He looked down below, a wild beast eyeing its prey, clear look of amusement on his face. Seda, it is our turn. He did not understand the intention behind your words and quickly asked again. You reassure him. I already said there is no need to worry about food. Now you will eat your fill. Our pre has arrived, take it easy. It turns out that down there is a group of 5 people nervously walking around, carefully inspecting their bags like vulnerable prey that could be attacked at any moment. One person in the group could not take it anymore and said, why not wait a bit and go get food later? I'm too tired after walking so long. The leader looked exhausted but did not give up and encouraged everyone. Hang in there, those places are easier to find food and water. Suddenly, an arrow of unknown origin shot straight ahead, hitting unlucky member directly, causing them to fall back in pain and cry out, while everyone around looked on in confusion, not understanding what was happening. They only now realize how serious the situation is, hurriedly taking defensive stances and shouting loudly, there is an ambush, there is an ambush. I have been standing here since the afternoon. He stands there with a cold smile, summoning a magic sphere in his hand. Wait for it, guys. The wound. He channels his power, and countless arrows like a storm fly toward them. Meanwhile, Irene also clasped her hands together. Her face remained calm, a massive blue energy aura shining brightly above her head, far larger than Seda's earlier injury, emitting dazzling energy beams and swirling fiercely around her. Seeing that scene, you could not help but be amazed. It was a level 5 ice spell. Violent snowstorm, a massive source of energy unleashed with fierce power and overwhelming scale, exploding outward like a luminous tornado. The beams of energy streaked out like sharp blades, making it feel as if the space was being torn apart, and the hissing sound they made further emphasized their devastating power. The power it unleashes leaves him wide-eyed and amazed, as Irene Prowse casts high-level magic with a completely calm face, while behind him he senses a massive energy building up. That group of people did not submit to the strong but actively fought back, unleashing everything they had, total of 3 including Irene Prowse, attacking and defending simultaneously, as many as possible. The relentless assaults gradually enveloped the space in a blue hue, with the aftershocks continuously emanating. forcing those nearby to raise their hands to shield their faces. The scene in front of him did not surprise him much. He felt it was not impressive enough because, until now, he had never faced a formidable opponent. He thought to himself that they were also powerful mages. After all, representatives of the students, realizing it was time to act, he suddenly jumped down from the tree. With his keen hearing, a brown-haired boy sensed something was wrong and became alert, muttering as he heard a sound. Looking at the tree branch in front of him, he was sure the other person was behind it. Wanting to survive and become a legend, he immediately launched an attack straight towards Lewin over there. The attack pierces through the leaves and lands right beside him, but he remains unfazed and faces it head-on. Quickly, he activates his time reflection. He quickly moved past each person without any trouble and reached the last young man, his speed astonishing everyone. His body leaned forward with full force, ready to deliver a sky-shaking, earth-shattering kick. A direct kick to his body seems to have rendered him unable to fight immediately, leaving the others stunned and open-mouthed in surprise. To avenge their teammate, someone uses a binding skill, with countless vines sprouting from the ground rushing toward him. Having faced this move before, he just needed to jump once to dodge, while simultaneously conjuring the fireball in his hand. Realizing its danger, the best strategy was to run away, so they scattered in all directions like a burst pipe spewing fire energy, everyone quickly moving out of the way. But unfortunately, before running a few meters, he was blocked by the ice darts from our car. He looked like a passionate fan cheering for you from behind, retreating as we advanced, not to let his teammates down. He, like a basketball player preparing to score, swung with all his might at this attack, and that bad young man, no matter how desperately he ran, could not dodge the fireball. His face turned pale, eyes wide open, only able to scream in despair as a massive explosion erupted, spreading in a hemispherical shape like shockwaves sweeping everything around, trees being blown apart, and blinding light engulfing the entire space. As a result, he lost consciousness, foaming at the mouth and lying on the ground. At the same time, the durability of the armor reached its limit, so he was eliminated and automatically teleported away from the test site. He glanced at the others, who were trembling and shouting, and with a calm demeanor, he said, "It is 3 against 4 now," while Irene and Setar slowly approached from behind. Realizing they faced an opponent much stronger than before, the gang leader shamefully admitted defeat. "You can't hide your excitement. Now we have food. After winning and taking supplies from our opponents, we have gathered quite a bit of food, including some meat. If this is enough, we could eat for 3 days. Those guys are also quite careful." Setar checked his bag with a satisfied smile, while Irene and Loon each had a black bag. "Thanks a lot. We will enjoy it thoroughly." Suddenly, an explosion erupts in the distance, catching Setar off guard. The three quickly turn their attention to it. It seems Dalian's team is heading that way. I wonder what is happening, but it looks serious. Who would face off against a team of over 10 people? This is what people call a bottleneck. Irene crossed her arms. Very few mages reach this level of power. Whoa. It has only been a year since I saw him, and he is already so strong. Has he reached that level? Setar exclaimed in amazement. Lewin listened and pondered silently. He is truly very powerful, his face becoming serious and a little frightening when thinking about the legendary swordsman Doombram. The door opened slightly, with orange sunset light shining into the dark house. Everything is happening as he predicted. Lewin remained silent, with a thoughtful expression. This is the central village, the only place on the island large enough to accommodate a large number of people. On the paper, there is a large island with countless tall trees and mountains. The Dalian team is likely to come here. That makes sense, and Doombram might also go there. When mentioning this name, his expression becomes more serious. Even though there are many people there, he still decided to go alone. Is not that too reckless? Irene expressed her concern. No, he will definitely go. It is his best shot at winning. Irene was puzzled, asking why. Slaughter points, she exclaimed in astonishment. Every time someone is eliminated, the slaughter point increases. If I were Doombram, this would be a clever move, truly a masterstroke. I am just trying to put myself in your shoes, so I keep thinking about what I should do, you say with a shy smile. Besides, he is still trying to attract the King of Hell's attention, so the only option is to act recklessly. You are really quite strange. Irene looked at Loon with suspicion, making him feel confused. At night, a shadow was lurking outside the house. Have you checked how many people there are? Lewin looked through the gap in the curtain and asked Irene. There is only one person, but I know there are others lurking around. They did not let their guard down and quickly investigated. I turned off the lights so no one would notice us. I do not think they know we are here. Is he heading this way? Be very careful when observing the stranger. Go wake the car, Irene. While there is danger outside, he is still sleeping peacefully. Let me keep watch. The mysterious figure slowly approaches the door, the sound of footsteps crunching on the gravel echoing in the silent night. Lewin was lying in wait inside, ready to catch him as soon as he opened the door. If he was alone, then maybe, His face was extremely tense. He walks in and closes the door behind him, unaware that Lewin is hiding nearby. You immediately grabbed his collar from behind, catching him off guard, then threw him forcefully forward and he tumbled to the ground. Before he could react, Lewin covered his mouth. Kwang and Irene appeared and used magic to shine a light directly on him. As his face gradually became visible in the light, the car's smell slightly changed. You are Kankalis. Lewin let go, and he lay on the ground in pain. Sorry everyone. I did not mean to intrude. I just needed a place to rest. If I had known you were here, I would not have come. Lewin is still controlling him. You went alone. He is extremely cautious. Eyebrows always furrowed. Right. What about the rest of your team? I remember there were 6 more people, and my vehicle carefully pulls back the curtain to observe the situation outside. When the name Doom Prime is mentioned, the atmosphere inside becomes even more tense. We fell into his trap, and he imagined Doom Prime's fierce face as he slaughtered everyone. From the start, we made bold moves, using our numbers to plan an ambush on Mankin's team to score kills, with the fully covered group being quite large. But then he appeared. Doom Prime jumped down from above to ambush their group, targeting the moment everyone dispersed to find supplies, so all 6 of them fell into Doom Prime's trap. Irene could not help but be surprised. No, only one person, because we had prepared for emergency defensive situations earlier. But what happened afterward was the real problem. After hearing the explosion, Dalian led the team to attack us, forcing us to fight Doom Prime while also being cautious of other enemies. Although we fought back fiercely, I could not hold on, and in total only 2 of us escaped. But that was not the end of it. While Callus and another teammate were badly wounded and struggling to escape, at this moment, Doom Prime appeared once again, radiating fierce energy as he faced his prey. He had initially hidden and quietly observed us, waiting for the battle to end before secretly following us while we were injured. He recounted with a furious expression. He took advantage of the situation to gain the upper hand. You have to admit, Doom Prime is quite cunning, and this time he has definitely benefited. So, I know I might be overstepping, but could you let me join your team? He begged pitifully, and Seda was surprised by his proposal. Now he is really exhausted, but this guy also has a good strategy. He is thinking, no way. When Lewin said that, both Seda and Irene were surprised. What is wrong? How did you escape? Callus. You ask him with a cold look, making him sweat profusely. If it was Doom Prime, how could he let you escape while injured? Your face turned serious as if interrogating a criminal. At this moment, the 2 others finally noticed something unusual. Seda pointed at Callus and said, oh, so you mean there are only 3 possibilities. Either you are lying, Doom Prime deliberately let you live, or someone is watching everything from afar. And Loon began to think deeply as if still eating. Otherwise, you used his identity verification system. The result was a big question mark. The identity was unconfirmed, and the imposter, feeling exposed, gritted his teeth in anger. The imposter. Lewin clenched his fist with a terrifying look on his face, and a loud bang echoed through the silent dark sky, startling the Ol into flying away. The floor is ablaze with a gaping hole, leaving only a discarded coat where a person once stood a doppelganger. Perhaps. Witnessing this, Irene and Seda braced themselves, urging haste. At dawn, the sun just rising over the tall mountains, Callus may have been attacked by the one who created that clone, and it is likely all 7 members of the Callus team have been eliminated. Lewin, Irene, and Seda packed their belongings and left early. Maybe that clone was not lying after all. I want to talk about the person who faced Callus, while the other's attention is focused on Irene. Before, her expression became serious. There is a saying in Macero's Sea, to fight pirates, you must use pirates. Lewin calmly slung his backpack over his shoulder. Time to catch the enemy. He smiled with determination in his eyes. In a fairly large house deep in the forest. Have you found their location yet? They are hiding on the west coast. Aha! He is smiling with his face in his hands while Dalian looks at him with an exasperated expression. I almost managed to hide everything, but unfortunately we were still discovered in the end. Your puppet was discovered. How? Dalian frowns in confusion. I do not know. You are even surprised. The puppet was destroyed because someone caught it. He opened his mouth to smile broadly. His face is evil as a twisted killer. What are you going to do now? Dalian. He pondered deeply. Frowning. Irene Prowse. Seda Mankiri. And Lunadal troublesome opponents. All seems he has their information well in hand and will likely come up with a quick plan to deal with them. Behind them, an ambush, and suddenly Sang Choi Lo appears from behind, startling the 3 of them. Saint Spear. Dalian suddenly rushes out with his weapon in hand. It is not Lewin Adel. He thought he was the one surprising others, but it turns out he was the one caught off guard. Bright explosion shook the entire forest. This is Dalian's holy magic. Everything is going according to plan. The 3 of them are actually hiding in the trees watching. Seda is eating and sitting comfortably like watching a movie. When they hear the gunfire, they all rush over, but in reality, we are not there. He chuckled happily with the apple in his hand. Irene watched attentively at the scene they staged. So what do we do now? Now, Let us go get some kills. Lewin stands up, smiling because the trick worked. While the other two prepare seriously for battle, the scene shifts to a bloody chaos, and Dalian gazes in shock at the chaos. The three were mistaken for the group from earlier, their faces bloodless and pale. Lewin, Irene, and Seta arrived just in time to intervene. Is this what you call a temporary ally? It is worth a try, and Seta seems pretty interested in this. They only have 6 people, but then they get scared and retreat. One of them quickly regains his confidence, clearly overestimating himself, and charges straight at them to attack. Suddenly, from behind Seta, a huge surge of power rushed forward, surprising Lewin. The attacker who had just tried to strike was hit by that force and blown away over 100 meters. The events unfolded so quickly that no one reacted immediately. Dalian's team was stunned to see their teammate knocked away with a single strike. This power surprised our 3 main characters just as much, and everyone turned to look. It was Doom Pram. Lewin's pupils constricted. He rushed past them with a blue aura surrounding him, and with a single sword strike, Doom Pram defeated 3 people before their eyes. You want to join us? Doom Pram. Seta as. Irene frowned. It seems we have another temporary ally. Agreed. Lewin, though still cautious, saw that this was beneficial for them. The Dalian team had already been defeated, and he began calculating everything with a sharp gaze, observing everything carefully. All the survivors are here, so maybe the fight is coming to an end. Why are only we being attacked? It is Doom Pram. Everyone head back to the base. That is an order, and the Dalian team quickly retreats while Dalian continues to struggle and fight back. Don't retreat. Everyone unite and fight. Earthquake. Lewin punches the ground to create a tremor, attacking those rushing at him, as screams of agony echo across the sky.
Oh!
The voice caught Lewin's attention, and he looked up. Doom Pram jumped over a person lying unconscious to stand in front of him. He looked at you with a serious face, passing by your shoulder, his low and terrifying voice making Lewin's eyes widen. I will personally end you, he said with a hostile look, a firm declaration. After saying that, Doom Pram charged forward, sword drawn, to attack, leaving Lewin standing silently there. He sighed and watched his figure gradually disappear into the distance. A while later, in the observation room, at a small isolated house in the forest, a young boy was training exhaustively. We stopped at base B near the center of the island. Lewin punched wildly forward, sweat pouring down. After that battle, only Dalian, Mankin, and Cherky remained from the largest alliance, and the allied group also disappeared along with Doom Pram. Regular missions: punch 5,000 times out of 5,000, kick 5,000 times out of 5,000, run 15 in circles 1-1, and train in real combat 1-1. He stopped, looked up at the notification board, and panted heavily. Finally, it is done. It has been a long time since I took on a mission. The door gently opens, and he turns to look. You are awake now. Irene smiles as she steps out. She was practicing wrestling and walking down the hallway towards you, feeling a bit itchy after a fierce fight earlier this morning. And when she asked that, you did not really know how to respond, so you stayed silent. I left breakfast for you. Remember to eat it. I will come in later. Lewin quickly changed the subject. Oh, thank you. There is a plate of beef and eggs neatly arranged on the table. Irene takes a bite of the juicy, beautifully cooked thick piece of beef, and her eyes light up like fireflies. It tastes good. Right, he is quite talented too. Lewin walks in from outside, hands in his pockets looking cool. I went to bed last night without saying anything. Sorry about that. Irene blushes. You smile and come closer to eat. It is okay. You are tired after finishing your shift too. Lewin sat down at the table and poured herself a cup of hot tea. Hey Lewin, so, just as you were about to drink your tea, you turned your attention to her. I have been wanting to ask about this for a long time. What is it? Lewin replied indifferently. What do you plan to do after graduation? Irene looked at him seriously. He was silent for a moment, then asked why he wanted to know that. I was just curious because of his extraordinary abilities, so he probably would not choose an ordinary path. These mages compete in this tournament, and when the time comes they will step into the outside world, and that is when their lives will truly begin. Someone joins the ranks of knights in a certain palace to take on the heavy responsibility of protecting the country under the royal army. Some become members of a magic tower, or join a special team to make money. Those are the normal paths. Lewin gazes intently at her teacup. So what about me? Actually, I do not know either. I never thought about this before. I put down my glass, clasped my hands together, and spoke seriously. Last year I was still at the bottom of the team. I did not have time to think about the future. Your eyes are fixed firmly on the table while Irene keeps looking at you. Back then, I still had to think about how to become a mage. After this competition ends, I think I will have some ideas about what to do next. Probably go back to the academy. Lewin smiled and exhaled softly. She remained silent. And you, Irene, I am like you. I do not know either. Until now, I had never been sure what kind of mage I wanted to become. I just followed the advice of those around me. Now it is Irene's turn to look down at the table. Irene, I hope you become a great mage. She raised her cup with both hands and took a sip of tea. and I did not say anything, so I made my own decision. Irene set her teacup down on the table. I want to defeat Doom Prime first. She placed her hand on the table and said seriously, I think this way I will find my own path. Determination shining in her golden eyes. That is a firm declaration of Irene's future path. And I will know what kind of wizard I want to become. The atmosphere suddenly grew tense, no longer like an ordinary conversation, as the battle with Doom Prime loomed. Every year Irene ranked second, and Doom Prime was the mountain she had to conquer, the lesson she must complete. Alright, let us do it together. Lewin understood how she felt and smiled, respecting her aspirations, because everyone has their own issues to resolve. Irene smiled brightly when she heard that and thanked him. That night, the full moon shone brightly in the starry sky. The safe zones are shrinking faster and faster. We should leave in about an hour. Everyone looked outside through the window. So tonight, the only safe places left are the central village and base, with Setter using magic to illuminate the map in Lewin's hand. Suppose both Dalian and Chucky are at the central village. Taking control of that place could also be a good idea, but we can't rule out the possibility that Doom Prime is ambushing us. When you said that, the two of them immediately froze. But if no one waits for them to attack first, Setar nervously looks out the window. Irene becomes worried. If that is the case, we might face deception in the safe zone. Does anyone have a plan? He laced his fingers behind his head, saying they could not just attack. Irene was speechless at this musclehead. This is not the time to attract attention. We have to be careful. Tiger. That is right. Lewin crossed his arms, his eyebrows furrowed as he remained silent. Wait, I have an idea. Tiger. Irene and Setar stopped discussing and simultaneously turned their eyes toward him. There are only a few people left now, and at this moment, just one more rank up will earn us a lot more points. As Irene said, everyone will act very carefully. Lewin begins to outline the strategy. And considering we just caused a commotion with that fight, it is unlikely anyone will react to our actions. So what? Now is our chance to catch Doom and Prime. The others could not help but be surprised at Lewin's bold move. Dalian and Chucky have just lost all their members, and the survivors are very weak, so they will definitely choose to hide. If it were Doom or Prime, he would reveal himself because he is confident in his skills. Besides, we can't ignore him, or we will also be in danger. Lewin says to you, looking very serious. But now, where do we find Doom? Prime. Irene's question was very practical. Without knowing where the opponent was, how could we catch him? Before Lewin could answer, an explosion outside shattered the house's door. From the smoke and dust, a tall figure steps in. Doom. Prime appears with a fierce face, his eyes bulging with veins, glaring deadly at Lewin. Are you sleeping well? You remain expressionless, still calmly facing Doom. Prime. We need to go somewhere. Outside, the night is silent and tense, and our vehicle moves forward anxiously because they caught you. Lewin raised his hand to reassure him. So what if we catch him? I brought him here, just to bring him here. Why should we do it that way? We should have acted discreetly and set up an ambush. Instead, the vehicle lost patience and shouted loudly. But I never planned to set an ambush from the start. Lewin hesitated. Doom. Prime has been silent all this time. Doom. Prime. Turn around and look at him. Your opponent is not me but Irene. Brius. You smile as you look at Irene clutching her skirt nervously. Our car is surprised by Lewin's decision. Doom. Prime sighed deeply. Lewin crossed his arms in frustration, closed his eyes, and let out a long, wary breath. Irene is really strong but always comes in second. She says she is extremely worried because she always loses to Doom. Prime. He thinks of the image of the girl always turning away, embarrassed to avoid eye contact, full of pity. It is about her family, so it is hard to get details. She does not like answering many questions. I keep thinking about Irene's serious and determined face, and I believe this is how she handles everything, trusting in the kind of maid she wants to become, circling through unconscious thoughts in her mind. Lewin. Feeling inferior, eyes the small girl struggling against an overwhelming blue light about to explode before her. In contrast to the calm expression of the person on the other side, Irene is desperately sweating and fighting, casting her spell, transforming into a blue sphere of swirling power. Then, gathering all her strength, she pushed the spell forward, a huge ice storm and a shining cold ice block rushing out, heading toward the man holding the sword in front of her. Suddenly, a burst of power exploded loudly, louder than a Z-bomb, echoing throughout the forest and causing the ground, grass, and animals to tremble. Irene frowned in surprise. The blue light completely disappeared, leaving only the blazing red power raging and blowing everything away. It was the Leaf Shield spell, a red sphere appearing to surround and protect the land where Doomgram stands. A moment later, this water sphere dissipated, and the light inside seeped out into the dark sky. Then it exploded, and he appeared in the middle looking cool as the main character, holding a sword. The ground around the circle where he stood was now torn open with a large hole, dust and debris flying everywhere. The dust settled, revealing the cold, stern face of the man. Vines bulging, his orange mask clenched tightly, eyes blazing with fire like a vengeful king. Irene was exhausted, her body covered in sweat, her teeth clenched in near helplessness. the two men on the other side, one crossing his arms and watching silently. It seems she's about to collapse. Lewin, is it okay to just let her go like that? He looks calm, as if deep in thought. But inside he is about to step in to help the girl. The battle raged on, the fierce side growing exhausted. As Doomgram with a cold, villainous face prepared to strike, he brandished his sword, unleashing a blazing red magical fire aimed at Irene, who had long been drained of her strength, and she was terrified, helplessly watching the growing power before her. She knew she could not dodge it. The man's body moved in front of her, blocking the deadly strike from the enemy, and they seemed to glide over the waves of magic, passing by in a blur. She suddenly looked at him in front of her, protecting her. Lu Yun, as he moved forward to fight Doomgram. Without fear, he calmly turned his face and answered the girl's question. I said I let you attack first, not that I let him finish you off. Hearing that, she sat down heavily on the ground, and he glanced at her, half smiling with a look that was very much like a CEO who can't be more CEO. I can't lose a useful teammate like you, even if it is just for the sake of victory. Irene choked on her words, probably overwhelmed with emotion and sweat. Lewin turned to look at the guy, fiercely provoking him to ignite chaos, daring Doomgram to do everything to stir things up. He huffs and puffs, disdainfully glancing at the group. So you are planning to face me alone? Your team 1T all go in and leave that muscle guy standing there. Right, that muscle guy over there still has his hands intact, and his face might even look more like a CEO than the protagonist. Annoyed, he kicks the ground again. Damn that dog. Lewin approached him. Of course I will do it alone. Two people are not too much for you. Who is right is truly unmatched and equal. You seem proud. I have learned how to face swordsmen like Jotter. He remembered. Observed again, that for knights, their legs were the most important, not only helping to channel strength into the sword, but also allowing them to predict the enemy's moves. So if he let Doomgram's legs be exposed, he said as he acted. At the same time, the guy also leapt up quickly, sword raised straight ahead, ready to clash fiercely, with his move predicted before the moment of action. At this moment, Lewin's eyes widened with pride, the prize right within his grasp, so when Doomgram swung his sword, he swiftly dodged the fierce strike with a quick jump. Lewin half smiled, that sneering grin of his. Quite charming, but do not be fooled. He widened his eyes in shock as a shadow lightning fast streaked past him. His heart is hard to read and unpredictable, and somehow he suddenly rushed forward, the magic flowing along his sword's path, echoing past Lewin before his mind could even catch up, drip by drip, into the dark night. I am not a knight, I am a mage, Doomgram growled loudly, firmly reminding you that you are still unsteady on your feet. He continued to draw his sword, lightly reminding them that they had yet to see a real magic swordsman with their own eyes. Immediately, a magical sound echoed. Doomgram stepped forward with each swing of his sword. While he kept retreating, Lewin furious and defensive, he clenched his jaw, looking miserable and unrecognizable. Never having faced someone like this before, I rack my brain, and so far, my way of facing mages is still to use time refraction to approach and then create opportunities to exploit their weaknesses. Thinking about the man I am facing, I note that Doomgram has overcome this by using a sword. Louis stopped. Out of room to retreat, Doomgram had halted, but Louis stared at the gash in his thigh. It was not just bleeding. The area around the wound was turning purple, the blood darkening. Before he could question it, Doomgram pressed on. This is called forced impact. As he speaks and moves forward, this wound will keep absorbing your movements, and you will be completely trapped. Just like Irene, Doomgram's expression suddenly shifts to a terrifying look. All right, let us end this. He thrust his sword into the ground, and a fierce beam of light erupted, no longer a blazing red but now transformed into a brilliant dark purple. That power surrounded Doomgram. And suddenly, the midnight purple wings spread open, feathers fluttering around him and blending into the darkness. The two onlookers watching from the sidelines saw the situation change and grew worried for him. Lewin, he widened his eyes. As the situation was hanging by a thread, a level 5 magic, Doomgram roared back, unleashing a powerful demonic aura, with magic radiating a beautiful jade blue light, but his dark, black wings and feathers clearly did not look beautiful or bright at all. Whooshing loudly, the fierce wind from him swept everything around, terrifying enough to blow away even a human body. The two people standing outside clung to a nearby rock to avoid being swept away, both screaming in fear. Oh my god! Doomgram stands in the middle of the battlefield, the ground and rocks shattered into pieces by the power of his palm. Where is Lewis? He is hiding behind a rock to escape this strange force. Can't believe that man, truly deserving of the annual champion title, is so powerful. He gritted his teeth and tore a piece of cloth from his leather sleeve, then struggled to wrap it around the wound on his thigh to prevent it from being burned away. Confused, he saw a flash of light and looked to his other side. The ring on his middle finger was emitting a glow. On Doomgram's side, he stood there, surrounded only by dust and debris from the rocks. Nothing intact. Even the plants were dead. He sighed deeply, as if very sad. Lewis, I had high hopes for you, but it seems I will be disappointed. He peeks out from behind the large rock like a timid mouse. Looking at him, I must admit, after saying that, he stepped forward to face the tall, serious figure of Doomgram. You are truly very strong. There was a moment I thought you were a wall of defense. He glanced over with a malicious look and asked, have you given up? It is not that easy. Lewis immediately changes his expression. His sharp eyes like they can pierce through him. These eyes seem to hold a pain filled with strength. Yes. A strength built from the trust of those who have placed their faith in me. I think of them, then clearly affirm to Doomgram that there are still many people who believe in me. That is what drove me to break through this wall. Then he took off the ring with the red diamond and held it out straight in front of him. He does not understand this action of yours. He frowns and smirks quietly. You crazy fool. Then he picks up the sword from the ground to provoke you, to see if you still have many words left. Without waiting, Lewis shouted loudly, calling upon the surging source of power. His hair seemed to carry the same fierce emotion he felt now, anger ready to explode. Doomgram. Speak carefully. They clash and continue fighting fiercely, neither side willing to lose. Doomgram leaps high and swings down. If you can't dodge this strike, you are surely dead. Lewis also prepared, raising his arm to reveal the red ring. Two sources of power clash, one sword and one ring. The tense is like a stretched string. No one dares to slack, as the massive sword bites into the ring as if to split it in two. Sometimes, the mercy shield activates and blocks physical damage, and then the ring glows brightly, causing the sword to split in two. Countless shards from the sword flew into Doomgram's body, splattering blood everywhere as Lewis swiftly dodged past him. Doomgram looked at the wound on his body spreading wide. Scoffing, why is this happening? He took the opportunity to kick his ankle, causing Doomgram to fall to his knees. His whole body lost balance and he fell to the ground. Then, an empty foot kicked Doomgram upside down. Lewis slowly opened his mouth and said, Doomgram, listen up, you are not worthy of me. The only thing you have is your arrogant nature, thinking you are superior and above others. Wake up. Lewis's arm slowly raises high, his fist clenched tightly. Doomgram's pupils shrink in fear, his whole body going stiff as Lewis's punches rained down like thunder, his cloak billowing with each strike. All three of them stared at the flash of light emanating from Doomgram's body. Our vehicle was panning heavily, and the divine presence above was utterly stunned. If you lose, I will be the next one to suffer. Lewis chuckled. Just lucky. I almost lost too. Suddenly, your gaze shifts toward Irene, who looks sad nearby. Her eyes are slightly drooping, and her mood seems a bit uncomfortable. Lewis stepped closer and apologized for interrupting your match. Irene, with a faint smile, replied. Why apologize? I should be the one saying that. She bowed her head, her voice full of self-blame. I caused the team to be in danger because of my selfishness. I sincerely apologize to everyone. You hesitated, but because of me, you could not achieve your goal in this competition. Irene turned and walked away indifferently. Do not worry. That goal is no longer there. Lewis still could not understand. He snorted. Irene chuckled softly. My goal is no longer to defeat Doom Prime. Then she pointed at you. Lewis, my current goal is that... Lewis raised an eyebrow and smirked. This target won't be so easy. Irene smiled mischievously, fully aware of what was happening. Get ready, because someday I will definitely surpass you. The situation is getting more and more intense. So now there are only 5 of us left, including Dalian, Mankin, Cherky, and us, all fighting back fiercely. Seda and Irene are also tough fighters, but they are no match for our team. Suddenly, a loud bang and a flash of light erupted from the forest. Thick smoke and dust mixed with the blue light. Dalian, Mankin, and Cherky lie motionless on the ground, the blue light covering them. Dalian and Mankin's bodies lie there unmoving. As they see the two gradually disappear, Seda lets out a cry. Wait, Lewin, Irene said. I will withdraw my hand. My current state is not good. Sorry about that. I will try harder next time. Lewin readily agreed. Alright then, let us have a rematch next time. You think to yourself, Irene must be really exhausted. Seda winked and smiled. So it is my turn now. Huh. Even if you are the leader, I won't hold back. You have not seen my real skills yet. Lewin assumed a fighting stance, then charge in. Seda shouted in panic. Wait. Hold on. His whole body soared into the air, Seda's voice still echoing. I said wait a moment. Elsewhere, someone excitedly shouted, Congratulations to our Academy's representative for taking first place. Everyone sat around the table raising their glasses to toast Lewin. Number 1. Suddenly a voice rang out, making him look over. When everyone said you were not at the guild, I knew right away you would be here. The two people outside the main door are Seda and Irene. Irene spoke first, saying we have fought side by side for so long. I can't miss the chance to congratulate you. And Seda here is determined to go with us. Lewin looked at her face as Seda explained. What do you mean? I thought the competition was over, so why is there still? What is this about? She said with a slight smile. Oh well, that is just who I am. Lewin smiled softly. Everyone was the same. After the life and death battle, I have become the sole leader. Although Doom Bram has many points for slaughter, his low survival rate caused his rank to drop. Dalian and Irene, though contenders for the championship, still rank below me. And if I can keep this up, I imagine myself holding the national champion title while everyone cheers. And victory no longer feels like a distant dream. His eyes are full of heart shapes. He exclaims happily, I never thought I would sit at the same table as Irene Prios. Now I can die peacefully. Irene keeps waving her hands, replying, come on, everyone is having fun. Raise your glasses. Let us toast to the goddess Irene this time. Faced with everyone's enthusiasm, she could only smile and cover her mouth. Lewin saw that and could not help but smile along. In the bar, everyone is laughing and having a great time. Somewhere else, two people are whispering, probably that Lewin won't be able to win this festival. Hey! Speak softly. Dung can hear it now. Sorry. Even though I spoke quietly, these words still shouted into Doom Pram's ears, making him upset and unable to believe he lost. Doom Pram looked at the broken pieces of the sword in prison, realizing he had been careless, never suspecting that his target was not him but this sword. He recalled what happened then, recognizing it in a moment, but he swung the sword as if he was certain to win. Doom Pram is now deeply regretful and once again lost in the match he observed that day. Unexpectedly, he suddenly asked, Today? Back then, did not you come to find me? The other person hurriedly replied, Oh no, I have not seen you. Then the other person suggested, Do not worry too much, you are tired too. Let us find a place to rest first. Doom Pram's voice calmly said, Sorry, I want to be alone now. The other person quickly stood up. Oh, sorry, then I will go out now. Just call me if you need anything. Now only Doom Pram is left inside, standing silently in front of his personal locker, lost in thought. Below the building, joyful voices rang out, announcing that Lewin Adel had defeated Doom Pram and a new generation of talented mages had emerged. Tyrion hesitated for a moment, standing on the railing and looking down from above, the cheers still echoing. In his eyes, there was a gleam of pride. I only thought the boy would do well, but I never expected him to go this far. I never thought he could defeat Doom Pram. Terran stepped forward from behind. Since Lewin won, his teacher's expression must be good too. I can see the wounded pride. It is hard to face that famous kid at the arena. Tyrion hesitated and asked, So the arena must be already done. He nodded slightly with a gentle smile. Yes. They both looked down at the scene below. The grand festival was about to end. The steady sound of footsteps echoes, and now it is time for individual competitions, specifically obstacle course races held within the city, where contestants will compete based on 3 criteria: athletics, combat, and swimming. Since it is a battle between mages, contestants are allowed to summon their mounts or use teleportation spells to travel through time and space. The car turned to ask the person next to him, What do you think? Lewin, his gaze was fixed on the excited crowd in the stands, everyone shouting his name. How does it feel to be a star? Lewin also turned to look. Well, about that, I honestly do not know. His eyebrows slightly furrowed and his gaze darkened. He really wanted to savor this breathless moment, but now is not the time. Nearby, Doom Prime's eyes were still fixed on Lewin, because celebrating could still wait if the winner had been decided. Today is a beautiful sunny day with warm sunlight blending with the clear blue sky, making it very pleasant. Our car has its hands clasped in front and legs apart. Today is the individual test, with no one leading, so do not put yourself in danger. You laugh out loud and reply, Yeah, I got it. I will try my best. The man with the gun raises it high and shouts a signal. Ready. All 3 of Irene, Dalian, Mankin, and Charky leapt into action, ready to fight. Suddenly, the loud bang of a gunshot echoed through the air. Then, dust billowed everywhere, and the sound of hurried footsteps echoed loudly. Each person moved in their own way but all toward a common destination. Suddenly everyone stopped because in front of them was a group of demons holding weapons high. Irene spoke. I thought you would be a bit slow. Dalian and Mankin are lifted into the air in the space. Dalian. Mankin suggest, the 3 of us form a temporary alliance. What do you think? Irene politely declines. Lord Malakin, I do not like teaming up with others. Nearby, the pounding of hooves echoed loudly. Doombram rides on his horse with a very serious expression. A golden light shoots straight from his sword towards the demon horde. Irene said they seemed to want to attack personally, while Dalian and Mankin nodded. Even after observing Doombram for 6 years, I still find it hard to approach him. So let us go our separate ways and not bother each other. The image of Doombram appears in the blue eyes of the demon girl, and before she can retaliate, she is struck by his sword coming down from above. Doombram's gaze flicked back, wondering why he still had not appeared. Then he cut through another demon's body with his blade. Has he already left us behind? No, it can't be. Doombram looks back again, so he must still be behind. He furrowed his brow and asked Irene why he still had not appeared. She hesitated and replied, I do not know either. Now that I think about it, it is strange. Irene remembered the group of demons just defeated. We have been leading all along, but why have not Lewin and the others appeared yet? Dalian's voice sounded worried. Yes, They still have time to catch up with us and the others. But no one has. He had not finished speaking when a gust of wind suddenly swept past them. Lewin stood there and greeted. We are in time. Doombram furrowed his brows and his eyes grew dark. Earlier, in the stands, everyone was buzzing and talking. What is going on? Why has not Lunadel moved yet? Maybe it is time to give up. What is going on? Just stay silent and watch. He is the one who defeated Doombram. Lewin stroked his hair. I have been waiting for this moment since I decided to join the Grand Festival. After half a year of physical training, I am confident in this round. You have your own worries, but I am a melee mage. Turning my back to the pursuers would put me at a great disadvantage. After a moment of thought, Lewin's eyes became determined, and he quickly ran forward, attacking each person from behind before moving ahead. At this moment, the people moving ahead heard a rustling sound from behind and turned to look. They saw Lewin rushing over, knocking 3 people aside, and he silently counted down. 29. 28. 27. 25. 24. Then he realized he had forgotten what number he was on. At the same time, a voice suddenly rang out. Oh, what is that? Setter glanced back suspiciously. Hem was surprised to see Lewin and asked, Lewin, since when did you? Setter interrupted him. Lewin smiled innocently and said, You understand me, right? Then when I opened my eyes again, my voice was cold as ice. Sorry about that. Lewin kicked Setter into the air. His figure gradually faded into the distance. Setter desperately shouted your name. Lewin. After hearing everything, Irene cautiously asked, So you have eliminated all of them? Lewin calmly replied, Just a few people. The rest will surrender on their own. His eyes flashed with sharpness. And now, no one can stop us. Doombram called out your name. Lewin Adele, staring intently at you this time. Everything will be different. Strong gusts of wind blew toward the crowd, making the atmosphere become suffocating. Doombram's voice was serious. I was ready to face the enemy now. But there were still a few people chasing from behind. His hand clenched tightly, a blue light flickering around Doombram as he suddenly leapt onto his mount. Doombram approaches the finish line, then stops. Then he urges his horse to run forward. Dalian Menken called after him. Doom, do you really have to go through there? The others watched Doombram rush toward the castle, knowing it was a trap zone. Lewin still silently gazed into the distance, his face deep in thought. The trap zone. This castle was filled with many traps to protect the treasure inside, but the treasure had already been excavated. Therefore, the traps inside serve as proof of the trial, a deadly danger zone for those who dare to enter openly. So, the usual safe method is to disarm the traps, which is also an excellent way to assess a mage's knowledge and risk management skills. Irene and Dalian Menken quickly focused on creating a barrier. Lewin tapped on the castle wall, but disarming the traps would take a lot of time. Chang looked up at the wall with Lewin and asked, So you want to knock down this wall? If it were Draka, she would do the same. He hesitated a bit. Yes, but breaking through this fortified wall is still impossible. Lewin replied, I know. Chang, feeling more confused, asked, So what should we do? Lewin turned back to answer, This is the ruins of an abandoned castle. He started to understand a bit. Oh, you mean targeting the places that are no longer solid? Lewin nodded gently and replied, Right. The entire large wall with all the information about its hardness appeared in his eyes, and he continued, That is why I am using my observation skills to examine the wall. His eyes looked down and suddenly stopped when he saw the red box with old, eroded information. Lewin softly exclaimed, Here it is. His whole body lunged forward fiercely, while Chang clung tightly to Lewin's shoulder. One punch after another, he repeatedly struck the same spot on the wall. Dalian looked at Lewin's strange actions with suspicion, wondering what that kid was up to trying to break the wall, maybe leading somewhere. Irene sighed, truly not worthy of Lewin. He looked at her with a displeased expression and asked, Irene, I know you are close to Lewin, but do not you think this is a bit much? Who punches the wall with his bare hands? Suddenly Irene pointed ahead and shouted, Look there, only to see water stains gradually spreading on the wall. Both of them looked at Lewin standing in front of a large hole at the base of the castle. Dalian scratched his head awkwardly and smiled. Hey, can I take this route often? Lewin turned back and replied casually, No. Seeing you about to act, Dalian urgently shouted, Wait. Lewin, a stone fell from above blocking the hole right away, making him furious, this bastard ruining the situation. Lewin hurriedly ran forward. Chang could not help but praise. Impressive to break that wall with only 2,400 strength points. Guess you are using your brain too. Huh. Running and panting, now it is just me and Doom, Bram in the lead. As Lewin rounded a corner, he saw Doom and Bram. Chang looked a bit annoyed. That guy is also out now, seeing an arrow piercing through his shoulder. He spoke, but he must be in a hurry because he is already injured in the shoulder. Lewin, chasing closely behind, thought to himself, So you want to beat me? Doom, Bram. Doom, Bram draws his sword and growls. As he swings, Lewin quickly tilts his body to dodge. Suddenly, a hand grabbed Doom, Bram's collar, and holding him tightly from above as they fell, said to Doom, Bram, let us get through the final round together. Then, Both of them fell freely through the air. With a splash, they hit the water, sending a spray of bubbles everywhere. Lewin surfaces from underwater, opening his mouth wide to breathe in. He swims while thinking, "Good, if that guy uses magic to get over the cliff, we will be at a disadvantage. I need to swim away quickly." Suddenly, the water temperature drops further, and Lewin turns around to see the frozen water behind him spreading closer. Seeing the opponent focusing on casting magic, he shouted loudly, "Doom, Bram." Lewin grew angrier and shouted loudly, "Do you see anyone swimming, and yet you are freezing the water? You bastard." At this moment, the water around him froze solid, trapping Lewin. Doom and Bram sat on their horse on the ice, looking down at Lewin. "Does this matter right now?" he said with a sneer, then turned and left. Lewin Adele, seeing Doom's figure getting farther away, Bram could not help but curse. Damn it. He struggled to free his body, the yellow heat waves spreading more and more below. He had to escape quickly. The ice melted by the heat gradually spread out. Cracking sounds echoed, and finally the ice was destroyed. Doom and Bram, riding their horses, hear a familiar sound behind them. Seeing Lewin chasing close behind, they are startled in surprise. How is this possible? How did he catch up so quickly? You run while making up your mind that from now on there will be no more obstacles on the road, so the only thing to do is run. Lewin stumps to gain momentum and then jumps high into the air. You jump down from above and shout, "Bram, we are at the front." Doom Bram are so worried he is sweating buckets. "No. Given my current condition." Before they could finish their thoughts, a loud bang echoed, followed by a cloud of dust. Everyone watched the screen intently and discussed loudly. Who won? I do not know either. Suddenly, a man pointed ahead and shouted, "Look, someone is coming." As the door opened, a horse slowly stepped out of the thick dust. That horse lifted its head and let out a long neigh. Everyone looked suspicious. What is going on with the horse? Where are the mages? A man pointed in another direction and shouted, "Look." It seems someone appeared on the screen. On the screen, Lewin is standing and watching Doom Prime lying sprawled on the ground. Someone exclaims in surprise, "Lewin Adele is over there." Lewin observes him and comments, "It seems you were overwhelmed when crossing the trap zone. Your movements were a bit slow." Doom Prime closed his eyes tightly and let out a series of Genji sounds. He turned around and walked away. "I will go ahead." Doom Prime. On the field, 3 flags representing the top 3 rankings are raised. Lewin stands on the top step for the first place, having fought in the survival battle and the 3-way competition, also securing first place in the individual event with the highest total score, and the grand festival has finally come to an end. He remembers the past. Those voices seem to be speaking to someone who has endured everything for 6 years like me, someone trapped in the darkness of loneliness. Lewin's silhouette gives off a feeling of a deeply lonely self. He clenched his fists and held them against himself, the cheers of everyone ringing happily in his ears, saying that he had worked hard all this time. Lewin's face lit up with joy, and those cheers felt like a reward for all my efforts during this period. I raise my hands high and thank everyone. I do not want to lose these words of praise. Outside the door, the carriages follow one after another, and voices echo. Whoa. So many carriages. Jia-sun rested his hand on his cheek and looked out the window. But they are all selected nobles. Right. Lewin nodded in agreement. Yes. I heard not all noble families are invited. He hesitated and asked, "So those people?" Lewin responded with a simple yes. Lewin sat alone at the banquet table. Everyone came to see him. He sighed heavily. So bored. Just wanting to go back to the academy. Suddenly a sound rang out, startling Lewin. How strange. Seeing the approaching person with a big smile, he suspiciously called out her name. Irene. Irene sat down and asked why I found it strange that no one here has come to talk to me. Lewin calmly replied, "Maybe it is because I look too arrogant. I can still attend a party dressed so casually." Irene looked you up and down then nodded. "Yeah, maybe." Then she continued, "But from what I know, there are other reasons too." Irene saw the subtle glances directed this way. "Clearly most of the nobles here are trying to get close to you, so no matter how arrogant you seem, there is no way not a single person would come to talk to you." Her eyes lit up as if she had discovered something. "It seems someone has spread rumors about you." Irene's words surprised Lewin. That person must be someone powerful enough to make any noble hesitate to approach you. He looked confused and asked who she was while they were talking, when someone stepped into the main seat. The broad-hipped man then announced to everyone that tonight's banquet officially begins, with 32 student representatives, and asked them to follow him. At the banquet table, exquisite dishes of rare delicacies are beautifully presented alongside fragrant drinks. Seeing a table like this, one cannot help but marvel. During the dinner with the King of Hell, the dishes are arranged like a king's feast, but the atmosphere here is very strange. Some people are clicking their tongues. Oh, I should have faked illness to skip it. Hey, that line should be mine to say. Tonight's banquet is just a dinner on the surface, but actually a trap, a review of the competition, and for students who perform poorly. It is like a meal in prison. Lewin moved toward the 2 chairs nearby. He was confused. He thought only the King of Hell was attending. So why are there 2 host chairs? The man pointed nearby to signal that they had arrived. Everyone stood up and looked in that direction. Tyrone slowly entered, and everyone bowed respectfully as he passed, chanting, "Greetings, Lord Yama." Lewin bowed as well, but inwardly cursed, finding the whole thing infuriating. Hearing Tyrone say, "Please come in," I was a bit stunned. What? Even the King of Hell invites others? Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice rang out. "I wonder if I am bothering his dinner. Dad, this person has fine, sword-like eyebrows and brown skin, and exudes an air of noble dignity." Lewin looked confused and wondered who this was. He remembered how everyone used to cheer for Geo-ho, saying great things about the new mage Lewin, calling my name and calling me the new mage instead of the failed one. Now, everyone in the room is kneeling in the palace of reverberating praise. Long live the Crown Prince. Hearing that title, Lewin is startled and amazed. The Crown Prince. After the greeting, everyone quickly sat down at the table. A look of fear flickered across each face. Everyone sat with their heads bowed and backs bent, wishing they could find a hole to crawl into. Just a slight touch of the hand left them bewildered. The atmosphere fell silent, as if you could hear the ticking of a clock. Terran was the first to speak, replying, "No one in the 13th self could beat Lewin Adele even once. Is the skill gap really that huge?" Doombram lowered his face, trembling all over when he heard his comment. "Truly disappointing. I feel ashamed to call you my disciples." He dared not lift his head, only able to promise, "I swear I will never perform so poorly again." Terran's voice grew cold. "Second place is a rank for the incompetent. This grand festival has proven the old saying true, small stream, yet still a dragon." Lewin's mood was not any better. Feeling uncomfortable, as if this party was staged to mock and humiliate, with himself just a tool for the King of Hell to convey his message. He then turned his gaze to the person next to Terran. "But he was not the only one making me uncomfortable. This guy has been staring at me with a piercing look from the start of the party until now." The person is named Samertan Zenap, and he is also looking at Lewin without hiding it. The boy recalls what he knows, that despite being in an unfavorable position as the third prince, his weapon is his brilliant strategic mind. "Zenap has successfully driven my brothers out of the kingdom and become the sole crown prince." Lewin suddenly broke out in cold sweat. Someone as talented in both arts and martial skills as him is nearly perfect in every way. He suddenly remembered Irene's words. It seems someone spread rumors about him, and that person must be someone with enough authority to make any noble afraid to even approach him. Suddenly, Terran asked, "Lewin Adele, how do you feel after winning the grand festival?" The question left him silent. Then Lewin gave his answer. "I feel uncomfortable." Terran asked back, confused. "Uncomfortable?" His voice grew firmer. "Yes, I am satisfied with the results of the competition. But I am not comfortable at all seeing my achievements being used to criticize and belittle the efforts of the students here." Irene quickly reached out and grabbed Lewin's arm, calling his name. Everyone here was also shocked to hear such an answer. Lewin remained silent, even in this situation, but his eyes showed no sign of fear. Terran's voice was flat, implying he did not want his results to be used to belittle others. "But is it true that being inferior is one of the factors that help people grow? You understand that, right?" Lewin honestly expressed his opinion. "And I think you are more like provoking others to be hostile towards me, pointing out their weaknesses and encouraging them to try harder, while also provoking hostility by emphasizing their inferiority. Are not those two completely different things?" Lewin's voice turned cold as ice. "My little academy is not a place for others to belittle and call a small stream. Right?" Terran's lips curled up as he raised his voice loudly. The two of them looked at each other silently again, until suddenly a soft laugh escaped from Somoatung's mouth. Then he hugged his stomach and laughed loudly, and everyone turned to look at Somoatung. Flicker of discomfort appeared on Lewin's face. Somoatung ran out crying with tears in her eyes. "Oh my god! I laughed so hard I hurt my stomach. Both of you are dead." Tears are streaming down my face. "Where did this guy come from?" Irene hugged her chest and let out a relieved sigh. "Thank God," she angrily told you. "Lewin, you probably do not plan to take out any more capital, right?" Lewin awkwardly replied. Not hurt, but inwardly added, "Maybe." Terran clasped his hands together and spoke. "But it might be a bit different, a little fresh compared to Tyrion. I am looking forward to what is coming next." So Moatung suddenly looked towards Lewin and called out, "Wait." He stood up and made a proposal. "Lewin, Adele, do you want to make a deal with me?" Then Somoatung sneered coldly. "I do not want to hear your answer." "Understand." Then the two moved to a different place, where Lewin and Somoatung were sitting facing each other. He slowly called out Adele. Lewin. Sora Take again pretended to be helpless and said, "From now on, work for me. I won't accept any other answer this time. Of course you have a month to arrange it. I will send someone to the training area and arrange accommodation." Somoatung seemed to remember something and continued, "Oh, and the nationality thing too. The right arm of the prince, how could it be a foreigner?" "Right." Lewin grew more and more confused. "What nationality?" you asked him, confused. "But why, when the Empire already has countless talented mages like Doom and Bram?" Somoatung replied slowly, "Oh, that guy." He bowed his head and sighed. "In the end, I still lost to him, so the tone of So Muateng became cold and indifferent. You want me to keep a failure by my side? Lewin remained silent, lowering his head without replying. He continued, there is one more thing. From now on when you talk to me, remember one thing. A flash of light appeared in So Muateng's brown eyes, and he softly said, I prefer listening rather than questioning. Hearing So Muateng's tone like that, Lewin looked up with eyes filled with anger. So Muateng urged you. Come on. Answer me, he said. The first reason is because the fake father introduced someone. For years I kept telling him to mention the name of a talented mage for me, but he never mentioned anyone. So Muateng explained further that he also liked the bravery of the person. He pointed at Lewin, implying that he is the type who dares to dress raggedly in front of a group of power-hungry leaders. There is a part in So Muateng's voice that praises him, and it is the kind of daring to express disagreement with the fake father. Finally, he seems to smile faintly and say, the kind of person who keeps questioning me despite warnings. So Mua crossed his arms and looked nonchalant, because sometimes in politics you also need someone who knows how to stir the pot. After a long rant from So Mua, Lewin summarized and asked, so my job is just to give advice, right? He looked displeased and asked another question. I want someone to protect me from those deadbeat brothers who do not want their sister to become the crown prince. The boy remained silent, bowed his head without replying, and looked very confused. So Muateng asked again, you do not like it? Lewin nodded and said yes, that is right. He interrupted, I knew you would say that, so I warned you. I do not want to hear an answer. No, not at all. He once again fell into deep thought. Lewin thought about the boy named So Mua sitting in front of him. This opportunity might only come once in a lifetime. A chance to become the right hand of the most powerful prince in the empire. My thoughts became chaotic. Most mages choose to ally with power. Even the magic tower, devoting oneself entirely to magical research, is no different. If I miss this chance today, I might regret it for a long time. But, after a moment of hesitation, Lewin gave his answer. I still want to do many things, he thought to himself. I do not really want to be anyone's wizard. So Mua's voice grew cold. I thought I was too rational, but the truth is you are too sentimental. He asked again, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You won't regret it. Right, Lewin firmly replied. I won't. Then he slowly stood up. So Muateng did not try to hold him back. Just smiled. Fine. Let us pretend we never had this conversation today. Watching Lewin leave, he suddenly spoke out. Lewin Adele, they say you are the brightest gem at this year's grand festival. So Muateng never concealed his intentions. My hobby is gem hunting, and until now, there has never been a gem I could not get. Do you know why? Hen issued a warning. For all the gems he cannot have, he will destroy them all. Before leaving the room, Lewin turned back to look one last time. Then he suddenly pushed the door open and stepped outside. At this moment, Lewin was standing alone in the corridor. He told himself that last threat was clear, and his decision was right, was not it? Suddenly, a voice called out nearby. Hey, it is Lewin. Jason asked curiously where he was going, secretly trying to flirt, but Lewin immediately denied it. No, that is not it, he told himself. Anyway, in the end, I just want to be a wizard with my own unique style. In the room, Sumo's voice echoed, and I was curious about that fake father's name he introduced. He seems very special. Taran continued, it looks like everything can't be resolved easily. Right, he nodded and replied. Yes. I threatened him a little, but it seems he is fine. He asked further, so are you planning to give up? Sumo burst into laughter. Not at all. He raised his wine glass. The light from the death ring on his hand flickered. You understand, especially those related to super enhancement hobbies. He grinned slyly and said, in the end, Luandil will belong to me because I have made up my mind. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Lewin was forced to force a smile and endure the interrogation from those two. One beautiful sunset evening, Lewin kept punching and practicing, a radiant aura surrounding him, resembling the elegant and pure moonlight. The system appeared and said, 5,000 punches out of 5,000, 5,000 kicks out of 5,000, 5,000 spinning kicks out of 5,000, running 15 kilometers once, and one-on-one real combat training. After reading the system's display, Lewin panted heavily and said, all right, it is all done for today. Lewin collapsed to the ground, sighing deeply. Then Trang approached and said, I feel like your body is getting better. Hearing that, he turned to look at the tiny bear about the size of a hand, and she replied, I do not want to hear that from a man. Lewin jumped up in disbelief, asking, what do you mean, how can a girl be like that? And it replied immediately, why? Because she was born that way. And he still could not believe it and asked loudly, even a demigod can have a gender. Trang angrily shouted directly into Lewin's face. Who told you there was not? It is just that you did not ask, but we bathed together. Remember those times when you and I bathed together? Trang snorted coldly. There is nothing to see, just a statement that admits everything. Lewin's face darkened as he looked directly at it and asked, so you have seen everything already, right? Hearing that, it trembled like a leaf and turned away to hide its embarrassment. knowing it could not hide it. But unlike Trang's nervousness, he just gave a gentle smile. He slowly got up, no longer threatening him. Enough already. I am leaving now. Okay. He turned back after hearing that, looking at him with a confused face. He ran after him loudly. Come on, let us go together. And you had already stepped ahead, ignoring him calling after but still shouting, so stop joking around. He stammered, trying to explain that he was telling the truth. No, I am not joking. I really mean it. But instead you still do not believe and laugh to embarrass me. People think I believe her. Hearing that, it can only stay silent, but a terrifying voice shattered the peaceful atmosphere. Jiosun was holding Lewin with tears streaming down his face. Lewin, I will go ahead now. Take care of your health. Remember, he advised you like a mother before leaving. Lewin blushed helplessly and comforted his friend. I am not dead yet, and my friends found the whole thing hilarious. The train whistle blew, and Jia-sun and the others boarded. Lewin watched the train disappear into the distance. The voice of the stray cat rang out. All right, then I should also set off. He turned back to look at him. After my friends left first, I went to Leverdai to complete the schedule as the champion of the big tournament. You and that stray cat sat together on another train, but both remained silent, not saying a word to each other. You remember the first time you met him. Just call me Stray Cat. The wizard named Stray Cat is the guide from the wizard tower. The system reappears to identify that wizard. Name, question mark, question mark, question mark. Age, question mark, question mark, question mark. Special note, question mark, question mark, question mark. While he sits in deep thought reading the paper in his hand, the system can't retrieve any information at all. There are only 3 big question marks. And you are a bit shocked. The player's eyes can't even determine their names, indicating they are highly skilled. Lu silently thought to himself that this meant they were on par with, or even better than the professors at the magic school. The only thing I can say about them is that they look like they are in their late 20s. He turned to look carefully at the stray cat, his eyebrows almost reaching a magical level of intensity. Now he finally spoke. I will briefly outline your schedule. First, you will go to the royal palace to receive congratulations. And then he will guide you step by step while you sit quietly listening, with a slightly worried expression. Can I interrupt you for a moment and ask if we could speak normally? He replies, I am only 16, to which the man responds, it is more comfortable for me. His face remaining expressionless and cold, he resumes his work, reviewing the schedule again, while the boy can only force a smile, thinking to himself, they are very thorough and very commercial. I have learned something new. He announced your next schedule. Then you have to go to the magic tower to be chosen by an item, and you looked surprised as if you had no idea about being selected. Mio Hong explained, yes. You could also end up with nothing, but in reality, those items perform the selection process. Hearing that, a hint of worry flashed across your face, and you silently understood what King Hong meant, that objects also have consciousness. King Hong, after announcing the final schedule, put the paper into his bag, and in the end, you would be assigned a mission. I explained that usually, as a student, you would not be assigned official missions, but a champion of a major tournament is an exception, serving as a sign of the new generation of mages emerging in the world. I was just opening the list to continue, and he immediately replied, exactly. He continued, so choose a mission from the assigned list. The boy gazed thoughtfully at the list in front of him, which included search, subjugation, assassination, and fire knowledge excavation. As he read, Strang suddenly appeared and whispered into his ear, making the boy a little startled. I choose this one. My voice ringing out confidently amid the chugging of the trains outside. The scene shifts to Morin Palace. The two of them stand in the hall. This is Morin Palace, the prince's royal residence. Come in. Everyone is waiting for you. He urges you, then he bowed respectfully. So I will leave now. And you? Hearing this, panicked and shouted out loud. Wait. Hold on. Are not you coming in with me? While you were still confused and did not understand why the king cat was not coming in with you, the door in front of you suddenly opened. Summerton stands tall behind the wide-open door. While you are still searching for the figure of the cat king, he leans on his hip, with a slightly amused tone. Welcome to my empire. Lewin Adele. Lewin looked up at him, remaining silent. Then he stepped inside and knelt before him, first receiving 10,000 taels of gold from the crown prince, an amount that exceeded the annual budget of the Adele estate. Summerton sat on the throne, smiling as he told Lewin that if he ever felt short of money, he could come anytime and that Morin Palace was always open to him. Hearing this, he could only smile bitterly, thinking that he might never earn this amount of money in his lifetime. As he clutched the gold and walked away, I secretly thought that the prince still has not given up on me, but I had to hurry to my next appointment. Now, the royal cat and I walked through the vast palace, where everyone here must have strong endurance. Spending an entire day wandering this vast place is quite an achievement. You joke to break the tense atmosphere, but the royal cat does not seem to enjoy jokes. He coldly turns back to you and says, stop joking around. Lord Terran is waiting for you. Hearing that makes your legs feel stiff. Yes. You force a nervous smile. Really, no one here knows how to joke. Maybe they should send the people here to live by the sea to get a bit of its saltiness. He asks again, are you sure about that mission? Are you a little surprised? And you answer firmly yes. He received your firm answer and did not ask anything more. I understand now. You have chosen the hardest path. And you cheerfully replied, ha, it seems it will be very interesting. Hearing that, he continued, I wonder what Lord Taran will say. And their conversation ended. The door to the room was opened, bringing in a cold, bleak atmosphere that was almost chilling. He stepped inside. Taran was already waiting in the room. He called out to you, come in quickly. A heated exchange took place, with Taran asking you first, do you want to choose that great mission? And you immediately replied yes. Hearing this, he raised the challenge and slowly said, the safest mission is to subdue. You can be escorted by the royal guard to eliminate a few bandits near Siciliano, or be welcomed as a hero. He explained, while you sat silently listening. Then he wondered why you went there. It is just a barren wasteland. But you remained silent, though your eyes showed a change. The answer to his question was already in your mind. No, it was quite like the heavenly mountain. Rewinding time to when you chose the mission and the scene appeared, it points to a mission on the list. What is it? You ask puzzled. The first mission of the person. Choose that one, but you still do not understand exactly what it is. It explains, it is the homeland of King Graham, and hearing that, you start to sweat. It continues, and that is where Draka has been for about 100 years. An image of a massive dragon appearing in a lush green meadow, breathing in the fresh air. Thean sun, located at the northern end of the Red Kingdom, towering mountain piercing the sky emerges behind thick fog. It is believed to be the home of ancient elves, but no elves remain there anymore. The once mighty creatures are now only a memory, except for King Graham's relic at the academy. All of them perished in the Great War, with the entire race of elves lying defeated at Fadic's feet. The place where the elves vanished is now just a desolate wasteland, a skull of an elf drifting with the wind, cold to the very soul. There is a reason why the search mission in this place is considered extremely difficult because of the barrier there, an invisible barrier surrounding the mountain that cannot be broken by any magic. Until now, countless scholars and mages have failed to find a way to break it, everyone giving up in despair. The mission is to uncover the identity of that barrier, and the determination in his eyes when he recalls what Chang told him is clear. Taran is still quite curious. I wonder why you want to undertake the search mission in that ruined place. He continued, do you find the theory fascinating, like a child's story that hints that the elven gods angered and turned that place into a sacred site? He simply turned to look at him silently without saying a word. He pondered deeply. But others would not have any reason to care about that place. However, the place destroyed by the world has been Dracargonia's residence for 100 years. That is enough reason for me. No need for further explanation. Just a brief summary. It is the most difficult mission. He tilted his head to listen to your explanation. Is that all? Well, if it is just because you want to look impressive, you would better choose a different one. Taran advised you because he also did not believe that a 16-year-old would choose such a difficult task. He kept warning you that you do not have to endure so much hardship just to achieve a feat. It is only difficult because it is a mystery no one has ever solved. Liu would smirk in disbelief if a 16-year-old wizard uncovered such a secret. Would not that be an impressive achievement? He kept pushing and probing. So you could only end up with a failure in the tournament's history. You did not hold back either and shot back immediately. Well, that is also a way to achieve something remarkable. Your words made him a bit uncomfortable. His eyebrows furrowed, and his smile was no longer as natural. Taran changed the subject and asked if you knew why I introduced Prince Wangti to you, which made you look a bit confused. Seeing your reaction, he explained that to keep you in Leberton. I want to observe you more. Everything has been planned from the beginning. You remain silent, and the tension is clearly visible on that young face. Taran further explained that your uniqueness and abilities might be related to why you chose this mission. Despite the tension, I have always been watching you, and your words make you a little worried. Returning to the resting room, you lie flat on the bed but keep thinking about what happened earlier. You made a promise, but can you really do well? You wonder, still a little worried. Chang standing beside you asked, why are you worried? Afraid you won't find anything? He replied, just a little. How many centuries has that world been disconnected? I wonder if I can find anything. It retorted, humans have not discovered anything yet, but you can do it. Hearing that, you immediately responded, I am also human. It replied, you go beyond human capabilities. I wonder why. Well, surpassing what humans like Lewin can do is a whole process. What kind of skill is that? Who is judging it? As they were talking, there was a knock on the door with a polite request. Lord Lewin, may we come in? And you got up and called out, yes. Come in. The two people outside the door walk in, and you ask them hello. Wild raccoon. Wild cat. Trang sitting on your shoulder wonders what you are talking about, and you sigh and explain, that is the prince's preference. All the sorcerers of Maytop like to call each other that. It hears it but still looks confused and can't understand. So what kind of farm is this? Lanrung happily approached you. So Luin, let us go to the crafting room to receive the reward zone. The three of them walked down the corridor, explaining to Luin about the crafting room, which is divided into 4 areas: Zone C, Zone B, Zone A, and Zone X. Items in Zone C are the most common, while those in Zone X are the rarest. Lanrung leads the way. Luin and Miohong follow behind, with Miohong explaining and listing the zones as they go. Miohong adds that Luin will get to explore Zone A, and he asks curiously if he won't be visiting Zone X. He saw you ask that and turned away, his face serious. That area is not open to anyone unless something special happens. Even with the prince, that is an issue. Your gaze scrutinized, wondering in your mind. Something special. Following my guide, I started exploring from areas, and the 3 of us enter the room in Zone C. You pick up a sword bigger than a pig's carcass and ask the others if it is a dark sword. Lanrung responds, yes, that is right. We only collect well-preserved items after battles with monsters and demons. The boy looked at the sword thoughtfully. Impressed, it seems the shining sword was used by Doom Prime, its gleaming surface reflecting even your face. This is indeed Mado's collection vault. Even Zone C is better than many nobles' treasure vaults. He marveled. Suddenly, he noticed the book on the ground, the special transformation of Tin Brown. I heard it was discontinued. So why is the book still here? Lanrung saw your curiosity and looked pleased. You seem to know it. It is a book over 100 years old. You smile and reply, there was a time when all I could do was read books behind the 7 Mazium cruise ships exploring uncharted lands searching for ancient creatures. You read aloud the titles of the books on the shelf. Can everyone freely read these books here in the Wizard Tower? He asked as he opened a book and looked at it, then turned to ask. The White King Cat explained that occasionally the tower's leader allows members to read the books, but they cannot own them. Zone B is a treasure trove of knowledge, from forgotten spellbooks to rare ancient texts and even legendary manuscripts. Ignoring the allure of Zone B, I moved to Zone A, but no artifact responded to me, which made me a little worried. You turned back and asked the 2, has anyone else been passed over by the artifacts before? The girl with the braid awkwardly replies, yes, but very few, with a wizard capable of reaching Zone A, even being responded to by 1 or 2 artifacts to demonstrate significant skill. He explains. The boy's mood immediately drops, feeling disappointed that all zones have ignored him, and he can only smile awkwardly. Trang, seeing this, crossed her arms and smiled like a boss, lifting your spirits. There is no need to be disappointed. Everything is an illusion. You were stunned to hear that. What did you say? It explained to you that, of course, to humans they are all rare items, but truly rare things. Over there, it points to the door emitting a murderous aura like in the underworld. You ask it. In Zone X the door already looks scary, and with the dragon head in the middle, it is like it is ready to devour anyone who comes close. Trang stares intently at that room, thinking that something created by a dragon is inside, and it even smells of unclean dragon gold. Hearing this, he just sighs. He does not really care, no matter how valuable the object inside might be. He can't take it out. You do not really trust your own abilities, so you lower your head to search for items, focusing on finding the relics. But before you find anything, a blue light appears, catching your attention. And Trang smirks because he already knows what is about to happen. That green light also startled those 2 guys, and the loon stopped and stuttered. That is it. That light always comes from the X zone door. If we can't hold it steady, all 3 of us might get blown into the wall and framed forever. The lizard suddenly stops. It is happening. Something special is happening. It has been 56 years. That door is gradually opening. Switching to Turin's room, he furrows his brow. Maybe he is about to register for marriage. He asks. Does Gunkan's Fang react? The wildcat respectfully replies, yes. He ponders if this is a sign for him to take the next throne. The 3 exceptional artifacts are kept in Zone X, the Angan Scepter, Mushy's Scales, and Gunkan's Fang. These artifacts share the trait of allowing their owners to stand at the top. The Staff of Angan, used by the first human wizard Angan, is an artifact that amplifies the power of destruction and symbolizes the Wizard King. 56 years ago, Turin was chosen by Angan's scepter. Anyone selected by it is brought to the top of the wizard's tower. The armor is impervious to damage and resists all magical attacks. Made from Mushy's Scales, this armor chooses its owner only once every 1,000 years, and those chosen become legendary knights. However, Gunkan's Fang, the first leader of the Void and a mysterious relic, has never chosen an owner in the past 100 years. Turin pondered silently, knowing Gunkan's Fang had chosen Adele, which meant he was truly destined for greatness next, and he wondered. He asked the stray cat again to confirm that he was reporting the correct information. Luiadel was able to lift Gunkan's Fang, and he also confirmed with Turin that yes, he lifted it very easily. Turin once again fell into a state of deep thought. Realizing that Kun Kan's fang is an artifact that almost no generals can bring into the tower, he remembered the image of 6 men praising a single fang, their faces showing the wariness of their praise. And it was not something just anyone could lift like that. It possessed a power similar to that of Ogre E. And as he thought about it, he seemed to understand something, a power reminiscent of Ogre E, with a special mission to search in Theon's son. Kun Kan's fang, the first leader of Ogre E, reorganizes all the information he has gathered, then suddenly speaks out. Immediately, under the influence of Scream's witch, he issues an order to the Cat King. I decided to head west towards Theon's son. King Cat instructed Lu in that the mission would take a month, so make sure you complete it on time. After giving you your supplies and fare, he handed you your card and train ticket. And you thanked him before he silently watched you pack your things, as if he wanted to say something. After packing his things, he looked up and saw him still watching, so he asked, "Do you have anything else to say?" Seeing him ask that, he replied, "Yes and no," which honestly made his stomach churn. Hearing his response, you felt a bit puzzled and asked, "What do you mean?" He replied, "As a wizard of the magic tower I am not allowed to express personal opinions, but as a senior I have something to tell you." Luin's face suddenly showed surprise, not understanding why he said that. The wizard tower is very caring towards its sorcerers, but for those outside it, they are very cold and distant. You know, the best place for you to belong. Luin, he was implying something that you would definitely understand. Be careful and doubt everything. At this point he looked serious, making the atmosphere more tense. Seeing that, your face also naturally became more serious. The Tixi Ran Fortress, a city near Theon's son, was built to protect the continent from monster attacks and is also called the shield of the continent. Therefore, Tixi is always equipped with high walls. Its strong military power and brave soldiers can be compared to the capital. At least that is what I read in the book. Standing in a nearly deserted place talking to Strang, his face shows a hint of worry. But it is so vacant that it is hard to believe. Strang replied that it is because this is a city. Their original goal is gone. But now the threat is Ogre. It is gone now. He explains. He then points to a beer shop. Look, the guards are drunk in the middle of the day. The soldiers each hold a huge mug of beer, and after drinking, they might be full and not need anything else to eat. They shout all day long, and Loon finds it a bit annoying. Suddenly, big guy with a sword-shaped scar on his face appeared out of nowhere. "Hey, you pretty boy in fancy clothes. Give me everything my has." Is he really planning to scare you with that huge figure? Do you see Loon's face looking so scared? Huh. He gently places his hand on the big guy's shoulder. Later, you walk away and realize the world is really different from what the book described. While that guy is lying with his legs up in the air, a thunderous snore echoes through the quiet space, and someone is sleeping with a runny nose. Blowing bubbles, Luin and Chang were helpless, watching him sleep, not knowing what to say. Sokal decided to break his deep sleep and called out, apologizing, causing him to wake up groggily. He quickly got up when he saw you in front of him. "Sorry, I was so asleep I did not recognize you." "Wizard, you did not mind too much. It is okay. Can I get a horse?" you ask him. The horse owner looks a bit embarrassed and replies, "Well, actually, currently we have no horses. The stable is completely empty with not a single horse in sight. Only dry hay piles remain." You ask again. "No horses." The stable owner replied yes. And you asked if there were no other stables around. The stable keeper could only scratch his head in guilt. This was the only place Terry's hunt had. Seeing that, he burst into laughter so hard tears streamed down his face. "What kind of stable has no horses at all? Haha. This place truly is something." Before he could finish speaking, Luin interrupted, which was a bit off from what he planned, and his face showed a little disappointment because he could not borrow a horse. The owner explained that initially there were 3 horses in the stable, but all of them had been rented out in the morning, and it has been a long time since we had any customers. But today suddenly someone rented all the horses. Hearing his explanation, I was a bit surprised. He then awkwardly made a proposal to me. If I could wait for a day, somehow I will. I interrupted him. "Wait a moment," which startled him a bit. "Yes, you asked the owner if no one needed horses for a long time, but today someone rented them all," and he was also a bit puzzled. "Yeah, that is right. But why? I am starting to suspect that Terry-san rarely has visitors, but someone else is renting all the horses here. Is it just a coincidence?" You wonder, but then you remember what the wild cat told you before leaving. Doubt everything. You turn to ask your friend sitting on your shoulder, "Trang, do you realize what is going on?" Hearing your question, he sighs and crosses his arms. "So humans, do you only realize now? I told you already on the train." It answered your question. "Yes." And then both of them turned in the same direction. We are being followed from behind the house across from where you and Trang are standing, with a masked figure watching the two of them. Once we realized we were being tailed, we acted immediately. I told the inn staff to report if anyone asked about me. You gave the landlord a gold coin, and his eyes immediately lit up as he agreed. Rest assured with me, money can indeed buy anyone's trouble. I decided to act as bait and walk around Terrasane. You move along the street. They must have seen me leave the inn. They will definitely come and ask about us. They are clearly members of the Renek Empire. I smile as if I already know everything. Whether it is the prince angry because I refused his invitation to join the empire or the Wizard Tower's king coming after me, I do not really care, but none of them are particularly welcome. We must resolve this issue before reaching the mountain's summit at all costs. Your eyes show clear determination. I can't let them keep tailing us once I realize they are here. No one has come, the innkeeper replied awkwardly to Lewin. You seem to doubt that, and the landlord honestly replies. I swear I was very tense waiting for someone after you left, but no one came. Trang speaks up, looking at him as if he does not believe he is lying. Suddenly, the landlord remembered something, but then he said something very strange, and I quickly asked what it was. He revealed something shocking, saying that for about 3 minutes, my memory was almost completely gone, and I was stunned when I heard that. The landlord added that no matter how hard I tried to recall, my face grew more tense as I listened to what he remembered. Mind control, a high-level level 6 magic, allows you to control and dominate the mind of others. The victim will lose all memories during that time, and the other person can steal that part of the memory. You quickly go upstairs. They are more patient and stronger than I thought, and if the memories are stolen, they will realize that I have discovered someone following me, and you gradually deduced everything. Lewin opened the door to his rest room. The room was empty, but on the headboard, someone had left a note. The note read, I do not intend to harm you, so do not waste your time looking for me, but continue your search. Lewin angrily tore the note down. So, you sneak into my room to leave a note, telling me not to worry. This is definitely a threat. Then he's serious. Alright then, give it a try. Lewin jumps out of the room. You kick into the nearby buildings and land safely. Lewin's dangerous jump just barely missed. Lewin speeds away like a flash, and with such speed, he is likely to get caught by the police. Then Strang asked what you think, and you reply with a triumphant smile. We need to find them. Lewin ordered. Open the map for me. 4 red dots appear, 1 for him and Strang. 3 for the pursuers. He sped off but still turned back with a teasing look. Alright, then let us follow. The red circles appear as Lewin speeds up, and he shouts loudly so the 3 guys can hear, like he is racing for first place in a triathlon. Should I follow them? Haha. Our champion junior is asking us to play a game with him like this. It would not be fun if I refused. The one with the skull on his neck seems to be the leader and ordered the other 2 to chase them. Just do not kill them, and the 2 immediately disappeared. Obeying the order, the red light flickered, and the 2 tailing figures flew like birds, quickly catching up to Lewin and Strang. As for you, you kept running and smiling without a hint of fear, because you were the one who challenged them. What was there to be afraid of? In a deserted place like Badan Pagoda, a purple light appeared, bringing down 3 suspicious men in black robes. The leader turned and said, he is not gone. He is waiting for us. Sizz, they just keep talking without paying any attention to the surroundings among those wooden crates. Lewin suddenly burst out from inside, catching the 3 black-clad thugs off guard. They panicked and shouted Lewin a deal. Before he could say a second word, one of them was already punched in the face. He quickly turned around and looked at the second guy, making him panic and gape. Lewin punched forward, but the guy quickly cast a spell to create a wall of protection in front of him. But how could that stop my master's disciple? The magic wall was shattered by Lewin's punch before it even formed, and that guy also took a blow that left him bleeding and coughing. Before long, 2 of the 3 guys had already been taken down and were sprawled on the ground. Lewin stared directly at the last one. He suddenly burst out laughing loudly. Ha! I was curious about what kind of person he was, so it turns out he is really a monster. Lewin's face was filled with fiery anger as he shouted, Who are you? The guy in the black shirt with a beard still looks very calm despite Lewin's suspicion and says, Do you know the head of the Darkwater Tower sent us? Here we were told to protect our young. Lewin replies, protecting more like spying on them. The bearded man's face grew more mysterious as he tore the paper in his hand and said, They are all the same anyway. After all, it looks like you are having a good time. Then, the old man disappeared, leaving only 2 unconscious henchmen on the ground and a cloud of gray smoke with the words, See you later. That skull tattoo. Darkwater sect. Darkwater sect. Lewin crossed his arms, looked at the 2 unconscious men in front of him, and replied to Trang that yes, they are a secretive group, a group of mages from the tower specializing in handling dirty jobs, with the skull wrapped in mysterious blue flames and the group dressed in black robes. It is clear this organization is not friendly, Lewin said. All we know about them is their group name and that tattoo, but their exact activities and the level of each member remain unknown. Even the identity of their guild is a mystery. Trang, looking very excited, asked Lewin what his impression of them was. Lewin looked at Trang as if he had just thought of something and smiled. It is feasible. They do not seem to match up to the representatives from the recent big tournament. Alright, he raised his hand to his mouth, recalling the scene where those sorcerers slaughtered innocents, and said they used level 6 magic, clearly not ordinary opponents, and they can also track us from afar. Trang in netmat cham tu kuo karoi noi, nungoi den salam, Lewin van cham tu sai ni. Whom? Luin huk mat ten du ra ki judu annoy. Da tien, ta sikin ban o fi to the hien ban them. After a while, the sound of galloping horses grew louder, and that day, we immediately set out for Thien's Sun. Luin rode quickly toward the mountain range ahead, and the journey to Thien's Sun was exhausting. We had to walk through barren deserts. But I could feel that we had definitely reached our destination. Luin placed a hand on his chest and stepped down from the horse, his face showing worry as he pressed his hand against his chest and his chest armor. He looked at the sweaty face of the young man, then smiled faintly and said directly, "So this is Qian Shan." "Yes, I am not mistaken. This mountain covered by the dark, ominous veil is indeed Qian Shan." Luin stood there in silence for a long time and then said, "This is exactly the feeling of satisfaction. The black barrier gently trembles as if something just touched it." Luin says, "You once said this is where the people with Raka must stay." Cheng replies, "Yes, that is right." Luin, tired, sits down leaning against the barrier and says, "It does not even move a bit. What should I do now? What kind of inhumane idea is this? Are you telling me to destroy this barrier like that?" Cheng climbs up to block him and replies, "Yes, if they are humans, they will definitely try to break the barrier." "Right." Luin looked up at Cheng and replied, "Yes." Cheng continued, "But they can't break it with just ordinary human methods." Cheng continued, saying what would happen if there was an ogle. Here, this statement from Cheng surprised Luin, as even he did not expect it. Luin sat cross-legged, resting his chin on his hand, seriously contemplating whether it would be better to call the ogle from inside and ask them to open the door, like a friend. While Luin was still deep in thought, Cheng suddenly sped down to the ground, crossed his arms, looked at Luin, and said, "Yes, now my thoughts are very clear." Luin was even more shocked, his pupils constricting as he looked down at Cheng and said, like someone had already said all the ogle here had been killed. "Isn't that right?" Cheng looked at Luin with great confidence and replied that it is just human thinking. Luin started to feel tense. Turning his head back to look at the barrier carefully, Cheng's face darkened as he said, "Remember, Luin, your power is not bound by prejudice but to break it." As soon as he finished speaking, a voice emerged from the dark, gloomy barrier saying, "I am breaking it now," which even surprised Luin from outside. Luin placed his hand on the barrier and said, "Oh." Then he began to place both hands on the barrier, looking a bit hesitant, and asked, "Can you hear me? I know you will pretend not to hear me, but here I have the fang of your leader, Kun Kan." Luin kept his hands on the barrier and continued, "If you can hear me, open the door." The atmosphere suddenly grew quiet, and both Luin and Trang felt a sense of unease in their hearts. After a moment, a powerful blue-purple light burst from Luin's hand, causing a massive explosion that shook the barrier and put Luin in a difficult position. But with his unwavering will, Luin still moved forward firmly, continuing to endure and stride ahead. His pupils suddenly constricted as if he saw something terrifying approaching. That black barrier then gradually disappeared. Luin exclaimed, "How did it open?" The mysterious old man in black suddenly appeared from nowhere and hurriedly ran forward, saying in a panic, "How could a rookie like him do something no one has ever done before?" Unfortunately, when he arrived, the barrier reappeared to block him from entering. He was forced to stand outside, repeatedly pounding on the barrier and shouting, "What is going on? It is closed again. What is happening?" Before he could process what was happening, a punch everyone recognized as belonging to someone came flying in and knocked him back. Luin, with a fierce and angry expression, seized the opportunity and said, "You can't escape like last time." Without giving him a chance to counterattack, Luin launched his next move, using the earthquake technique, slamming straight into the ground to create a tremor that shattered the earth and rocks beneath his feet. That old man has already suffered 2 consecutive blows and is crying out in pain. "Sir!" Not stopping there, Luin shouted, "Vines!" And the long vines shot straight ahead to catch the designated prey, that is the wizard. "Do you think you can get close to me this time?" Luin calmly looked at the person tied up in front of him and said, "What level are you at? Finish this game early." "God's will, huh?" "Before anything, your brother probably saw you and threw a wooden stick at you." The giant's sharp spear suddenly swung down at Luin, catching him off guard in a fierce attack, and a terrifying scene suddenly appeared. With fresh red blood flowing from the giant's green wooden staff, no need to say what that blood was, Luin was stunned by the horrific scene that had just unfolded. His eyes widened, and his body stiffened. The giant turned to look at Luin with savage eyes, sending shivers down his spine. The black eyes of him stare fixedly at Luin and he says, "Answer me. Human, who are you?" Luin outwardly tries to appear calm but deep inside he is extremely worried. Trang dung tren vian, gavao tai Luin thithem. Luin, nu dine, chung duk tara voisoinya hu sakwathuve. May man they, toi ko the diva hang rao tren thien sum. Voge kibuk vow, toi kungo de bog vow the juik hat. Luin noi the. Enthio sat kong loksanki saw vow ben trong. Here, he was surrounded by countless terrifying green giants, who looked at him with curiosity and suspicion. One of them said, "Humans. What is a human doing here?" Sniff sniff. But he does not smell like a human. He smells just like us. Sniff, sniff. Lewin walked forward with a tense face. Trang beside him said, Master. Be careful. They do not have the morals like humans, Lewin said nervously. I know. Lewin recalled the first time he saw the green giant and said, now I guess he is not going to hurt me because of Gon Kan's speed. But I do not know when they will kill me. He hesitated and followed the green giant cautiously, then became more cautious. We have reached a towering mountain. The green giant said, this is the top of Theon's sun. The two of them stopped beside another green giant, and Lewin looked at the giant holding a staff and asked, the top, there is still another peak up there. Right, thud. A shockwave sounded, startling Lewin. In front of him was another giant, larger than the others, with white hair and beard, and there was a yokai. The white-haired giant looked down at Lewin and then began to introduce himself. I am the Black Count leader human. I heard you have the sacred object of Khan Count anyway. Lewin is still shocked by the huge body times bigger than another demon. He gape and look up. Is he much bigger than those demons? Black Gan leader said, human, we welcome you as a guest. I decide not to tear you apart and throw your body to the great beast. Who are you? Lewin tried to stay calm and replied, I thought I already said this at the gate, but I am the one chosen by Kun Kan's fang. Dark Kan leader sat down and said, that is a lie. That is not something a human can handle, Lewin replied. But it is the truth. Lewin took out an item wrapped in a white cloth and said, I can show you. Right. The other demon was panicked and said, oh my god, that is the truth. Dark Kan leader looked at Lewin with great satisfaction and said, a human is interesting. I smelled our scent on you, and I also smelled the scent of power. Lewin happily replied, yes, I am quite strong. The Black Cloud leader said, then tell me, human, who are you? Lewin hesitated for a moment and said, I am... Suddenly, Lewin and Cheng looked at each other as if they were sharing the same thought. Lewin asked, do you know about Dracagonia? That is the name of a dragon living on this mountain. And Hak Kan leader was also stunned by what he just heard. Hak Kan leader quickly looked down at Lewin and said, how do you know that name? And Lewin chuckled confidently and replied, I heard it from Kingram. When he heard about Kingram, the Black Hawk leader was even more shocked and shouted, Kingram, is he still alive? Lewin recalled the first time he faced Kingram and said, back then he was still alive as a relic in my academy. Should I say that he was considered one of the professors back then? Lewin looked at Black Gan leader then confidently said, you are curious about who I am, right? The blue demon lover who led the way earlier still stood listening as Lewin said, I am a friend of Kingram, the one who used to be the leader of the heavenly mountain peak. I am Lewin Adil. With all that, you are still planning to crush me and throw my body to the eagles? Hakan leader replied after a long pause, no, we will gladly welcome you. Human. Lewin's face suddenly froze as if speechless. Now he was brought to the center of a square with a simple stone table, surrounded by those Yutain continuously cheering. Trang sitting on Lewin's shoulder, crossing her arms, said, the demons have a ritual even when welcoming newcomers. If you want to be welcomed, you must show your own worth. Draka also participated when he first arrived. Trang looked at Lewin seriously and said, and the form is arm wrestling. A large green demon steps forward in front of him. He happily showed off his muscles and said, I am Murukan's son, Omarat, the human we welcomed. But Lewin's face suddenly twisted like a blanket. He silently wondered if this giant was his opponent. But something fell off. In an instant, Lewin and Amarat were ready to fight, and the entire square erupted in cheers. Kra, hurry up and crush that human, Amarat said. Lewin leaned on the stone table and told Trang, if I lose the arm wrestling, they won't throw me to the eagle either. Trang helplessly replied, I am not sure either. Honestly, with the giant Amarat, the tense atmosphere makes Lewin look very small compared to him. The two clasped hands tightly. Lewin thought, this giant demon is here to intimidate me, but that does not mean I should blindly follow. Lewin's face was tense as he thought, a fight between a demon and a human sounds ridiculous. But I also have a special power granted by the artifact. The white tooth is floating in the magic flow, Lewin said. Since Gun Kan's fang appeared, my power has increased by 1,000. Lewin frowned, showing his seriousness, and thought, now my strength has reached 3,520. This is possible. Omarat looks confident and says, I do not think you are an ordinary human, but your hand feels different. I am Amarat, son of Omru Khan, and even though my opponent is human, I won't go easy on you. Lewin also refused to give up, laughed loudly and said, that is right, you defeated me once and forever go. The referee started counting. Get ready. Get ready. Both competitors look extremely serious. Start, the love spirit shouts loudly as the referee. Before long, Lewin had already removed the ordner and loosened his arm until a piece of his shirt tore. Omarat was also a bit surprised by his opponent. The match was still ongoing with no clear winner. Omarat shouted loudly, oh! Lewin's face looked worse, sweat pouring down as he could only hold on a little longer. He thought, is it over now? But Lewin pushed all his remaining strength out. This is my last chance. Love, to wrap around. But contrary to what he expected, Omarat easily caught Lewin's hand. And not only that, A sound came from his stomach. Lewin strained himself so much that his shirt tore apart, but he lost badly, probably frozen stiff. Looking very confused, the green demon referee then stood up, raising both hands and loudly declared, Overpowered has won. Lewin exhaustedly lies on the stone table, sighing and saying, I lost even though I tried my best. His hand, still bandaged and bruised, says, so now am I going to be thrown to the big boss to eat? Lewin dazedly looked up at the sky as if he was about to run out of luck. While he was lost in thought, a voice said, stand up, human. A green fairy crouched down, facing Lewin with a satisfied expression and said, you tried to hold on even against Overpowered, Thean Sun's most willing warrior. Truly that is commendable. At this moment, the system quest board appears. The love spirits of Heavenly Mountain highly respect strength. Draka took 17 years to earn their respect through his power, just like he did win Overpowered in the arm wrestling match. Not just once. With rewards, the love spirits of Heavenly Mountain. Lewin looked up unexpectedly, stammering, thank you. Chang happily looked at Lewin and said, well done. Lewin, you have won the support of the Yutan. Lewin, empty-handed, sat up and looked at Chang, then awkwardly said, Chang, you have not told me this would happen, right? Chang laughed, ki, it is fun. Lewin sneered and glanced at Chang, saying, you just said Draka took 17 years to beat Overpowered, right? I will do it in a month. The atmosphere was very joyful now, with the Yokings sitting together at the table eating, drinking, and chatting. As soon as the arm wrestling match ended, a feast was prepared on the small mountain top. At a dining table, Lewin cheerfully said, better than we thought. Right, it is hard to believe the demons can cook so well. Chang helplessly replied, I know, the food has a strong smell. Really? Lewin responded, no, that is not it. Lewin sat down and looked around, then asked why the yokai here kept themselves secluded in this monastery. His face darkened as he thought. But anyway, I have a feeling, seeing the happy and playful Yutan, Lewin thought that he would overcome something more important than this mission. Overpowered approached from behind and said to Lewin, there are strong people. Lewin turned to look at him and replied, yes, Overpowered. Overpowered looked down at Lewin and said, so are you thinking of what to do with our first leaders? Tooth Lewin replied, what do you mean, what can I do with it? Overpowered smiled brightly and said, if you want I can help you make a suitable weapon for a human. Suddenly getting this strange item, Lewin was also a bit surprised and thought, what is this? In a dark cellar, Lewin held the huge tooth in his hand and wondered what it was. I just hold the tooth while walking. Chang said this is the main source of power, a symbol of great strength. Whoever inherits clan inherits it and will be the strongest. Lewin said, no, I mean, what is it used for? Things like armor, staffs, Ched Angle scepter and Moshi's scales have very clear uses. One is the staff of the water mage, and the other is the armor of the knight. The image of Lewin wearing armor, holding a staff and smiling brightly appears. Chang says these two are used like a club, so take this spell. The two walk through the dark corridor chatting happily. Chang says just keep it and learn about it later. It only helps people increase their strength. Lewin replied, alright. Overpowered smiled brightly and said that if you want, I can make it help you, a weapon suitable for humans. Suddenly having this item, Lewin was also a bit surprised, thinking to himself that he had it but did not know how to use it. Making this an unexpected opportunity, Overpowered pointed his thumb at himself and confidently said that Khan's mold was so heavy and hard that almost no one could handle it. But if it was a Mezushera's iron trap, then it was entirely possible. Lewin was a bit confused. A steel trap is just like a human blacksmith. Overpowered looked at Lewin and asked, do you have any ideas for a special kind of weapon yet? Human. Lewin. Tiger. One more thing. A moment later, he suddenly smiled as if he had just thought of something. So you can help me create exactly what I need. It has been half a month since I arrived at Thean Sun, Lewin said, while Anu in the bushes seemed to be watching something. In front of a blue elf shouting loudly. On the other side, a human. Lewin rushed out from the bushes and said, let me handle him. During that time, I helped the Ogress tribe hunt or support them. Then he started jogging, spending a lot of time training me on things I could not do. Lewin, sweaty and tired, looked up at the system and happily said, alright. Then he went back to arm wrestling with Overpowered and, just like before, Lewin lost again. But the main task that took up most of my time was something else. Chang declared, 15 losses in 15 matches. After losing 15 matches in a row against Overpowered, Lewin rubbed his arms and said, I lost again. This really keeps happening to me. While Overpowered just smiled and laughed, Lewin rubbed his arms for a moment before Chang came to cheer him on. Come on, master. You are getting better. Overpowered smiled and said, standing there, human. You are gradually using your strength more effectively. Lewin still refuses to give up, confidently looking at Overpowered and saying, thank you. I feel like I am making progress step by step. I have learned to use my strength wisely thanks to Overpowered's advice, and now I can endure a little longer each day. Lewin put his hands in his pockets and turned to say, before I leave here, I must defeat Overpowered. Overpowered behind suddenly being called by name. He's extremely surprised and angry. Even though they are in the cave, he can still clearly hear their conversation echoing out. Omaru-san, are you hesitating? Omaru-san replied, no, there is no way, kid. You can't beat me in arm wrestling. A few days later, Omaru-san now looked stiff and serious, so it turns out Luin's small hand defeated Omaru-san in arm wrestling, with 17 matches and 16 losses. Chang also could not believe his eyes and said, one win. Luin happily stood up, raised both hands, and shouted loudly in surprise, I won. The system appeared. Mission, side quest in Teen Sun. Win the arm wrestling match against Amarat. 1. Completed. You will receive the reward from the Ogle clan of Teen Sun as a prize, and you will be respected by all Ogle. Omaru-san was not angry about losing. Instead, he kept praising Luin, saying you keep surprising me again and again. I have lost. Lord Adale, is it really ready then? Is it done? So it is over. Omaru-san turned back and said, come here. Omaru-san said, actually, it has been finished for a while. I have been waiting until now to give it to you. Why did not you give it to me even though the weapon was already finished? Luin, after hearing this, looked a bit stiff and awkward, thinking to himself, it is like he is stealing it right in front of me. A moment later, Omaru-san held out the object in his hand and said, here, this is yours. Luin looked at the object in front of him with a bit of surprise and said, it is a pair of black metal gloves, with a bear paw made from Kunkan's fangs, created by Amarat, decorated with the fang teeth of the first Ogle leader in Teen Sun. Kunkan's teeth will not break under any impact and will destroy everything, instantly increasing strength by 2,000, unlocking a unique skill, leadership, and great potential growth. Luin put on the gloves tightly. Determined, with Kunkan's fang-lined gauntlet inside, it would surely be the most comfortable for a melee mage, seeing that he had not spoken all this time. Chang asked, so how is it, Luin? Omaru-san also asked, what do you think of my work? I made it using the perfect mold for you. Looking at Luin right now, he is just sweating nervously, but deep down he is lost in thought. Amazing. It is not just 2,000 strength, it might be even stronger than a flag, Luin said. Omaru-san, can you gather all the warriors of Teen Sun? Soon after, all the green elves gathered together, discussing whether a strong human wanted to challenge us all to an arm wrestling match, claiming he would defeat everyone. The elves were already buzzing with rumors. Even though he had defeated Omaru-san, it still hurt our pride, but facing such a challenger, this event was truly remarkable. The more they talked, the more excited and enthusiastic they became. Welcoming him, Luin was now in Dua Square, facing a giant goblin, which from the ogre tribe's perspective, seemed like a proud challenge. But the atmosphere here is very cheerful. For the ogre tribe, which worships strength and enjoys competitions, they seem to value my competitive spirit. Not only the big goblins but also the little ones came to watch and cheer, the little ones shouting, go on, Dad. Luin chuckled and said, oh, just like before, Draka did this once too. Leaning on the stone table and looking down, he said, although it has fought off 17 opponents in 30 years. It is different from him. Your chapter's ending. Humans can't live as long as the river flows. So you need to hurry up. He lost his confident expression and replaced it with helplessness. Luin placed one hand on the stone table, looked seriously at his opponent, then thought, just yesterday I said this was not possible. But, looking at his shining black gauntlets, Luin is confident that with his bear claw gloves on, he feels unstoppable. The referee fairy outside begins to shout, get ready. At first, both of them wanted to overpower each other, but from Luin's perspective, he seemed to be at a disadvantage. However, with the strength he had trained and the power of his gauntlet, Luin was able to easily defeat his opponent. In a plain field, the group of elves gathered to see Luin off on his journey. One elf asked, will we come back? Young master, Luin replied, yes, right now we need to go to Leverdeen. The elf sighed and said, you gave us an experience worth remembering. Thank you. Young master, Luin also looked at them happily but said nothing. He extended his hand. And Omajusha, seeing that, asked, do you want to have another arm wrestling match, even though you have already beaten us all? Luin said, that is not called a handshake, which made Omajusha a bit surprised. He reached out his hand and shook Omajusha's, saying that is called a handshake. Luin looked a little regretful and teasingly said, like a human would. Omajusha seemed enlightened as he silently listened to Luin explaining how to greet someone and say goodbye to a friend. All right. He set out on his journey with the farewell of those elves. Luin waved and said loudly, see you later, which is a kind of goodbye. Evening at the academy. New information. In Tyrone's office, he sat at his desk listening to the report, which was not very important. He listened while empty-handed, still thinking, and the report about the screaming steel wizard was still incomplete. It has been quite a while since those two returned with serious injuries, and there has been no news since the steel-wielding witch started monitoring Luin Adel alone. He then recalled the incident where the Western medicine mage was beaten up by Luin the other day, and after sending another team to scout again, no signs of humans were found near Theon's son. Done, he said. They have been dealt with. Before he could finish speaking, someone interrupted him. Grandmaster, I have a new report. Another man dressed in black armor entered and said that Lewin Adel had reached Leverdeen, and Tyrone was surprised to hear it. His face darkened like a burnt pot as he pondered for a long time, seemingly plotting something sinister. He ordered him to return immediately. At this moment Lewin had arrived at the city. The castle was bathed in the fiery red of sunset, and with a deep, disappointed voice, I failed to complete the mission. Tyrone, with his chin resting on his hand and a face showing 3 parts helplessness and 7 parts like a king, listened to the explanation and realized that the mission was beyond his capabilities. Lewin sat on the chair, lowering his voice to explain that there was no way to get inside because the barrier was too strong, and Tyrone just listened silently. He then interrupted, telling him he was lying. Tyrone slowly and carefully said, "Be honest and tell me clearly. You are the one chosen by the Nan Khan." He looked serious and asked if the mission you chose was to find the city of the Ogle, which seems too coincidental, does not it? Lewin, hearing that, his face showed signs of guilt, sweat running down as he tried to appear calm and questioned. "So you have been watching me," Tyrone calmly replied. "Watching? No, it is just concern. I worry you might become one of the opposing factions of the tower." Lewin quickly spoke up. "Any mage who dares oppose King Philium's words will become an enemy without allies in the tower." "Right," Tyrone looked at him and replied. "Enough with the small talk. Let us get to the main point. Be honest with me. What did you see in the Heavenly Mountain?" His face suddenly became serious and asked sharply, "Are the first Ogle tribe members still alive?" He slowly left the castle. Lewin let out a relieved breath, almost suffocating. "Remember when Tyrone threatened me, saying, 'Do not lie to me, I know everything. I could dig into your past right now if I wanted to.' I interrupted and asked, 'But you probably would not do that, right?' Which surprised Tyrone a bit. 'Why is that?' Lewin smirked teasingly. The great border wizard but surely would not resort to such measures, especially to face a student like me. Tyrone furrowed his brows in anger upon hearing that. Does that student really dare to challenge me so arrogantly? Tyrone helplessly said, "Fine then." He gently advised, "Return to the academy since your first official mission has failed." Lewin's face fell into deep thought. "I just pushed the pride of the Philium king. Luckily it worked though. Alki would not use such extreme methods. Now there are many other ways." He frowned nervously, thinking that if the king of Fulem became even more unreasonable, I would definitely be caught off guard. Just thinking about it makes me scared. Lewin reassured himself that it was definitely over. He thought of Tyrone with a premonition in his heart, knowing that the one in the X district had chosen him and everyone knew it meant the owner of the Golden Crown. Even if not explicitly stated, the Fulem king would surely be watching him closely. The steam train rushes forward with smoke billowing, banners in bright colors featuring Lewin and cheers echoing, flowers celebrating Lewin's victory at the festival. The crowd lifts you high with excitement. "Come on, Lewin. Let us welcome you," making Lewin flustered and shout, "Stop it, that was 2 months ago." Jia-sun calmly drops the box onto the table with a thud. Lewin sat on the bed, puzzled. "What is this?" he said with his hands on his hips and a smile. "This is your letter. Just as I expected, the festival winner will definitely become famous." Seeing the pile of letters in the box, he shouted in surprise. "So many," Jia-sun explained. "These are just the recent ones." In response to his curiosity, Jia-sun turned to the white cabinet and continued, "These are some that have been kept for a long time." Lewin's eyes widened and his mouth gaped as he looked at the pile of letters like a small mountain before him. Speechless, you fell into a dazed state, unable to find words. Jia-sun, empty-handed, looked at Lewin sitting cross-legged on the bed in surprise, watching the letter in his hand as he muttered, "This is a letter from Prince Lewin from France, a genius and true patriot of the kingdom, personally sent to Lewin Adel." The pile of letters keeps falling from the cabinet along with the steady voice of the boy. "I was very happy to hear that you refused the Empire Prince's offer to join. You truly are a patriot. Even though I have never met them before." Jia-sun sighed and replied, "The letter is not meant for close friends but for those you want to be close to. Do you understand that?" He lay on the bed, watching Lewin read the letter intently, wondering what exactly Lewin's plan was, while Lewin's lips curled into a mysterious, slightly mischievous smile. "I am thinking this year will be very different," she said with a bright smile as Lewin rode slowly under the sun-dappled trees through the forest. "As I walk feeling excited, it has been a long time since I last visited my hometown. Since last year, I have stayed in the dormitory and have not gone anywhere." Thinking back to that time, Lewin could not help but feel a sense of admiration. "I have no shame in facing my fellow countrymen. I am not confident enough to smile and answer their questions about how my life at the academy is going, but now I can face them with pride." He sat on his horse, looking down from above at the European-style villages spread across the wide land. Everyone was stunned, unable to believe their eyes, and they all called out in unison, "Sholai." Lewin scratched his head nervously and replied, "How are you all doing?" The villagers cheered loudly. "Oh my, is that really you, Shira?" Others exclaimed in surprise. "What? Shira?" Everyone gathered around, causing him to scratch his head nervously as he explained. Sorry everyone, I have been away for too long. Right, a villager laughed loudly and asked. Haha, how's the training going? Does it match the rumors? Someone else chimed in. Hey, but our Shaorai is the best. Right, Luina ran over and hugged him tightly, shouting big brother. The girl with heavy hands said loudly. Huh. No letters at all during that time and now you appear, the father smiling kindly behind. Somewhat helpless, Luin called out loudly, Father Luin. Luin gently touched her head and said, Whoa, you have grown so much I almost did not recognize you, which made the girl angry and shout. What? He smiled warmly inside and quietly added, and you are still as adorable as ever. Luin gently reminds father to call all the family members over since it has been a long time since I had a chance to talk to anyone. The bright moon shines brightly in the night sky covered by clouds. In the living room, everyone gathered listening to Lu Ina, who recounted to family and close friends what had happened over the past 6 years, of course leaving out details about the players. Lu Ina wiped away tears, reflecting on how her older brother had truly gone through so much, but you can overcome all those difficulties. We are very proud of you. Thiu Ra. Ina said. But does that mean you won a major competition and also had a private conversation with the Prince of the Empire? He nodded calmly, thinking to himself that even though it had been 2 months since then, it was still new information to the people in his village. His father proudly held a letter in his hand, which was why the royal family had sent the letter. He laughed loudly and boasted that numerous letters from noble families were also sent here, making you helplessly think, how I want to be the first to tell Dad. Uncle and seriously said, there are some issues related to that you need to pay attention to, kid. And your father replied that let us start then. We have finished that discussion. Uncle and advised you need to understand more. It will be beneficial for you, making Luin feel confused inside and wonder what is really happening. He turned to ask his father, please tell me if I hear these things from others I will be very disappointed. He helplessly replied with his hands empty. It will be useless, recalling the chest full of letters he received. He lamented that as I said, our family had received numerous letters from nobles. All about you, many letters that could be used as an excuse to help our family or to arrange a meeting with you. Luin and his aunt both looked worried when they heard their father speak. Of course I refused everything, but there is one issue. Luin asked seriously with his hands on his lap. What is the problem? He replied, Binko's Manjo. He could not help but worry that he was using you as a tool to threaten the Adel family. Manzo is the only commercial city near Adel's territory, where most goods are produced within Adel's land. They are traded through Manzo City. In other words, Adel's territory is sustained by the money earned in Manzo. Luin looked at his father in confusion. They really offered such an absurdly low price for our goods. He turned away dejectedly and replied, Yes, because they want to take Adel's territory as a hostage and force my son to become a wizard guardian for Manzo. Luin's father, tired, gestured and said that if things continue like this, the finances of House Adel will collapse. He bowed his head in lament. But currently there is no clear solution. Luin remembered the cheerful faces of the farmers as they enthusiastically said, Oh, I will definitely be the first to welcome the young master. Some even boosted that our goat's milk quality this year is especially good. Your father and Baek Jin were surprised when you said, Suddenly I thought of the saying a bad person needs to be defeated. You looked at your own bloody hand calmly and said, If they are eager to meet me, then I will have to go and face them. Baek Jin, after loading the luggage onto the horse, reminded him to take some food and water for the journey and to travel carefully, and Luin replied, Thank you. Baek Jin, he looked at you kindly and said, I am very sorry for burdening you with this problem right after you just got home. Luin patted the horse to reassure him and said, It is okay, I am just doing my job as a manager, and you are just trying to fulfill your responsibilities as a young master. Baek Jin looked worriedly at Luin as he slowly mounted his horse. Unsure of what to say, he called out as the young master prepared to leave, Do not be angry with him. Okay. Luin was surprised and asked back, Why? Baek Jin's worried eyes try to explain that the Lord has done everything he could and even used his own money to compensate for the damages caused by Manzo. And most people in the Adel territory are unaware of this. Luin lowers his head and listens as he says that the current peace is thanks to the Lord's sacrifice. Luin softly said, How shameful it is because I thought I was too arrogant. Hearing that, he looked confused and asked, What do you mean? Remembering my father, I could not help but sigh and wonder if he was just enduring everything. Thinking about last night's conversation, I can't help but feel ashamed to admit that I thought I alone could handle everything my father could not do. Luin's sad eyes softly said, Even though I knew from when I was a child that my father loved and cared for this land more than anyone else. Baek Jin, hearing that, did not know what more to say to comfort him. Luin dismounted from his horse and handed over a wooden box, saying, Could you help me deliver this to my father instead? He respectfully extended both hands, asking what this was, and Baek Jin stared in shock at the box in his hands as Luin calmly explained that it was 10,000 gold taels. The neatly stacked gold bars in the box, I gently explained, are the prize from that big tournament. and I hope they will be used for essential matters in the territory. Baekjin asks again, what exactly do you need it for? Lewin carefully looked at him, holding the box in his hands, and replied, I believe it would be most effective to use it to buy more land. I trust the Adele family can become self-sufficient and supply others without needing Munzo in the future. Jean frowned thoughtfully and replied it could be true, but right now our territory is facing difficulties and no one wants to sell land to us. He was surprised when he heard what you said. What if we just take it then? Lewin confidently said. And then we will proceed to clean everything up. He explained that we will address the long-term problems of the eroded hills and the Trinong plains, which are occupied by the enemy, and that this is not my idea. Lewin carefully sat on his horse and explained his plan. With this amount of money, if we hire mercenaries and develop the territory and train outsiders, we could even make more money. Uncle Jean realized that if they could hire mercenaries at a reasonable price, it would definitely be worth trying. Lewin turned to Uncle Jean and said that he would leave the details with the manager and his father before setting off. Lewin galloped away, leaving Uncle Jean behind. Let us go. The city of Manzo is the largest territory in the south of the kingdom, and all regional supplies are concentrated here. The lord is Binkos, and there are many bad rumors about him, such as using money to buy titles through loan sharks or being a former leader of Bangwamba. Lewin thought to himself that, in other words, we have to have a heart of steel. You stop in front of the gate of a magnificent fortress guarded by soldiers. From horseback, Lewin respectfully bows and asks a guard if Lewin Adel, the second son of the Adel family and Lord Lewin, is inside. Hearing that, the tall soldier sighed while the chubby one snorted dismissively. Lewin's face darkened at the harsh tone from the guards. It is Adel again. One guard wondered why they kept making such a fuss even though they knew they would never succeed. The tall guard replied, yeah. The chubby guard nodded mockingly. They are just kids learning how to beg. The tall thin soldier laughed loudly while holding his stomach and said to Lewin sitting on the horse, haha, can you speak properly this time? Young master. The chubby soldier next to him scratched his head and chuckled. Hee hee. Lewin closed his eyes and thought to himself, does he always get treated like this? Dad has come here so many times already. A guard looked down at him from his horse and asked, young master, go inside and wonder where the lord is. If it were a deal, they would throw you out. The skinny guard looked at his teammate's short and long stance and deliberately asked loudly, but this time it was different. Right. Hurry up. Lewin silently thought to himself that he was not here as a trainee, but as the second son of the Adel family. If I normally accept such rudeness, it would make the face of the Adel territory look really ridiculous. The chubby soldier was surprised to see Lewin prepare to fight and shouted loudly, what are you going to do now? The skinny soldier blinked slightly when reminded that you all should go home and practice more. To the surprise of the guards, he threw the skinny soldier forcefully backwards. Pinky Oats Manju and another soldier returned from somewhere, smiling and speaking cheerfully. Oh my lord, look at this one. Lewin glanced at him and chuckled. For the hero who won the big tournament this year, the new generation mage, is not it Lewin Adil? He furrowed his brow and asked, are you Lord Pinky Oats Manju? The old man bowed respectfully. We are Pinky Oats Manju, here to welcome a person of your stature to this humble place. It is truly shameful that I cannot lift my head high. The old man was stunned when he heard Lewin arrogantly reply. Then do not lift your head up. You glare fiercely at him, gritting your teeth and saying if you are ashamed of me coming here, you would better bow your head down. Pinky Oats Manju frowns but says nothing. The old man smirked. Pinky Oats Manju stood straight up, straightened his face, and replied, as the rumors say, you are quite straightforward. Huh. Then regardless of shame, I will lift my head high. Lewin calmly said, fine. But you should train your bodyguards. The old man asked mockingly, what did my children do wrong? Pinky Oats Manju glared at his condescending glance. They treat our family as if we are a love tribe, so I warn you lightly. He glanced back at his guards, a pile of bruised bodies courtesy of Lewin, and was left speechless, while Pinky Oats Manju, enraged, gritted his teeth, eyes wide with fury. Lewin looked at his expression and sarcastically said, is that okay, my lord chieftain? He then turned around with a forced smile and replied, he just treat them casually like subordinates. But inside he was annoyed. How dare that kid touch me? Lewin wiped his hands, smiled, and said, well then we will. Surprised, Pinky Oats Manju watched as you kicked the other guy, sending him flying backward with great force. The guard was knocked down to the ground, and he clapped his hands with a straight face, saying that is enough. This one also needs to be trained in etiquette. Leaving him speechless, Lewin chuckled and added, maybe he is thinking of making me stay here longer. The old man was so provoked he was furious, teeth clenched and eyes fierce, as the insult echoed in his mind. Come on in. Demon Lord, as soon as you entered, you saw something that looked like a wolf with sharp teeth hanging on the wall. He just smiled genuinely and shared with Lewin that his hobby is collecting art pieces like that. He looked serious and said, Parem, it does not look very pleasant. The old man kept talking. I understand. Everyone has different tastes, he remained silent for a moment, then silently evaluated in his mind that these art pieces were beautiful and that this guy's taste was terrible. The items he displayed in his house were all strange and frightening objects that normal people would never buy. The more he thought about it, the more he started to worry about this old man. Clearly, leaving those things here was meant to create a sense of fear and anxiety. Was he trying to threaten me? Then the man poured water and offered Lewin some, introducing the rare tea he prepared. Called Piram. From the south, try a little. You fold your arms and refuse the invitation. No need. Oh, you do not like tea. I will change it to soda for you. With the straightforward personality of someone from Haiphong, you ask back, are you pretending not to know anything? He really does not understand why I refuse to drink this cup of tea, he said as he poured the tea on the table with a tense expression. Staring straight at him, the tea from the cup spills out, blending with this terrifying silence, as a mysterious smile creeps onto his lips. Then he calmly picked up the hot tea, as if he thought I was going to poison it. But I have no intention of becoming your enemy. Of course, there is no poison in it. I just want to be your good friend. He emphasized the words good friend. It is unclear if there is actually poison in the tea. But with that kind of close friendship attitude, everyone starts to doubt. I asked him, do friends threaten each other? Yeah. That is just ridiculous. It is only a well-intentioned suggestion. Lu, furious, clenched his teeth and immediately retorted. So you call that a proposal? Is that a sneaky plan to weaken Adol's territory? After saying that, he clearly and firmly refused his offer. The two sides stared at each other again. He lowered his face with a mysterious smile. Unfortunately, ever since you refused our friendship, the prices of Adil's territory will stay the same. Dirt cheap, he said with a sly smile and a look like a bully teasing a child. The protagonist, seeing this, hardens his expression with a threatening aura and advises him to revert the goods to their original prices. A tense silence ensues, holding the two of them in place, both sides tense like strings about to snap. As soon as he finished speaking, he was called back to being provincial and ignorant. The old man clenched his fists in anger, and he thought only he could refuse the deal. I should be the one begging now, but I am in a weak position. Not him. He is about to lose his mind. Are not the students of the Magic Academy not allowed to use magic during the break? I will show you how to be humble, brat. As soon as he finished speaking, his army of soldiers appeared and surrounded him. You were not afraid and calmly handled the situation. He did not intend to let me go. As soon as he gave the order, his soldiers immediately attacked. Kill him, and I will turn that bastard's body into a display specimen. I can still fight and talk at the same time in this tense situation. You want to turn me into a trophy of war? You are crazier than I thought. Even the bear on my shoulder thinks he is truly insane. Even though I already guessed the outcome and did not expect much from this conversation, I still could not imagine that he would behave so recklessly. I see him as a pig trapped in his own pigsty in the south. People like him. I was just thinking as I charged into battle with a soldier. When we were close enough, I suddenly stopped, raised my finger, froze the soldier for 5 seconds, and snapped as soon as he finished speaking. The power from his flick of the finger sent the soldier flying away. Then began an intense battle, with a golden light emanating from his strength gradually sweeping and knocking back the soldiers swarming like bees. With a confident look, he turned to him and said, let me tell you this, a special skill appears the will of the chieftain. Until completely exhausted, he will be supported by the first leader of Mount Hakan, and Kulkin's fangs appear and move on the user's head. He immediately panicked, gasping, what suddenly is that smoke? What are you doing? Then a huge flame suddenly appeared, forming the face of something neither human nor beast. Lewin boldly told him that even during a break, as long as his life was in danger, he could still use magic. At this moment, he realized he was afraid, and the fire person he had just summoned charged fiercely to attack the old man's soldiers. Seeing the scene before them, the soldiers could not help but tremble with fear. If they stayed here, they would surely die. Immediately, everyone scattered in panic, none wanting to meet their end right here. He clenched his fist and the fire followed suit, with a confident and proud expression. Lewin smiled, and running would not make much difference. You and the deity within your skill charged forward together. An explosion of energy erupts. A loud blast destroys the entire castle. Everyone around witnesses and cannot help but feel panicked, seeing the flames grow bigger and more dangerous. Everyone agrees to run away and escape. Right now, the fat old man with gray hair is still counting his collection of strange artifacts, stepping with my 2,000 Vang footsteps. You walk up behind him. Does he still have time to care about his work? Right after, he glared and threatened him. Well, now it is time for you to worry about your own life. The flames raged fiercely, and the space was left in ruins by the fire. The protagonist still is not satisfied and is feeling proud. He says you will have to return Adol's goods to their original price and compensate my family double the amount you took. That is my demand. What do you think? Can you do it? The old man kneels down. How can he possibly compensate when that amount is so huge? You grab his collar and punch him right now. Now you see you should never underestimate others. He is weak and cowardly, and the price he pays is being beaten senseless by you serves him right. The scene shifts to Lewin riding his warhorse. About to finish. I wonder how surprised my father will be when he finds out I have handled everything. The road is quiet with only my horse and me. Feeling relieved, I have resolved the issues in Monzo and returned to Adele. Another surprise follows another. Just as you have not had time to celebrate. Everything is not over yet. A voice greets Lewin. The boy sweat nervously as he looks at the girl in front of him. With long white hair, unexpected guest waiting at a deal. Lady Irene smiled gently at him as she continued from the previous episode. Suddenly appearing to visit, the scene shifts back to about 2 months ago, at an opulent banquet table, with Lewin standing to the side, arms behind his head, looking clearly bored. I am fed up with this. At first it was really interesting, but now I just want to go home. As he stands there, the beautiful white-haired girl approaches to ask, "Are you talking about that small estate where Adele lives?" Irene, with her hands on her hips and a pouty expression. I was glad the party ended without any issues. I truly thought something terrible was about to happen because of someone. I forced a nervous laugh. Haha. I'm sorry. But I could not do otherwise. You said seriously. Not only do they overlook the efforts of the students, but also our estate. She wondered, is Adele really that beautiful? You happily introduced her to your home. Of course, it is a beautiful place that brings peace to the soul. She should visit sometime. Really? So at that time you must not ask where I went. How I want to do that. So the story begins here. But what you did not expect is that she would actually come. Returning to the present. You are sitting there looking confused and embarrassed as she enters the house. While the whole family happily chats and laughs together, your father saw Irene and misunderstood her as your girlfriend. So he was overjoyed and cried tears of happiness. Lewin has grown up, but the girl beside him looked furious. I do not know what your relationship with her is, but it seems like she is jealous. Can you explain this situation? Brother, are you worried about what she is feeling? She angrily asked him. What is the relationship between you two? Is she your lover? Where did you meet her? Tell me. Thousands of questions of all kinds have been asked. Switching to a scene where Lewin and his father are talking about earlier, he is surprised that that cheeky girl wants to be Irene's guide. Lewin, are you really willing to be the guide for Miss Irene? Because as soon as I suggested it, she immediately said she would handle it herself. He secretly understood, and he continued, is not it very cute that she does not want to lose the older brother she has not seen for 6 years? Still skeptical about the relationship between Lewin and Irene, he asked once more if she was sure she was not his girlfriend. He allowed you to speak freely, but you immediately denied it. Seeing his face turn sad, it is truly unfortunate. And you wonder why your father was disappointed to hear that. He immediately changed the subject, saying to set aside personal matters for now and talk about something else. Baksh-jin. Come in. An old man with a beard and brown hair opened the door and stepped in. He took something and brought it to Lewin's father. Lord Adele, who politely thanked him. Lewin's father then turned to hand it to you. Lewin, saying I cannot accept this money. He explained that this is Lewin's money, not Adele's, and wondered why he could not have it. But is not he also a member of Adele? The old man gently replied, yes, that is true. No one denies that he is the heart of Adele, but he still has many things to do outside of Adele. Right, I remained silent, quietly contemplating, knowing very well that my father says this out of concern for me, and I also know that he is a very honest and moral person. I respect him for that, but I feel hurt that you always discuss estate matters without me. But I gather my courage and tell the Lord everything I think and want. I sincerely say, no, I want to use my own money for a deal, just as you did. Father, after hearing this prayer, you suddenly woke up. Write it down. Haha. I think the young master should know that he has been supporting Adele with his own money all along. Lewis's father subtly reminded him that in the future I would greatly appreciate it if you discussed any hasty decisions with me first. After hearing this, he forced a smile and scratched his head. Yes, sir. I will remember that. The Lord then turned to his son and said that no matter what your intentions are, I cannot accept them. You are not yet ready to bear the responsibility of the estate. He took the bag of money and said we still have 3,600 vang, that is the amount we deserve, but finding it now is like discovering a forgotten emergency fund. He whispered to Begin, 3,600 vang. How could that be? I am sure I gave you 10 times that amount. He explained. He did not ask for the remaining money. He was so determined that I could not even mention the matter of repayment. The two of them still talk in circles like a bunch of old women. Why is my father so stubborn? Yes, I have given up trying to persuade him, with his blue eyes and handsome face. He looks over. Begin is worried about something but still forces a smile. Our Lord has always been like that, has not he? He offers a kind smile. At this moment, his mood also eased and a gentle smile appeared on his lips. Looking at his father, he could only say, yes. Lewin steps outside and sees the beautiful Irene walking in the courtyard next to Luina. Lewin, Lady Irene. Teen asked again. Does Lady Irene enjoy the tour of Adele? At this moment, Luna politely excuses herself to give the two some privacy, making Irene feel awkward. The girl cheerfully waves goodbye and reminds him, remember to get along well with her. Big brother. She seems to be a good person. Lewin was furious. Luna, what are you saying? It is surprising how much the girl's attitude changed 180 degrees. No longer the stubbornly angry look she had when she first met Irene. Thinking back on what the girl said made her feel confused. Why is she saying such strange things? He blushed shyly and asked her if she wanted to go for a walk. Would you like to take a stroll? As they walked, Irene talked about Luna, saying she was really adorable, and she wished she had a little sister like her. He felt very happy to see them getting along so well. She asked with concern, Lewin, is something bothering you? You seem to be lost in thought. Or is it just me? As the heir of the family, I want to do something for the estate, but I can't come up with any ideas. After thinking deeply, combining the tournament prize and the money from Monzo, I have over 40,000 gold in total. My father said I could use it however I want. But just as I was lost in my tangled thoughts, she spoke up, and I could not help but think of the estate. Even though I had come all the way to Adele, my face turned pale like a frog, and I suddenly realized that even though she had gone out of her way to come here, I was still ignoring her casually. Maybe she is upset now, so I immediately changed my attitude. How a Lady Irene. How did you get to Adele? Our estate is quite far, so it must have been inconvenient. She replied with a smug look. Not far at all. I arrived at Liverde in 2 days. You should apologize to her quickly. A small question was asked in regret. She started pointing to the path she took, which was quite close if you crossed over that mountain over there. Hearing this, his mind immediately raced, but in that response was the solution he had been searching for all along. Although the southern mountain covers most of Adele's estate, its rugged terrain makes farming impossible and the land is abandoned due to monsters. However, there is a lake nearby, so its geographical value is very high. I have an idea. What if we use that to create a trade route through the southern mountain? Luai carefully considers, by utilizing places like Monzo, we can build an independent estate ourselves, becoming a powerful estate with the only road to the south leading to the shattered empire. Why did I only just realize this now? This will definitely be a great support for our estate. The beautiful white-haired girl standing beside me watching intently. Just as he finished thinking, he happily wanted to turn around and thank Jugit by holding her hand. She blushed shyly, her face turning completely red. He immediately ran off, leaving her here, saying see you later. He ran with determination and excitement while the young lady stood frozen for 50 seconds. She smiled warmly, thinking to herself, he is really an interesting person. I wonder if I have fallen for him or not. Because she had thoughts like a romantic heroine. Even though he left her outside, she still found herself captivated. Lord Adele declared helplessly. No way. Lewin asked him confusedly. Auntie. In the large room, his loud voice echoed. I have tried, but all 8 merchant guilds at Lake Number 8 refused. You continued to wonder. They refused? Why is that? In front of Lewin's surprised eyes, he slowly explained that, in their view, the Edel house does not seek profit. Bachjin standing beside him also raised his hand to support. Sir, even the Lord knows this is a great opportunity. But you immediately cut him off. No, many things have changed for Adele. They are small but progressing. And in his heart, a clear thought runs through. Just because the merchant guilds refused once, we can't give up on something that brings hope to the people. Lewin confidently smirked. Who knows, maybe a champion's proposal could make a difference. Lord Adele and Bachgin remained silent without saying a word. Then he sighed in relief. Yes, I still have the matter of the festival to handle, so why would I have any reason to stop you? All right, go ahead and try, the boy replied. Thank you, Dad. Lewin just stepped out the door when someone asked, are you going to dock number 8? Irene approached from afar and casually started a conversation. So now you are going to sail with me, an illegal immigrant. You still have not quite caught her mind wave. What does she mean? Suddenly, Lewin jumped up and said, wait a minute, do not tell me you crossed Adele's border without permission. Irene smiled as if she did not admit it. That is right, hearing that you immediately shouted that made me become an illegal resident. Crossing the deserted border alone. Are you always so bold? Do not you think that could be very dangerous? She crosses her arms proudly. I do not think that is comparable to what you have done. Lewin, not yet realizing what Irene is about to say, can only ask. Then she closes her eyes and slowly reveals the pile of sins that seem to be hidden. You broke into someone else's dormitory. You did not even bother to think about it and used an extraordinary method in the competition. And you win everything. Keeping up with someone like you is not just a little game. Is not that what I said I would do to catch up with you? At this moment, only then could his facial muscles relax a little. A gentle breeze brushed past their shoulders and hair. Lewin looked on with anticipation. But I was planning to go even further, and Irene quickly decided, so I will follow you. I am already an illegal immigrant, so one more time does not matter. They had climbed the mountain together, so we headed straight to Lake 8, deciding to cross Nam Mountain to scout the path ahead. Together we explored The terrain was so rugged that even with a compass it was hard to find the way, so we decided to use tracking magic to locate Insan's mysterious village. Suddenly, Lewin was startled by something he saw. Of course, there are rules against using magic during the holiday. It is unclear who said it, but they hurriedly saved each other while running. Is not it forbidden for students to use magic during the break? Then you can follow the compass. Let us go together, Irene. Irene had been using this magic since she arrived in Adele. However, the tracking spell was aimed at humoid monsters, causing her to accidentally enter the tunnel of the goblins, putting her in danger as a group of goblins growled in front of them. You use magic and jump high into the air. Then you strike down on the wolf person, unleashing a burst of yellow energy that causes a massive explosion, shaking the ground. The wolf leader was gathering firewood in the magical flames, but by exploiting the dependence of the wolves and their leader, we quickly defeated him and escaped. We also received an unclear mission. Lewin was at a loss for words. A mission. Using traces of magic to track, we continued toward our destination. Luckily, we did not encounter any monsters like before, and finally a smile appeared on both of their faces. Irene softly said, "It seems we have found it this time." Lake No. 8 is a massive guild where the large Lake No. 8 meets and connects to the sea, similar to Anton, and it is also a neutral country under the Empire's control. Here, instead of a king, representatives from the 8 merchant guilds govern the land with the title of co-representatives. As a trading nation, it controls land-based transactions and is rumored to trade with pirates if it brings profit, valuing money above all else. She tilted her head and asked Lewin, "So where do you plan to go now?" He quickly replied that we will go to the Golden Hall. Additionally, the Golden Hall is a large mansion located in the middle of Lake 8, where representatives hold daily meetings at noon, so this is the perfect place to persuade them. The guard, following protocol, asked at the door, "Do you have an appointment?" Lewin calmly asked for help. "No, I will wait here. Can you pass on a message?" The guard hesitated as if about to refuse their request. "But if you submit official documents it will take time to verify." You confidently told the person that just saying Lewin Adele had arrived was enough. And this is Irene Pross. As soon as he recognized them, the guard was stunned and said, "Wait. Are you the winner of the Grano tournament, Lewin Adele?" "Sorry, I did not recognize you. I will report right away." Lewin crossed his arms and smiled broadly. See, Irene was not very surprised again, just as Lewin expected. Fortunately, we were allowed in immediately. As they stepped inside, the first thing that caught their eye was an angel statue with a trumpet and a golden robe, shining brilliantly over all. Irene immediately marvels. This place truly lives up to its name. The Golden Hall, and Lewin agrees. That is right, it can't compare to the Adele house. Can it? As they approach a large white door, the guard bows respectfully and invites them in. You reassure yourself, do not be pressured. I am here to make a fair deal, not to beg for favors. Then I quickly open the big door. Very pleased to meet you, I am Lunadil. The people inside immediately turned to look. In front of the two of them was a round table full of seated people, with only 2 chairs left empty. The crowd continued to watch them. As they settled into their positions, someone spoke up. I thought it was just a rumor, but it turns out to be true. I saw you at Ntin. You are the winner. The bearded man with thick eyebrows asked what brought a reputable new generation wizard like you to this remote place. Lewin pondered for a moment. So the title of winner in the major tournament holds value here. I was worried about coming without warning, but it seems we can talk. The people beside them chuckled and whispered, "Yes, it would be great if that benefited our guild." Ha ha ha, but do not rush. I am interested too. Unlike them, you spoke very seriously, saying I came to negotiate the trade between Adele and Lake No. 8. The people across the table fall into thought and silence, and in another corner, no one knows what to say. Lewin's cloak drapes over his shoulder as it leans on his arm. Whispering, Lewin, it seems you have already cooled down the situation. At this moment, a soft murmur of discussion begins, and a man turns to ask the person next to him, Adele. I think I have heard about it. Do you know where it is? It also has some knowledge and responded. It is located in the south of the small country of Roy Dian. The woman behind, resting her chin on her hand, joined the conversation. Yes, that rural area once tried to sell Keystone fish and sweet potatoes. I think the Lord visited that place. What happened then? The man who started the story spread his hands and recounted we refused. 8 votes against, no votes, and decided to accept the order. The woman was a bit curious why the other person explained that they were not asking for profit. They just wanted to sell unilaterally. Lewin quietly remained silent. The man sitting at the head of the table on the opposite side declared that in that case, there was little left to discuss. Now you start to feel tense inside. They are merchants. And ultimately, as soon as they hear something against their interests, their attitude changes immediately. I am both a new generation mage and Adele's son, but they only see me as Adele's son, a poor kid from the countryside trying to steal their money. Their cold and straightforward attitude is truly intimidating. Lewin and Cheng show their discomfort, and he guesses if it will be the same this time. However, Lewin stands up, disappointed to see everyone's reaction before we have even begun presenting our proposal. Here, total of 30,000 gold. The crowd immediately gasp. You smile as if you are confident of victory. Now, how about it, are you more interested in making a deal? A large city-state where 8 Great Lakes converge and connect to the sea. Instead of a king, the 8 representatives jointly govern the land under the title of co-representatives. I came here to establish a trade route between Lake 8 and Adel, having crossed the northern mountains to reach this place. I faced many difficulties along the way. If this negotiation succeeds, it will all be worth it. Lu's eyes suddenly lit up. What do you think? Are you now interested in making a deal? I will buy 30,000 gold worth of weapons from Lake 8 for Adel, and in return, allow the exchange of Adel's products. The person sitting next to him looked confused and asked, 30,000 gold? Are you preparing for war? Or why do you need weapons worth 30,000 gold? He remained silent, just as expected, and they were very surprised. 30,000 gold is the 3-year budget of a rural territory like Adel. It is equivalent to the annual budget of a medium-sized city. Spending such a large sum on weapons is truly shocking. But I realized something through the Monzo incident: natural power attracts wealth, and that power brings peace. If I have to buy weapons from somewhere to gain strength, I will build my foundation here. I know that each of the 8 representatives specializes in different types of goods. Who is responsible for weapons? They suddenly introduced a quiet child who had been sitting there all along. He is the top representative here. Weapons. Ironworks. Various animals and plants. Even ships. They manage the largest range of goods. Lewin was visibly stunned by this unexpected answer, looking even younger than himself, but the child's eyes were not those of a typical kid in extraordinary presence. What kind of life had this small one lived? Cecilia calmly asked. By the way, what do you plan to do with so many weapons? I know this curiosity is quite rude, but as a supplier, I am a bit worried. Lewin also showed a certain respect for the girl. First, we plan to carry out a large-scale monster raid near Adel, and the weapons deal was the first step. Cecilia hesitated and repeated, you said it was the first step, but she did not finish her sentence. Lewin explained immediately, we plan to establish a trade route connecting the 8 lakes and Adel, through the northern mountain pass. The chairperson nervously whispered to Lewin, Adel, please do not mention that mountain by name here. Hearing this, he did not understand anything. Sorry. Irene glanced at the people around the table lazily and asked, why is the atmosphere like this? What is happening? Lewin also acted the same and replied, I do not know either. He carefully observed the crowd. I do not know what is happening. But I know who caused it. They have completely reset. So why is this happening? Cecilia frowned and warned, are you planning to cross the North Mountain? No, that is impossible because there is a demon residing there. Lewin immediately thought to himself, a demon? Could it be? Then he told them, I went through it myself. I crossed that mountain alone. The girl with the dark face clearly did not believe it. She accused me of lying. Lewin just confirmed his words as he reached into his shirt and pulled out a beast. This is not a lie. I encountered something in that mountain. Could this be the demon you mentioned, the one with silver fur? Cecilia suddenly stood up in shock. You have completed the mission and earned the respect of the Vance's family. Lewin confirmed in his heart that it was indeed the truth. Tears welled up in the girl's eyes. And finally, it was over. She had died. 3 days later, Lewin and Cecilia walked side by side. She politely apologized for making him wait, and he of course bore no resentment. It was completely understandable. With blushing cheeks, Cecilia confided, I never thought I would face this mountain again. Of course my heart still feels heavy, but now it is different from before disaster took my father, and he is no longer here. Everything depends on you. Mage Lewin. Lewin politely replied, it is nothing. I just happened to come across it on my way here. They looked up at the canopy of a tree. Cecilia outlined a very specific route. If we can create a path through the southern mountains, we can establish a direct trade route from Adel to the Western Kingdom. Oyata. We won't need to waste time and money going around the central area as we do now. And regarding the construction of the road here, our Vance's family will support you. You exclaimed in surprise. Sorry, everything is completely opposite to Lewin's assumption. I thought we would start by establishing a relationship through arms trading, and the trade route would come afterward. I even thought that I would bear the cost of establishing the trade route. But if the Vance's family helps, it is a huge advantage. You hesitated in disbelief. Are you saying you will accept my proposal? She calmly acknowledged. Of course, any goods produced in Adel will be sold at a higher price than the market rate in Lake 8. Lewin thought to himself, buying above market price is an extremely generous condition. Cecilia explained softly from across, merchants will do anything for money, but we also have hearts. Cecilia Vance's. Promised to show my gratitude and trustworthiness to my benefactor. Lewin closed his eyes and finally accepted the proposal. He reached out and took the girl's hand, saying, I look forward to working with you. Everything went well. The deal with Lake 8 was successfully completed. Lewin and Irina walked through the forest, and he shared with her emotionally that I am glad everything went smoothly. Truly now I can send good news to everyone and my father. By the way, Cecilia's representative. It is amazing how she has grown up so much at such a young age despite not having a father. Irina quickly notices the change in Lewin. He is not quite himself. Lewin, are you feeling emotional? I gave an unexpected answer, thinking I shared the same passion because I am in a similar situation. She showed a surprised expression. Huh. Lewin turned back and smiled kindly. Anyway, wait and see. Miss Irene, if you visit Adil again, you will be amazed at how lively it is. Irene let out a deep breath, really loving her hometown. Lewin, I wish I could feel the same way. She rested her hands on her head and asked curiously, is not a hometown where everyone remembers and cherishes? She immediately denied it. Not for me. Lewin continued with the suggestion. Hunch, I am very curious. Are you planning to invite me to your hometown someday? Miss Irene. Irene replied nonchalantly. Hunch. Who knows? Irene seems reluctant to talk about it, but I am certain that one day I will visit Fruz. The gentle golden sunlight softly envelops the village with all its warmth. Amidst it all is the intense fever of Lord Adel. What? At a price higher than the market rate. Begin's astonishment. They even promised to take responsibility for opening the trade route, and the worry has little to do with Luna's story. Did they book a private room at the inn? Lewin quickly covered the girl's mouth, ignoring my sister's fiery attitude. He replied to his father, yes father, Cecilia Vance's promised all of that. Begin exclaimed. Anyway, the notorious cold-hearted Vance's representative said she would repay the favor. Truly remarkable. Lewin calmly replied, yes, but we will need time to prepare that amount. And they said it will take 3 months for the weapons. The construction of the South Mountain Road will begin this month, and Lord Adil could not help but feel proud of his son's abilities. A direct trade route to the Empire. Adil will finally prosper. You have grown up, Lewin, to accomplish something so difficult. Thank you for growing up so well. But for this opportunity, Lewin makes one final plea. So, father, will you trust me and allow me to do one more thing? He asked softly. What is it? He clenched his fist on the table and decisively declared what he wanted. Adil's bloodline, the dreams of the people of Adil, and revenge for his mother and child. It was a battle on the Red Plains. Everything gradually faded into memory as Lewin looked at the horrifying scene. Everywhere engulfed in flames. On my 6th birthday. It should have been a beautiful memory, but that birthday turned into the worst nightmare. The grieving have taken over the meadow as they attacked the village, and many people lost their lives. The most painful part is that my mother was among them. My mother. I can't remember her face now unless I look at her portrait. So many people, including my mother, lost their lives, and many others were seriously injured. That day, for the first time, I made a vow. I must become stronger. As the Lord of Adil, I will not let Adil remain weak. Back to reality. On a beautiful morning, Lewin and Irene are taking a walk and watching the villagers diligently practice in front of them. Their movements are precise and repeated tirelessly without showing fatigue. Irene watched them with excitement. The villagers looked much more confident, and Lewin also praised them, saying it was something to be grateful for. As they were trying very hard, she seemed to notice something special, a bit surprised and slightly admiring. By the way, their spear techniques seem quite unique. Irene wondered, who taught them that technique? I heard that and looked towards an elderly man with his hands clasped behind his back, who replied, our knight commander taught us. The man with a kind face and wrinkles that seemed touched by time was once called the Lightning, and fought on the front lines of the kingdom, Lord Bavapetin, the greatest knight of Adel. Lewin remembers the image of him facing monsters bravely, feeling grateful that if not for Lord Bava, the people would have been attacked. It might have been even more disastrous. I still vividly recall how he cut down 5 mud monsters in a single strike. Lewin quickly turned around and responded, yes. Is there a problem? And Bava suddenly approached loudly to confirm, young Master Lewin, is that you? You see him approaching from afar. Quickly greeting him, long time no see, Lord Vav. I was going to greet you after practice, he replied politely. Practice just ended. No worries. Suddenly, Bava took Lewin's hand, laughed excitedly. I heard you made a big impression this time. You won a major prize and are now leading a destruction campaign. You are not afraid. Kong forced himself to smile. Haha. Yes, that is right. After a warm greeting, Bava looked at the girl opposite with curiosity and asked, by the way, the person next to you is... She politely extended her hand and introduced herself. Very pleased to meet you. I am Marine Priaz. She closed her eyes in admiration, feeling honored to meet the lightning knight Bava here. The name was spoken aloud, and he widened his eyes in disbelief. Next to her, Lewin also looked surprised and glanced over. What does she mean? After a few seconds of surprise, Bava regained his composure and asked, Miss Irene, what are you talking about? I heard about you in the night's lecture called 11 Children. Irene clenched her fists, respectfully explaining, I was sure after observing the villagers' healing techniques closely. Her hair gently fluttered in the wind as she faced the middle-aged man, her voice still maintaining its gentle and patient tone. The kingdom's only Lance Knight. I heard that he suddenly retired and disappeared at just 30 years old. A legend among legends. His voice grew softer, gentle but full of nostalgia, as if reminiscing about a glorious past. Haha. I never expected someone to still remember those little stories. She gently brushed her hair aside, her eyes calm, her voice soothing as if recounting an obvious truth. Of course. Because it was so impressive that I read it in great detail. Irene faces Bavai as if she sees the armored man standing proudly behind him, holding a spear with strength. The story continues about how he single-handedly defeated more than 10 high-level mages from the rival nation Pona. It is a legend. He closed his eyes, calm as if he no longer cared about the past. I felt honored that the young lady saw him remembering, even though I am just an old man now. Lewin whispered softly to Bava, his voice tinged with sadness. Bava, why did you hide that? He turned to face you and calmly replied, Huh, I never hid anything. You just never ask. If there is something, should not you know more about me? Lewin, you disagree and start talking about what you know about Bava, but it is only part of what I know. Images of him appear one after another. He likes fishing, lives in the house down the hill. Warm sunset afternoons with Bava come vividly to mind, and he often took me for walks when I was little. He continued, but seeing how much you have grown now is truly a cause for happiness. Bava clasped his hands together, did not he? No. Bava. Is not that enough? Just a few words from him made Lewin suddenly realize everything. He stepped forward, eyes determined. I have not thought it through. I understand you better than anyone else. Bava happily bowed his head in response. Thank you for understanding. Young master. Bava quickly interrupted, saying, by the way, I promised to help the young lady practice swordsmanship today. Would you like to join us? Lewin was very excited and immediately agreed. Watching closely, I am very willing. Suddenly, he still used a gentle face, but his voice was full of seriousness. Interrupting, no, Bava clarified that he meant a sparring match, not just observing. Hearing that, you were so surprised you could not speak, your face froze, and you asked again as if afraid you misheard. Madam, in a dense forest, Bava is sword fighting with Lewin, their swords clashing loudly and fiercely. Irene watched intently, marveling at Lewin's skill, acknowledging that such talent at the age of 12 was truly astonishing. Lewin did not respond, his face serious, but inwardly agreed, admitting that even he was surprised. He observed the girl holding the sword tightly with both hands, full of fighting spirit, silently admiring her. Her sword was perfectly balanced and her footwork consistent, proof of her solid foundation. Then he turned to face the opponent, having limited most of his fighting ability to reduce damage to Lewina, and you could not help but feel a bit of admiration. And Bava was only using his left hand to fight someone like Lewin, and his weapon was not even a spear, which was his specialty, but just a wooden sword. Bava's final words ring out. Today's training is over. Young lady. He slings his sword over his shoulder and looks at the proud girl, praising Lewin. Did not you see? The lady's skills have improved to this level, and at this rate, even you would not be able to match her swordsmanship. Lewin smiled proudly. It seems so indeed. My sister is truly outstanding. I continue to praise inwardly. You have worked very hard. Lewina, not letting you hold on to those feelings for long, Bava suggested. Now it is your turn. Right. Lewin needed to get a wooden sword, feeling a bit nostalgic. Yes. Around 9 years old, I once sparred with Lord Bava using a wooden sword. Because even a mage needs to understand swordsmanship to face knights, he made his decision. Since I have also been practicing martial arts until now it is my turn to show what I can do. His face became serious, his eyes sharp, and he spoke confidently, hoping for guidance from Master Bava. The match ended with Lewin collapsing to the ground, his face covered in wounds, his eyes vacant as if he could not believe what had just happened. Amidst the laughter of the two girls beside him, Bava encouraged him. His skills had improved compared to 7 years ago. The old man felt very happy. While he lay there exhausted, with no sense of relief at all, Lewin sat up, somewhat puzzled, and asked, by the way, how does the level of a knight back then compare to today's standards? Hearing the question, he was also unsure of his own answer. I am not sure. It has been a long time since I retired. I do not know how the younger generation is these days. You lower your gaze. Pondering, I wonder if there is any good comparison, as I thought of a solution. I exclaimed. A picture of a person appeared in Lewin's mind, and he suggested, I know a knight, Sir Gunter Piety, the only 6-star knight in the Eastern Rydian region. I remember with gratitude that he helped me train in martial arts before the big tournament. I recall he was very strong. Hearing that, a hint of admiration appeared on his face as he recalled and said, 6 stars, 20 years ago. When I left the knight squad, I was already a 7-star knight. He was a 7-star knight 20 years ago, almost the strongest in the kingdom back then. Lewin looked at the system panel appearing before him and wondered why someone like him would appear in Adel. The order was given to fight the knights with wooden swords, a surprising mission to face Lord Bava. You see the clock rewinding. 3 days remaining. Sweating and a bit worried. I wonder if I can do it. With my current swordsmanship, I am far from ready. Suddenly, Irene interrupted Lewin's thoughts. Trained by a 7-star knight. Lewin, you are really having a rare experience, I asked in surprise. Auntie, she excitedly explained what she just said. Lord Bavai is the only person in the kingdom. Rydian has reached the level of a legendary knight. This is an experience that money can't buy. Lewin smirked, as if enlightened. Yes, this is truly a great opportunity. I never expected that I hesitated just because of failure. Bava still had one hand behind his back. Catching that moment, he looked surprised. Oh, little Lewin, I really like the expression on your face right now. Meanwhile, Lewin regained his composure, stood up, and raised his sword. Yes, now I am very determined, with 3 days left to complete the mission. Once again, he became serious, gripping his sword tightly in front of him, his face set with a hint of confidence. I have to rely on my training in Igai Bava. Lewin, filled with fighting spirit, thought that with this amount of time, I would succeed no matter what. Lewin was surprised when he received a notification from the system. A new mission appeared during his training with Lord Bava. The mission clearly states that you must master blocking, dodging, counter-attacking, and using lethal moves when facing Lord Bava. I tell myself, to complete this task, I have been training with Lord Bava every night, with the countdown ticking second by second. Lewin tirelessly practicing, his face covered in burns and dirt, as I moved my hands and feet while holding my thoughts. I initially wondered if these battles meant anything, lost in thought. I was caught off guard when Bava seized the opportunity. There was a weakness here. Still, I believed there must be a reason for the system to assign the mission, so I continued training. With only 23 hours and 51 minutes left, Lewin had to focus even more, rushing towards Bavai at wind-fast speed. After a moment, he chuckled softly, his eyes showing excitement and satisfaction. It is done. Bava looked at his gentle smile and kindly praised him, saying you did well. At that moment he also thought to himself, Lord Bava said it. The results of your efforts are gradually showing, as time passes and the final day of training arrives. Bava, worried about Lewin's overexertion, asks if he is tired, but he confidently replies no, I can still continue. But Lewin, who was on a mission, was determined to push herself further. Yes, I have trained enough with Lord Bava, but I still have not completed the final requirement, the critical hit, and with only just over half an hour left, Lewin was panicking, hiding in her thoughts, unable to believe this was all she had achieved after a sleepless night. Is it impossible from the start to land a fatal blow on a level 7 knight? His hand clenched tighter with each passing second, and now with so little time left. What is happening? Did you stay up all night? Big brother. Lewin had woken up then. She pleaded with her brother. Stop it. You have trained enough. Bachki sighed heavily. Honestly, I was just watching over the young lady, but why is the young master pushing himself so hard? Luina tried to speak with growing worry. Even you have your limits too, brother. Stop and rest. Luina did not look at them at all. She looked at Bava and emphasized, just 30 more minutes. He repeated it deliberately, as if daring anyone to stop him. Just 30 minutes. But inside, Luina was filled with unease, knowing all too well that a miracle in 30 minutes was unlikely. But you keep going. The wooden sword in your hand is forcefully slammed into the ground, and you speak loudly. Lord V. The sword is stuck firmly in the ground. Luna quickly rolls up his sleeves. I will consider this the last attempt and try a different approach. You said that and thought to yourself, so from now on I will change my approach. Your strange actions left Luina and Irene confused. Even Baekjin and his father could not hide their surprise, their faces paling. While Baekjin muttered something about Anna, Bava was also slightly taken aback, and he replied gently, Young master, seeing your face and body in an attacking stance, he asked again, Are you serious? Yes, I am serious. Luin narrowed her eyes, her mind only filled with confidence after the recent wooden sword training days. I have learned to anticipate a knight's moves. Now that goal is achieved, I need to win using my strengths. Bava, with his keen senses, realized that I had been practicing swordsmanship all night for days, so he understood that I wanted something from him. Luin also did not hide it. He smiled softly at the guess. Already aware, Bava therefore looked forward even more to this final fight. Very well, I will add one more rule for you. You fool, he generously gave you a big chance. For the remaining 30 minutes, you can use magic against me. Luin muttered the two words. Magic, Bava at this moment, with his mouth, responds while raising his sword. But I will also be more serious. I want to see your true ability. Luin is also ready. He lifts his heel and points his toes toward Bava. I am coming. Immediately after, they both darted forward. Luin clenched his teeth and narrowed his eyes. Realizing he did not need the wooden sword, he had to get closer to the range of the sword, and in exchange, his body became lighter and more balanced, improving his movement. When he closed the gap to this extent, the sword's blind spot rendered it useless, and Bava suddenly paused his attack, then burst into a triumphant laugh. So that is how it was. At the same time, Luin hesitated and was a bit confused, but he gritted his teeth and panicked for a moment, as he could not find any opening beyond the reach of the wooden sword. The method I used to face Doomgram at the Grand Assembly, breaking the opponent's sword, is not a strategy that can be applied to everyone. The knights at his level do not confront the difference in strength directly, but instead shift their approach. Bava analyzes Luin's fighting style from earlier as if he has seen through it, planning to close the distance beyond my wooden sword's reach. That is a good choice. But once you are discovered, I won't have many options left, and the opponent will always try to widen the gap between us. This only makes Luin more anxious. He shrinks back and clenches his fists tighter. Bava is right. All my strategies have been seen through. Just as the fist was about to strike, Luin suddenly grinned mischievously. But you did not expect this. In that split second, the clenched hand opened wide, and Luin shouted loudly, "Light." Suddenly, a blinding blue light enveloped both of them, obscuring Luin and Bava from view. When the light faded, only faint wisps of smoke remained, and everyone saw Luin grabbing Ba by the collar, forcing him to lie on the ground. Luin shouting in relief, "Brother, Bava may be defeated, but he still smiles kindly at you. I was worried you would use some kind of terrible magic, but you only blinded me with light. You completely defeated me, kid." Luin looked at him humbly and replied, "This is all I could think of at the moment. I sincerely apologize for making you let your guard down. Bava." The sentences are short, but your mind is filled with many thoughts. Honestly, if Lord Bava had been in his normal state, I might have failed. He did not get to rest at all today because of me. And finally, I succeeded. The reward system announced that Luin received a steel destruction skill. While happily reading his gift, Luin was suddenly hit hard on the shoulder by Boot. "Big brother, what are you doing?" Luin grimaced and crossed his arms. "Even though it was just a training match, how could you have knocked Lord Bava to the ground like that?" Luin chuckled awkwardly and mumbled without explanation, "Sorry." Bava spoke up to explain on your behalf. "I am fine, so please do not be too harsh with Shoda. Miss." Luin then bowed respectfully and extended his hand towards Bava. Now the sparring session was over. "I just want to soak in the hot bath for a while." "Oh my, I have wasted too much of your time. I have learned so much during this time," Luin responded. "Yes, I will leave soon since it takes 10 days to ride to the academy. This short long vacation is coming to an end. You feel a bit sad as you carry your bag and leave. And the moment to leave your homeland has arrived." Standing on the bridge, you and your father look down at the young men working enthusiastically. "All right, just a little more effort and then you can relax with a few beers." "Definitely. Today I will drink to my heart's content. Please politely explain to father that these are workers sent by the Vansich family because we are building a base in Adel and need a lot of manpower." Spreading his arms wide, he exclaims that this route will transport weapons from Lake 8 and allow for extermination missions. Furthermore, many workers will use Adel's restaurants and shops, greatly benefiting the entire region. This is the beginning of change. At this point, he suddenly lowered his voice and said there was one more thing he wanted to tell his father. He handed him a box containing 12,000 gold and asked him to use it for Adel. Luin quickly interrupted, saying, "I kept 400 gold for myself, so do not worry too much, Dad, and surely you won't refuse again." He looked at Luin with loving and proud eyes and said, "I am truly ashamed. I am only in debt to you. Say goodbye to my respectful son." He did not hesitate to give him a hug. "Thank you, my son. All right, then you can set off." Luin continued to lose himself in his thoughts. "I have to say this has been a very productive break. I said goodbye to everyone and traveled part of the way with Irene. When the path split and I was about to say goodbye, Luin quickly asked back after hearing Irene say something, "Huh, what did you just say? I must have heard wrong." Irene intentionally emphasized it. "No, you heard correctly." She smiled brightly at Luin and said, "After graduation, during the monster hunting mission, I will help again. I told you, I will follow you until you defeat him." Master Luin, watching Irene's departing figure, Luin briefly thought, so she still has not forgotten. She is truly a strange person. And then we parted ways, hoping to meet again someday. After about a week from Adel, I crossed the central border and entered the eastern region. Unlike the southern area, this place has more people passing by. I just arrived here. Luin was stopped out of curiosity by a street fight. Someone was shouting, "Say it again." A black-clad thug berates a pale young man. "What did you say? You weakling?" His shrill voice grows louder. "Say it again. You bastard." Luin, witnessing this bullying, grew restless. Wondering what was happening, the man in black continued his high-pitched, overbearing rant. "Say it again. What did you say, kid?" The young man with a face full of wounds softly pleads, "Please let me go." But then, he suddenly glares at them and loudly declares, "I am also a knight. If you do not release me right now, I won't stay silent." The man in black chuckled, mocking him. "Did you hear that? What are you going to do if you do not stand still?" Then he stood up and continued to berate the poor young man. "All this happened because your family could not pay. We have to make a living too." His 5 punches tighten, and he spits out provocative and insulting words. "So now I will collect the debt your father owes, even if it means selling your sister." Ha! The young man frowned, his eyes filled with anger. When he heard that he had hurt his loved ones, he immediately charged forward without hesitation. Do you think I would let that happen? For the first time in the conversation, you sneered at him, which was really funny. But before you could attack, you got hit with a punch from him, along with his furious curse. Do I look like I am joking? He kicked him relentlessly, spewing insults. You think a weakling like you can become a knight? Handsome. This is the standard for knight trainees in Florida. He then grabbed the young man's hair and slammed his head, ordering him around as if he were his slave. Say that again. The brave young man emphasized each word. Try selling my sister. He glared with eyes like burning fire, his voice cold and devoid of emotion. I will kill you all. Lewin watched as the two of them grew taller but still looked unwilling. And I really can't believe I am witnessing this, especially in broad daylight. That boy looks like an apprentice knight from a nearby territory. But even for an apprentice, he is frighteningly weak. However, that is not the look I usually see. It is the gaze of someone who has something they must protect. As Lewin moved toward the scene of the fight, someone suddenly patted his shoulder. A frightened man warned the young man not to interfere in others' affairs and to leave, saying that provoking Jilamber would be a disaster because they are extremely brutal. Lewin did not bother to thank him. Instead, he was actually trying to provoke these guys. I understand. But then what are you all doing here? You guys are just wondering. Huh. What do you mean by that? Lewin continued. You are not trying to stop them, nor are you saving or fleeing. Your eyes are glaring with disgust, revealing your contempt. You are no different from them. After saying that, you continued to move toward the young man. That gaze was truly powerful, a gaze that could become even stronger. Suddenly, I became curious about the true worth of that young man. The man who was trying to help Lewin earlier is now furious at being scolded. Fine. Do whatever you want. After all my concern for you, the thug named Jiang Ho Bamtran, who was tormenting the young man, froze when he saw Lewin approaching and shot a sharp glance at him. Then, with a deep and commanding tone, he asked, Who are you? Are you here to get beaten too? Not knowing who his opponent was, he spoke too soon and stepped back before I could. But before he finished his sentence, Lewin had already restrained the fake, using magic to make him lean back with wide eyes full of confusion and fear. He looked at Lewin's cold face and wondered why he felt that way. The witnesses also stared in shock and gasped in horror. His underlings also froze in confusion, asking what just happened, while he could only stand still as Lewin ruthlessly crushed his body with magic. What just occurred? After a moment of playing around, Lewin finally vented his anger by releasing a powerful magic blast into his face. He cried out in pain. Oh! Do not come near me. Stay away. Back off. Retreat. Retreat. The young man from before was still sitting there lost in thought. Hesitating, who are you really? Lewin's back was full of pride, and he replied, Lewin. Lewin Adele. Then he turned back to the young man with a gentle and friendly smile and continued, That is my name. At night, Lewin went to the young man's house, who introduced himself as Han and invited me over, and his story is quite typical, two sisters burdened with their father's debt, a drunkard, and a young man wielding a sword to prevent his sister from being sold into a brothel. Lewin had some questions and hurriedly asked, But owner G. Lumbergang, where is that? The name sounds cute, but their actions are truly terrible, or so it seems, but they are extremely brutal. Hem was telling the story and feeling chills down his spine. If they get annoyed, they will tie people to tree corners of GI, owner and kill them. Their leader has already killed 4 people, so no one dares to mess with them. Lewin, still concerned, quickly asked, Do we just let such people run rampant in Forel? And explained that their territory is not in Forel. They operate within our village and a few other small villages, all too small to have a guard team to help. Lewin slightly lowered his head to hide his thoughtful gaze. I thought they were worse than I imagined. I want to deal with them myself, but I do not have time to handle each one. Han also bowed his head and spoke gratefully to Lewin. Thank you for your help, and I have heard your name. He gently asked, They say you are the champion of that tournament. Right, Lewin replied immediately, surprising him a bit. Yeah, that is right. Did you hear from Sir Gunther Pyrant? He straightened up and looked at Lewin. How did you know that? Lewin smiled and explained, I heard that the name of that book says you are an apprentice knight from the foreign territory, and if that is Lord Gunther, I guess he would mention me. Han stood up suddenly, speaking with excitement. Yes, our captain has talked about you a lot. He said there is a very strong mage at the academy, but not stronger than our captain. Oh really? Lewin thought with a sigh, but I already beat him in the arm wrestling contest. Han continued to passionately express his feelings, saying he wants to become strong quickly and turn into an excellent knight like our captain. Lewin was silent for a moment, pursed his lips, and thought that having a captain as a goal was very good, but Han is too weak to achieve that, let alone become a knight. Even graduating from the academy is uncertain for him. Suddenly, he lowered his voice as if feeling a bit embarrassed and confessed, Actually, I am at the bottom of the class, so I get mocked every day. They say, how can you stay in the academy with skills like yours? His words were sad but still carried a faint hope. Everyone criticized me. But our captain was different. He said I had a talent that others did not. When he said that, he became more cheerful and positive, saying that if I kept trying, one day I would shine. Lewin suddenly realized that it was exactly like that. Just as Professor Hayden and the principal believed in me completely. Lord Gunter Pyrant also trusted Han because he had experienced something similar. Lewin confidently encouraged Han, because effort never betrays you. You feed him a piece of food and keep encouraging your new friend, even if he is slower than others. As long as he keeps trying, a miracle will come someday. Just like it did for me. Seeing Lewin's puzzled face, Han hesitated and apologized. I forgot to warn you. My sister's cooking skills are quite unique. You silently lamented in your mind. Why are you only telling me now? While they were happily chatting in a warm atmosphere, a loud scream interrupted them. Come out, you dirty kids. The G. Lambert owner's men are gathered outside. That damn noble should have been torn apart. But I came here to kill these two kids. The big boss nearby ordered. Kill them or we will sell them. He rushed towards the house, kicking open the fragile wooden door. Come out now, do not run away. But he suddenly froze, eyes staring at Han and Lewin. What? Where are those two kids? Now there is no sign of the two sisters inside the house. Only Lewin standing there waiting. The big boss asked loudly, who are you? Lewin equipped some protection on his arm and replied with a smile, I was just wondering what to do, but thank you for coming right in front of me. Less than 3 seconds later, this guy was attacked with magic by you, flying straight from inside the house out to the yard, and the henchmen, frightened, asked each other what was that. They are all in chaos. He blinked quickly. Then there was a commotion. Was that the nobleman from earlier? Why are you here now? I have to do something worthy of this meal. Don't be afraid. Everyone, no matter how skilled he is, there are more than 20 of us. That is right. Let us attack together. The men in black, weapons in hand, charged forward. All right, everyone come together at once. A blue aura radiates from Lewin's hand. Through the fight with Count Bava, I learned a new skill. Steel Annihilation, which I can use when activating the skill. As soon as the sword touches the scar, its soul will vanish without a trace. And while fighting, he thought to himself, what is this? My sword, someone exclaimed in fear. Usually I only punish lightly. But clearly they are villains, so there will be no mercy, and Lewin's immense power descends upon the crowd. Demon Keeper, please have mercy on us. We have committed a serious crime, and the crowd lies on the ground helpless. By now, they probably realize that attacking further is useless. Lewin was lost in thought when a distant scream echoed. As expected, not everyone could perceive it. Someone's been taken hostage. You move, and I will slit her throat. What are you doing? Get up and tie up that noble. The man in black commands. You worry. Damn it. Are you the leader of this gang? Yes. I am the boss of Jig, he said sadly. If you understand, kneel down now. You bastard. Are you worried and looking for Han? What happened to Han? Sister. Han is injured. Did you get hurt trying to protect your sister? Then there is no other choice. I have to settle this. You move toward him. He shouts, do not come any closer. Do you think I won't kill her? Stay still. If you move even a finger, I will cut her right here. Lewin is furious. Damn it. The academy did not teach us how to handle situations like this. I do not have enough time to use magic. Damn it. What should I do now? A sword strike is coming. It is shocking. You bastard. Han, furious, drew his sword and said, if you do not want the same fate as your leader, get out of here now. You bastards. Run away. Everyone started to flee. Han, are you okay? Han's sister runs over. And Han, in disbelief, says, I killed someone. How could I? It is okay, Han. It is necessary. And congratulations. Lewin congratulated him. Han turned around confused and said, congratulations. You explained. That is the Pareto sword, the mastery of aura. I saw a stream of blue energy emanating from you earlier. You just reached 4-star level. Right, the appearance of this invisible blue energy. This aura means that Han is amazed. Oh, I have reached 4-star level. That is right. Reaching level 4 stars is considered one of the top ranks among knights. Of course, you still can't fully control your aura, but it is certain that you have shown clear progress. Yes, you did it, just as I predicted. I was right. Your thinking was correct. He was moved and thanked Lewin. It is all thanks to you. If it were not for you, I would not have had enough courage. Seriously, enough with the cheesy talk. Lewin replied, at least for now, no one will bother Han's sister anymore. That way, Han's problem has been smoothly resolved. As soon as morning came, I went straight to the academy and now I have returned. Before leaving a deal, I wish the break would not end. But now that I am back at the academy, I realize one thing: I really miss this place. Lewin. During the break I was just talking with Ka and heading to the mountains. What should I say? A lot has happened, but there is nothing worth mentioning here. Uthi. You hesitated. I have been training. He was surprised. You, hey, someone as strong as you also trains. Swordsmanship. Oh my god. Lewin, the holiday is for resting. Besides, swordsmanship is part of the night-related classes in the second semester. Right, why are you practicing and studying during the break, calling it preparation? While they were talking, Professor Hayden called you. Lewin. Professor Hayden, so you are here. What brings you here? Look outside. A guest has arrived. There are many knights and a golden sunbird emblem on their flags. It must be him. It seems Lewin has recognized who that guest is. I will go out right away. We have exchanged letters, but I did not expect to meet him so soon. The champion of the martial arts tournament has arrived. The princes have arrived. The two princes stepped down from the carriage. Don't even think about interfering between me and Lewin. Crown Prince Croster-Ridden. Don't get your hopes up too much. Brother, no matter how hard you try, Lewin will choose me instead. Lewin. While they were still arguing, you arrived up front and introduced yourself. It is an honor to meet you. Princes, I am Lunadil. I apologize for arriving so unexpectedly. I have prepared a gift, hoping to speak with you privately. No, the gift I prepared is even more valuable. Forget my brother and talk to me first. Their intentions are so obvious. If I, the champion of the martial arts tournament, support one side, it would be a huge step toward becoming king. I have a solution. You speak up with the solution. All right, we will do as you say. Without Lewin, both of you should discuss this together. The kingdom of Leading, which I and the academy belong to, is now known as the weakest nation on the continent. Nevertheless, the kingdom still cannot unite internally, and the conflict between the crown faction of the crown prince and the reformist faction of the second prince is the cause of the ongoing strife. Most mages, like them, are just tools in their power struggle. Looking back, it is clear that is why they came to me. To this kid, I will sit here. No, the seat opposite Lord Lewin is mine. The two princes are arguing over who will sit opposite Lewin. I too feel helpless in front of these two people. Well, that is quite a bother. Don't cause a fuss. It is not because of you that things got messy. Brother, it is because of young people like this that the country is in such a state. These thoughts are swirling inside him. It is ridiculous. You just called her out. Stop arguing. I was a bit surprised by the sudden 2-day visit, but it is good that the 2 days have arrived. I also have something to say. I have no intention of choosing a master between the 2 days. I expected this, but hearing it directly is still truly heartbreaking. That is right, but even with the legendary strategy, Ziggus refused the offer 3 times. You must know that story too. Ziggus, who declined the Emperor's proposal 3 times, eventually joined the Emperor's side. Are you really comparing yourself to the first Emperor, who was a level 9 knight? Even if those days keep making the same offer, the outcome will still be the same. I am Lewin Adel. I have something I must do. Something you must do. I plan to return to my homeland, the territory of Adel. Adel means you won't leave the kingdom even after graduation. Of course, I could become a force for the kingdom then. Oh, it is good to hear that, but the situation in Adel is not easy, and I believe you will understand why I do not want to abandon my homeland. Both princes were surprised to hear this. The future force of the kingdom should not be burdened by unnecessary worries. Prince Groster Lading will fully support you no matter what. No, ask me first. Do not ask my brother. I will give you all the money and food. Hey, do not you see I am talking to this young master? Don't interfere. The two of them keep arguing. No matter what happens, I want to choose either of you. That is for sure. Why? Because as long as the two of you keep fighting, I will benefit more. Lewin still has her own plans. I will send you a wonderful gift for your graduation. No, I will send you an even more wonderful gift than my brother. Gifts are fine, but I hope you handle what I mentioned. Haha. Do not worry about anything. Just focus on your graduation. Fortunately, the princes were satisfied that I remained neutral and left. Additionally, I clearly demonstrated my loyalty by confirming that I would not leave the kingdom. However, I have made requests. First, I asked for approval of the plans Adele is currently pursuing, and I also requested military support to coincide with the time of the expedition. Everything is going smoothly. Is this the power of authority? And my train of thought is interrupted. Everyone, listen carefully. The Luinadal formula is Igong Lai and the treasure of the kingdom. Therefore, I appoint the Lewin formula as the royal protector. Everyone, please show the respect he deserves. This was not in the plan, but things have turned out this way. As the closest protector of the royal family in the kingdom, no one dares to look down on him. Although not official yet, since the princes have acknowledged him, it is essentially considered official. I feel relieved that everything has been settled smoothly. Now we are leaving. The two princes say goodbye and depart. Truly impressive to be appointed as the protector of the kingdom. It is quite remarkable. Comments echoing, please make way. You are blocking our way to class. Jia-sun just left shouting for everyone to get out of the way. Now that the princes have gone, it is finally time for your class to gather. It seems things are about to get noisy again. The position of the former protector has always been monopolized by the Gary Hill family. Hey, be quiet. Maiko is coming over there. All the gossip now falls silent. What are they saying? Are they talking about me? He just arrived and he is tall. It is really ridiculous. Honestly, who is saying what about whom? It seems those words have truly provoked him. Have you forgotten? I am with Gary Hill. No matter how hard you try, you will all be under my thumb after graduation. Gary Hill, Maiko Gary Hill, who was almost expelled for using banned substances during his first semester midterm, avoided expulsion thanks to a strict 30-day suspension, all due to the reputation of the Gary Hill family. In the Academy's magic world, no, even the Royal Palace's magic realm, it is now almost entirely under Gary Hill's control. Really? But it seems like it is not what the princes want. Long time no see. Maiko. Damn it. He said each word carefully. You think you have won, right, Auntie? Just wait and see who will be the one laughing in the end. He turned his back but still showed his displeasure on his face. Jean, hey, he is just jealous. Do not pay too much attention to it. When you won the big tournament, Maiko's expression was really noticeable. And this situation with the princes probably affected him more than you think. That is right. Envy and those things are not worth considering. Maiko's tarnished reputation in this matter directly affects the honor of his family. He might be planning something. This class is a special lecture for alumni. Right. Yes. Let us go participate after all. My opponent is the ruthless Gary Hill. The alumni are coming to the academy to teach. I wonder who will show up. I hope it is someone kind. Jia-sun secretly wishes. And somehow, this feeling of unease is never wrong. It seems like the person behind the door has disappointed his expectations. The whole class is looking at both of them in surprise. He is stunned. What is going on? The person on the podium has spoken up. What is going on? Why is the atmosphere so strange? Could it be that person is Louis Adel? Nice to meet you. Louis Adel. Person is Jack King Gary Hill. The second semester of the graduation class focuses more on practice rather than theory. As mentioned before, there will be classes related to knights, and the alumni will come to the academy to share stories about current mages. A kind of lecture. This is a well-intentioned class, but somehow that uneasy feeling never lies. Louis and Gaston sit alertly in their seats, both silently looking ahead, especially when the alumni, who is Michael's older brother Jack King Gary Hill, arrives holding a book and chalk to introduce the lesson. Today I will tell you a story about the relationship between the Gary Hill sorcerers and the court sorcerers. He smugly sneered. Everyone already knows. Right, out of the 14 court mages chosen last year, 11 came from the Gary Hill house. He smiled, but his cold, inscrutable gaze betrayed his seniority from the academy. I will share with you a truth you need to know to succeed. There is nothing in this world that I can possess on my own. Up here. Louis, you must listen carefully to every word, because those who are weaker need to unite even more. From now on, you should focus more on reality than on ideals. Just because you praise student representative Louis Adel does not mean your lives will turn out like his. When he suddenly singled out Louis, the entire hall was momentarily stunned. He emphasized each word. Louis Adel. What do you think? He slammed his fist on the table and stood up angrily. Every time he saw him, he hurriedly stood up to prevent his friend from doing something foolish. Well, I can say this, in front of everyone's eyes. You did not dare to voice your opinion. Even if all 10 pieces of vigilance combined with determination, no creation would ever be born, and it would just be a huge pile of nonsense. Feeling mocked, he hesitated for a moment. Are you talking about me? You keep denying it. No, not at all. Do you think this is about you? The tense atmosphere between you two makes the surrounding students whisper and gossip nonstop, seemingly at a loss for words. He quickly changes the subject. Well, I have heard a lot about you from my brother Michael. You really are an unlucky person. Is that so? You simply replied calmly. I guess you have not heard the other stories about how that unlucky guy defeated him miserably. He no longer wore his confident half-smile but looked grim. What a cocky kid. At this point, both sides knew that the feud between Louis Adel and Gary Hill was a confrontation that would not end easily. Since Jacqueline appeared, the atmosphere at the academy began to change rapidly. With the statement that anyone can join Gary Hill if they want, Jacqueline caused the lower-achieving students to become blinded. His straightforward and realistic style proved quite effective. At the same time, an argument broke out, with a student asking, "Did you hear what Senior Jacqueline said? If we work for Gary Hill, we can also succeed." The other side immediately retorted, "Do you really think Gary Hill cares about you? You have no self-respect at all. I refuse to work under that treacherous cheat who manipulates others with tricks. In the end, the students at the academy were divided into two factions, Gary Hill and Adele. With Gary Hill's petty efforts to humiliate Lewis and his growing anger at such childish provocations, the atmosphere at the academy became increasingly tense over time. However, before long, an opportunity arose to put Gary Hill in Han's position. Principal Tyrion placed a steaming cup of tea on the table and gently spoke. "Go ahead and sit down." Lewis hurriedly sat opposite him and asked, "How have you been lately?" "Principal." He calmly lifted his cup and replied, I am still fine." He spoke in a calm and understanding tone, full of trust. "Because you are the student representative, so we can discuss official matters." "Right. How is life at the academy?" You closed your eyes slightly, your brows furrowing again. "Just like always, except for one thing, there is a troublemaker causing chaos everywhere." As someone knowledgeable, experienced, and seasoned, he quickly understood the situation. Placing his teacup down and saying, I have a feeling I know exactly who you are talking about," he leaned back. "Gary Hill, I do not like their kind, but what can I do? Every wizard in the kingdom has connections with them, so the academy is no exception." He continued to explain the current situation. "But unlike last year, this year we only assign them courses that do not directly affect grades. Still, they are quite noisy both inside and outside the academy, apparently because of you, and it seems they hold quite a bit of resentment towards you." He is curious about Gary Hill, the former student, and what kind of person he is. The story goes that he is extremely famous for his good looks and eloquence, with seemingly smooth social relationships, and his academic results are outstanding. At 23, he became the youngest archmage in the kingdom. However, his face suddenly turned serious, but behind that appearance was a giant snake living inside him. He harbors a deep desire for power and ambition, and his personality forces him to achieve whatever he wants at all costs. After understanding the true nature of the Snake Lord Jackie, you become cautious. He seems fine on the surface, but inside, he is completely ruthless and will use any means necessary to get what he wants. That is Gary Hill. You clench your fists. By now, you have enough reasons to act. The question is, which reason will you use to do it? Suddenly he spoke up and said, "I want to discuss the upcoming special lessons with you." Your face showed confusion. "Special lessons?" He replied, "Yes, the upcoming classes." Suddenly, a dark thought appeared in his mind. I have a good idea, but would he agree? That is what he had asked many people, but the reactions were mostly negative. And as he thought about it, he approached the classroom. At that moment, recalling Principal Tyrion's words gave him extra motivation. So what if he asked directly himself? Then he opened the door. Hearing the door open, everyone in the classroom turned to look. Even Jekin on the podium paused, his voice tinged with surprise. Lunadil, as a respected junior, you directly approached him with a request for you senior. Miko, standing nearby, burst into laughter and said, "Fine. It is only a matter of time before you say something like that. Stay serious and do not misunderstand. This is not the kind of request you are thinking of." Then he continued, revealing his true intention. "I heard that you received a proposal from the principal about the linked night class next week and you declined it." At this point, Loon's lips curled slightly. "So I came here to make a direct request. Please allow the alumni and us to have a joint class." In that moment, his whole body seemed to freeze, and his usually arrogant face suddenly looked stunned. The joint class, where alumni will participate as special instructors alongside students, is also an official opportunity for Jacqueline and me to face off on the same stage. Just one statement has already made the atmosphere more lively. With this joint class, we will finally see Jacqueline Gary Hill's skills. Right, the students around could not hide their excitement, everyone's eyes turning towards him, and both he and Loon would stand on the same stage, facing each other directly. Whoa. After a moment of silence and contemplation, he spoke. "Why?" He speaks slowly. "Our alumni are seasoned experts with years of field experience, so there is no need for such a class, and honestly, it is just a waste of time. Do you really think so little of us?" It sounds convincing, but it was all part of your plan. Were you trying to say that visiting alumni are here to teach us? He was surprised. His aunt's face showed a sad expression, yet he dismissed the linking class, the best opportunity to pass on knowledge to the younger generation. Just because of that kind of class, he kept emphasizing that Gary Hill was a collective. His face now looked very unpleasant. "Your teasing voice is obvious," with a mocking smile. "So why the sudden change? Or maybe there is another reason. Like you afraid?" The villainous smile appears on his face. "Even though he won the big tournament, you are still just a student with limited experience." Then he quickly regained his calm expression as if nothing had happened. In front of a real sword, he could do nothing but cling to his stubborn and useless ego. "Why do we even need such a fake class?" Before he could finish speaking, the students cut in. "We want to see your skills too." He hesitated, flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. Then one student spoke up, followed by others in turn. "That is right. We are eager to see the skills honed through real combat. At the same time, Miko enthusiastically slams his hand on the table. Come on, brother. What are you waiting for? This is the perfect chance to crush him in front of everyone. Accept it. Lewin Adol, you will regret this proposal for a long time. My brother is a powerful mage. His reaction is exactly what he wanted. He smirks triumphantly. So Miko, you are right. That is how it should happen, so our respected senior won't refuse anymore. Jekin sighed in relief. All right. If it is the joint class, the apprentice knights from foreigns will join. Right. However, he justified himself, saying I refused this proposal because I did not want to steal your moment to shine. The student representative, in the classroom, as if now you want to pass up on it. You did not hesitate, step by step walking straight toward him. No. Please. Do it. I am begging you. You part ways as a junior at the academy, and I also want to see your skills. He reluctantly shakes your hand. So if that is the case, I have no other choice. Let us do our best. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through him, so intense he ground his teeth. He sighed. This brat, the boy whispered in his ear, a voice as cold as stone. Well then, I will leave you to it. Senior, your eyes light up with excitement and challenge. Get ready to be amazed. 3 days ago, before the apprentice knights of Foreign arrived at the academy, Lewin had a brief meeting with Principal Tarian. You spoke up, saying it was a special class. Really, the principal calmly recounted. That day I considered pairing alumni with students to form teams for the class, but most were rejected. Then he smiled. But if asked directly, as a senior, he would not be able to refuse. As the student representative, what do you think? Recalling that proposal, it made him just smile awkwardly. A mix of helplessness and surprise. Principal Tarian is truly clever, coming up with a plan that the senior could not refuse. Suddenly, the atmosphere erupted unexpectedly as someone could not contain their excitement, pointing straight ahead and shouting with enthusiasm. Look, they are coming. It is the apprentice knights of Farin, their cheers echoing like a wave across the courtyard. As he saw the kid retreating into the crowd, Guter immediately broke into a bright smile, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes, and said, Look at that stubborn kid. How have you been lately? The boy replied casually, Of course I am fine. And how about you? Guter, he shrugged with a lazy expression that did not change. Just like usual, I have heard about you recently. You won the grand festival. Right, he tilted his head slightly, humility evident in his expression. Yes. Thanks to your guidance. Guter burst into hearty laughter, turning to walk away while waving farewell. How now I will go meet the principal, so please help guide the children for me. You immediately accept the task? I understand. You place your hand on your chest. Bowing solemnly. Pleased to meet you. I am Lunadil, the representative of the academy. Can you tell me who is the apprentice knight representative? The apprentice knight's eyes shifted aside, saying our representative is busy. Following that gaze, you could not help but gape in surprise. It is just a typical bullying scene of the week. One guy laughing happily. Come on, man. Keep going. You are just messing with the kid. The other guy replied, with eyes like a little boy. No one would care even if he died. So what? He adjusted his stance slightly, his gaze resting on the lightly wounded but familiar face. Han, the bully boy lifting his head. Lewin. He slowly approached, wondering what he was doing here, when a brown-haired guy in the crowd suddenly laughed. So you are Lewin Adale? Huh. I have heard a lot about you. Then, the other guy introduced himself, lifting his head with a somewhat arrogant look in his eyes. I am Mantip Gekshan, representative of Foreign. He continued, with a boastful tone, Van Graz Jekshan, commander of the Golden Knights, the only 7-star knight. Have you ever heard of him? He is my father. Your face looks like you are saying that because someone asked. Dad, why are you mentioning your father during the introduction? Are you trying to boast that your father is also an extraordinary person? Done. You brushed aside his words. Yes, but I would be more satisfied if you answered my question first. His face darkened from being ignored. You ask what? What are you asking? Your eyes sharp. I will ask again. What are you doing? He replied casually as if nothing was wrong. Oh, this kid has not been listening lately, so I am personally disciplining him. Is there a problem if I discipline a commoner myself? The man frowns, grits his teeth, clearly annoyed, while you behave disrespectfully, paying attention to a commoner when greeting us. Do you know him? Your hand clenches tightly. He is my friend. Is there a problem? The man's laughter echoes across the yard as if he has just heard the funniest joke of the day. Hold on. Are you serious? Friends. Haha. It seems commoners understand each other better. Mantip sneers. The Adel family is not much different from commoners, with representatives from a lowly academy background talking to you naturally. It is quite astonishing. You do not understand why his attitude changed so suddenly. What are you trying to do? Suddenly, he saw someone in the distance. His eyes lit up brightly. Hey, brother. You glance back reflexively, wondering, is that your brother? At the moment he saw that person, he finally understood why this guy was so hostile towards him. Zekian approached, casually smiled and greeted him. Huh. Mantep, you are here too. Why is a squire like you here? It seems that birds of a feather flock together. Even if Lewin does not know him, they were destined to meet. Now, everyone gather around. As you all know, today we will hold a joint training session. He stands confidently with his arms crossed, next to the stern-looking second instructor. And orders, before starting the training, to divide into groups. He continues explaining that each group will consist of 2 academy students and 1 trainee knight, making a total of 54 groups. As soon as he finished speaking, Mayan scratched his head in frustration. I really do not want to be here. Why do I have to train with these kids? Zekian quickly chimed in, I graduated a long time ago, and I still do not understand why I am here. The 2 of them really share the same big ideas. He proposed with a cheerful face. So what do you think? Should we just do it and finish this? Clearly, no matter what, we will win. He nodded in agreement. Yeah. That makes sense. If we include the old man, we will be a team. He chuckled happily. Hee, that sounds good. These weaklings, we will easily defeat them together. Next to him, the atmosphere became lively as the students quickly gathered into groups. But amidst the excitement, Han could only bow his head and stand silently like a forgotten shadow. Suddenly, Lewin approached and said, Han, join my group. And Han, joining my group, he could not believe his ears and hurriedly asked back, Huh, Lewin, are you sure? Are you really okay with being in the same group as me? As someone experienced, you fully understand the feeling of being pushed aside, and your voice, calm but firm, echoes why not? Because you are my friend. At this moment, he looks at Lewin with deep gratitude, softly calling his name. Lewin, Jia-sun slowly approached. Well, that is a bit surprising. If I choose friends, I should get some affection too. He moved closer with a cheerful face. Because you are Lewin's friend. You are also my friend. Right? He explained, thanks Jia-sun. I see Han looks a bit uncomfortable, so I thought I would join in first. He gently patted Han on the shoulder and said, Han Nini, just speak comfortably from now on. Okay. At first he was a bit surprised, but then he quickly agreed. Yeah. Alright, sure. Then he confidently announced, everyone listen up. Our goal here is not just to score high. He raised an eyebrow in doubt. What else is there? Your eyes briefly flicked over the gathering of Miko, Jikwin, and Mantip on the other side. You frowned slightly, showing some suspicion. We still have to deal with that troublesome group. When the exchange is over, it is time for a short break. Lewin and Han walk together in the hall, and he gently asks, Hey Han, are you okay after being beaten like that? I can take you to the infirmary if you would like. But he shook his head in refusal. It is fine. Okay. No need to go anywhere. He lowered his gaze, crossing his arms over his chest. Lewin, it is nice to meet you, but maybe it is not so good to act like you know me. He hesitated. What did you just say? He looked straight into his eyes, his gaze unwavering as he dismissed that childish thought of his. No, as I said before, I am your friend, so you do not need to be on guard. After all, back then, the one who bullied you at the training center, was it him? He replied, Yeah. And both of them now looked ahead at the screen in front. When they saw the information about that guy on the status window, they understood why he was so scared. A 4-star knight with high potential like him must be very powerful. At the same time, he glanced to the side, recalling the scene where a blue aura surrounded his body as he killed the leader with a single slash. Although he currently seems weak and insecure, he cannot be taken by him. Even though his current status is 3 stars, he has met the 4-star requirement. And with such high potential, there is still a lot of room for growth. Thinking of that, he slipped up and said, I am planning to deal with that man soon. What about you? Hearing this, he widened his eyes in shock. Huh. He continued to encourage him as if to give him more strength. Are you just gonna let yourself be beaten forever? Where is that unwavering gaze you had when protecting your sister? He hesitates. Can I really win? Without a moment's pause, he affirms, You can. It was as if he would never considered it before. He kept asking over and over if I could really win, and the guy above, annoyed, turned around saying he could not stand that nonsense anymore. For someone as proud as him, losing to someone he always looked down on should have been unacceptable. Can you really win? Can you really win? For someone as arrogant as him, losing to the very people he always looks down on is unacceptable. Didn't beat me, the useless civilian who only takes up space. Hey Han. Come here. Although afraid, he still dared to stand up. No, I do not want to. It seems this is the first time you have fought back, so he's extremely angry. What? This bastard must be crazy. Standing next to him does not make you special. Honestly, they are just a bunch of fools clinging to each other. He drew his sword, ready to teach him a lesson. Are you going crazy after being beaten all this time? Come here. Today I will kill you myself. Don't he hit him. Han, he is cruel. Yeah, but you see, you are different. You are not like that bastard. You should not act the way he does. Then, you slowly stepped forward, Today is not the day for you to face him. Wait for the right moment to wipe him out. So today, I will take care of it." As soon as they spoke, the two charged at each other like moths drawn to a flame, faces flushed with anger, shouting. Luckily, some bastard suddenly kicked right into his face. With just a kick, he sent the guy flying 5 meters away, and the sword shot straight into the sky. Luyan stared in shock. "Lord Gutter," he frowned in anger. Luyan widened his eyes in surprise at Gutter's appearance. His actions were completely unexpected by you. Mantheep was struck so hard that his body was flung backward and into the stone wall behind him. He humbly questions him. Mantheep approaches. "What is going on?" He looked panicked, stammering. "That is," he immediately made an excuse. "They started the trouble first. I did not do anything wrong. I swear." He still stood straight, his stern eyes piercing through the facade of the man. So he drew his sword to kill him afterward. He walks down slowly. As cold as ice, the man steps closer. "From today, you are dismissed from your position as captain of the Academy Knights. The vice captain will temporarily take over management, and the punishment will be applied as soon as you return to the academy." Not willing to accept the truth, he threatens, "If I try the old way, my father won't let it go." But just one word from him is enough to leave him speechless. "That is right, I think so too." But when he finds out his only son drew his sword in the academy, and even tried to kill someone, Venjira's day might just faint from shock. Hearing that, he had to give in. "I apologize." Looney stood beside with a cold gaze quietly passing by, silently judging with a disdainful look. He appeared fierce but was actually afraid of his father's anger. He frowned. "Anyway. When caught, I could not hear it. I could not hear it." "You can't hear it. Venjira's attack might make him faint." Hearing that, he had no choice but to give up. "I'm sorry." Looney, with a cold, piercing gaze, silently passes, only casting a disdainful look. He pretends to be brave but is actually afraid of his father's punishment. He frowns. "Anyway, when I saw that hostile look as if it wanted to tear me apart, I realize, it seems I have attracted attention to myself." He puffed up his chest and looked brave, but was actually afraid of his father. He frowned. "But anyway, when I saw the hostile look in his eyes as if he wanted to tear me apart, I realized I had already drawn attention to myself." The first training session of the concentrated training course focused on combat and defense. Lord Gitterpirony taught us how to exploit a mage's weakness, the casting time to disable them. Professor Heidel explained how to predict a knight's movements and how to effectively evade their attacks. Each group practices these techniques according to the instructions while the students train diligently in front and behind the tree. Miko's group relaxes in the shade. Watching, he scratched his head again. Clearly annoyed, "I was really angry at that Luan, and now I have to train in a place full of guys like him." Denjikin calmly replied. "Forget it. We already know these things. Right?" He sighed. "Just do it." Although he appears calm on the outside, his mind is racing in 100 directions. He wonders how he is supposed to train. Guesses quickly forming, then dismissed. "There is no way they expect me to reveal all my strength in front of so many students." Over in a corner, Loon's group was also training hard, hands on their knees, breathing heavily. Practicing. "Luan, take a break. You are still standing straight with not a drop of sweat." "Fine. Then I will go complain over there. This guy really does not know tired. I have not even fought him yet and I already find him intimidating." Feeling that the previous training was not enough, he casually placed the wooden sword on his shoulder and replied nonchalantly, "I do not know, but it seems like just warming up. Those two do not realize you are from 2 continents." They all exclaimed together. "What are you talking about?" Suddenly, Goddard stepped in to interrupt their conversation and asked if you could spare some time if you are not too tired. You were surprised and exclaimed. Lord Goddard, as he already had a wooden sword in hand, "I want to confirm something." You wonder what he means, and he explains that with such a high level of swordsmanship, learning it in a short time is impossible without a master, unless you have an exceptionally talented teacher. Hearing that, you hesitate for a moment before recalling your own master. Whoa. Goddard is more considerate than he looks. All right. He continued, "So I want to ask you for a favor." He pointed the sword at you, issuing a challenge in everyone's anticipation. "Louis Adel wants to duel with you." You slightly hesitate, a clear look of excitement appearing in your eyes. "What is going on here?" Whispered murmurs start to spread like wildfire fighting against the Academy's representative. Why is the commander acting like this until everyone regains their composure? Are you joking? Lord Goddard, I am not even a knight yet, and I have only been learning for a week. He looked straight at you and said he did not expect you to win, which only made you more confused. So what is it then? Then he revealed his true intention. I want you to teach the students here. No one here has swordsmanship skills superior to yours. The apprentice knights there were stunned and surprised. What do you mean? Commander, you take a deep breath quietly, thinking that suddenly becoming the center of attention like this is overwhelming. But tomorrow morning, You furrow your brow slightly, pressing your lips into a firm line, silently believing this is a good opportunity. If you perform well here, you can seize this opportunity to assert your position, which is not a bad idea. Hearing this, you become excited and quickly prepare yourself, looking forward to learning from you. Lord Gutter, he smiled with satisfaction, the corner of his mouth lifting naturally. Your stance is impressive, so I will come forward now. And just as Gutter finished speaking, he lunged forward with incredible speed. The spectators watching from outside all gasped in surprise, exclaiming, "Wait a minute, what is with that speed? You are too serious. If that hit I would not even be able to blink." But somehow he easily blocked that attack. Someone exclaimed in shock. He managed to stop that blow. But still, he let out a heavy sigh. His sword strike causes you to slide across the ground while defending. He slowly speaks again. Looking back once more, I find it hard to believe your skills. I ask again, where did you learn this sword technique? He narrowed his eyes, his doubtful gaze fixed on you. Could it be that it is a name that can't be revealed? You fell into contemplation, unsure whether to say anything. But it is not like that person was intentionally hiding it or anything. So it should be fine. After hesitating for a long time, you uttered a name, Lord Overpowered. This was a name no one expected, so everyone standing there was stunned in shock, including Lord Hutter. Switching from one surprise to another leaves everyone stunned. Overpowered, the legendary war god. No way, I heard he had died. Soon, Hutter regained his composure and said, "Oh, I see." He asked, "Can you explain more clearly how you knew him?" So I explained that Bova had retired and been living in Adel ever since. And he is the person I have been with since I was young. Before he could finish, Manthip interrupted him, shouting, "Don't lie." He angrily approached, his eyes burning with rage. "Don't lie to me." The boy was confused. Lie about what? He pointed his finger in your face as if he had caught a liar. "Yes, that is right. It is a lie. My father said so. Overpowered is dead and you can't prove otherwise." "Right." You looked annoyed. "Why does it matter to prove that? And do not call someone still alive dead," he muttered through clenched teeth, still wearing a mocking smile but with eyes full of resentment. "Even if what you say is true, it does not matter. After all, the strongest person in the kingdom is still my father." Hearing this, you immediately understood that this was what he was truly worried about. The strongest knight in the kingdom officially recognized as none other than Manthip's father. Vangras Gegan, commander of the Golden Knight Squad. But if the legendary knight Overpowered is still alive, the hierarchy could very well be turned upside down. I am too lazy to care. Do whatever you want. He looked confused. "Whatever, my eyes are cold. My tone unchanged as I state my opinion. Just believe in those so-called strongest titles in the kingdom or whatever. Lord Bova does not care about those petty rankings." Hearing that, he gritted his teeth and growled, "Petty? Did you just call it petty?" He immediately drew his sharp sword. "How dare you insult my father? Now, he is like a madman who can kill anyone he sees. Lewin Adele, I challenge you, bring your real sword and fight me right now." While he was shouting wildly, "Come here and fight me now," he was already hit with a headbutt from Gutter, his eyes rolling to the sides just like Babythilzy. The reason he hit him was to prevent him from doing something stupid while losing control. What the hell is going on here? A challenge. So you really want to fight Luina? Huh. The guy sat curled up, holding his head like a little dog. "Right. Finally," he announced. "All right. Then the first match in tomorrow's group training will be Luin's team against Manthip's team. Does anyone object?" Both of them replied in unison. "No." The blink of an eye later, the next day arrived, and his powerful voice echoed across the sky. "All right. Is everyone ready? As I said yesterday, the first match will be Luin's team facing Manthip's team, with both groups standing opposite each other under everyone's curious eyes." Suddenly, Jekin stepped forward, calling your name. "Lewin." His face shows no sign of worry. On the contrary, he looks very relaxed. "Are you all prepared?" Lewin immediately switched to alert mode. "What is this?" Suddenly he asked that. He grinned slyly. "Oh well. Forget it. Do your best in this fight." Hearing that, Gutter immediately signaled. "All right, then get ready. Start." As if waiting for that, he charged forward with incredible speed, leaving you stunned. Luckily, you reacted in time. If you had been a little slower, he would have caught you. You wonder what kind of speed this is. What is happening? No one could be this fast. Suddenly, you notice the status window above his head, and your eyes show disdain. How ridiculous. How desperate is he to win, carrying that body with 6 relics. The night before, at the mansion, the sound of polite greetings echoed. "Well, well, who is this, on Venger's Day? Ha ha ha, long time no see." Commissioner Josh, commander of the Golden Brass Knights, Venger's Gagan added, "I heard about Jekin. He was invited to give a special lecture at the academy as a representative of the alumni." "Right." Josh Garyhill, a senior member of the Lee Dunham Tower Kingdom Council, was surprisingly personally invited by Principal Terrian Knit. Is the boy doing well? He looked helpless, clearly showing frustration on his face. Yes, but he causes too much trouble. It is really annoying, so I sent it to Lord Gooder to be properly disciplined. Now he is probably at the academy. He sighed. Eyes closed, showing he had been pondering this issue for a long time. Actually, I came here because of that academy's representative. He mused. If it is a representative, you mean Luan Adele. Then he thought about the information he had heard earlier, rumors spreading so widely that even I remembered that name. I heard he won the Grand Assembly and even attracted the attention of the Empire, but right after, his tone immediately changed. A rustic person from Adel should not have such an easy path. As if waiting for this moment, he agreed readily. How exactly? We must stop someone like that from leading the princes astray. Right, true loyal subjects who genuinely care about the kingdom. Of course, he wondered if you had any plans, and just then, he replied, this time my son and Man-Tip will team up to fight Luan Adel, so I was thinking why not give Man-Tip a relic. I never expected him to be so reckless. His eyes widened in shock. Breath-catching. What? He assured us that if you left that heirloom behind, he would make sure Man-Tip received it. He mumbled, you are suggesting we cheat afterwards. I have given the artifact to my own son. However, he still hesitated, but then he revealed his final card. Bava pattern. Do not those names sound familiar? His face immediately changed. Stammering, why did you suddenly mention that name? His face darkened as I heard he was still alive and that he had apparently taught swordsmanship to Luan and Adele. The old man continued. Luan Adel, favored by the princes, learned swordsmanship from Bava pattern, the Knight of the Golden Crown. If he defeats our son in the upcoming match, our position will end. After hearing what he said, he quickly took off the artifact from his leather armor. He handed the magic cord to the old man. All right, I hope this will bring a good result. The old man half smiled cunningly. Of course it will. Finally, the two of them clasped hands. All of this for our kingdom. Back in the present, Jiquin chuckled triumphantly. Ha! So what now? Luan Adel. He casts a spell to create vines that tightly wrap around Luan's group. Is that all his mediocre skills can do? How disappointing. The magical vines constrict like chains, causing them to writhe in pain. Luan's face darkened with a mix of anger and contempt. He had expected them to retreat, but he never imagined they would be so cowardly. Hence stands there, constantly provoking. What are you still doing there? Luan, show your incredible strength or they will beat you to a pulp. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged from one side, wielding a wooden sword in his hand. Jia-sun was extremely worried. Luan, get out of the way. Your foot quickly cut through the falling debris. A blazing yellow light tore through the ground, erupting with a fierce explosion. Luckily you dodged it. He was amazed. How can a wooden sword be so durable and strong? At this moment, a strange light radiates from the wooden sword, and the ancient relic seems to be reinforced daily by Vengerus, making it a sturdy talisman. This artifact is designed as a necklace for easy carrying, enhancing weapons to make them sharper and more durable. The man sneered sarcastically, a mocking smile on his lips, and said regretfully, I missed my chance. I could have killed you. Then, he continued to swing his sword forward. This time I will definitely kill you. Luan Adel, you watch intently, as tough as steel, so I clenched my fist and activated the breaking spell. With just a flick of the hand, the wooden sword rushing at wind-breaking speed instantly exploded. The man was stunned. What the hell are you doing? Before the opponent could recover, he charged like a lightning bolt, delivering a thunderous punch that sent him flying backward, watching him sit on the ground in pain, eyes trembling as if he could not believe what just happened, his voice hoarse and calling out in shock, his face twisted with pain spreading throughout his body. How could this happen when everyone was wearing relics? Yet he was not pushed back at all. Luan slowly put on his gloves. I had planned to hold back if I could, but clearly that won't work. Since things have come to this point, I will fight seriously, and as soon as I finish speaking, the leader's will in your hand is immediately released. Everyone present falls silent, their eyes wide open in disbelief at the unbelievable scene before them. Even the usually calm Professor Heidel and Gutter can't help but show signs of confusion. If outsiders saw this, what could Jekin do? Facing it directly, he muttered to himself, no way. A demoness. Compared to Luan, a giant lion demoness appeared. Everyone around panicked. Screams and chaos erupted. Run quickly. Everyone run. It is a demoness. A demoness. The immense pressure made his legs buckle, his body trembling as he collapsed to the ground. Scrambling backward, he calmly stated, let us end this. 6 artifacts do not seem to be enough for you. Hearing this, his mind went blank. What? He did not bother to explain, gently reaching out his hand forward, and the enormous soul behind him also raised its hand majestically. The giant finger slowly pressed into his necklace. The priceless necklace shattered into pieces and fell to the ground. The atmosphere immediately became tense, with whispers spreading everywhere. What? Is he serious? Elder Jikin really used a relic, using a relic to fight against a junior, unable to tolerate the gossip about him. His face twisted in anger. You bastard. How long do you think you can hold out? Gary Hugh won't stay silent. I interrupted him irritably. You say Gary Hugh won't let me rest. First Miko, then the eldest son Jikin Garahoff. Who is next? Could it be Lord Josh Garaho himself? As soon as he heard his father's name, he immediately lunged like a moth to a flame. What did you just say, you dog? Dare to mention his name? Lewin raised his hand. A sharp spark burst out, shooting straight and striking him right in the chest. You are annoyed. You are too noisy. Just lie down and rest for a bit. Suddenly, Gao Chang appeared on your shoulder. Are you sure about this? You wonder, huh? About what? Is it really okay to reveal the demon girl like this in front of everyone now? Only then did you realize thousands of strange eyes were staring at you. It continued. Look at the principal's face. He is completely shocked. I just calmly said, we can't hide it forever, and it agreed, that is right. Then, my gaze shifted, and I gradually fell into thought. After all, Jacking Gary Hill has fallen, and it seems that my co-fainted and foamed at the mouth from shock after seeing the demon girl. That means the winner has been decided. And at this moment, he glances at me. Guter, caught in your gaze. Hukan stepped back, the announcer declared. And so, the winner was about to be announced when suddenly, a loud voice cut him off. Everyone was startled by the sound, turning their heads toward its source. Han is walking over with 2 wooden swords. The fight is not over yet. He stops in front of Mantip, throws one sword at him. Your sword just broke, so use this one. Pick up the sword. Mantip, and the atmosphere immediately grew tense. All eyes turning to you as if no one expected you to choose this course of action. And of course, the guy immediately went crazy, his face turning green with anger. Are you really that insane? The filthy commoner, brave enough to approach, but suddenly froze when his eyes fell on the sword in your hand. That is Burrito's sword, now surrounded by a fierce blue aura. Burrito's sword, a knight of 4 stars or higher, means someone who has mastered the manipulation of aura. Usually, 4-star knights have blue aura, 5-star knights have red aura, and from 6 stars onward, the aura gradually turns purple. Surpassing that level, the aura is no longer restricted by a specific color but now appears according to each knight's unique traits. With the average level of trainee knights around 3 stars, the students still can't believe what is happening, and the man behind them quietly mutters. Impossible. Many eyes turn to Han, whispering and murmuring how someone so weak could do it. I have not even mastered aura. In other words, even among official knights, many have not reached 4 stars. Chang sat on Lun's shoulder and whispered, Lewin, are not you going to stop? The match is over anyway. His eyes full of determination replied, No, let us watch a little longer. Inside, he secretly marveled that finally, it was back the look in Han's eyes. Lewin clenched his eyes tightly as he looked at Han's serious face and his 2 high eyebrows. Mantip picked up the wooden sword on the ground and said, I do not accept this. He charged at Han with all his might. I will never accept this. Mantip's sword swung down towards Han's head. He widened his eyes. You are just a cowardly commoner, but now you dare say that you can use the aura. Han also gritted his teeth and held the sword to block this deadly strike. The boy clenched his jaw and struggled to defend. Then Mantip's voice echoed in his ear again. Impossible. He increased his strength again, his face close to Han with contempt. There is no way a weak opponent like you can stand equal to me. Mantip swung his sword sideways, telling Han to just lie down where he belongs. And Han countered with a quick slash. Han sneered coldly, still clinging to that common sense. And Mantip was unexpectedly taken aback by his fierce counterattack. What? His veins bulged as he shouted, You are just a lucky kid born into a good family. A selfish, narcissistic nobody. A large blue vein bulges on Mantip's face as he gives a strange smile and says, Are you crazy? Mantip channels his power, engulfing his sword in green light, and declares, If you want to die, I will grant your wish. He leaps into the air, bringing his sword down on Han, screaming, Die. You bastard. Seeing the danger, Lewin ran as fast as he could, shouting Han. Be careful. Guda also ran toward the arena, shouting low to the sky, You bastard Mantip, with 2 others rushing behind him. A loud splash echoed from the center of the arena, with blue light like ink spreading through water expanding outward. Lewin's pupils constricted in shock as he froze, staring at the scene before him, in front of everyone, and still held his sword ready to fight. While Mantip's sword had been knocked away, and his body was thrown back, Mantip shouted in anger. Cursing fiercely, Han was unaffected by the shouting and his demeanor remained serious. Looking at Mantip lying motionless on the ground, the boys ran over and sat beside him, calling out Mantip. Calm down. Damn it. Is he unconscious? Then whispers spread. What just happened so fast? Did Han defeat Mantip? While Han still stood there like a statue, Lewin had not even reached him yet when he hurriedly asked, Han, are you okay? Han turned back to look at you and called out, Lewin. Lewin froze in place, stunned, then let out a cry. He pointed at Han's hand and said, Han, look at your wooden sword. He looked down at his hand and asked suspiciously, my sword? At this moment, a bright golden light shone from the sword. Dazzling. Han muttered, auras, and it has a red color. The scene shifts to another location, with sounds echoing from the castle. As expected, you are truly remarkable, Lewin. Tyrion chuckles as he and Lewin walk and talk. Admiring, I had a feeling, but I did not think you would defeat a senior graduate. You clenched your fists and asked again, is it just a gut feeling? Lewin turned and confidently said, it was the headmaster who called Jacqueline Gary Hill from the very beginning. Didn't you foresee this outcome from the very beginning? Tyrion chuckled. Oh my, so I have been caught. He looked at the paintings on the wall and then said, I want to take this opportunity to teach Gary Hill a lesson in humility. But instead, it seems I only deepened his hatred. Lewin asked suspiciously. Hatred. Tyrion whispers that rumors of this fight have reached the capital, as you defeated Gary Hill's eldest son. And the nobles are saying this could be the downfall of his family. He warns Lewin that George Gary Hill will do anything to restore his family's honor, which means you could soon be in danger. Tyrion's voice lowers as he says, as the headmaster, I cannot let my students be in danger. That is why we are here. The two stand at the top of the stairs looking down, and he introduces, the stairs lead down to the academy's basement. Then Tyrion Ichnit recounted that a few days ago, King Graham had awakened from hibernation. And the first thing he said upon waking was that Lewin's grip was tightening as he heard him recount King Graham's words. And I could smell the scent of a fellow creature. Tyrion Ichnit looked mysterious and said, all we need to do is go down. King Graham is waiting with a gift. Seeing Lewin's lack of reaction, he asked, why do not you ask about it? And Lewin skeptically replied, ask what? Lewin half joking, half serious. I suddenly appeared with a goblin on my back, and there is no magic like that in this world. Are not you curious at all? Tyrion looked at you with trust. Whether you appeared with a goblin on your back or carrying the head of a goblin, the Lewin Edel I know has always been someone I can trust, and that is all I need. Lewin responded sincerely. Thank you. Tyrion nudged and signaled. Now go ahead. King Graham has been waiting for you for a long time. And right now you are standing in front of a large door. Lewin slowly pushed the heavy door open, causing loud noises to echo. It has been a while since we last met. Little destroyer. Lewin also chuckled softly and responded, yes. It has been a while. In front of him sat King Graham, lounging comfortably on a large chair, and Lewin greeted him. King Graham. King Graham's voice echoed. Small destroyer, I still can't believe it. I can smell my tribe from Shinshan on you. I can even feel my father Mulkin. And after a moment of reflection, he suggested if possible you could tell me what happened. Lewin nodded without hesitation. All right, I will tell everything. Then, the two of them stood facing each other and talked. I told King Graham about what happened in the Heavenly Mountain and how I crafted a treasure from Mulkin's teeth. After hearing the story, King Graham chuckled with delight. A man who had fought hundreds of demons, truly daring. Lewin added, not only that, I won all the matches. He nodded. Truly your style. My tribe must have had a very joyful time. King Graham covered his face, his voice trembling with emotion. I thought I would be trapped in this treasure forever and then disappear, but I never expected to hear news from my homeland once again. Then he looked at Lewin with gratitude. My little destroyer. Thank you. My benefactor. You also gladly accepted the thanks in return. It is my honor. The system screen suddenly lit up in front of Lewin with a notification. Unlocking the treasure. He wondered inwardly. What is this? The screen shifts to the refuge layer showing the words. Friend of the Love Spirit. Has been upgraded to Lord of the Love Spirit. Thanks to the passive effect of the Lord of the Love Spirit, strength has increased by 1000. The embodiment of power, Chang has reached 5 stars. The human form can now be used, and thanks to the special skill, companionship, strength has permanently increased by 500. King Graham spoke. You are the incarnation of Draka, my benefactor, and the only human trusted by the love tribe of Teen's son. This is my gift to you. Lewin was extremely amazed, as if he could not believe his eyes. Thinking his strength immediately increased by 7,000, and Chang reached 5 stars. Chang let out a clear burp. This was indeed a great meal. I reached 5 stars much faster than expected. Then it jumped down from Lewin's shoulder and exclaimed, I have been stuck in this useless child form for too long. Chang's body kept enlarging and glowing brighter. His brows furrowed and clenched fists as he asked, do you know how bored he is? A blinding yellow light appeared, forcing Lewin to raise his hand to shield his eyes. He hesitated and asked, girl, what the hell is this? A long brown hair gently flowing in the breeze. A soft laugh echoed. So what do you think? A girl appears, but her voice is incredibly familiar as she asks, isn't it wonderful? Lewin, she flips her hair and says with a smug look, This is what I have longed for all this time. Chang's human form. After a while, Lewin returned to the top of the stairs, having gained 2 more treasures from the encounter with King Graham. As a leader, I have the authority to command the demons as one. As a lord, to resurrect the demons. Next was the second reward and a special privilege to revive King Graham, who was bound to the academy for life, to my position only once. Lewin recalled that before parting, he told me to revive him only if I was in real danger of losing my life. A faint laughter echoed in my ears, and I felt a bit annoyed, thinking to myself to just ignore it. Chang jumped up happily. That is right, transforming into a human form is the best. Meanwhile, Tyrion Ignat suspiciously asked, Lewin, who is that young girl? He pondered. During Chang's transformation, the others could see her, and at that moment Lewin also had to ask to confirm. So you are really a girl? Chang huffs and crosses his arms in frustration, lowering his voice to mutter. I thought you were lying. Tyrion Ignat's voice sounded again. Only one person was supposed to go underground, but 2 stepped out. Can anyone explain this? Lewin closed his eyes and sighed. Oh no, I am doomed. In the silent space, he spread his legs and spoke. So Tyrion Ignat stroked his long beard and asked, with my limited knowledge, I can only guess you are a soul. Is that correct? Chang huffed and replied, close enough. Actually, I am a manifestation. Lewin hesitated, wondering if this explanation was really effective. Chang looked around and continued, we have a symbiotic relationship, so we cannot be separated, and you feel a bit embarrassed to call, hey, do you usually talk with your hands on your hips like that in front of the academy? Chang snorted coldly. I have lived tens of times longer than him. Lewin hesitated. That might be true, but Tyrion Ignat's voice interrupted. Because you came here through King Graham, Lewin's noble incarnation, I will arrange for her to stay at the academy. Chang looked quite pleased and asked, oh, do you have a plan? He nodded slightly in confirmation and replied, of course. And then the scene shifts to another place, where King's surprised voice echoes from inside the academy. Wait, what is this? Everyone looked at Chang in amazement and then paused before asking, so you mean Lewin? You, another male student exclaimed in surprise. Do you have a cousin like this? And she just enrolled today. Chang stood with his hands on his hips, smiling broadly as he introduced himself. I am Chang Adil, and Lewin shyly added, yeah, she is in the same class as us. Jaya-sun, with his chest heaving and his heartbeat pounding loudly, asked if she was younger than us. And Lewin explained that she had skipped a grade because she was a genius, and he raised his voice even more, calling her a genius. Jia-sun politely extends his hand. Pleased to meet you, miss. One knee on the ground. He introduces himself. I am Jia-sun Damon, Lewin's close friend. Would you like a tour of the academy? If you have not seen it yet, I can take you there. Chang casually asked, who are you? And Lewin, confused about what is happening, wondered what he was doing. Jia-sun suggested, do you want to go to the cafeteria? The baguette there is very good. Chang politely refused. I do not like bread. Go away. He keeps finding other reasons. Do you like the sea? It is really wonderful. Lewin closed her eyes and sighed. She replied, as long as everything goes smoothly, that is fine. Suddenly someone approached and called out to Lewin. Seeing the person, Lewin greeted him. Han, today is the day you are leaving. Right, Han smiled and replied, yes, I came to say goodbye. Lewin sighed. It is a pity we have to part ways again someday. I will visit you in foreign. I look forward to that. You will always be welcome. After some hesitation, Han asked, and Lewin, after I graduate from the training center, can I come to Adele? Lewin replied confidently, Adele, of course, anytime you want. He said with determination, no, I do not just want to visit, I want to become a knight of Adele. Hearing this, you were extremely surprised and asked again, are you serious? Han nodded firmly. Yes, I want to do something meaningful, like protecting Adele, where you will lead, so please give me a chance. Lewin responded with a smile. Of course. Thank you, Han. Suddenly, someone interrupted. Are you two planning to keep this a secret? Jia-sun jumped onto Lewin's back and shouted, I also want to go. Adele, I will help wash the dishes and clean, but I will stay with the young lady of the estate. Lewin coldly replied, I never said you were allowed. He tightly held Lewin's collar, furious and dripping with anger, thinking to himself how unreasonable it was and that I knew he was joking. I am incredibly happy. I secretly think my friends moving to Adele after graduation is really a great idea. Cut to the capital of the Lydian kingdom. Zillion. The man shouts out in frustration. It is over. Everything has fallen apart. Do you know how much money I have invested in this? Lord Vengerous. Yet a trainee knight still defeated him. He grew angrier as he spoke, and the same thing happened to the Gary Hill family. Even Jekin Gary Hill, their eldest son, was defeated by Lewin Adil. The era of Gary Hill has ended. Since ancient times, the Gary Hill family has maintained its reputation as a magical lineage. And Vengerous Gigan has been honored as the strongest knight in the kingdom, because they have the support of the nobility. And that continues. But what if that support disappears? He shouted loudly. Right now you may still be the strongest, but when our children become the pillars of the nation, Your descendants will have no chance. Another person added. The solution is clear. We should switch sides. The voice grew louder and more determined. We must switch sides immediately. To a deal. Then someone hesitated and spoke up, but Adele's leader. Deline a deal. Does not accept bribes. Another person sneered mockingly. Oh my god, who in this world does not like money? Look at Gary who. Suddenly, someone stepped forward into the crowd and said loudly, Are you talking about me? Everyone was stunned and gasped. Commissioner Josh, he is nearby. You guys are joking around. Huh. Who are you planning to side with? The man forced a nervous laugh and looked for an excuse. That was just a slip of the tongue. I did not know you were listening. Josh did not bother to give him a chance to question him. A slip of the tongue. If I were not here, you guys would keep talking nonsense about this all night. His voice grew serious. Listen carefully, everyone. Since the founding of the Lidaean Principality, Gary Hugh has always held power. History never lies, so your worries will never come true. Josh gritted his teeth, thinking, Lewin Adele. I was going to use him as a stepping stone to raise Jekin and Miko's reputation, but he has completely crushed our honor. Josh's face turned green with anger, and a murderous glint appeared in his eyes. I will kill him, at any cost. Another important class this semester is a visit to the capital. Amidst the ongoing chatter on the train, we will get to enter the Wizard Tower and meet the Royal Mages. It sounds amazing. Lewin thought silently while observing everyone. It is a great opportunity to visit the Wizard Tower and the Royal Palace, where we can observe and learn from the current mages. You are a bit hesitant. But once again, the problem is that the purpose of the classes is excellent. But then Zhang suddenly asked, So does that mean we will finally see his face? Lewin also did not deny it. Maybe so. You know very well that recently, the head of the Gary Hill family must be filled with hatred towards me. Heading to the capital means entering enemy territory, where he can easily manipulate the royal mages, and in that situation, there are countless opportunities for him to target me. Zhang expressed his curiosity about whether Josh Gary Hill was strong, and Lewin quickly replied that according to rumors, he was a 7th level mage, just like the principal. Hearing this, he was stunned and exclaimed, 7th level. If I were still in my old state, I could easily defeat him with just one finger. You also wonder and think, I am not sure how strong Zhang was back then, but a level 7 mage is not something to be taken lightly. Lewin looked at Tyrion at least in front. His system panel only displayed basic information and could not access details at this moment. From then on, I understood one thing. The principal, someone at that level, I can't confirm any information through the player's eyes. Lewin thought to himself, I can't be careless even for a moment in the capital. A moment later, the announcement sounded, and the next destination was Rydian, the capital of the Rydian Kingdom. Everyone was excited, cheering, We are here. At last, they cheered excitedly. Just as they hoped, the capital is truly different. It is really dangerous, is not it? It is really the best. Lewin also felt a bit of admiration. Yes, the capital is still the capital, but deep down, he remained extremely cautious. It is just a shiny shell, not worthy of such a small kingdom. At this moment, someone approached to greet Tyrion at least. The principal, whom he had not seen in a long time, he suspiciously asked, What brings your excellency all the way here? Tyrion at least called out the old man's name. Chairman Joss. Joss approached and asked, Is not it a bit harsh for me to be here, when the future seedlings of the kingdom are visiting the capital? As the protector of this land, I should at least welcome them. Then, he ominously emphasized, there was another reason. Joss stared directly at Lewin and said, I wanted to see how far these sprouts have grown, and confirm how he crushed our son. The old man narrowed his eyes threateningly. So you are Lewin Adele. You felt uncomfortable under that gaze, like a snake wrapping around your body. But something was off. Joss Gary Hill, the Joss I knew, was a level 7 mage. But the system display showed Joss Gary Hill as a level 6 mage, leaving Lewin utterly confused after reading it. The player's eyes reveal that he is only a level 6 mage. How could he deceive everyone? You suddenly realize, could it be? Lewin looked at Joss's hand full of gold rings and jewelry, then guessed that all of it was sacred items. He slightly curled his lips into a faint smile. Even as a father of two, he looked annoyed and asked, What is so funny? Lewin turned around and then replied, No, it is nothing. I am leaving. Joss immediately grabs your hand. I have not asked where you are going yet. The old man glares and questions. What are you laughing at? Tyrion Ignis quickly intervened to mediate. President Joss, he is still just a student. Please stop. He is already furious. This crazy man, Joss sharply demanded. Stay silent. Principal, he threatened him. You may be the principal of the academy, but once the students set foot in the capital, it is my responsibility to manage them. Tyrion Ignis immediately retorted. If that authority is abused as a tool to threaten innocent students, I will never accept it and will send the students back to the academy immediately. Hearing that, Joss only found it ridiculous. So you are planning to go back? Right. Yes. Because our noble principal Tyrion is always like that. He spoke harshly and secretly. Do you think I do not know? His goal is to humiliate my son in front of the whole school by forcing him out. You are still upset that I was appointed as guardian instead of you. The principal. What a petty jealousy. Tyrion Ignis shouted loudly. Joss Gary Hill. A sudden gust of wind swept everything around. Everyone there screamed in fear. What is this wind? Luth Enlane said with a smirk. Really interesting. The old man was stunned and asked again. What do you mean? Only now do I reveal that the reason I laugh is because I find it interesting. I have never seen anyone wear so many rings before. It seems that wealthy people are all the same. He nervously wondered what this bastard meant by that. Joss quickly found an excuse. There is no particular reason. We just happen to have too many accessories. You seem to understand everything now. Huh, I see. Of course, the old man glanced at Tyrion Ignis before confidently giving the order. After all, Principal Tyrion, please step aside so I can lead the tour. From today on, I will personally oversee all the classes under my authority. He just remained silent, lost in thought. Joss just turned around and said, I am leaving now. The city tour turned out to be nothing like a sightseeing trip. Lewin recounted that Joss Gary Hill, who declared he would join the entire itinerary, disappeared without a trace as soon as we arrived at the palace, replaced by a fake mage leading us. You nodded appreciatively, saying that although the tour itself was not particularly remarkable, the atmosphere was not too bad. Everyone is enjoying the trip, praise echoing nonstop. Indeed, it is the magic tower. Truly amazing, except for one thing, Strang asked Lewin, who also felt the same. Right, you honestly confirmed. Yes. I recognized it immediately. Lewin knew they were following me too obviously, and as night fell, he sat by the window, pointing out details to Strang. Look over there. Strang. When they looked down, they saw a few suspicious people wandering around it. The two of them started discussing. Is not that the guy we have already met? Yeah. He has been there since we entered the rest area. Sizz, I felt something was off from the beginning. What is he planning to do? Lewin pointed out that it was an illusion. And Strang, a bit surprised, asked if it was illusion magic. You revealed a few things to him. I can sense the magical energy around here. He is creating illusions with illusion magic. Lewin quickly added that the scenery and the people passing by below are all illusions. And above, he uses a magic shield to separate this place from the real world. Strang groaned in frustration. Damn it. I can't believe I did not recognize this magic. Even after becoming human, I am still far from my original strength, and you are lost in thought again. I expected this, but I did not think he would act so quickly. Lewin suddenly noticed something. The man in the black shirt ran away. Strang was startled and exclaimed, he is fleeing. But you calmly deny it. No, he is pulling me out. If we fight in a confined space like this resort, I will have the advantage. But he knows I can't let the other students get hurt, so I have no choice but to fight outside. Lewin recalls what the system display showed. Hyzen Gary, a level 6 mage, then guessed that level 6 mages are capable of handling this. But the scale of this illusion magic cannot be performed by just one level 6 mage. Lewin analyzed carefully. There are 2, maybe 3 enemies. Possibly more, and if they are all level 6 mages, my chances of winning are very slim. In his mind, Josh's face suddenly appeared. And if Josh Gary Hugh also joined the fight? Lewin silently thought maybe I could use that. Seeing you turn around, he asked with curiosity, are you planning to leave right now? And Lewin nodded. Yes, I have to go downstairs. As he stepped forward, he sighed. Tonight will probably be a very long night. A few hours ago, Josh angrily slammed his hand on the table and shouted, only to see everyone coming after him. The old man was extremely dissatisfied and yelled, I am the one directly responsible for this meeting. Yet these are all the people who showed up afterward. A timid person reported back. Yes. Everyone seems to avoid this meeting. Josh growled in frustration. Lunadel is considered finished from today. Yet they still fear Adele so much they dare not come afterward. He angrily shouted. Normally this place would be packed with people, even some standing for lack of space. But today only 4 people showed up. Josh clenched his teeth, silently cursing Lune in his mind. Damn it. That bastard has ruined everything. Finally, he sighed and said, all right. Sooner or later they will regret it. I assume the task I assigned to you has been handled properly. The other quickly replied, yes, the night guards at Kindle are now all ours, so nothing will be a problem no matter what happens. Josh turned to Vangrass and asked about the mission I assigned to the captain. He calmly replied, last night we received confirmation that the assassin had arrived at a deal. Vangrass continued outlining the plan. After midnight they would infiltrate the estate and take Delin Adele's head. Josh nodded in satisfaction and exclaimed, at least he and his father won't die alone, because they will die together that night. He added that not only his father and him, but Delin Adele also has a young daughter. Vangrass emphasized that Bava Payton must also disappear. He believes there should only be one sun in the sky. At this moment, Bava was walking and thinking to himself. Everything felt strangely still. He pondered quietly. Recently, the victory of the young master of the Gary Hill family had attracted many nobles' attention to Adele. But the Gary Hill I know is not the type to give up easily. Bava recalled Lord Adele's words. If he noticed anything suspicious, he should report immediately. and he nodded in agreement. Seeming to share the same cautious mindset as the Lord, Bava suddenly saw someone carrying a wooden box. He asked him kindly if he had finished his work for the day, and the worker cheerfully replied, "Yes, Bava. That is right. I just finished cleaning up and was about to go home." Bava continued to ask, "I want to inquire if anyone suspicious visited today." He pondered carefully. Suspicious people. The worker quickly remembered. 5 commoners. But I have never seen them sell anything here, and I also did not see them leave. Bava finally concluded that the assassins often disguise themselves as merchants, and now they have completely disappeared after entering the territory. The worker shouted out, "And they also carry swords, so we should be more careful today, Bava. Stay alert for any unexpected situations." He suddenly ran quickly in the opposite direction. Seeing that, he felt a bit relieved. Maybe there is no need to worry too much. The atmosphere in the peaceful estate is strangely tense, as the assassins search inside, whispering among themselves, "Adele, the Lord. Could he have discovered something? He still has not returned to the estate. You have also noticed the mood in the town. No one seems to suspect anything. He will be back soon. We just need to wait for the right moment." He also nodded, still having time. Suddenly, one of the assassins collapsed to the ground. They were terrified and exclaimed, "What the hell? Is that Bava? He is glaring so fiercely. How dare you? Do you even know who just entered?" The assassins looked at each other in confusion. "Wait a minute, how does he know we are here?" Just as expected from a starry night. Hiding tactics do not work on him. He immediately drew his sword and spoke. "But actually this is good for us since we were planning to kill him anyway." They all shouted, "It is over. They are assassins hired by Vengerus. The infiltrators hiding in Adel are all at least 6-star masters." Only then did Bava softly murmur, "Fine. That knight has long since put aside his spear and taken up a fishing rod. Therefore, the villagers believe that his skills are no longer what they used to be. However, that is a serious mistake." Bava raises his spear and then charges forward with everyone. Each sword stroke smoothly cut through the assassins one after another. Before long, he had defeated them. They suddenly disappeared into the space. The heavy body of the assassin flew straight into the wall. "Do you know why I stopped practicing spear techniques?" the assassin exclaimed in horror. "It can't be," he cursed inwardly. "You bastard, do not tell me." The assassin did not dare to say it out loud. He used to be an 8-star. Bava revealed to him that no matter how much I curse the art of war, I have reached the limit that pure technique can teach me. A daredevil jumps to ambush. "Die, you monster." A cold spear pierces through his body. The assassin was hanging suspended in midair by Bava, while the other man, terrified, kept retreating to the wall. "He has gone mad." He screamed in horror, "Vengerus, that bastard, this is nonsense. He dared to lie about the target's strength. Even if they paid us 5 times the original fee, we would never take this mission." The assassin stammered in fear, and only now did Bava realize who was behind it, Vengerus. He grabbed him by the collar and said, "Go back and tell Vengerus to hate this clothes." Bava emphasizes each word. "Never set foot in Adel again." Now the place where Lewin is feels extremely quiet. You and Heisen face each other. He joyfully exclaims, "So you came to find me yourself?" Heisen continued to sneer at Lewin, "But it seems you are not alone. A companion on your way to the Imperial selection." "How amusing," Lewin quickly retorted. "Do not worry, we have no intention of dying here." Hearing that, he was quite surprised. No intention of dying. Heisen sneered and said, "If everything in life went according to human will, it would be so wonderful, but in reality things do not work that way." And as soon as he finished, a multitude of black-robed mages advanced surrounding you and the young man. Lewin silently observed, "There are about 7 of them, and they are quite gathered." He raised his hand with a red flame and said that those who have lived much longer than others should be advised that staying humble is the best way to extend life. Heisen kept rambling, but then he pointed at the sorcerers and said, "Now you have only one future left. They attacked you while shouting 'Die.'" Lewin, Heisen chuckled happily, accepting death quietly. What a spectacle to see. This is the fate people choose for themselves. So do not hate too much. But when he saw the scene before his eyes, he could no longer continue to laugh. "Aunt," Heisen exclaimed in horror, "how is it possible? How is it possible that you are still standing after that attack? You should have been dead." Lewin just slightly smiled. "Yes. Let us just say there are people like that in this world." He confidently affirmed that there are those who can never truly die. Lewin knew deep down that the only way to fully subjugate Trang was to kill me, the one who dares to challenge him. The Thin Lin Hien system, the unique skill, the leader's will, even until your last breath. Kun Kan, the first leader chosen by the heavens, will always stand behind you. He raised his fist and declared loudly, "But as I said, I have no intention of dying here." A powerful punch like a storm is thrown. Lewin quietly thinks to himself, "All right, with this level, I can win without exerting too much effort." You suddenly opened your eyes wide in amazement. The 2 men tightly held your legs and then spoke, honestly saying, "I did not expect you to be this strong." "Oh, kid, but no matter how strong you are," he whispered, "can you survive this?" Lewin wondered in shock. "What is it?" "The dark sealing spell of water. There are those who practice forbidden dark magic, type of magic despised by all true mages and illusionists. Among them, the water seal is a technique created by the dark water sorcerer Thangayan Thoe. Once activated, it can never be released until it drains the life force. It is one of the most notorious dark magic techniques ever known. Lewin was sweating with pain, shocked that these bastards dared to go this far. The two men excitedly spoke. It is a pity, Lewin. Now you have seen this kind of magic with your own eyes, so you must die, he continued softly. I had already planned to kill you from the start, Hadan smugly said. Now even your allies who dared to interfere are completely powerless. Everything has become much simpler, Lewin angrily shouted. Damn it. These bastards. He sneered and told you, but do not hold too much resentment. After all, your journey to the underworld won't be too lonely. Hearing that, Lewin stammered and asked, What did you say? Hadan's next words shock you. Your father and sister are probably already dead. Lewin stammers and says, What? He kindly reveals more. Oh. Of course you do not know. If you did, you would not be standing here anymore. Then Hadan glared at you and asked why you dared to resist the commissioner. Do you really think you can win? He continued to scold. Just for a bit of reputation and that girl. Before he finished speaking, Lewin grabbed Hadan's face tightly. He shouted in panic, What the hell? You can use water seal. Hadan's eyes widened in pain. Just after his head, you easily crushed it. The other mages, seeing this, were terrified beyond measure. Lewin muttered coldly, Now it no longer matters. The system quickly appeared, with the unique skill, Healing King Graham to the location of the caster once. You almost whisper each word. You bastards have crossed a line that should never have been crossed, and a giant monster suddenly appears. A loud growl echoed. Do not hold on to too much resentment. You only have yourselves to blame, Lewin thought to himself. In this fleeting moment, only one idea resonated in his mind. Fierce. You are starting to sink into hatred, like the world destroyer Draka once did. I will destroy all of them. King Graham calmly asked, Hey little destroyer. What do you want from me? Lewin solemnly replies that he wants them all slaughtered, sparing no one. King Graham secretly protected you as you attacked them. Lewin clenched his fist and charged at the enemy. I can never forgive them. The wizard, unable to fight back, is why I will kill them all. You angrily vow to yourself that destroying whatever does not matter. Lewin lost all reason and slaughtered his enemies, not caring who he killed. At this moment, Chang rushed to stop him. Stop right there. He tries to awaken Lewin's reason. Stop now. Enough. The wizard struggles to speak, so it turns out you were already a madman. We're not you. You are no different from us. Overwhelmed by rage, he demands to be released so he can kill the mage. Chang scolds him, questioning his behavior, assuring him Adil is safe, and urging him to trust the knight, who is stronger than he thinks. Keep yourself grounded. Lewin, if you lose yourself in that power, you will end up like Draka. Don't you remember his final days? Chang reminded him that Draka was called the Destroyer of Worlds because he went mad with unlimited power and ultimately destroyed everything. He grabbed Lewin's shoulder tightly and said, But you are not Draka if you end up like him. Finally, the boy calmed down and said, All right, sorry for worrying you. Chang, Lewin stepped in front of the surviving mage and Chang asked, You, tell me everything you know. What is happening in Adel? He struggled to speak. You will regret hearing it, the excited wizard recounted. Have you ever heard of Maiwang Dan? A highly skilled assassination group made up only of 6-star or higher warriors, and 5 of their assassins have already arrived in Adel. He laughed maniacally. At this moment, your father and sister are probably dead, when suddenly a sharp spear pierced through him from behind. Josh let out a faint sound, saying I was just here to observe and see this mess. The old man angrily scolded. Pathetic fools. I never thought Gary Hill's elite could not handle a spoiled brat like this. Lewin gasped in shock. Josh. Gary Hill, how dare you threaten my family? A terrifying force suddenly overwhelmed him. Josh calmly warned. You should have just bowed your head and learned at the academy. Why did you have to provoke us? Lewin and Strang were both pressed down, quickly realizing this was dark magic. You are furious and ask, Are you also a dark mage? If this gets out, you will at least go to jail. Josh just sneers. Then dying here would not matter. You are just a useless kid anyway. Lewin, although unwilling, could do nothing. Damn it. I can't move at all. The time to summon King Graham has run out, and he has already disappeared. You hear the old man speak. Now let us end this, then summon countless spears from the magic circle. Josh fired his attack at Lewin, and it was over. He is about to die. Lewin could only fearfully think to himself, No, I can't let everything end like this. In despair, a huge explosion as expected occurred, but Lewin was unharmed. You stare at the person blocking your way. The principal, Joshua exclaims in surprise. Tyrion, ignite. Why is the principal here? Tyrion barely moved to interrupt the old man. Josh Gary Hill. His terrifying power was beyond anything he could imagine. The illusionary world, This simulated universe is created by level 6 mages under Josh Gary Hill's command, ensuring that outsiders cannot perceive what happens inside. However, that only applies to ordinary people. A mage of Tyrion Ignite's caliber can quickly detect abnormal mana presence. Furthermore, the fatal weakness of this magic is that if a higher level spell is cast by someone stronger than the illusion creator, the illusion will easily be broken and destroyed. As a result, Josh's illusion field gradually shattered. The old man could not accept being threatened again by Tyrion Ignite. Tyrion Ignite, are you planning to destroy the entire capital just to defeat me? He immediately cast a spell. No, the only one injured here is the person. Tyrion Ignite then revealed, I have set up a barrier to prevent any harm to the capital. You not only sullied the terrible dark magic but also dared to harm my disciple. He charged forward with extreme anger. For that crime, Tyrion Ignite unleashed a massive amount of magic towards Josh and shouted, I will carry out the punishment myself. He gritted his teeth. You, Josh then shouted angrily. Tyrion Ignite, Trang calmly replied, just as expected, because according to the hierarchy, the difference between the two is truly clear. As the match ended overwhelmingly, Lu agrees with it. Yeah, I think so too. You acknowledge that the difference is on a whole different level, Louis silently assesses. The principal, a 7th level mage, is at a level I can't even reach. I thought I was pretty strong, but I still have a long way to go. Tyrion Ignite asked worriedly, Louis, are you okay? Louis stammered in reply. Yes, I am, especially with the headmaster here. Everyone in the house was awakened by the noise outside. They gathered and whispered. What is all this fuss in the middle of the night? What is happening? Someone blurted out. That person is... He recognized him. The principal. But why does Counselor Joss look like that? At that moment, someone suddenly shouted, Louis, we are here. And he looked up in shock. Those people are... Louis finally recognized. Prince Fodder quickly spoke up. We arrived after hearing that Gary Hill has taken control of Anning Kingdom. Croster also added that the only person Gary Hill targeted was you, Louis, who happened to visit the kingdom. He asked worriedly, are you okay? Lou modestly replied, yes, Ivan. They kept expressing their concerns. And all the way here I was worried something might happen. I was very scared. My heart was pounding wildly. You were a bit speechless with them. And you still are. They quickly turned to greet Tyrion Ichnet. Oh, the principal Tyrion Ichnet is also here. So that means the person lying there is... Louis also did not deny it. Yes, that is Joss. He tried to attack me with dark magic. But the principal stopped him. Croster. Hearing this, snapped in anger, that evil demon. How dare he dare to harm my beloved Louis? This is a challenge to the royal family and an act of treason. I will immediately go to see my father and arrest Gary Hill for treason. Croster also spoke up. It is rare for us to agree. Brother. Yes, this is treason, and since we have confirmed he learned forbidden magic, we must arrest the entire Gary Hill family in this land. Louis suddenly spoke out. Earlier I had a request. The two princes immediately asked. What is it? I will grant anything you ask, he hurriedly said. In Adele, I need to check on my father and my sister. Louis eagerly waited, hoping to receive news from Adel as quickly as possible from Kingdu, and we had to request information from the nearest trading city, Munzo. During the wait for that news, it took nearly half a day. Feeling like the longest time of his life, a person carrying a letter approached you and spoke, finally informing you that we have also received information from Monzo nearby. He quickly announced that luckily, everyone is safe. He continued reading. That day had already taken precautions against potential assassins and Lord Bava had completely subdued the male assassin. Moreover, they had identified the person who ordered the assassination. Croster anxiously asked, was not the one who gave the order clearly Josh Gary Hill? The messenger did not deny it. Yes, but there were also accomplices. He named a person, the most deeply involved being Lord Bengrass, captain of the Golden Knight Squad. Croster sighed in disappointment. Lord Bengrass. Damn it. They are all corrupt now. Ford immediately ordered. From this moment on, Bengrass is to be nearly dismissed from his captaincy and Josh's position as a counselor of the Wizard Tower and guardianship rights are to be revoked. The messenger suddenly spoke. Your Highness. Because those two hold very important positions, you also need to appoint replacements, so he decided that the deputy captain would temporarily take over as captain. Fort then announced that the positions of counselor and guardianship held by Josh would also be addressed. He looked at Tyrion Ignis and asked, can the headmaster help for now? He was startled and exclaimed, excuse me, Prince, I am just an old man. Fort quickly replied, yes, I understand better than anyone that you have no interest in politics, but as you can see the situation is not stable at all, and at least until a new successor is decided I beg for your help. Tyrion Ignis was still hesitant, but the story of the prince's efforts to bring the headmaster back to Kingdo was well known throughout the country. However, the headmaster always refused, saying that an educator should not get involved in politics, and he had rejected all offers until now. Suddenly someone spoke up. Principal, please. The group of students cheerfully said, I think that position really suits you. Yes. No one is more suitable than you. Their pleas moved him. Please. Headmaster, in the end, Tyrion Ignis made his decision. If this is what the students trust, I should follow their wishes. He still has conditions, but only until a successor is chosen. Everyone cheered happily, saying, Good, we will rely on you. Our kingdom will prosper even more. Lewin had a faint feeling in his heart, suspecting that a new successor would appear soon. His mood gradually eased, and I was glad that everything had ended well. When this royal visit to the kingdom ends, the graduation exam will soon begin, and the brief yet intense time at the academy will come to an end. Lewin recounted that the royal visit was already shaky from the start, facing rumors that the rest of the schedule might be cancelled. But in the end, everything was still decided to go as planned, so we stayed in the capital for a few more days. I overheard someone saying, Did you hear? Miko Gary Hill from the Gary Hill family is dropping out. Is that true? With so little time left before graduation, rumors are spreading throughout the palace that Miko has dropped out of the academy. His father, George Gary Hill, is being held in the dark, and the Gary Hill mages who followed him have all disappeared, so it makes sense. The students also said that Jekin Gary Hill has disappeared. I heard he joined the Pona Rebellion. What is the truth? The name Gary Hill has completely vanished. The fall of Gary Hill. Adal's victory. Banners with these words began to appear all over the kingdom, and the news spread not only among the nobility but throughout the entire realm. Meanwhile, in a certain castle, a loud shout was heard. Hey, I told you no, get out now. Wait a moment. Just a little longer. Jekin tried to explain, I just need a little time. And just then someone approached and asked what all the noise was about. The guards hurriedly called out, Sorry. This man keeps trying to go inside. Jekin immediately knelt before the newcomer, apologizing for the abrupt visit. I am Jekin Gary Hill, the eldest son of the Gary Hill family. It is an honor to meet the prince. The person before him is Crown Prince Summonat Genek of the Genek Empire. Jekin continued to make excuses, saying that although I acted roughly, please understand it was not intentional. Summon Aiden lightly ordered, That is enough. He then asked, So why did you come all this way? Jekin quickly replied, I came to seek asylum from the Empire. Myself, along with my siblings and the mages of our family, over 40 people in total are seeking asylum in the Empire. Summon Aiden questions the reason. He urgently says, to offer a part of our strength, even if just a small one. To you, the great prince, and for the endless glory of the Empire's future. Summonatan is too kind. Truly generous. You came here just to flatter me. He once again questions, What crime have you committed? Jekin, confused and unsure, testing the waters. Summonatan shows some curiosity about the Gary Hill family, strongest in that small kingdom. Why did you leave your homeland in disgrace to seek asylum in this empire? Jekin stammered, an assassination plot, he said sternly. You opposed the royal family over something trivial like that. Don't tell me you tried to assassinate a member of the royal family. Jekin stammered, No, that is not it at all. Summonatan then rejected him. No matter how small the kingdom is, protecting a criminal like Gary Hill goes against my principles. In fact, handing him over would benefit my reputation more. His next words made Jekin's eyes widen in fear. I see no reason to grant you asylum. Summonatan turned to leave without forgetting to remind you, Go, I will not grant you asylum, but I will not imprison you. Jekin suddenly blurted out a name. Lewin. Only then did he reveal the truth. We tried to assassinate Lewin Adel. Summonatan asked nervously. The Loon I know. Jekin nodded in agreement. Yes, that is right. He then stepped closer and said, I want to hear more about that assassination. Summonan smiled slyly and said, Let us have a drink. Although many incidents have occurred, they all seem minor, and time has passed peacefully after the visit to Kingdo. 3 months later, the new year has arrived, and just like the heavy snow in that winter, many nobles came to the academy. Their reason was simple. It was the graduation exam, a system where soon-to-be graduates showcase their skills in front of others, giving them a chance to be admired by the nobles. Today, that very exam is being held at the academy, Lewin quietly thought. Graduation. When this exam ends, it will be time to graduate. 6 years have been both long and short, and finally they are coming to an end. Jia-sun suddenly asked him, Lewin, what is wrong with your face? Do not tell me you are worried. Lewin quickly denied it. No, not at all. I have prepared a lot for this exam. He chuckled and replied, The exam is important, but it is not a big deal to me. After all, I will be going down to Adele with you. You are a bit too much. I did not say I would take you anywhere. Jia-sun, hearing that, got furious and said, Are you serious right now? Just then, someone approached. Oh my. Seeing the girl, Lewin widened his eyes in shock. Boni silently thought to himself, I heard you are safe. But still, seeing you in person makes me feel at ease. Now Loina is standing in front of Lewin, greeting him. It has been a while. Are you doing well? He quickly approached the girl and replied, "Thank you all for coming. Since that day nothing has happened right." Lewin bowed his head in self-blame. "I am sorry. In the end Dad also faced danger because of me." Lord Edelon Tunbao, "It is okay, you do not need to feel so bad. I am really proud that we did not compromise and fought against them." Then I turned to Baove and said, "Thank you, you too, thank you very much." He smiled politely. "It is nothing, I only did what I had to do." Luna suddenly spoke up. "But Oppa?" Lewin wondered and turned back. "Yeah." The girl just pointed at the page and questioned, "Who is she?" You nervously muttered to yourself. "Damn it, I can't even use my cousin's excuse with my family." Lewin asked cautiously, "Do not tell me you have got a new girlfriend just because Irene is not here," and Bava silently observed from the side. "Besides, he already had this talent. He has grown up so much." Lewin hurriedly explained that she was just a friend. Just a friend. Just then, someone came over to greet him, someone he had not seen in a long time. Lewin, at that moment, father-son approached Lord Adelther, greeting him, and was a close friend of Lewin. Lewin was overjoyed to see the newcomer. And luckily, those attending his graduation were not just family. Han, who had fulfilled his vow and become an official knight, proudly stepped forward. Han, the other two also approached to greet. "How have you been lately?" Lewin exclaimed in surprise. Sita and Irene also arrived afterward. Connections formed during the grand tournament as a reward. Everyone was surprised that Sun was talking about those people. Groster and Fodder also arrived calling out Lewin, and he was overjoyed, even the strongest among his connections. They also shared their hardships in finding him, and Nixie, standing behind, looked on with great admiration. "Truly, Lewin, you are in a different league." Just then, someone shouted loudly that the final exam for the senior students would start soon. He continued to announce, "Seniors, please gather at the main arena," and Lewin quickly turned back to tell his visitors, "See you all later." Lewin spoke on behalf of everyone. "Oppa, good luck. We will cheer for you," he whispered to himself, "for this final exam. I will do my best because everyone is supporting me." As Lewin entered and paid close attention to the two strangers, he cautiously wondered what was going on. Lewin thought confusedly, "Those two, I have never seen their faces before, but the feeling is somehow familiar." I immediately turned to Chang and asked, "Chang, do those two look suspicious?" "Right," he then revealed. "Now you are paying attention. Do you know who they are?" Chang carefully replied, "The person on the left is Fire King Tyrone." He continued, "The person on the right is the Crown Prince." Chang added that he is a divine shaman. "No ordinary magic can escape my eyes. They may have changed their faces, but they cannot hide that strange aura." Hearing this, Lewin was extremely confused why the Fire King and the Crown Prince had to come all the way here. If they just wanted to visit, the royal road would have been enough. Numerous questions flooded his mind. "Do not tell me, are they trying to test how strong I have become through this exam without risking being discovered?" Thinking of this, Lewin could not help but smile. They are serious about this. He told himself that if they made a similar offer as before, he would still refuse it just like he did back then. Lewin smiled cunningly. "But since they went to the trouble of coming here, I should at least give them a spectacular show." I stare at them intently, sending a message. "Keep a close watch. See how much I have grown." The graduation exam consists of isolation, freezing, and destruction, and it is a timed challenge where you must quickly overcome all three tests. The first challenge, isolation, requires escaping from a locked room. There are many ways to escape the room. Jia-sun is standing in front of the lock, deep in thought. You can disable the lock with a disarming spell or craft a mana crystal key to open the door. There are truly many options. It does not matter which method you choose because the important thing is to escape the room. After a while, the sound of cheering erupted, and 7 mages from Group 6 escaped the room almost simultaneously. Then someone regretfully exclaimed how unfortunate it was that another person was stopped by monsters. As they moved on to the next challenge, the difficulty had skyrocketed from defeating a horde of icy monsters in the freezing glacier to using their most powerful magic to destroy a solid stone wall in the final test. Someone here is furious and shouting, "Why is this thing so stubborn? If you can overcome everything, then in the end, you will successfully pass the graduation exam." Jia-sun excitedly shouted, "I am in first place." The announcement sound gradually echoed. Jia-sun was full of joy, finishing the challenge for Group 6 in 3 minutes and 55 seconds, making him the first to complete it. They continued reading the results. 3 out of 10 students in Group 6 had finally passed the exam, while the students who had not taken it whispered nervously, unsure of what to do and lacking confidence. Lewin stood calmly to the side, contemplating quietly. "Jia-sun, you pretend to be normal but you have actually prepared a lot, have not you?" Then he returned to his serious state, with only 3 out of 10 passing, most of them finishing just before the 1-minute mark, remaining within the 15-minute limit. "It would be best for me to come up with a plan to get through it as quickly as possible." The judge announced again, "Next is Group 7. Please come forward." Lewin quickly moved up. Finally it was his turn, and everyone in the stands eagerly wondered if this group with Lewin Adil, the pride of our academy, would succeed. The whispers kept going. Yes, I heard many distinguished guests came just to see Lewin. I am very curious to see how he will perform. So Motung also spoke. I am looking forward to seeing how much he has improved. What do you think? Taran just casually commented. He still has not changed. He suddenly asked, what do you intend to do? And he wondered what it was about. Taran instinctively looked at Lewin. The reason you came here today, you call it your final burden, right? So Motung also did not deny. Yes, that is right, your last regret. He believes that if he joins the faction in the future, he will surely be a valuable asset. But if you cannot bring him under control, one day he might become a threat. And when that time comes, you will handle it yourself. As you approach the locked door, a notification sounds simultaneously, signaling the start of the 7-member challenge now. Lewin just knocked on the door while calculating. The principal must have poured all his strength into this. Even with his own power, breaking that wall won't be easy. Should I just unlock it like the other students did? He smirked confidently. But no, that would not be interesting. After all, I learned at the tournament that nothing in this world is perfect. Lewin understood that no matter how solid a wall seems, it always has a hidden weakness somewhere. The system interface immediately appeared, capable of destroying any iron object with a single use. No matter what it was, the spectators in the stands whispered curiously. His name is Lewin. Right. I wonder how long it will take him. I hope he is worthy of his reputation. After all, he is the champion of the tournament. Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out. Everyone was stunned. Eyes wide open. Wait, what was that explosion? Hold on, look over there. When they saw Lewin come out, they exclaimed in shock, no way, Lewin, ah dear. Everyone looked at him with pride. The door that usually takes 5 minutes to open was opened by him in an instant. Both Somerton and Taran smiled excitedly. The judge's voice echoed in his ears, saying that in just 13 seconds, this graduation exam would once again cement Lewin's already renowned reputation. Anyway, Lewin would win, and he calmly moved on to the second challenge. The system announcement rang out clearly. Lewin had crossed the first gate in just 13 seconds. Now, we can't help but wonder how quickly he will break through the next gates. And as soon as the announcement finished, everyone watching the match from the stands was stunned in shock. Only Taran remains calm, hand resting on his cheek as if he had foreseen this. I knew from the moment the beast's fang reacted to him that he was not a friend, but his rapid growth is still completely unreasonable. Lewin found a half-burning fireball and fought against 2 huge ice monsters. They were growling fiercely, and Lewin was determined. The system and everyone's cheers fade out as Lewin skillfully passes through the second gate, and the narration makes everyone more excited. Focusing on the ongoing battle, he is running with a fireball. With that size, no monster would dare come near him, and that makes sense because with this fireball size, none of them would be foolish enough to try. Lewin ignored the whispers, fighting harder and more determined to defeat these demons once and for all. The blonde-haired man standing with his arms crossed and laughing tiredly said, haha, what is this? He really is a madman beyond all imagination. Taran stood beside him listening to jump around, just now then fell silent deep and thought, raising his eyebrows, he always produces unbelievable results. Alright, I have seen enough of your skills, Lewin. So, how will you break the final gate? Not letting him wait any longer, Lewin has already shown him the real answer. Rushing like lightning, charging straight toward the gate in front of him, eyes focused as if to crush the incredibly tough wall before him, channeling all his strength into this strike. Just wanting to show the others once. In an instant, they realized what Lewin was doing, and Taran widened his eyes in amazement. That energy, there is no doubt anymore. Heaven created the highlight, but Lewin's punch was the real highlight, an invisible magic. Formless, tearing through everything with sound waves so fast that the naked eye could not perceive it. Boom boom, a huge explosion erupts in an instant, illuminating the sky with a blinding light, leaving viewers dazzled not only by its brightness but also by the immense power it unleashes. Large shards of brick shatter and scatter everywhere, as the silent space is filled only with loud crashes and the mournful cries of those bidding farewell to the fallen, accompanied by the echo of a funeral bell. Leading the way is Lewin, and his confident demeanor keeps striking his opponents with relentless blows, leaving anyone witnessing in awe and horror. That magic can only be cast by someone who has reached level 6. Right, has Lewin already attained that level? This is probably also the question that viewers are curious about regarding him. Shedding a shining purple light across Lewin's body, the event here has come to an end. Everything happened so quickly that some have not even had time to recover from witnessing that divine power beyond imagination, as the system announced 2 minutes 57 seconds too fast for everyone to process, leaving them stunned and exchanging bewildered glances before turning to look at the person standing in the center of the arena. Finally, the announcer's voice echoed as Lewin from Group 7 cast a level 6 spell and completed the test perfectly in just 2 minutes 57 seconds. Cheers of victory erupted from the audience, while our main character calmly wiped the sweat from his face with a faint smile. The least relaxed person right now is probably Taran. He is still lost in thought with his reasoning about the most outstanding young man at this moment. Level 6 is a realm that a lifetime cannot reach, yet Loon achieved it at just 16 years old. This won't do, before he grows any stronger and threatens my position. I have to crush him, no matter what. He glared with hatred and contempt at the smiling boy, who was expressing gratitude to everyone around with joy. Turns out, Turin was afraid that his own position would be shaken by him. The two princes, Groster and Fodder, raised their hands in celebration. Long live you, Lewin, the future of the kingdom, while the person sitting behind, witnessing this scene, is speechless, looking at the two royals like children. Anyone who does not know would think they are Loon's parents celebrating their child's victory. Loon's side is no less impressive. She loudly congratulates her older brother, and as for the car, there is no need to mention it. She had already been smiling so brightly that no sunlight could be seen, happily waving her hand in celebration. I knew you could do it, Lewin. And at this moment, Lewin stands in the center of the grand arena, where everyone watching can see how brightly he shines, their cheers calling out his name, also celebrating his victory. Lewin stands beneath a clear sky with gentle snowflakes falling around him, feeling a sense of satisfaction as everyone is now congratulating him. But the boy could not help but think back to those old days, facing mockers and harsh words. Now he no longer had to stay silent and ignore. Who would have imagined that he would graduate like this, surrounded by cheers? Jia-sun laughed uncontrollably, rushing to pat Lewin on the shoulder and neck. Hey Lewin, when did you reach level 6? I can't believe my friend is already a high-level mage. This kid surprised me so much I did not have time to react. Jia-sun, the kiss is not even finished yet, and everyone around is already coming over to congratulate you. Honestly, even I did not expect you to reach that level so soon. Lewin, Jia-sun still has not let go of the arm draped over your shoulder, and there is a hint of moralizing in his tone. What a shame. There is one thing that is absolutely essential on a day like today. Your friend standing beside you listening so intently is also curious. Huh. What is it, Jia-sun? He smiles then, making a strange, mysterious expression and prolonging his voice. And it is... Tang tang. The answer was simply 2 big glasses of barley smoothie. But that is enough to keep it a secret. Everyone happily raised their barley glasses, slapping each other's shoulders like a reunion, cheerfully shouting cheers. Now we are all grown up too. Let us drink to the fullest. Wahaha. Cheers. Let us drink more. Bottoms up. Avatar approaches. Lewin stands still watching their lively, determined effort not to get drunk or leave, feeling 3 parts helpless and 7 parts like 3. But honestly, you are really enjoying this precious joyful moment. This must be one of the most beautiful memories in Lewin's life. It is truly sinking in. Tomorrow is graduation day, and since this might be the last time we all gather like this, I am sure everyone just wants to enjoy it to the fullest. While I was not paying attention, Avatar, completely stiff and wobbling, with a flushed face from the alcohol, suddenly appeared behind you, clapped your shoulder like a good brother, pointed to the sky, and handed you another bottle. Lewin looked surprised as he glanced at her, but it was convenient today. I just realized that even Avatar can get drunk. The 2 men approached us, the old man with long white hair and beard leading the way. Lewin, are you enjoying the party? You hear your name being called and turn to look. The principal and the professor are also here. You glance at Avatar, who is now completely collapsed on the floor sitting slumped. Then stand upright and politely thank the 2 in front of you for arranging this event. Thanks to that, I am really enjoying myself. The principal chuckled and said, ha ha ha, graduation is coming up. You should enjoy it to the fullest. Right, Lewin nodded to show his agreement, because tomorrow we'll be very busy with the ceremony. So I will say this now, thank you for everything, sir. The principal, and also the professor, both of them smiled warmly and gratefully, saying thank you. Soon they would not be able to see you anymore. The principal then enthusiastically added, so we will have to invite Lewin as a guest lecturer for next year's graduation class. Of course, just a word from the teacher is enough. Right? You promised. Professor Hato is here as my witness, so do not pretend you do not know about this after graduation. Everyone continued chatting happily as they sniffed each other, and as the party ended and night fell, Lewin silently walked across the courtyard stones in exhaustion. Sighing heavily, I waved my hand to rub my dizzy head. Probably drank too much beer. My head is starting to hurt. Lembam complains about the headache from all the alcohol but does not notice the figure standing right in front of him. The man suddenly straightened up, wearing shoes, and approached to greet you, testing the waters. Are you Lewin? The voice came from one side, startling you as you turned your head. The 2 men stand there. The one in front approaches, dressed in dark clothes, bowing his head, with one hand on his waist as he introduces himself. I am Reek, a merchant running a small trading company in the east, and if possible, I would like to speak with you privately for a moment. Lewin remained calm, cautious of these 2 men confronting him, but he still did not refuse. Go ahead and say it. Prince Sumerton. As soon as he finished speaking, he was taken aback. What? Turns out the introduction just now was a fabricated story about his false identity. He probably did not expect that just after bluffing, he would be exposed immediately, so his expression froze for a moment. The silver-haired, impeccably groomed man behind him is Taran, who steps forward with a stern look, demanding to know how you recognized him. After finishing, he stopped walking and even rudely threatened the young man in front of him. It is better if you answer properly. Lewin, contrary to his exaggerated attitude, simply pressed his lips into a gentle smile and calmly responded, "You may hide your face, but you can't hide your presence. Your eyes remind me of the prince I once knew, so I took a daring chance. Now I look directly at your face, searching for any displeasure, and happily ask, then you must be Prince Ho. It has been a long time. I am glad to see you again." Taran was surprised by Lewin's unexpectedly frank explanation. I could tell just from his eyes that he was truly impressed. It is clear he highly values your sharpness in this first exchange. Mo, who interrupted this smooth conversation with a smug face that could not hide his arrogance, extended his hand and made a final offer. "There won't be a second chance. Come with me to the Empire." I stared with wide eyes, glaring at Lewin with a threatening look, my words brief but full of warning. "Refusing this won't be accepted. Is that disgusting? But Lewin, you have never known how to be afraid." He let out a sneering laugh from deep within and gently replied with 3 words. "I refuse." All 3 of them stood shivering in the cold winter snow, and Somo was increasingly annoyed by his stubborn attitude but still tried to persuade him. "You really want tea? Listen. Right, I warned you before. Any gem I can get, I will destroy." Oh, what a rude attitude. But Lewin just remained indifferent. "Yes, you can do that. That is right. But I never thought you would do that." Your answer was truly unexpected for Sora, but it has somewhat changed his mind. He asked again, "What makes you so sure?" "Because the prince I once knew would never stoop so low as to disguise himself and give orders to kill an ordinary student." Lewin's words immediately stunned him and made him furious in an instant. So Motong sneered with a strange, mocking smile. "Haha, are you calling me an ordinary student?" Lewin humbly replied, "Yes, after all our graduation ceremony is tomorrow." He listened, then sneered with a very mysterious smile. "I do not know if that is courage or recklessness." Yuan, after a moment of hesitation, turned around with an arrogant and proud expression, reminding you one last time that today she would withdraw. "But look forward to our next encounter, because next time we will meet as enemies." Facing his words, Lewin remained silent. After saying that, the 2 men with majestic demeanor silently walked away in opposite directions. Not long after they left, Lewin turned to look back and saw Rasun running over. Still not done with the game, his face flushed from drinking too much, as he kept rambling on. "Lewin, what are you doing? Not drinking anymore? You should be at the party. Without you it would not be the same." Lewin happily went along with him, saying, "Yes, I will come. But what you will never expect is," at that moment, I had no idea that this drinking party would bring a disaster far beyond anything I could imagine about to happen to me. In a corner of the grand decaying castle, bottles and glasses are scattered across the table, as someone groans exhaustedly after the drunken battle just ended. It is Lewin, who has just woken up from a drunken stupor and a night of drinking with friends, his head pounding even more painfully. Clutching his head to steady himself, my head, waking up with a pounding headache. Lewin also forgot to pay attention to his surroundings, until a gentle voice softly approached and spoke. "You are awake, right?" He suddenly stopped and looked over. "Yeah. Miss Irene." You ignored the curious look asking why you appeared here and asked him again if he is feeling better now. Lewin glanced around at the drunken children sprawled on the floor, still holding bottles and cans, and nervously replied that he should have drunk more moderately. But seeing he is already quite drunk and noticing the others lying on the cold floor, he chuckled softly, saying that he is still better than them, so light-hearted. She then covered her mouth with her hand, laughing until her eyes crinkled. "Hee, you do not remember anything, do you?" Lewin looked at her puzzled, full of question marks. In less than a second, he was terrified and goosebumps ran down his spine, eyes wide as he shouted that it was that kiss. Irene sat up straight on the table, shaking the blue bottle in her hand before calmly explaining that Da-sun had secretly mixed that type of alcohol into the beer glass Lewin was about to drink. Then suddenly he stood up and loudly declared that everyone would go to a deal together. As he listened to her story, he remembered the embarrassing scene from yesterday. Lewin, Seta, and Da-sun were joking around in the bar, making fools of themselves for everyone to see. "Oh, I really blush just thinking about it. That bastard Da-sun." Irene did not let Lewin stay silent and awkward for long before asking, "So I should go down there too? It seems like you just woke up, so your mind is not quite caught up with this pace," she asked confusedly. "Where are you going?" She gently stroked her hair, a smile on her face that could not be hidden. "I have been to Adel before, and it is a wonderful place. I really want to win against you once," Irene declared seriously. "As I said before, I need to get stronger quickly to beat you." Lewin, still half-conscious and dazed from the challenge, stared in shock without saying a word. A few seconds later, he smiled gently, very enthusiastically accepting the challenge. "It would be an honor for me." Lady Irene, you are always welcomed, and perhaps more than anything, I admire your spirit and determination. Luan's gaze softened, his cheeks flushing, as he looked at her affectionately, though outwardly they spoke as if nothing was happening. But anyone with a keen mind could see through it. Irene simply smiled brightly like a fairy in the early sunlight, sinking into the morning glow, and the reason she wanted to go down to Adele was clearly more than just that. And a few hours later, in the large room surrounded by lights, the whispers and murmurs of the relatives filled the air, but the voice from the podium overshadowed all the surrounding noise. As the graduating students of the Magic Academy had surely experienced, there have been many hardships, and I hope all those experiences have meaning. And I look forward to seeing all of you become great mages in the future. A moment later, my speech comes to an end, and now the student representative will give a speech of gratitude for graduation, with straight legs and shiny shoes, slowly stepping up. It is none other than you, the weak student known throughout the school. As the principal introduces you to everyone, representing all the students and as the top of this class, Luan steps up to the podium with confidence. The principal steps back to give him the floor, patting his shoulder as he passes by to encourage him. Luan, do not be nervous, just speak comfortably. But it seems like you are not really worried either. Luan kindly said, yes, do not worry. Principal, people often say do not judge a book by its cover, and Luan's case is the same. Do not be fooled by his calm appearance, but inside his heart is pounding wildly, almost jumping out. I am just saying that, but in reality, I am very nervous. Just thinking about becoming the center of attention in front of all these people already made me so nervous that I forgot everything I had prepared, because right now, there are thousands of students sitting there, attentively listening to my speech. Luan took his place, sighed deeply to steady himself, but it is okay. Even if he forgets what he prepared, he still remembers what he wants to say. Under everyone's expectant eyes, including Irene and Han who are attentively listening, he begins his speech. As you all know, I have won the competition, achievement I gained in just 1 year, but the journey to get there was far from smooth. I had to endure a condition called mana release disorder for 5 years. Luan slowly recalled his past days, his voice continuing in a steady tone. For a mage like me, being unable to release mana was truly a heavy blow. But worse than that is the way people look at me. Many wonder why I still stay at the academy and why I refuse to give up until the very last moment. At this point, he seems to feel no resentment or anger about their words in the past, only a gentle smile. But I do not want to give up because magic is everything to me, and that is the only way I can protect myself, my family, and the people I care about. That is why I persevere to the end. Winner or loser, just wait and see how fate turns out. The speech is not over yet, but it is clear that the excitement, enthusiasm, and cheers from everyone are growing, and most importantly, it resonates deeply with them. Luan continued, and if anyone here is struggling because they have not seen the results despite their efforts, I must tell you today to keep moving forward. Do not give up, Adung directly declared, encouraging everyone to step forward. Luan's eyes swept over each person sitting in the stands listening. Even if you fall, stand up. Even now, if you feel no one notices you out there, someone still will. As long as you do not give up, miracles will come. Everyone, thank you for your efforts over the past 6 years. With this powerful speech, today's graduation ceremony officially comes to an end, and the applause mixed with everyone's emotions echoes like thunder that will never fade. As the event ended, pure white snow had already covered the trees and roads, the sound of hooves clattering evenly on the cold snow-covered ground. Different carriages followed one after another leaving the academy, and inside a luxurious dark mahogany carriage, people were whispering and chatting. That speech was really good. Brother, everyone seems to really like it. You are always amazing. Thank you, Liena. Turns out it is from the main male characters, who are discussing the hottest topic right now, especially about Liena's powerful speech. Liena pondered something, then glanced through the window towards the pristine white carriage moving steadily alongside his own. So your friend will also come to Adela right away. Through the window, you can see Irene, Seda, Jayasun, and Han sitting inside, all happily laughing and joking together. Liena confirms once more, are those 4 people? Right, the voice of the ordinary boy. The horrifying memories of that drunken day come flooding back. It feels like it was just yesterday. With the chaos in the room and everyone talking nonstop since the afternoon, Luan was so shocked he slammed his hand on the table, pointing at the crying, shouting figure of Menkai, Seda, and pleading, become my comrade. People often say that drinking makes you forget everything, but our Luan remembers everything clearly. It gives me goosebumps. But I still have to pretend to Liena that I do not understand why things turned out this way. After the 2 lead carriages, a line of soldiers followed behind, and right after graduation, we decided to head straight to Adele. Actually, I am just their mercenary. And not only that, 3,000 soldiers will join us. The twin princes promised to send reinforcements for the Southern Pacification campaign, but I never imagined they would send so many troops. Lost in his thoughts, Luan was suddenly brought back to reality by a voice asking, Lewin, after the punishment ceremony is over, do you plan to stay in the territory forever? Lewin smiled brightly and confidently shared his future plans. No. After all, our father is still there. I think maybe afterward we will travel a bit, but I have not planned it in detail yet. For now, I should focus on the expedition first. In the clear blue sky, snow is still falling nonstop, and the faint voices of the two talking seem endless. What a boring holiday. We will start preparing for the trial right away. Right, the other person replied immediately. Oh hey, I plan to begin with a terrain survey. Oh. It is our protagonist and avatar standing in front of the map table, making plans for this upcoming trial. She asked again, have you made any strategic plans yet? I am considering some ideas. As the two of them discussed, they heard the rustling of soldiers rushing over. Louis and Avatar also looked up to see what was happening, and two people passing by whispered, we need to prepare well. Lutin lenhodem heinagoi, sin lo moi goi didove, mutton guon harakovanoi, akala thiu gia deal, chung tuninga ko biat roichu, vi chuin nalin quan den banqua ka, lulam gima biat chu, mat nunugo kung hiu, nungoi du teep tuk noi, matrong kapsio chung toi si quai da voigoi ban heap si tap sukua ka. Hearing this, his mind immediately raced. If it is an apprentice knight, then you mean Han. Over on the snowy field, soldiers are gathered around in a circle, eagerly watching the upcoming duel. At the center of the arena, Han and a knight are holding wooden swords and standing ready to fight. But his face still shows a hint of worry. Han is about to face an official knight, and just hearing that already reveals the gap in skill between the two in this battle. Lewin could not help but worry. After all, she had just taken the knight's oath. The clear sky and snow still persisted, and signs of a growing storm were even appearing. Han and the official knight have begun their duel, exchanging blows fiercely with neither giving way. But it seems from the start that the knight has taken the dominant position. Constantly advancing, when Lewin hurriedly runs over to them, the fight has already reached this point, and seeing Han gradually pushed back, he can't help but feel worried. It is starting. He is standing outside the circle, along with the knights watching the fight, when suddenly someone nearby loudly calls out to the person in the middle of the duel. Hey Velks, ease up a bit. Do not you think you are being too harsh on a rookie who just finished their oath? Lewin was a bit surprised. Avatar is approaching, so I also stepped closer to ask about the situation and why those two are fighting. One of them turns to look at Lewin, thinks for a moment, then replies, nothing special really. The knight glanced over and told you to look at those two sniffing and yelling at each other, then started telling you about what happened earlier. While tidying up after lunch, we got bored, and since there was a promising junior, I suggested we test our skills. At the same time, Bava quietly approached, and behind them, a few people nodded to Lewin, surprised that Thira was also here, wondering where he had come from. Then he responded politely, saying, Lord Vav, you are also here, standing with his arms crossed and a cheerful smile, with a bit of pride in his voice. He replied of course I would not miss such an interesting scene. Lewin just glanced at the main topic being discussed, chuckling to himself mockingly. Interesting, huh? He glanced at the knights standing here, thinking that if they recognized Lord Bava, their reactions would be just as interesting. Then, he continued to watch the increasingly intense duel between the two, suddenly turning to ask the old man, what do you think of this match? Lord Vav, he did not hesitate and immediately shared his opinion. Neither of them is bad. His attention was on the young boy with purple hair, whose face showed resilience and fearlessness appropriate for his age. Bava, not knowing who he was, asked the young knight next to him if he was a friend of the young master. Lewin saw him ask that, so he smiled and proudly introduced his friend, whose name was Han. Bava calmly, with a more serious tone than before, analyzed from his perspective, clearly indicating that he is being pushed back a bit, but just holding out this long against a silver knight is already impressive, he said, which made Lewin curious as well. The silver knight, he knew you were curious too, so he casually explained what he just overheard. I happened to overhear during lunch that he is considered a genius in the kingdom, but I am not entirely sure. At that very moment, a breakthrough in combat was happening at the center of the arena, as a shadow charged forward with swift and fierce attacks, leaving no time for the opponent to react, moving so fast and so suddenly. The shadow, needless to say, is obviously the knight with the recently mentioned power, who only swung his sword once. Han's sword suddenly shot forward and flew behind him, startling him and making him cry out. Lord Ova continued discussing and analyzing Han's progress. Of course, that kid still has a long way to go to reach that level. Lai listened and then thoughtfully looked at him, admiring that Lord Bava could see through Han's talent. If that is the case, he stepped forward to look at him, with a serious expression as if he had just made an important decision and was about to ask for help. Sir Ba, seeing you suddenly look at me with such curiosity, I respectfully ask if you could teach Han one or two moves. He has not responded yet, only offering a friendly smile as he usually does. Having Gai Bave teach just one move would be a huge benefit for me, for Han, and even for all of Adil. Just a little guidance from this legendary knight could make Han's progress incredible, but the important thing now is to get his approval for guidance. A very decisive person. Bava just closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Kid, that is not up to me. You will have to ask that boy first, which made you a bit surprised and exclaim. Huh, he responded with a sneering smile. Truly dangerous, and I do not understand why now, when the aura around him has changed completely. Much colder than before, Bava explained. Just like when I was teaching you swordsmanship, I treat the knights very strictly. Bava smiled with his usual eerie expression, even pretending to close his eyes and act mysterious. Now, back to the main scene. The knights stood in the freezing snow, so stunned that even the young man and woman beside them were wide open their mouths. This must be quite a chaotic scene. One of them could not hold back and blurted out what is going on. The others whispered in disgust. It is definitely rough training. Did His Highness make him do that? I heard he is the commander of the Adele Knights. The person being mentioned here is walking behind Han with a very relaxed and content smile, seemingly enjoying himself, each step heavy and slow, the most unfortunate boy in the world, carrying a huge weight that is even heavier than himself, exhausted and panting heavily. Bava looked at the young man carrying the heavy load in the freezing snow, shivering and trembling, while the other had already collapsed, staggering and walking unsteadily. He asked Han if it was so hard, but Han immediately turned around to deny it, saying he is fine. Bava just waited for you to say that to get the kid to stop, then immediately snapped back. So do not be so slow. I already told you to be ready. The knight's standing guard could not say anything in this situation. Watching the two of you perform like a couple of clowns, Lu looked at his close friend and felt sorry, but he just sighed softly as if to encourage him. Then he silently pitied the hard life of the porter. He said he would be strict but did not expect it to be this severe. And now he was starting to feel sympathy for Han. I feel sorry for him. But thinking back just a few minutes ago when Lewin made the invitation, he was like a happy little puppy, excited and constantly wagging his tail, immediately agreeing without hesitation. Really, Lord Bava Petin is training you. And you are warning me. I hear it is extremely difficult. So maybe you should. I am confident I will definitely succeed. That is what he is determined to do. Lewin also could not say anything else. I had already given him the right to choose. Lost in thought and helpless with my friend, I was startled by a voice calling from behind. They are the knights from earlier. Approaching Mir, Bava cautiously. It seems they have discovered something. One stepped forward and politely asked, Sir, may I ask your name? Bava remained silent, eyes closed as if lost in thought and not responding. The group probably thought he was just pondering about them. Right, since he did not notice anything from the start. And now suddenly he notices what could be the reason. Huh. Seeing that, the knights quickly looked at each other anxiously about his unresponsive attitude, wondering why he would not answer. There are rumors that he once single-handedly defeated Nam Sat Thu. Maybe I should ask about that. The other replied, Oh, it is probably just a rumor. How could he have defeated Nam Sat Thu alone? At this moment, life's impermanence is clear. The more you do not want something, the more it comes, and the little fool quickly runs over, tears in his eyes, shouting Ngai Bava. He gasps for breath as if someone else is taking his air. Exhausted. Standing in the middle of the gossip to report that all 10 arrows have already been moved, exhausted and barely able to lift his head after catching his breath, the reply was not spoken by the one waiting. It was another question mark from the two knights standing there. What did you just say? No one understood a thing, and the evil glare was instinctive. Huh. Both sides stare at each other in disbelief. One with a questioning look, the other with wide eyes unable to believe what they are seeing, to the point that they have to confirm. I did not hear wrong. Did I? You just said who this person is. And the two Lewin and Bova standing in the middle are probably the calmest here. After a while, the group and the knights set out again. The carriage and the line of people crossing the pristine snowstorm road together, with the white horse leading the way and the Adele siblings sitting comfortably in the second black carriage. Lewin and Luna sitting side by side. She turned her head to look into the distance. Is it true that Lord Bova is truly admired by the knights so much? He asked the person sitting beside him, then looked toward his sister who was watching, and replied, Seems so. Inside the carriage, the two of them were chatting quietly, completely contrasting with the outside noise, as the panting knights' heavy breathing echoed steadily, as everyone could imagine the outcome. Han and the knights favored by Lord Bova were training together, each struggling and sweating as they followed behind the carriage, carrying heavy loads on their backs that were heavier than sacks, and one of them loudly complained, Enough, is this really necessary? This training method was personally approved by Lord Bova. Don't ask too many questions, just do it. One of them snapped back. They keep complaining and arguing outside. The more they complain, the more exhausting it gets. Meanwhile, the person mentioned is relaxing inside the carriage, eyes closed and enjoying it thoroughly. And Lewin, seeing this, could only sigh in helplessness. I just softly called him Bova. And when he heard it, his face did not change at all. He also followed your lead and whispered back, Just say it. Are those training methods really effective? From what I have seen, They seem a bit rough. Lewin quietly expressed his opinion. This is the truth. It is partly because you see how exhausted they are and how close to collapsing they are in this freezing weather, looking very pitiful, and Bova understands your kindness. He does not criticize but gently explains to you that it is not necessarily a good method. If your stance is wrong, you will suffer chronic injuries first. Lewin muttered suspiciously, not understanding what he meant and asking further. So why did you make them do that? Bova pursed his lips and smirked slyly. Half joking, half serious, giving a nonchalant answer, saying that there was not much to do on the way down from Adele. I just wanted to scold the new students after a long time. Lou and Luna fell silent for about 10 seconds, lamenting their suffering outside and looking at Bova. Truly speechless. No wonder that day was called Adele's Lake. After a while, their group moved to this place. A barren land colder than the regions they had traveled through in recent days, and the first place they set foot on is right here, where the protagonist stands in front of countless small humanoid monsters crawling weakly. The person beside him marvels. There are so many. Lewin, dressed in dark colors with a thick coat covering him completely, shivers despite being used to this place because of the even colder air indeed. We have finally arrived. Lewin and Avada stand in the middle of this land, beneath a sea of monsters, surrounded by towering mountains, the wind blowing through every crack on their bodies. Extremely cold. The Pink Prairie. This land is located south of the southern mountain and was once part of Adil's territory, but ever since the Mud People took over this area, the rulers of this land are no longer humans but the Mud People. Yes, the tribe Lewin just mentioned are those round, soft-bodied creatures that look like monsters, right there at your feet, and because of their terrifying reproductive speed, this land from afar appears as a vast crimson field. Hence the name Red Prairie. Avada looked down at them, Speak snarling fiercely in frustration, and she felt helpless, not knowing what to do with these creatures anymore. Turning to ask Lewin what his attack plan is. Lewin, you crouch close to the ground to observe the situation of these creatures. Then ponder. Maybe we should charge straight through the canyon near the coast. It is narrow there. Maybe we can do it. Veda quickly realizes and recalls, but as soon as she finished speaking, Lewin denied it, saying it is not certain we can't. They might attack from the cliffside too. She continued suggesting ideas she thought of. So what if we put Lord Bava Petten at the front line? He could lead and crush everything in his path. This time Lewin thought for a while, but the result was still unlikely. That way would not work either. They are too many, and the core of the tribe is in their minds. Impossible to destroy with normal attacks. So that is the problem. Avada immediately understood where the issue lay. Even Lord Bava would struggle to eliminate them one by one. This is really complicated. Now I understand why the previous pacifications all failed. There is no path wide enough for a large army to advance at once, so heavy losses are inevitable. So there is no other way. Lewin, you just have to helplessly accept the truth. In just a moment, he looked up into the distance, pondering something. Perhaps there is still another way. The next day, the loud voice of the man we barely know shouted loudly and powerfully throughout the room. There is only one way, a direct assault, he said, pounding his hand on the strategic map table, standing firm and unwavering before those who held the advantage. This is Morel, the commander-in-chief of the kingdom forces and the leader of the Silver Knights. He clearly expressed his stance. If we hesitate to fight, how can we win? Direct confrontation is the best option. The person confronting him is Lewin's father, Lord Adele, who also understands this, but he disagrees with this choice and hesitates. Because what the commander says is not wrong, but the expected losses are too great. Morel still firmly held his stance, trying to persuade and reason, initially without King Do's army support. Weren't we planning to start the pacification campaign with just 300 men? Lewin's father replied calmly, that is right. Morel sneered, unable to understand why they hesitated when they were ready to fight with so few people. Now, with such a large force beside them, they faltered. Lewin's father looked at the man before him and explained further. Because this is not a matter of numbers. If we do not kill the Mud People, we have to cross a narrow gorge, and those bastards will never let us pass peacefully even with 323,000 troops, which is why he does not approve of Morel's plan. But then the Lord proposed a somewhat more feasible plan. He continued, essentially instead of entering the canyon we should drive them out. Morel was concerned about this idea, but sir, we have no way to do that anyway, a direct attack. Before he even finished speaking, Lewin's calm voice entered the room, saying it sounds good, he agrees with his father's plan, and his sudden appearance surprised everyone. But quickly, Morel reacted immediately, saying all right. What do you mean by that? He questioned sharply, not understanding what these people were thinking. Lewin smiled softly and replied, Dad just gave the right answer, did not he? That instead of us advancing, we should lure them out. Based on what I just surveyed, I have come up with a battle plan to discuss with everyone. I have a good idea. We will attack from the top of the cliffs surrounding the canyon. No one can climb up there. Right. You are saying we all have to climb to a place like that? This guy is really difficult and stubborn. Lewin had to explain again clearly. We do not need many people up there. Just one House C2 mage who can use magic to lure them out this time. That difficult guy Morel also thinks it is a pretty good idea. Seems to agree. But the problem is how to get up there. Mage, can you use flying magic? This guy can climb up on his own. And hearing that, I almost fainted. What are you talking about? How can I climb that cliff? No way I can do it. Lewin's words were sincere. He wanted Jason to try and see for himself, to not back down. He patted him on the shoulder to persuade him. No, I can do it. Jason stared in disbelief. He could not even believe himself. I swear, haha. Of course, Lewin suddenly grinned in a bizarre, sheepish disguise, looking as friendly as ever. Yeah, because I will throw you up that cliff. And honestly, with that look on your face, there is nothing serious about you. Don't be timid. Jason, after hearing Lewin, his face turned pale, eyes wide with innocence. What? Another beautiful winter day begins, sunny and clear, a sign of good fortune, with snowflakes still falling softly from the sky. The resounding roar echoed through the air. Finally, the day for us to go to battle has arrived. Is everyone ready? Only Moro would have such a cheerful tone when talking about fighting, but all the knights also loudly roared their approval. They stand solemnly, their faces fierce with a desire to fight, with the banner of House Adele leading the way. Everything is ready. The commander at the front. Moro takes a deep breath, raises his voice, and orders the troops to march. And finally, the expedition has begun, with Commander Moro and the Silver Knights leading the front lines, along with his father and Lord Bavapetin. After a long time, they are all clad in armor, serious for this march into battle, each bearing their own responsibilities as they march with dignity toward that land. And at the end of the formation, there are only me and my friends. Yes! Followed by a carriage carrying 4 people: Lewin, Sitar, Irene, and Avatar looking very tense. Everyone is unsure of the outcome of this battle, uncertain of what awaits ahead, but above all, they have fought together. The carriage is galloping along. The command horn sounds. Stop. It is an order from the commanding father. Everyone gradually halts, dismounts near the forest. Moro and the 2 leaders gather together. All right, everyone. Focus now. We will review the plan one last time, so our young friends will also take turns approaching. The protagonist has not stopped yet, and in a whispering, nervous voice, Linai calls out his name, Lewin, and he turns his eyes to look at the source of the voice. Oh no, it is none other than Jia-sun, but his appearance right now is quite unusual, completely covered except for his face to breathe, tied up tightly with ropes, looking just like a pupa. Jia-sun has no choice but to show a look of resentment as he speaks to Lewin. I know it is for my safety, but is this really the best way you could come up with? It is so pathetic. Lewin struggled to hold back a laugh. No, I think it looks pretty cool. Then, as if to prove his point, he glanced at the knights watching them and whispering with amused smiles, proudly tell Jia-sun, look over there, even the knights are watching him. He is speechless. Are you joking with me? It seems like they are mocking him. It looks like this way is not convincing enough, so we try a different approach to lure Jia-sun into a new direction. Pretending to be regretful. Why do not you like it? It is a great opportunity. The knave friend was curious too. What opportunity? Lewin knew his plan too well, so he grabbed the tail that was dripping and explained. This is your chance to become the star of this raid. Jia-san was indeed Jia-san. Just imagining the academy girls admiring him made him puff up with pride. The main star. Sure enough, a few seconds later, his eyes lit up like he would struck gold, his mouth agape with pure joy. Stop pretending to be righteous. Just leave it to me and I will handle it properly. Huh. Lewin smiled politely. Truly, knave. Then a few of them approached and asked Han if he was ready. Lewin answered without hesitation. No problem at all. After saying that, he kept throwing the sweet potato into the clueless guy beside him. Right, Jia-san? You are in a tough spot, he hesitantly replied. Of course, but the thing is, Jia-sun cast a difficult glance with eyes that no longer held any attachment down at the muscular hand gripping the collar around his neck, his eyebrows furrowing tightly with a look of high tension. His lips twitched as if to speak, gasping for air, and finally he had to complain. Lewin, please be gentle. But as soon as he asked for gentleness, he was yanked up, and Jia-sun screamed in terror. Easy. Easy. Fate is fate. He was still thrown away mercilessly by Lewin, shot straight up in a hurried toss, and Jia-sun's endless wails of despair, unable to cover his loud cry because his throw was truly powerful enough to create a seismic gust, making Irene and Maro look at this drunken fool with pity. The peaceful one bids farewell to the sorrowful. Jia-sun weeps tears with the blue sky and dark clouds as his mind is speechless, feeling like his heart is about to stop and he will die right here. Before his soul can return, he must face the harsh, heartbreaking truth now, that his body is on the mountain peak, and more than that, still held back by this strange magical vine. He sighed deeply. Huh, not so scary after all. Are you joking with me? Jia-sun somehow escaped the chubby cocoon and collapsed to the ground, while the people below were praising each other. Irene sighed in admiration. Your aim is truly precise. Maybe we do not even need blankets or ropes anymore, haha, Miss Irene. Your skills are still sharp. He stood up, brushing off the dirt on his uniform, seeming much calmer than before, quietly feeling relieved that he is already halfway to safety. Alright, I just need to do my part now. But as soon as I looked up, I widened my eyes in shock at the scene I never wanted to see. What is this? I knew the mud people here multiplied quickly and were numerous, but I did not expect it to be this terrifying. Thousands. No, tens of thousands. Just looking at it, I can't even count how many there are. You want me to lure out that many mud people? Just thinking about it makes me break out in a sweat. It is too difficult. It is really tough. Jaya-san, you can do it. Loon's encouraging words from below, just a simple boost of confidence. But it already halves your self-doubt. Loon's cheer echoed above you. You are my friend. At least you should be able to handle that much. Now go and fight those mud people fiercely. The truth has proven that your encouragement was indeed very helpful, because now Jia-sun is different, his heart filled with much more determination. He clenched his teeth and vowed to himself that he could not let Lewin down, the one who trusted him and brought him here. Jia-sun then summoned a fire energy sphere about the size of his palm, and soon the sky darkened again, filled with gloom, the sunlight obscured behind the clouds. But a storm was brewing to strike at this very moment. He looks incredibly cool, completely different from his timid appearance earlier, now raising his hands as if summoning great power from the sky above, with fireballs like meteors weaving through the clouds along with snow suddenly rushing down onto the mud people below. Lewin has been watching Jia-sun fight fiercely all along, truly living up to the person he trusts, and the main character smiles with satisfaction and pride. Well done, Jia-sun. You are doing very well. The clusters of fire rushing down from the sky like small meteors with blazing power that Jia-sun unleashed are called Ho-Vu and are known as a level 3 magic. Jia-sun's level is still not very high, so the clouds are not very large. Now we understand. The dark clouds covering the once clear sky were summoned by him, though he has not reached his full potential yet. The mud monsters are already under relentless attack from Fire Dance. Every strike aimed at them, causing them to writhe and cry out in agony. Goo-goo. While they were enjoying a lazy sleep, that incident was enough to make the mud people panic. Lewin tightened his gloves, turned to give orders to Morrow, the team leader. Now is the time. As I told you before, I am entrusting it to you. He nodded seriously and obeyed the order. Irene is leading ahead, looking back to urge you. Lewin, let us go too. You reply, okay, let us go. The monsters rush out all at once, and you feel glad that everything is going according to plan. Good job. The mud people are gathering at one point to avoid Jia-sun's attack. They are running as fast as their short legs can carry them toward the ocean exit over there, where they are gathering an emergency escape route from the canyon. But nothing will be easy for them, because the trio that was here to eliminate them is already waiting, and they will surely die. The remaining 3 jumped down and charged straight ahead. Lewin stood in the way, and without comparing or feeling pain. You would see that this mud creature was only a little taller than his eyes and feet. I can't let them escape the canyon that easily, but I still can't help but marvel at how these creatures are like a good species. Damn it. They are really numerous. Sedar was the first to attack with his flames. Alright, come on then. Alright, from now on, the real battle begins. The paint peels. The playground is desolate. The wind howls. The air is frigid, yet the atmosphere is strangely feverish. Irene and Lewin stand silently behind, their eyes like daggers fixed on Sedar in the center. With a face full of fiery determination, he dismissively greets the filthy mud worms, unleashing a blazing fire from afar to burn them one by one with arrogant resolve. The blazing orange flames erupt across the sky like a tornado of fire swallowing the mud worms, their faces full of rage amid the sea of flames, mouths wide open roaring in pain. You remain calm and reply yes. Even more than I expected. Lewin pauses briefly, but then immediately straightforwardly expresses his thoughts. Though I think it is still too early to be proud. A simple, gentle sentence made the person in front freeze in place. And after hearing it, Sedar suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, worry clearly showing on his face, and instinctively he exclaimed, huh, because it seems these mud worms are pretty tough to kill. Their mouths are always wide open, just waiting to snap their beaks and scream loudly like a flock of ducks. And now they are trying to climb up the cliff to attack. Suddenly, Jia-sun's desperate scream of despair echoes from above. What? They are climbing the cliff, so it turns out they are attacking him. Quite clever. Choosing to attack the weaker one instead of 1 or 2 people. Jia-sun is overwhelmed by this resilient life force. It is truly like hell, as the mudworms are still trying to climb up faster, glaring with resentment. Seeking revenge, he sits on the cliff, trying to retreat backward in fear and panic, shouting for help. Save me. While Lewin hears everything clearly from above, feeling worried and confused about how to handle this situation, he let out a sharp curse. Jia-sun, you are dead meat. Irene was also quite worried at this moment, but a solution suddenly flashed in her mind. Not sure if it was safe or not, but saving people was the top priority. So without any fear, she firmly proposed, "Lewin, please throw me up as well." He glanced at Irene, genuinely surprised by this, but still confused, thinking this decision was a bit dangerous, so he asked again. "What?" Irene smiled confidently, her gaze steady and full of certainty. Lewin pursed his lips, hesitating slightly. In this situation, no matter what, it is dangerous, but above all, saving lives must come first, so he made his decision. At the same time, the mud worms quickly climbed onto the rocky surface with their short legs, growling and snarling. Jason was still terrified but could only sit there, repeatedly telling them to step back. Step back, in this life or death moment. Jason thought he was about to give his life to the mud monsters. Only able to curse, "Damn it," he was terrified beyond measure, his eyes widening with fear, tears welling up as he nearly cried. Teeth clenched tight, he could not die here. By this point, Jason still feels regret about his passionate school days. "I have not even had a romantic relationship yet, so maybe it is just because I have not had a love affair that I feel this way." Jason cried out in the deepest despair. "I have not even had a girlfriend yet." And suddenly Irene appeared spinning in the sky, ready to fight the mud monsters. He must have been overjoyed. Irene, flying freely with a fierce gaze unlike her usual gentle look, a beautiful blue aura appears from her hand, showing the elegant magic she often performs, while still fighting fiercely on one side. Her mind is focused on Jason's almost final words, revealing that he has never been in a romantic relationship. Powerful blue light flashes from Irene's hand, piercing through the mud creatures and freezing them solid in an instant. She lands on the rocky ground, which now has been turned into ice from her recent spell. Seeing Jason desperately trying to find a hole to crawl into the ground while still happily teasing, "Are you okay, Jason? Thanks to you, I learned something interesting. You have no regrets anymore. Thank you for saving me." Irene stops joking, straightens up seriously, and looks down below. "By the way, just as Lewin said, everything is going according to plan. That knave Jason has no idea what is happening." Clueless. Right, she watched the muddy people sneaking around below, sighing and explaining to help him understand. The muddy ones can't escape through the side path or climb the cliffs, so now they are retreating toward the coast. Jason suddenly realized something and snapped out of his daze, as if he had just understood everything. "That means, yes, from now on, the kingdom's army will strike, and our brave knights are already ready to march, led by the Lord and Lord Ba." Although led by talented and brave knights, they could not help but worry about this battle. They lacked proper weapons, but their hearts were troubled, the atmosphere around them tense, as the enemies approached, and just a moment later, the mud creatures slowly emerged from behind the icebergs and then swarmed forward in groups like a storm. The situation spiraled out of control as they kept coming in overwhelming numbers, their faces filled with even more anger than usual. They must have been so furious because of the retreating crowd that one of the knights shouted a warning. "The mud people are coming." He was terrified by the overwhelming number of the mud creatures. "Too many. This can't be happening." Morrow, as the captain of the Kingdo Knights, still maintains that iron will. He tries to calm everyone's worries in his eyes. "You bastards, do not retreat. You are about to disgrace the reputation of the Radiant Kingdom." After speaking again to reassure everyone with absolute confidence that support from the mages behind them will surely come. "Our side's goal is to hold out here as long as possible, gaining their trust," and the knights no longer hesitate as before. Raising their swords one after another, the command is given for the army to advance. Under the king's sword, toward glorious victory, while the front line charges ahead. The foot soldiers are ready, but they still stand waiting. The knights were surprised by the leader's unwavering decisiveness. They lacked that same conviction. Without the ideal of fighting wholeheartedly, all the knights here are filled with fear and hesitation. Black just now sighed because he was discouraged by the large number of sad people, grinding his teeth and feeling like he had to be the same, not giving up on them. Immediately, he launched an attack, and all the knights did the same, united in their bravest moment, facing thousands of terrifying sad monsters under the king's sword, heading toward glorious victory. On the other side, Sedar and Lewin are also fighting fiercely against them, leaning on each other to defend against danger. They have learned that the army on the other side has also started, and Sedar whispers, "I hear the sounds of battle. It seems like Kingdo's forces are fighting the sad people." Lewin clenched his jaw tightly, deep in thought about how to deal with the next move. That meant the number of the sad ones on this side had decreased, and the remaining ones had been pushed back toward the beach. After assessing the situation, he realized that the remaining threat from the sad people was minimal, while the other side was tightening their grip even more. He then made a decision that surprised his friend, Sitar. "I will leave everything here to you. I think I should go lend a hand. He can't let everyone be in danger." "Yeah, I was waiting for you to say that. Leave this to me and go. Your brother can handle it." As soon as he finished speaking, Lewin disappeared without a trace, still sending a "Thank you, Sedar." He dodged from behind him, twisted around, then sped back toward the sad group, weaving through them at maximum speed, making their heads spin before rushing outside. On the other side, the soldiers relied on teamwork to keep attacking the monsters nonstop, each sharp point pierced through. Never faltering, never fearing it is them who should be afraid, their bodies were ravaged by the sharp blades. Torn asunder, releasing a strange odor, Lord Bave and Captain Moro seem much more relaxed than the knights, still sitting on their horses. Their leisurely swords thrust and danced through the air straight at the enemies, appearing gentle but dealing devastating damage truly formidable. The knights, hearing the noise, could not help but glance at the two of them with genuine admiration, their eyes dazzled by the skill on display, so much so that one of them could not hold back and exclaimed, "It must be human after all." Suddenly, the knight with the large scar on his forehead was stunned in shock. Visibly shaken, the others also reacted in turn, hearing a loud noise from behind, and could not help but be terrified, opening their mouths in surprise as they turned to look back. So where did that explosion come from? Could it be from that guy? They were confused and did not understand what was happening. But one thing was certain, someone is sweeping away the mud people, and of course, without needing to say it, everyone already knows who it is. Lewin. He appears as a savior, helping everyone escape danger with his blazing fireballs, continuously striking the mud creatures, and causing them to melt and disintegrate instantly. Both the mud and the people are stunned and wide-eyed at Lewin's sudden unexpected appearance. The knight with the beard and his companion, still holding their blades, take a few seconds to regain their composure. He slowly regained his composure, his voice trembling with a mix of embarrassment and joy as he gritted his teeth and said, Lord Lewin has arrived, the wizard's support." The knight exclaimed happily as he announced it to everyone around. Lewin, the most awaited person right now, quickly soared up and delivered a powerful fire punch that pierced through the mud creatures, shattering them and sending pieces flying everywhere. Smiling proudly, he turned to watch the battle, unable to hide his pride just as he had hoped from the young rookie. Moro, the all-round captain, never misses a second chance, raising his spear high to give the order, "Now is our opportunity. Everyone advance. Destroy each mudman one by one." The battle situation is steadily improved thanks to Lewin's powerful legendary magic support, sweeping away the enemies one by one. Whether large or small, Lewin took the opportunity as they gradually weakened and finally relaxed. But at that moment, he could not help but remember the past, the terrible horrors this land endured when it was ravaged by mud people. The beasts acting on instinct that might forget everything, but he remembers every detail clearly. Adele was destroyed 10 years ago. Her houses, streets, and even the tall trees all burned in the raging fires everywhere. The innocent people had to suffer terribly, fleeing in chaos, wounded, but above all, they faced death and despair, and my mother, who lost her life because of them, the kind-faced woman with chestnut hair and shining clothes, seemed to suffer even more as she surrendered her life into their hands. The more Lewin recalled those painful memories, the more his heart burned with relentless vengeance. His eyes steadfast and determined to make them pay a price greater than anything they had done. Then he exploded with murderous intent, unleashing a fiery fist of destruction at the battered monsters. These beasts had no reason or thought, only instinct. "I will not stop." Lewin said these words to lift his spirits and also to seek revenge for the past, then confidently charged at them again under the darkening sky with the full moon shining brightly above, illuminating everything spinning on the earth, peaceful space shaded by trees. The whispering, chattering voices of Menicode. "So my next move is to destroy all of you right here and now," and after shouting loudly, sure enough, the nosy chatter continued endlessly. He even brags about his achievements. Who else if not him? Jiasun sat on a long wooden bench, leaning back to himself while two girls sat in front of him. As he was enthusiastically recounting, he suddenly stopped, his face showing frustration and blame directed at the girl listening. "Wait a moment. Miss, are you listening to me? You are blushing shyly." Sorry, I probably dozed off, haha." Well, she is already trying her best just to listen up to this point. At the same time, Lewin and Seta are leisurely walking over to eavesdrop. As soon as I arrived, I heard the reproachful tone of some foolish poet. "Please listen carefully this time. This will be the last time I tell you about these sad, cruel people." Listening to Kat tell the story, I could not help but chuckle secretly, feeling pity for the two girls listening. At this moment, I was very relaxed and satisfied, as the Jinhung Plains conquest had come to an end. More than 1,500 people were injured, but there were no fatalities. After over 2 hours of continuous fighting, we achieved a comprehensive victory. Although I feel sorrow for the many wounded knights, the final result is still a victory worth celebrating. Even Moro seemed pleased, saying the princes would be delighted with this outcome. I am glad he looks satisfied. And it seems more than just an appearance, he is actually laughing heartily and happily. Our carriage is passing by, and someone calls your name. Lewin, you glance over and respond. Growling, he just pointed at me. I smiled and told him that I would return to Oyota tomorrow. You probably won't believe it, but the Holy Emperor has been searching for me nonstop all this time. I am actually a pretty promising mage from Oyota. No wonder I have to go back, and he does not seem a bit upset. He even smiles happily. Lewin also nodded in agreement. Yeah, I knew it. You have become much stronger. This is a genuine assessment, because since you fought together until now you have seen all my progress, he replied with a bright smile, laughing loudly. Hee little kid, just wait one day. I will repay you for what you did to me. After that interesting conversation, everything gradually settled down, and Lewin returned to his house. As he entered, he saw the butler waiting in front of his door for a long time. Greeting him, young master, he immediately smiled and asked, "Where is your father?" The butler pointed to the door and gestured for you to go in. Lord Melvin is on the rooftop. And he also reported to Lewin about his father's behavior since returning home from the expedition. That day seemed burdened with sorrow, so I think he was taking some time for himself. Looking at the portrait of Lewin's mother hanging on the wall, he was probably silently lost in mournful thoughts about his late wife. Lewin listened to what the butler said and could not help but reflect. That day seemed burdened with sorrow, and then he spoke up. "Thank you, butler," but he responded unexpectedly. "No, young master, I am the one who should be thanking you." The voice is more serious than usual, filled with emotion as he chokes up and calls out Lewin's name. "And you also respond seriously even though you do not understand why." "Yes." The butler places his hand over his chest in a respectful gesture to express his feelings. "I have lived in Adel for a long time, but today is one of the happiest days of my life." After saying that, he paused for a moment, then closed his eyes and bowed his head to express his heartfelt gratitude once again. "Thanking you, young master. What you have done today, no one in this estate, not even me, will forget." Lewin slowly stepped through the door. Never before had he exited the corridor with such a restrained emotional state. As he looked up, he saw that man. Years of hardship had covered him in dust, but when he stood before the wine table, he still exuded an air of elegance, with a hint of deep sadness and contemplation as he gazed at the distant moon. "My father, Lord Melvin Ancho, is surely reminiscing about that day 10 years ago, between today's victory and the nation's celebration, choosing to recall the most sorrowful memories of that dusty, horrific time, mourning the beloved wife who is no longer by his side, lost in a swirl of emotions. Suddenly your father called out, catching you off guard. Lewin, you were a bit startled. Surprised he knew you were here, so you just awkwardly rubbed your hair, not knowing what to say. Sorry, I did not mean to disturb you, father." Your voice is as gentle as the wind passing through my hand, but full of meaning from the call. "Lewin, come here." Father and son stand in front of the table, 2 glasses of wine placed as if planned beforehand. Melvin raises the wine bottle and offers, "Do you want to taste the wine I am offering?" "Yes," he agreed immediately. He gently raised his glass to pour the wine, even taking the time to introduce it. "This wine has been aged for 17 years and is called Selfrock, but Maria and I used to call it by a different name." Lewin's eyes flickered, his heartbeat pausing for a moment when he heard that name. Maria, his mother's name. This was the first time in a very long time that his father had softly mentioned that name from his memories. Your father continued, holding his glass in one hand and raising the other with his wine glass towards you. "We used to call this wine Amoros Lewin. It means lovable Lewin, a meaningful and cute name just like its name. Then meet." Melvin continued the story, "And this was also the first time you heard it. That on the day you were born. He made this wine and promised himself that he and you would drink it together on a day when you are happier than that day." Lewin looked at his reflection in the glass, his heart heavy. The day your father considers the happiest of all is today, when they achieved a glorious victory in the conquest, or what he sees as settling an old debt. Melvin's heart is also heavy, but he still maintains a calm and proud demeanor as he raises his glass with his son. "Though I could not keep my promise to drink it with you and your mother, being with you now feels like I am drinking with Maria." Lewin took a sip, then stopped, smiling and complimenting his father. "The flavor is amazing." His father smiled. "I am glad to hear it. Lewin, what do you plan to do next now that the conquest is over?" "I intend to expand our territory and cultivate the mountain pass." Suddenly, a surreal blue screen flickered across the display, and a system window appeared unexpectedly. It made Lewin's eyes widen in shock as he read the information on the system panel. "What is this?" And in that system window, there was a message that made me extremely confused. The little bear went to meditate in seclusion when some girl who had not appeared in a long time suddenly sat on his shoulder and started talking nonstop. "Lewin, something's wrong. I think something has happened to King Graham, and while you have not reacted yet, you suddenly shout out, 'Hey!' It grimaces in annoyance and speaks through clenched eyebrows. I know today should have been a good day, but we need to get to the academy quickly, and you at this moment are distracted and lost after reading that message. Your mind is completely preoccupied with what is happening." He once again urged you to wake up. "Lewin, we have to leave right now." Only when a loud voice shouts in your face do you finally snap out of it. Damn it. That message notification finally appeared, defeating the approaching threat and saving King Graham. No matter how many times Lewin reads it, He still wonders about the hidden meaning behind the message. The one who wants me to defeat the approaching threat to the academy. What happened to King Graham? Regaining his composure, he turned to his father and regretfully said, "Father, I sincerely apologize, but I have to leave for a while." He looked at his son in surprise, as if asking what had just happened. They had only just met recently, and now hearing that Lewin had to leave made it feel like a thunderbolt in a clear sky. So suddenly, "What are you saying?" The boy just nodded silently because this really could not be revealed, but Melvin understood his son and could only sigh softly, saying, "All right, if you are serious then there must be a reason. Then go now." Upon hearing the approval, Lewin did not hesitate for a second and, since he was already on this open rooftop, decided to leave this way. He leapt away like a gust of wind, feeling resentful inside. Why now of all times? Why did the mission appear right now? Immediately after the debate, Lewin left feeling furious for having his holiday ruined with his old man, but he had no choice but to accept it. What exactly is going on at the academy? The scene there is revealed, with the mage in the black cloak casting a thunderbolt towards the green monster sitting in the middle chair, which is Amarath, seemingly about to be targeted. What evil event is about to unfold at the academy that Lewin must resolve? The person in the black cloak is gathering power into a sphere in the palm of their hand. King Graham, sitting on his throne, could not help but feel furious. It is unbelievable. Someone just barged in and attacked me. They are insane. Now King Graham, angry and threatening, "I have heard rumors about the person at the academy. It turns out that the fully cloaked figure in black is Fire King Terran." Terran recounted himself that everything was very strange. From the moment Jun Arden was chosen by Kulkin's Fang, how could he possibly wield power equal to an Orger E? So I started digging into Arden and then the academy, and finally unraveled the mystery. Then suddenly Terran switched to a commanding tone. "King Graham of Orger E, who did something to ruin Arden?" "Right." Suddenly someone behind spoke up. "Whatever your reason for coming here, I will hold you accountable." Terran was a bit surprised to hear that. But nothing could challenge him, and immediately he noticed Tyrion Ignet. Tyrion Ignet now no longer hides anything, revealing his true nature, clearly noticing my presence immediately. But then he quickly shifts to a serious tone. "Tyrion, how do you plan to bear the consequences of all this?" Tyrion Ignet remains resolute about this, but Tyrion nonchalantly responds, "If I worried about that, I would not have started this in the first place." Tyrion recounts, "I sensed it during Ruin Aiden's graduation exam. If he continues to develop, there will come a day when my position is threatened. If I eliminate all key targets here, that concern will disappear, and ultimately I will find Ruin Aiden and end everything." Suddenly someone ran up to report, "King Graham." Everyone was startled. It turned out that it was Ruin along with a girl, and seeing what was happening here, he was a bit surprised. Fire King Terran, and the principal too. What is going on here? That Terran guy, hearing that, looked proud and boastful. "Thanks to you I do not have to go look for him myself." Terran suddenly interrogated, "Ruin Aiden, what is going on here?" He runs over to Ruin with a hint of anger and says, "Why did you figure that out and come all the way here?" Then he continues his opinion, "Whether you answer today or not it does not matter, because you are gonna die anyway." Tyrion quickly stepped forward to advise Ruin to leave quickly, but Ruin hesitated, and seeing that, Tyrion cautiously warned him, "Listen to me, he is not someone you can handle." Then Tyrion hurriedly ran to fight Terran. However, unfortunately, Terran's power was too overwhelming, causing Tyrion to collapse. Seeing this, Ruin quickly became worried. "Headmaster." Then the fierce Terran turned to aim at Ruin. "To an Aiden, now it is your turn to die." And then Terran launched an attack, but Ruin managed to defend himself. King Graham, who had been silent all this time, suddenly roared in anger. He used his power to defeat that mighty Terran. Terran was cut into pieces by a move from King Graham, but he was too angry to do anything about it. "Orger E, you bastard, how dare you!" Ruin, standing nearby, was also affected and could not keep his footing. Falling down, "You were confused and secretly worried. Damn it. What the hell is going on? Why is the Fire King here looking for King Graham?" Lost in thought, King Graham's voice suddenly rang out, startling him. Seeing that, Ruin worriedly asked Han if King Graham was okay, but King Graham did not answer and instead looked furious. "Damn it. Even sacrificing all the relics underground, expulsion is all I can do," King Graham said apologetically. "I'm sorry. I have ultimately put you in danger again." However, Ruin hesitated, not considering it a big deal. "Please do not say that. I could not do anything." Then he looked towards Tyrion, who was quietly reassuring, "Are you okay? I hope you understand." Tyrion, at this moment, calmly replied, "I'm fine, do not worry." But immediately he remembered this. "Ruin, I can feel Terran's energy because I am nearby, but you should have already returned to Aiden. So how did you find out about this?" King Graham was also curious. "I want to hear the explanation too." Ruin found it a bit hard to explain this matter, but in the end, "You were honest. What I am about to say may be hard to believe, but I hope you will listen. And so Ruin began his story about a creation named Blair Vedraka, a manifestation of a wizard. And after hearing it, everyone understood a little more, so that is why Ruin can use the power related to the Ogle clan. Now everything is clear. Ruin feels a bit regretful and apologizes for not revealing it earlier. Principal, this information is too sensitive. But everyone understands you. It is okay, now I finally understand the situation. Tyrion Ignis expressed his opinion. There is no way Fire King Terran would know all that, but with his rapid growth and his personality, there is no way he would leave him alone. He must have thought that someday, he would become a threat to his position. Hearing this, Ruin was a bit angry. Deep in thought, it seems Fire King is really targeting him, but in reality, he is still far from being able to defeat him. Suddenly, the system notified Ruin that the mission was complete and that he could break King Graham's contract. If the contract is broken, it could lead to gaining greater power. Ruin was extremely surprised to learn this. What is it? According to the introduction, King Graham's contract was that, hundreds of years ago, after being defeated by Tyrion Ignis, the ancestor of the principal was sealed inside an artifact and forced to serve the students for life. After learning this, Ruin suddenly appeared stern and questioned King Graham. What does it really mean for us to be able to break the contract? King Graham, surprised by the interrogation, then asked, "How do you know about that?" King Graham said that breaking the contract means I can return to my original form and leave this place. Ruin asked again, "Can the creator player break the contract?" King Graham calmly replied, "Yes. Now it is possible to break the contract as a reward for this event." But then King Graham carefully warned that breaking the contract requires the consent of the curse itself. Tyrion Ignit was present, serious, asking if he truly needed my approval, because my will is also Ruin's will. Ruin heard this and felt very happy. "Thank you, Lord Commander." Then Ruin decided, "Let us leave this place." King Graham, and as a result, the contract between Freyans Ignit and King Graham has now been broken. King Graham felt his body being freed. He was overjoyed. Truly unbelievable. Even the player can break the contract. King Graham sincerely thanks everyone and asks Han if he seems very determined to face the upcoming challenges. Ruin did not hesitate to share, "Yes, I'm too weak to face Fire King Tyrion." King Graham then suggested, "Very well. I just thought of a good method for that. However, there is a condition attached, and to test that, this place might not be suitable." Then he suggested, "What do you think? Do you want to come with me to Qian Mountain?" Ruin was a bit surprised to hear that. Soon after, there was chaos. An alert. An alert. The underground prison had been attacked, and the escapees were being hunted. This caused quite a stir. Who on earth would attack a prison? Is there any description of the suspect? We do not know. They look like wizards. Damn it. Whose fevered mind dares to attack the kingdom's prison? And what about the escaped prisoners? Has it been confirmed? Yes. So far only one prisoner has been verified. So it turns out he is George Jerry Hill. Even when caught, he was not afraid but proud. "It is truly an honor that you personally came to save someone like me," the masked person calmly replied. "Do not misunderstand. I do not particularly like people. The other seemed dangerous. Just a little arrogance." So it turned out to be the crown prince of the empire. Somerton Renang, the clear blue sky. A group of people like King Graham are chatting together. Suddenly, someone loudly calls out, "Omarath clan leader." The other announced that the human warrior, has returned to Theon's son once again, accompanied by Loon and the girl with orange hair. Instead, Omarath wondered, and who is the person behind him? Then both Omarath and Hakon looked confused as they saw King Graham and asked in unison, "Finally you have returned." King Graham calmly replied, "I have finally returned, back to my homeland." Hakon observed the situation happily, two great warriors appearing at the same time. "We should hold a celebration." But right after, Omarath grew worried, but King Graham calmly responded, "I will tell you later, it is a long story." Suddenly, he spoke up, "And Hakon, sorry for the sudden request, but I really have something I want to ask." Hakon cheerfully replied, "No problem. Go ahead, whatever it is, we will listen." So King Graham comfortably shared that the elixir is made from fairy beast tendons. Hearing this, Hakon's face suddenly changed. King Graham still calmly explained, "For our dear friend, Little Destroyer, can you craft such a pill? A fake coconut bowl containing some kind of liquid. This is the secret spiritual medicine of the Theon Sun Elf clan, considered extremely precious, even used to nurture young elves until they grow up. Are you sure I have to drink this?" King Graham responds without hesitation, "You must drink it." He explains, "Did not you say you needed strength to defeat the Fire Lord? Or something like that. I have my own reasons for giving it to you. So you must drink it." Lewin felt reassured and nodded. If King Graham insisted like that, there must be a good reason. Then he summoned all his strength, lifted the coconut bowl, and resolved to drink it all, no matter what. As soon as he finished drinking, Lewin suddenly felt a strange sensation in his body and then put down the coconut bowl. Thinking to himself, this is terrible. Seeing Lewin finish drinking, King Graham finally paid attention and asked, "How are you?" "Little destroyer," Lewin honestly replied, "this is the worst thing I have ever tasted." But that is not what King Graham wanted. "Do not you see something different?" Hearing this, Lewin was startled and asked what you mean by that. Then Lewin understood, but it was something he could not believe. What is this? Lewin wondered why his strength increased by 100 points, which was clearly recorded by the system. You consumed the special demon spirit, and your strength increased by 100. Once again, Lewin was confused just drinking one bowl of demon spirit. This makes you extremely confused, King Graham. Is this really possible? Can the elves here just keep getting stronger like that? King Graham quickly explained. No, that is not how it works once an elf drinks it. That is it. It won't work again. Lewin only wondered. So what about me? If I keep drinking, will my strength keep increasing? But it is far from what I expected. Then Lewin asked, so there is no more left? I can drink as much as I want as long as the day is still here. King Graham looked serious. The Lingjuic bowl just now was the last in stock, and to make more we need additional materials. Hearing this, Lewin sighed. However, later on, King Graham reassured you that you no longer need to worry about the materials. Lewin was a bit surprised to hear this and suddenly saw a group bringing materials back, with King Graham calmly explaining that it was because we decided to help you. Everyone worked hard gathering some heartwood, strong herbs, stone slabs, and many other ingredients. They all wanted to personally bring the materials back for you, to destroy them. Lewin was secretly pleased when he heard this. Everyone was doing all this for him. But right after that, King Graham also mentioned the difficulty, as they still could not find the last ingredient. Demon beast tendons are extremely rare, so it is understandable. Lewin also wants to help. So what should we do now? King Graham reassures him. Do not worry. That damn Fire King has already prepared everything for us. Then he places his hand on his arm. But Lewin still does not understand. What do you mean? King Graham explains. Use this. Just my arm alone is enough to produce dozens of doses of spiritual medicine. Hearing that, Lewin hesitated, but then King Graham calmly said, do not refuse, just accept it as my gratitude for freeing me from the vow I made years ago. Lewin is very grateful and thanks you. King Graham, who also suggests that drinking too many spiritual pills continuously can put a heavy burden on the body. Even Draka took 100 years, so it is hard to say how long it will take for you. Hearing that, Lewin was worried and wondered what to do now, as Fire King Tyrion was chasing after him and he had to deal with him. King Graham remained calm and confident. There is no need to worry about that, he suddenly thought. I have come up with a plan. Then he shared, just now we expelled Fire King outside. Remember when we used the power of the artifact? King Graham explained that among the powers of the artifact, there is a type of magic related to time, and the ability to use that magic is still active. In the end, King Graham concluded that we will use that magic. This type of magic, King Graham is practicing it, creates fire. He immediately demonstrates it to slow down the time inside that corridor, making time pass much more slowly inside than outside from now on. And he asked, are you ready for the small destruction? You will have to endure a very harsh period. Lu confidently replied, yes, I am ready. I have prepared myself for this. After saying that, he walked away. So I will be on my way now. Once Lee leaves, the girl with orange hair asks, King Graham, are you sure about this? Even with Lu, it will also take quite a long time. King Graham does not deny that it will be very harsh. 1 hour outside equals 10 years inside. The girl with orange hair still is not at ease. Even if she is not turned to ice inside, it is still an incredibly terrible challenge. That is right, I am an avatar so it is okay. But Ruin is just a human. But King Graham believes that the little destroyer will definitely get through this without any problems. So let us head back. We still need to make arrangements. Someone was curious. King Graham hesitated and was about to go somewhere. Then everyone turned back and spoke out, revealing it was Ruin. No one expected you to leave so quickly. Little destroyer, King Graham wondered. Did you really finish all that? How long has it actually been inside there? Ruin, exhausted, said I do not know. I counted about a week. Then I stopped. Then Ruin stood up confidently. After all, I have achieved what I wanted. And now King Graham was confused. What do you mean? What is it that you want to do inside there? Ruin drank a lot of alcohol. Bottles scattered around. Then he got up by himself again. Ruin said that every day inside, he promised himself that if he could get through this damn cave, he would destroy it. Then he suddenly gathered his strength and swore to destroy it. And as a result, the cave was destroyed by Ruin. Everyone there witnessed this glorious event. Only King Graham spoke up, and now the fairy is doing better. After completing the mission, Ruin suggested, then let us go. At this moment, according to the system, Ruin's power has reached 20,000, and Ruin also feels more confident. Fire King Tyrant, I will destroy that bastard. In the royal castle, there are some polite and insincere words. I thank the prince once again. Somot, sitting gracefully on the throne, said there is no need to thank him. He just needs someone to watch over Vu and Adel for him. Joss then asked, by the way, where is King Tiran? Was not he also nearby that day? So Mo Tan shook his head. I do not know either. He is just wandering around without saying a word. So Mo Tan then became a bit annoyed and thought, even if he is my adoptive father, wandering around like that is strange. I will hold him responsible for this. So Mo Tan turned to ask Joss, you said you will deal with Vu and Adel, right? Do you have a plan? Joss respectfully knelt down and replied, yes. Of course, that old man is starting to discuss plans to cancel the swordsmanship tournament held in the Empire. Right, so Mo Tan agrees, yes, it is on the same scale as the competition festival. Joss feels reassured hearing this. Do not worry, it is a tournament of equal importance to the competition festival. I heard Vu and Adel's younger sister will participate, representing the Adel family, and since that guy dotes on his sister, he will definitely come to watch the tournament. He kept talking non-stop, and at that moment, I and the Dark Mage would ambush and eliminate him. If Tyrion Grayson had not intervened last time, we would have already taken him down. This time, it will definitely succeed. So Mo Tan sat proudly on the throne, looking majestic and satisfied. Alright, this time I won't hold back. But recently, he has been acting serious. Do not disappoint me at the swordsmanship tournament. As introduced, if the tournament exists to honor mages, then the knights have their own swordsmanship tournament, and this swordsmanship tournament, like the competition, is held for young knights across the continent to compete. The event has a rule that during the qualifiers, the best knights representing each region are selected to advance to the swordsmanship tournament. At first, Luna's older sister Luna was chosen to represent the Adel family. When she entered, the audience cheered loudly and the atmosphere was lively, but it made her feel overwhelmed and nervous. The old butler beside him sadly announced that something must have happened to Lewin. So I do not think he will be able to come to the tournament with us this time. Luna just thought for a moment, it would be so great if Dad could come. She felt a bit shy, so he promised to come cheer for her. As she was lost in thought, someone called out to her, Luna, you can do it. It turned out to be Irene, cheering for Luna's spirit. Everyone and I are rooting for you. You must win. There are quite a few people gossiping. Is that Irene Bruce? Her connections are really impressive. Irene heard these words and did not get angry but smiled proudly, thanking everyone. Encouraged, Luna became stronger and made up her mind to win. The referee then started to call out, so both of you get ready. Then he signaled, and the battle began. Immediately after, Luna fought her opponent in a soul duel. Extremely intense. One is fire, the other is water, each fighting to survive and defeat the other. So Merton and Josh are also watching this fierce battle, with So Merton speaking first. What is wrong, Josh? So Merton chuckled to himself. Did not you say this plan would lure him out? Yet even after searching the entire arena, we can't find Runal anywhere. Josh was now sweating nervously. This can't be right. Something must have gone wrong. If we keep looking, unfortunately for him, So Merton was tense. I was wrong to trust you. The plan has gone awry. Then he said without mercy, so I will withdraw. Josh looked regretful. Sorry, we will also retreat. However, So Merton proposed this idea. Wait a moment, if we eliminate his sister will ruin Adel come to us himself. Then he gave the order to proceed with the original plan. Down below, Ruin and his opponent are still evenly matched in battle. Suddenly, the entire arena becomes chaotic. Everyone rushes to escape what is going on. It is breaking out. Run fast. The Adel family watched calmly as everyone else fled in chaos. The person with Ruina hesitated. Wait a moment, he kept shouting, Ruina, Ruina. But at this moment Bava managed to hold him back. Hurting someone is very dangerous. Why did this happen right when Ruina's match was underway? He begged. Please survive. Ruina. Below, everyone was knocked down by the explosion, and Ruina was no exception. Luckily she still remained composed. Then the girl turned to ask the other person, are you okay? Ruina's opponent is polite. Yes, I am okay. At this moment Ruina was a bit suspicious. Why did it suddenly explode? Was it an accident? Suddenly a voice approached from somewhere. Here you are, that sinister guy. Daring to say that having Ruina here is perfect. The younger brother of that guy suggests, wait a moment, eliminating the sister and causing him ultimate suffering would be perfect. Right, with Ruina's personality, he would definitely blame himself for not protecting his sister. The mastermind laughs triumphantly. Is not that right? It is really your brother. Ruina. Hearing these words, she is terrified but still brave. Who are you? Why are you talking about killing me? The mastermind looks mysterious. Who knows? Is there a need to explain to someone about to die? That guy suddenly got the urge to tell a story. Let me tell you something. We are those who bear a deep-seated grudge against your brother, and as they speak, they act, causing Ruina to panic. Wait a minute. You guys. Before she could finish, the girl was betrayed by those guys. Well then. Goodbye. They began to unleash strange moves to destroy her. Ruina stood watching the situation, wondering what to do now that it was too late to run. Please someone, please save me. Suddenly, something happened that shook the scene. Irene, the butler, and Bava look up in astonishment. While Somerton, watching the scene from his room, smiles contentedly. What a magnificent sight. Truly a magnificent sight. Josh feels somewhat safe now. At least the prince's mood has improved. Well done. My children. Suddenly, the old man senses something unusual. Wait a moment, and the three people in the stands were also extremely surprised. Runa suddenly appeared to stop the attack from those people. Runa was utterly shocked to see her brother, while Lewin simply said softly, "Sorry for being late, Opa." Right, Ruina. The girl saw her brother and just cried, sobbing. Why did Opa only arrive now? Lewin could only apologize. So many things happened. Then he also observed the situation. After all, I heard the Fire King appeared, so I came to find him. But I did not expect this to happen. The mastermind finds this interesting, saying he arrived just in time, and to wait, because their father will erase him. Lewin smirks, realizing that their father is the one behind everything. Lewin, with a burst of power, flew in front of the guy, surprising and confusing him at the same time. Hey brother, Ruina gently warned as if threatening. Miko, who gave you the right to touch someone else's sister? Then he immediately gave him a lesson. And if you do not want to share the same fate, you would better answer now. Lewin suddenly changed his tone to a serious one. George Jerry Hill, where is that bastard? At this moment both John Merton and George felt a bit scared. Lewin's punch draws blood, and he threatens, reveal everything or face the same fate. He demands, where is that bastard? George Jerry Hill. A voice called out. Ruin Adele. It turned out to be George, who suddenly appeared out of nowhere, shouting and furious. Launching his attack, he was furious. How dare someone like you kill my son? And then he charged down with overwhelming power, forcing Ruin to step back a few paces. Now Ruin finally revealed his full confidence. So you came looking for me? Huh. Good. Saves me the trouble of finding you. George still looked angry and impatient. You bastard. Then he challenged, I will definitely kill you myself. And then he suppressed his power to attack. George is furious. Die Ruin Adil. A large stream of fire rushes toward Ruin, but he remains safe and standing tall. Ruin shows no fear, smiling confidently. It is ridiculous. Who said I would die? Then he prepared his stance. The one who will die is not me. Then Ruin was about to attack, but it should be the new person. Ruin then immediately launched a move at the arrogant George, causing him to panic. George hurriedly blocked with a barrier, but now Ruin has become much stronger, and George is struggling to keep up, sweating profusely and still unable to catch up. Only now does he realize what the hell is going on back in Kingdom. He was the one pushing him to the brink alone. George wondered why. After just a few months, the gap between them had grown so much, but Ruin still did not stop. He kept fighting. The three people in the stands watched this scene with their mouths agape. All of George's subordinates broke out in a cold sweat, trembling with fear. Ruin suddenly kicked him to the ground and pressed him against the wall. Ruin, now questioning, only asked one question. George Jerry Hill, and the old man's hands trembled with fear. Ruin wondered how someone could escape from the underground prison in Kingdom, with the ruined reputation of the Jerry Hill family, which should have been impossible. At this moment, George was exhausted and desperately begged for mercy, promising to reveal everything and asking for his life. But unfortunately for him, Ruin was resolute. No. Forget it. You strike without hesitation. After all, it is just the Fire King or the Crown Prince. It must be one of them. In the end, George died at Ruin's hands, and his adopted children cried out in shock. One of them, bitter and furious, cursed the bastard. First him, then my father. Consumed by rage, he vowed to kill, then ordered his men to attack, claiming Ruin was trapped and the survival of Jerry Hill depended on his death. Hearing this, the group sprang into action, angrily shouting, Ruin Adele, die. You bastard. Ruin remained unfazed by the danger, still not understanding why. All of them used the same tactic to target Ruin, while I fought alone with determination. Such trash as you are no longer worthy to be my opponent. According to the introduction, the powers of the two sides are different. One is a bright shining sphere that dazzles anyone who looks at it, representing the anti-hero side, and the other is a blazing fire that burns everything close, representing the protagonist side. Ruin's power is 8th level magic, while those others' power is a meteorite. Just one strike is enough to defeat all those people. Goodbye. Jerry Hill. Over here, Somerton stands and watches everything that just happened. Finally, Ruin has defeated all those evil people. The Crown Prince Somerton stands above after the battle, sneering and saying he has gone crazy. He has truly lost his mind. Somerton. Hearing that, looked confused. Tyrion was both worried and scared. What are you doing? Somerton just found it funny how overly concerned he was. Godfather, why did you suddenly come here? Godfather. Tyrion scolded, asking why. Do you think I do not know about the chaos happening in the Empire? How can you act so arrogantly? Somerton, now cold and indifferent, dismissive, disappeared without a word, and now dares to speak loudly. Terran was surprised. What did you just say? I saw the magic circle earlier, but you still keep talking. Somerton listened and softened a bit. Yes, it is impressive, but what kind of spell is it that makes my father react so strongly? Tyrion explained. It is an 8th level magic, and hearing that, Somerton was utterly shocked. According to the system, level 8 magic is a realm only top mages can reach. In other words, Luin Adel is now on par with, or even surpassing, Fire King Tharion. Tyrion once again worries. Is this really the outcome the Crown Prince desires? To dare provoke a collapsing nation and anger him? Somerton was confused by his father's overreaction, wondering why he was so angry, and asked him to stay calm and listen to him. But Tyrion was still extremely uneasy. As he had just seen him cast an 8th level magic, Somerton was not only scared but also felt excited. And I could see clearly that he had reached level 8. Seeing that this child still seemed stubborn, Tyrion awakened him. Somerton. At this moment, Tyrion was furious as if he had become a different person. The Crown Prince had committed a serious mistake and must never underestimate him. He is very cunning and may have already guessed that the person behind Zup Jerry Hill is him. Somerton listened calmly to these words, leaning on his support. He was sincere. Does he really think I tried to hide that from him? Tyrion listened with confusion, while Somerton remained calm, wondering why father was so worried. He explained that father is the master sorcerer wielding power across the continent, and I am the Crown Prince who will inherit and rule this mighty empire. He is just an interesting toy from a small neighboring country. Suddenly, Somerton's expression changed strangely. Or maybe father is afraid. At this point, Tyrion no longer tried to persuade and simply accepted fate. You have always done as you wish, so just continue. Somerton suddenly turned around and asked, what do you mean by that? And Tyrion then turned away, meaning I have nothing more to say to you. Your Highness, Tyrion, in a serious state, will personally go to the Emperor's opinion. The blue sky faintly glimmers with early sunlight shining through the white clouds and then passing through the windows of the tower. I heard there is a level 8 wizard appearing in a small country. I heard that too. Only 17 years old, right? And the voices rising break the silence of this place. Using a meteorite at that age, 5 burly men standing below are whispering and gossiping, and their reaction is very simple. Ruin Adel of the Adel family reached level 8 at a very young age, meaning his comprehension speed surpasses even Fire Lord Tyrion. Ruin spread his legs and raised one hand high, summoning a massive explosive force like a fireball, causing the team on the right to be extremely cautious of him. That is why Ruin Adel, who is currently showing an even faster growth rate than the Fire King, might be targeting someone the Fire King is holding. In short, public opinion is increasingly suggesting that the owner of the Wizard Tower should be replaced. And these opinions are putting the two people involved in the conversation in a precarious position. And of course, that rumor has also reached the Emperor, a man with a golden beard hesitating as he speaks, the next owner of the Mage Tower. What do you think? The imposing man sitting on the throne in a luxurious palace, with 2 sturdy young men standing solemnly beside them due below him. A mage from a small nation is threatening Tyrion's position. And I want to hear your opinions on this important matter. He is Emperor Titan Renek, dressed in a military uniform that exudes an overwhelming aura. Yes, Your Majesty, a man in a white suit hesitantly replied. There are many 8th tier mages on the continent, but there is only one 8th tier mage, the Fire King, the platinum-haired emperor, who listened attentively to his words. But now, a young 8th level mage has appeared. Perhaps the one with greater talent is the one truly worthy of holding the Tower Master position. His face slightly tense as he speaks about this issue. Please, Your Majesty, do not let their words shake you. A sudden voice rang out, causing everyone in the hall to turn and look. Fire King Tyrion. They were so surprised they almost could not speak when they saw him appear here, quietly entering the hall with a young man with brown hair. Tyrion, I did not expect you to come here, so I won't keep you waiting. I want to hear your direct opinion. With the Emperor's permission to speak, Tyrion earnestly continued. Your Majesty, do you really accept this situation? Ruin Adel, who is said to have reached level 8, said this with a darkened gaze and furrowed brows. Just a few days ago, he was far behind me in skill. How could he have reached level 8 in such a short time? Renek pondered silently, not replying but continuing to watch the cunning fox jump again. His eyes widened in shock as he listened to Tyrion speak further, growing more intense. It was certain that he had tampered with forbidden power, whether it was singing magic or something else, so he must have used every possible trick. Otherwise, how could he have grown so rapidly? He continued to fill the king's mind. He even used a strange power related to elves. And recently, the Jerry Hill family had been targeted. He slaughtered Lord George Jerry Hill and all his sons. The power of ruin was so overwhelming that the old man, while speaking, could not help but recall his past victories involving him. If someone like that becomes the Tower Master, it would surely throw the Empire into chaos. His face was as tense as a stretched string about to snap, and every gesture made the emperor trust him more and more. The singing technique. Everyone's eyes turned to Turin, unable to hide their curiosity in whispers. Yes, if that is true, then his maturity makes some sense. Perhaps the clever words he is spreading have made everyone half believe and half doubt. The emperor remained silent for a moment before replying thoughtfully. Yes, as you say, there is definitely something wrong. This issue seems to threaten not only the position of the tower's master but also the stability of the entire empire. Perhaps we will need to mobilize the entire army. In the grand hall, the people almost instinctively listened to his words, born from envy and jealousy. Almost there, he thought, as a cruel smile crept onto his lips. With the emperor's forces, even the little kid would not stand a chance. Those deceitful traitors talk one thing but think another. Father, you can't do this. Please stop. A sudden plea from the young man, from the entrance. The young crown prince with light orange hair and deep eyebrows strode in, causing the cunning old fox Terran to panic as if his heart had dropped out. The crown prince. He never expected So Mo-tung to appear at this moment, and the serious-faced prince continued to walk into the grand hall. So Mo-tung, do you still have the face to come here? The emperor saw his son approaching and immediately questioned him. I do not understand what you are talking about. Father, this prince's emotions are unwavering. He arrogantly dismisses the emperor's words as water off a duck's back and responds. Did you think I did not know? Did you think I did not know? The emperor repeated angrily, his face almost contorting from the sudden surge of rage in his mind. And yet you dared to ruin it just because of your personal feelings. How can a crown prince behave so recklessly? His hardworking father continued to send words of love to his son. He closed his eyes feeling exhausted, hesitated for a moment, then replied to him, that matter is over now. Are you just reminding me of the past to scold me here? Prince Koinugo tuned too, now like a 3-year-old child annoyed because of being scolded in front of others. Your statement about stopping what you said earlier, what do you really mean by that? Putting aside our father-son matters. The emperor sternly questions his son about his previous words. Because I have decided to kill him myself. The prince said with a chilling voice like a block of ice cutting through the fog. Even if he has to die, it will be by my own hand. The purpose of this storm visit is to prevent the emperor from acting before me. I thought the angel was here to save Lewin, but it was just a fantasy. I was so desperate to see him die that I kept hoping. And he kept spouting bitter words that even the emperor could not help but grimace at unexpectedly. Huh. He asked again as if he could not believe his son's words. I was about to continue speaking when suddenly he fell ill, his eyes almost losing sight of his husband. Ho ho. The emperor choked and coughed loudly several times, causing his attendants to be stunned. Are you alright? Your Majesty, I know I have reached my limit of endurance. Week after week, Somua Kogang Noi Ti, Prince Trang Van Mat Kong Bin Sak Chayan Ong Im Lang, Kan La Ateram Ben Kan Van Juvi Mat Loso. If you have said that, then make the best choice you can. The emperor's judgment was like a slap in the face. The old man's horrified, distorted expression made everyone grimace. Sister, is this how the dream ends? He seemed unable to believe his own hands. Is it just because of a word from the crown prince? He may be angry but he has to accept his fate. Father. Your guardian, he said, making Terran startled and glance over. Pulling your father, who needs rest, just to get him, is that all your father is capable of? He frowned and questioned him. His words only made the old man more furious, his eyebrows almost meeting in frustration as he glared at the chaos around him. My father's illness is worsening. Even the most renowned healers have given up. He has already spoken. In other words, all the power your father holds in the coming days will belong to me. Another slap in the face for him. Tyrion gritted his teeth, glaring bitterly but unable to speak. Father, then I will take my leave. Patron, he said, turning around and walking away as if nothing had happened, leaving him and Doom Prime standing there in furious silence. When did everything turn out like this? He wondered in disbelief at his fate. I should have been the wings supporting the crown prince, the one who would become the next emperor. Tyrion clenched his fists in anger, but since Ruin Adel appeared, my wings have been shattered into pieces, and my wrong thoughts about him are so delusional that I see his shadow everywhere. No, this evil and twisted cunning of that old fox is written all over his face, and Tyrion's entire face seems ready to explode with envy. I absolutely cannot forgive that. Maybe he has given me a different path. In a moment, he and his loyal disciple walked back to the room. Tyrion slumped on the chair while Doombram stood with his hands behind his back like a subordinate waiting for orders from his master. Doombram suddenly called his name. Yes, the Tower Master. Doombram quickly responded like an obedient puppy. If you have defeated Ruin Adel in the swordsmanship tournament, then what if I help you win? Would not history change its course easily? He continued, each word like honey pouring into his hand. Doombram pondered silently as if contemplating something. Yes, there is no point in saying it now, he muttered, while pursing his lips in a smile that hinted at some dark scheme. Soon the Tower Master will change, and no matter how much the prince resists, he cannot stop Ruin Adel like this, his voice echoing through the room. But why have not you left me yet? The old fox's face suddenly turned serious as he asked. Because to me, the Tower Master can only be the King of Peace, no one else. If Ruin Adel is the root of everything, I will handle him myself, he replied to Tehran mechanically. I understand. But with your current strength, that is impossible. His eyes seemed to hold a glimmer of hope. Dungbrem remained silent like a gatekeeper soldier. But this time it might be different. His next words leave him so stunned his eyes widen in shock. This time, because I will actively support you, he said with a smile as his body emitted a mysterious purple light and his eyes turned black from the magic power. And he could only stand frozen in place watching. His eyes turned black, and the more he thought about it, the more terrified he became. He paled, his face as white as if drained of blood, the Fire King, trembling and stammering as he called out to the person opposite him. You always longed for me to take you as my disciple, he said as he infused dark energy into his head, and all he could do was try to hold his hand back and groan. Come on, is not this the moment you have always dreamed of? He said with a creepy smile, as the dark energy behind him grew more and more. So just smile. Dung Bram, Tehran's almost final words to him, as the thick purple energy of the old man spills out of the room and spreads everywhere. His back exuded a terrifying aura of exhaustion but also deep contemplation, as if he was pondering something. Louis stood silently, facing the arena. He looks very contemplative, perhaps pondering something, or the anger inside him makes him unsure of what to say. His entire being exudes a terrifying aura, and just provoking Rena is not enough. They even drag innocent civilians into this. Lewin's mind was in turmoil and he began to make various guesses. The sinister images of Crown Prince Somo Tung and Fire King Tehran appeared in his thoughts. Who could have done this? The prince or the Fire King? After his terrifyingly dark expression, Lewin suddenly seemed indifferent about who the culprit was. Even the revenge did not matter much. Suddenly, Lewin unleashed a deadly aura, surrounding him in a deep crimson hue, his eyes steady and filled with unhidden hatred, his eyebrows furrowing. His voice is calm and gentle, but it sends a shiver down your spine. With terrible intent, I will tear both of them apart. In the vast palace, along the corridor with flickering torches casting warm golden light across the space, only two lonely figures remain. Irene, in elegant and formal black outfit, is hurriedly chasing after Lewin's gradually disappearing figure. Wait, Lewin, where are you going? Lewin still maintained his cold, dark expression, not turning his head at all as he continued walking forward. Lewin still kept his terrifyingly cold demeanor, with killing intent remaining as overwhelming as ever. Thentu's face also could not hide the growing anger, his brow furrowing. His words were firm and unwavering, carrying a sense of indignation and discomfort. This must be the work of the Fire King or the Crown Prince. Both of them are now openly targeting me. Fire King. The atmosphere instantly turned deadly serious. Lewin's voice grew firm as he confirmed Irene's suspicion. Yes, but now that things have come to this, there is no other choice but to see it through. Irene continued to follow Lewin closely to clarify everything, her voice soft, hesitant, and full of surprise because she still did not understand what Lewin had said earlier. What did he mean by that all of a sudden? Lewin did not stop or look back, calmly replying to Irene, You see it too? Lady Irene, they dare to attack right in the middle of a place full of families and civilians. Lewin continued to share his thoughts with Irene. If we let them get away with this, not only Adil but the entire empire will fall into chaos. Irene remained silent, beginning to consider Lewin's words, never expecting the Fire King to target him. Lewin, but the overwhelming magic he displayed in the arena earlier must have already reached the level of an 8th tier mage. Irene kept staring at Lewin's back, lost in thought. Perhaps he is the only mage capable of facing the Fire King, but what exactly is he planning to do? Lewin did not turn around. Please step aside. Miss Irene. Irene hesitated. Huh. What are you suddenly saying? And her steps abruptly halted. The atmosphere grew tense with Doom Prime's appearance. Standing in front of the door, sword in hand, facing Lewin and Irene. Irene remained silent as Lewin spoke. Long time no see. Doom Prime, Fire Lord Onse. Have you come to kill me? Doom Prime frowned and threatened. Do not mention his name with that filthy mouth. No way. I am with the Fire King. Doom Prime grits his teeth in anger. The arrogant bastard. Suddenly, Doom Prime launched an attack towards Lewin, with a slash that carried immense power and flames. Doom Prime, we'll never let you get close to the Fire King. The fairy fire flickered out after the slash. Lupin looked up, full of contempt and disgust. Scoffing, still, that attitude towards the Fire King. Suddenly he was stunned, unable to believe it, and stared wide-eyed. Huh. What? Doom Prime radiates a deadly dark aura, his brows furrowed and his eyes pitch black and deep with hatred as he gazes at Lewin, still clutching his sword tightly. Lewin instinctively feels suspicious and surprised. What is wrong with this guy? The space falls into silence, as if immersed in Doom Prime's subconscious memories, with Tehran's calm voice echoing. Even though I have granted you power, I also understand that it still is not enough to confront him. He stood in front of Doom Prime, who was kneeling respectfully with his hands clenched tightly. Suddenly, he let out a deep, knowing laugh and said, So you only have one single task, stalling for time. That is your mission. Tyrion said to Doom Prime. Returning to reality, Doom Prime roared fiercely. Go. Doom Prime raises his sword, preparing to strike at Lewin once more, intending to send him to meet his ancestors. Doom Prime's entire body exudes a deadly intent. He strikes powerfully and decisively, unleashing a fiery burst toward his opponent. Lewin reacts quickly, jumping into the air to dodge the blow. Irene quickly stepped back to avoid the force of the attack, staring in shock at Doom Prime, unable to believe it. Irene stared, unable to stop thinking. Indeed, Doom Prime was once one of the strongest among the 11 children, but now he was on a completely different level. What is going on? Irene looked on in shock. Doom Prime looks more terrifying, furious and stronger than ever. He is in a ready stance, prepared to fight at any moment. Irene was too stunned to speak, still staring at Doom Prime. Then suddenly she seemed to snap out of it. As if awakening, she kept her eyes on Doom Prime and urgently warned Lewin. Lewin, be careful. His appearance reminds me of something I read in a book. Irene's voice echoes, making Lewin a bit surprised. So he has been demonized. Doom Prime suddenly lunged at Lewin with lightning speed. And as he was still deep in thought, there was no doubt anymore that the culprit behind this was obvious, truly despicable to the very end. Fire King. Doom Prime is no longer conscious now, probably driven mad and lost all reason due to his demonic transformation. So I know exactly what I have to do. Lewin was thinking while defending against Doom Prime. He was ferocious like a wild beast, continuously attacking towards Lewin. Control him and help him regain his sanity. Lewin is resolute, fearless as he faces the savage beast threatening his life. Doom Prime is getting more and more insane, his black eyes glaring fiercely at Lewin. End this now. Lewin Adele, powerful slash, as if unleashing all of Doom Prime's energy, creates a massive beam of light tearing through space. Whoosh, almost too fast to see. Lewin whispers softly. Doom Prime looks up in confusion. Sister, because you swung your sword too powerfully. I finally had the chance to use something I could not before. Lewin stepped on Doom Prime's sword and said calmly. Break steel. Anything at all, as long as it is made of steel. I can destroy it unconditionally once. Lewin raises his hand into the air, beginning to cast his spell. Now it is the end. Lewin strikes his fist down onto the sword, unleashing a powerful beam of light. But Doom Prime jumps back too late. The sword is broken. My sword. Before he could react, a fist from Lewin shot straight at his face. Sorry. Doom Prime, Lewin said as he threw a powerful punch that distorted his face. I will try to fight them without killing you, so hold on tight. Lewin keeps attacking Doom Prime. In the hallway, a pair of slender legs are rushing swiftly towards So Tung's office. The old butler opens the large door wide. Your Highness, he suddenly warned to retreat immediately. The Fire King is rising. Before he could finish speaking, his eyes widened as if struck by someone. The butler collapsed in front of So Tung, yet he did not rush or seem to consider it his concern. He spoke with a complicated tone. Tusk, in the end, father still chose to play it this way. So Tung sat at his desk, directly facing the Fire King, his father's supporter, and the atmosphere was suffocatingly silent. Behind Tyrion, 3 burly guards had all fallen, sprawled on the floor. I apologize. Your Highness, I had no choice left, he said calmly. So Tung suddenly sneered as if he heard something ridiculous. Huh, that is just absurd. Then he became furious, shouting at Tyrion. Why did you do this? Do you think removing me will make you the Tower Lord? No, I am no longer satisfied with just that. Tyrion's cold words made So Tung tremble with rage. Tyrion continued speaking about his goal. As my position as Tower Master was threatened, there was only one path left, to seize overwhelming power, crush Rune Adel with absolute force, and not only become the Tower Master but also the ruler of the entire world. And that power, it comes from the hidden energy within His Highness. The heir to the throne, his eyes turning terrifyingly black, his words like a hand pushing So Tung into an icy abyss, leaving him speechless. Tyrion continued speaking to So Tung. Do you still remember what I taught you when you were young? Never back down from your beliefs, he said with a faint smile. The space grew heavy as Tyrion began casting his magic, his hand raised, glowing with a sinister purple light. And just as I was taught, I would make everything unfold exactly as I intended. So Tung stood silently, facing him and waiting for what he would do next. His eyebrows furrowed, suddenly losing composure, and he shouted at Tyrion. Do you think just saying that will make me give up? Soldiers, arrest him now. Immediately, 3 guards jumped down from the sky, swords pointed at Tyrion. He turned around, glaring, and cast his shadow magic at the guards. Tyrion waved his hand, and suddenly a flash of purple light shot past them, stunning the guards into inaction. Tyrion sneered, turned his back on So Tung after dealing with his henchmen, one of whom was collapsed right beside his feet, and asked if he was done talking. Your Highness. The purple magic light still lingers in the air, creating a terrifying pressure. So Tung suddenly forced a stiff smile but gradually lost control, breaking out in sweat. Haha, so this is how it ends. So this is how everything concludes, full of defiance. Tyrion's magic is powerful, covering the entire room with streaks of purple and blue light, and the 3 guards have collapsed to the floor, There are no signs of life, so Motung said with full hatred to Terran, "Fine. Go ahead and try to defeat Luanadale. Even if I die, I will curse you." Both of them helplessly furrowed their brows, let out a small sound, then looked down. She often worries and asks if Luan will be okay. After being punched so many times by Luan, her battered face is swollen and red on both cheeks. Her eyes are white and unconscious, regardless of her fate being decided on the arena. Don't put your hands in your pockets. Well, he is still alive, so he is probably fine. Being punched is better than living as a demon. She hesitated before replying, "That is true. But his son is still just lying there motionless." From afar, a foot slowly approaches, dressed in a large white and brown woven outfit that exudes maturity. He speaks, just as expected. He is completely unable to stop you. "But you have done well enough." Doompram. After he finished speaking, the two of them turned around in shock, unable to believe their eyes. He smiled with satisfaction, clenched his fist into a dark fist, and continued speaking steadily, "The one who fulfilled their role faithfully, just as I commanded to buy us time." Irene hesitated and spoke. "Your Majesty." Fire King. And Luan, with a furious face, loudly said, "Fire King Tyrant, you finally revealed your face. I will destroy you." Suddenly, his eyes widened, sensing something was wrong. This power far exceeded the Fire King I knew, an energy even stronger many times over, as he stood there with a deadly aura surrounding him. Then he smiled in a bizarre way. "Ha ha ha. Luanadale, you will never be able to defeat me. I told you." The immense dark power within him erupts, and Luan desperately shouts, "Lady Irene, get out of the way." Then an explosion erupts, and the shockwave from the blast causes bricks, dust, and smoke to scatter everywhere in the arena. As soon as the explosion happened, everyone outside had no idea what was going on inside, leaving them all stunned and bewildered. Shouts of panic echoed throughout the arena, creating a chaotic scene, and someone asked in confusion, "What is happening now?" While everyone silently stared inside. Then Luan's gaze suddenly fixed on something, making him gape. It was his brother and Irene, who had been thrown out of the explosion. As they flew out, he shouted loudly, "Run quickly. This place is dangerous. Get the civilians out immediately." The girl's eyes furrowed with worry for her brother's safety, but he also safely landed and managed to save the others from the explosion. Before he could catch his breath, he quickly angrily questioned him, "Fire King, what are you doing right in the middle of the civilians?" He was just landing slowly, still with storm magic gathered in his hand. "Ha. What is the point of asking those questions now?" He sneered contemptuously and said, "Just die already." With purple lightning bolts emanating from his hand, he charged at you, and you used all your strength to counter his attack, with both hands struggling against that overwhelming power. A look of fear and displeasure on your face as you grit your teeth and endure. "What on earth is happening? I thought I could finally face this bastard, but this power has exceeded the limit." Tyrion keeps fighting harder. He laughs maniacally. "Ha ha ha, that is right. Give it your all." "Luanadale, your eyes are filled with shock. What has he been doing all this time?" "Wait a minute, I sense a strange magical aura. This energy cannot be real. Crown Prince, you are surprised and doubtful." Before he could finish his thoughts, he threw another thunderous punch at you, and all you could do was clasp your hands together helplessly. Taking the hit, the more he absorbed the prince's life force, the angrier he became. Then you were punched back and sent flying. But your thoughts kept going. Damn it. Is he really willing to use any means necessary for his ambition? Tyrion stood there with a condescending tone. "Luanadale, thank you for making me angry. You were just hit and struggling to get up." Not understanding what he was saying, "Just like you, I finally managed to become the kneeling god." With his image surrounded by dark energy and a piercing light flickering in his eyes, the kneeling god. "Huh." You slightly furrowed your brow, feeling a chill, so it was envy that drove him to dare touch forbidden power. "This energy is too overwhelming. I can't even tell how many people besides the prince have been sacrificed. I can only grit my teeth and be angry on their behalf. Never, people like him should never exist. And I also start to stand up, if he wants to do whatever he pleases. This world will be swallowed by chaos." He also started thinking of a different plan, and then called upon the Fire Lord Terran Aximus. When he heard someone calling his ancestors, he was a bit surprised. He fixated his gaze on each word with determination. "I will stop him at all costs." And after hearing this, he also smiled with pleasure. A mission panel appeared, revealing the final task to defeat the demon and save the world. In the empty space, someone called out, "Sister. Sister." Irene opened her eyes in panic. She struggled to sit up, her face still covered in sweat as if she had just gone through a nightmare. "Rena, what is going on?" Rena told her the situation. "He has asked for my help." Seeing the remaining civilians leaving Kingdo, her expression darkened even more. "But just relying on us is not enough. What should we do now?" Oppa is fighting alone. Thinking this over, helpless tears started to flow down her face as she sobbed and broke down crying into Irene's chest. "Rena." Suddenly Irene looked ahead with a look of surprise. It was the ghosts, the soulless townspeople slowly approaching the two sisters. So it turns out Doom and Bram are not the only ones turned into demons. They planned to wipe out everyone from the very beginning. The two sisters stared in horror at the demons. Rena, run away from here first. Leave this to me. A voice from behind spoke. Everyone. Step back. This must be where this old man is connected. Probably right here. He closes his eyes and feels a longsword in his hand. On the day of the battle, I will fight alongside you, she pleaded with a firm tone, knowing that the missing arm would surely cause him pain. No, I have made my decision. The demon-possessed villagers rush towards them. If we can't protect the people here, I think I will regret it for the rest of my life. And after saying that, both of them prepared for battle. In front of them was a sea of fire, and then both of their eyes widened in surprise. Damn it, we are too late. An elderly man with white hair speaks, apologizing to everyone. He gathers everyone, surprised at how long it took, standing before the silver-haired elder with countless black-clad figures behind him, all armed and quietly watching. Then we will fight alongside you, they said, and everyone charged into the battle. Punching, kicking, wielding swords and magic. Someone shouted, we have to take them down quickly. Finish this and go help Lewin. From afar, an explosion erupted with dust and smoke billowing everywhere. Lewin, as the smoke clears, Lewin is seen leaning on his knees, exhausted from there on the Fire King's blow, his body surrounded by a floating purple aura as he looks down, thinking how bitter it is that he is no longer even a match for him after all his hard training, and wondering if this is really his fate. I have to protect everyone. Ha! He is triumphant now, delivering a fitting punishment for you foolish trash. The more he spoke, the more delighted he became. Sneering, your desperate struggles are meaningless now. Who have reached the realm of gods and demons will obliterate you all, he shouted. Now goodbye. Then with all his strength he swung his arm to throw the giant fireball down at Lewin, his face showing murderous intent. The sphere drew closer and closer, its oppressive aura causing the surrounding earth and rocks to crack apart. While I could only stand and watch it fall, Irene and Rena were panic-stricken and terrified. Oba, both screaming in fear. My body is now frozen with fear before that immense power. All I can do is stand and watch. Is this the end? I feel like I have surrendered my life to fate. Then a voice suddenly echoes out, protect them, and I open my eyes in shock. Beside your ear is a blue-eyed dragon. I may not be able to do it, but you can. You suddenly feel a hidden power within yourself and open your eyes in surprise. Louis sneered with a mocking smile. Only he could be the demon god. That is not fair. Right, with Draka's power, standing before Tyrion, he arrogantly called out, come on. Tyrion Actimus, Lou confidently said. Now then, let us have a king-level battle this time. Tyrion, confused, wondered what this was. He panicked and thought to himself, what on earth is happening? Tyrion looked at you in shock. This incredible energy felt as if a true god had descended. Louis now clenched his fist. All right, now, he charged at Tyrion and shouted, it is my turn. He had to defend both his shield and the sky silently. Damn it. Somehow he had to block it. But soon, Tyrion's defenses were broken, and his face hardened as Lewin's fist landed. Tyrion was thrown far away. Tyrion, at least stunned, exclaimed, what the hell is this? Is that really the power of Lewin? Chang was overwhelmed with worry. Could it be that Lewin, the embodiment of Draka, had accepted that fate? What on earth was happening? It was unbelievable. Impossible. Could Lewin really be becoming the new god of destruction? When suddenly Lewin heard a familiar voice, using the most despicable trick of all. Lewin Adele. Tyrion released a huge burst of energy towards him, while shouting I won't allow that. He slammed his empty hand onto the ground, his face gradually showing signs of water and anything that blocks his way now. Tyrion stood up strongly and declared that he would absolutely not allow it. He channeled a large amount of magic into his palm and mocked Lewin to see how long that arrogant attitude would last. Countless lightning orbs gathered around Tyrion as he confidently declared that in the end, your fate would be destruction. Even Tyrion, as a demon god, failed to realize one thing. The Draka that Lewin summoned was once called the god of destruction. So facing Draka now is no longer just a matter of risking death. Lewin claps his hands together, creating sparks of brilliant light. All Tyrion can see now is howling wind. He was terrified, wondering what kind of nonsense this was. Suddenly, Lewin spoke up, is it my turn now? You wield Draka's immense power as you approach Tyrion. He is struck down once again. Lewin keeps delivering another punch to Tyrion's waist. This strike causes him immense pain. Tyrion was thrown far away. Everyone witnessing the scene was extremely shocked. Even wounded, Tyrion keeps talking nonsense. I admit it. Lewin Adol. He suddenly soared into the sky. Tyrion just now created a magic sphere and said, even if I use all my methods, I cannot defeat you, he said calmly. But if I cannot defeat you, then I will drag both you and this entire world into the abyss and destroy everything with all my strength. Lewin glared and shouted, what the hell are you talking about? He is putting all his strength into that attack. Everything will end right now. Lewin angrily curses. Damn it, he is crazy until the very end. Tyrion wants to destroy the entire world out of jealousy. He firmly declares, looks like I have to stop this attack too. I will put all my strength into it. Lewin raised his fist once more, So this will be the last time. His eyes were filled with determination. Let us do this together. Draika. Lewin and Draka both raise their hands to block Terran's attack. He roars in fury. He delusionally shouts, in the end, you are nothing before a demon god. I will wipe you and those fools out. Those below look up. Anticipating, Lewin quickly denied, no, someone who can't do anything. He pushed that explosive power towards Terran and confirmed, it is you. He touched himself, wondering if it was really over. Is this truly the end so painfully? Terran was unwilling, cursing the heavens. Damn it. This is so damn frustrating. Before dying, he swore vengeance. Cursing you. Lewin Adol. His voice echoed through the entire space. As the battle ends, Draka's power begins to fade. Luna anxiously runs over and calls out, Opa. The girl asked worriedly, after all those battles, are you still okay? Lewin quickly replied, yeah, I am still safe. His face turned pale white, Lewin clutching his head in panic. What is happening? My head feels like it is going to explode. Why is this unbearable pain happening? He roared in pain, finally unable to hold on and collapsing to the ground. Luna anxiously calls out, Oba. She immediately reassures him. Are you okay, Opa? Wait a moment. I will be there soon. Lewin hurriedly shouted, do not come. He tried to stop Luna. Do not come here. You absolutely must not get close. Chang gradually realized he had been too sure. Lewin hesitantly looked at the figure before him. Indeed the dragon known as the most perfect creature and also the destroyer of worlds. Draika. He was a bit terrified. Thinking that just facing him with this overwhelming energy was hard to believe, Lewin hesitantly asked Draka, where are we? Draka quickly provided the answer. I will borrow a little of your inner world, because I feel that if I leave you alone, something terrible will definitely happen. Then Draka revealed your current situation. You are just one step away from going insane due to your power. Just like I once was. His next words surprised Lewin. So no matter what, I have to pull you into this inner world. Chang suddenly asked, so what should I do now? It clenched its fists and said, I do not want Lewin to go through what you endured. I do not want to see anyone else lose themselves. Draka immediately reassured him. That is why I came here, Chang. He explained that the connection between me and the little destroyer was a creation of the player, and since there was a connection, it could also be severed. Draka slightly bowed his head. So if I used all my strength to destroy it, nothing would be able to harm the little destroyer anymore. So, using all your strength means you will disappear. He turned to comfort him. Do not be too sad. Chang, after I awaken as the god of destruction, everything I bring will only harm this world. If he can use the power without being consumed by it, he will become a much greater support for this world. Draka continued, disconnecting the player connection does not mean he will lose his power, so do not worry. Lewin hurriedly called out to him. Wait, Draka. Before that, I want to ask something. You hesitated to speak. Among all the people. Why me? I really do not understand why you did all this for me. I do not even know if having this power will benefit the world or not. Draka firmly assured me that it will help. He gently explained that I gave you my power because you reminded me of myself. Draka sadly recounted that before gaining this strength, life was just pain for her, but in the end, she was consumed by that power and destroyed the world. But you are different. He trusts Lewin deeply. As a player, I have followed your entire life, from when you had no power at all to now. When you have become strong, you have always used that strength the right way. The next words will surprise you greatly. Unlike me, you will lead the world down the right path. Finally, Draka sighed softly, seeming to have run out of time, and said it was a pleasure to meet you. Little Destroyer. He also turned to speak to Shrang and everyone else. Shrang. Draka sincerely expresses that he has always been grateful to you, both in the past and now. Shrang clenched his teeth. That damn snake god. In the end, he had to reluctantly say goodbye. Farewell, Draka. The sky gradually clears up. Lewin struggles to open his eyes as a voice calling his name echoes in his ears. Lewin let out a soft sigh and noticed everyone staring at her intently. Jia-sun reproached her, saying she really scared him. Suddenly collapsing, he thought something terrible had happened. Lewin forced a smile and replied, I see. Sorry for causing you worry. Shrang stood silently aside with many thoughts. I am sincere, and I thank everyone very much. I asked for help too suddenly. Yet everyone still came. Tyrion at least smiled and praised Lewin, even if it was just a last-minute request, but everyone immediately rushed over, which only shows how wonderful you are, Lewin. Just then, someone approached, apologizing for interrupting this warm moment. When they saw him, everyone was startled. Ho ho, they exclaimed in panic. Your Majesty, the Emperor spoke seriously. I need to see Lewin Adale. Jia-sun was stunned into silence, the Emperor standing right in front of him, while Lewin was confused, wondering if the Emperor had come to confront him about defeating his trusted courtier, the Fire King. It is very likely that at this moment the Emperor has lost his clarity of mind, having just lost his son, the Crown Prince. Without waiting for Lewin's reaction, the Emperor called out again, Lewin, Yet he bowed his head before you and asked for permission for me to personally confess my faults. The Emperor honestly admits that the current chaos in the Empire is entirely his fault. He failed to see Terran's true cruelty, even granting him more power. And more, he was extremely remorseful. My greatest mistake was failing to control my son, the Emperor recounted, and just now, I witnessed first then the battle between him and Terran. He confessed, and at that very moment, I was completely convinced, at that time, the Emperor believed that if that man fought for the world, then this world would move towards a better direction. Then he revealed his true purpose, so I wanted to ask you personally. The Emperor's next words stunned Luin Adele. Do you agree to become the Tower Master of our Empire's Mage Tower? One night a few days later, inside the house, laughter and chatter echoed. You are truly on a different level. Luin, Jaya-san. Drinking beer, said. I always thought you were on a different level, but at your age, being offered to become the chief of the tower is an honor. Luin replied with a heavy heart. I have never even dared to dream of that. Deep down I still wonder if I am worthy of succeeding Fire King Terran. Becoming Tower Master means becoming someone everyone admires. Luin pondered deeply. Having defeated the former Tower Master and traitor Terran the Fire King, and with the Emperor personally recommending him if he agreed, he could be appointed immediately. He was extremely hesitant, as the world was in chaos after Terran Artemis's rebellion and the death of the Crown Prince. Now as the new Tower Master, there will definitely be a lot to do. I just graduated from the academy not long ago. Can I really handle all of this? Just then, someone called out to you. Lord Luin. Luin was startled and blurted out, Lady Irene. She kindly asked what you were pondering so deeply. You do not seem very well. He honestly confided to Irene that being entrusted with such a heavy responsibility was overwhelming. Honestly, I feel a bit suffocated. It is a great opportunity, but I can't help but worry. Hearing that, she made a suggestion. So how about going on a trip, somewhere you can relax without worries? Luin let out a sound. That sounds good. So where should we go? Irene gently pursed her lips and smiled. Teasing him. What if you come to my place? Luin was struck speechless by this remark. In the quiet night, your shout suddenly rang out. Lord Luin visiting Irene's house on such a beautiful day. Trang, riding on your back. Playfully teasing. Luin, you have never even been on a date before. Yet you are in such a rush from the very start. He looked ahead at Irene and asked, are you planning to go to that girl's house alone? Trang nodded appreciatively. Your friend is quite resourceful too. They stepped back just enough for the two of you to go alone. That mountain guy is more clever than I thought. Luin asked back, but why won't you back down? Trang quickly reminded him. Hey, did you forget? I am your only close system. Remember that? Irene suddenly turned back and called. Luin, what are you muttering to yourself about? You immediately denied. Oh, it is nothing. Luin looked at her, feeling a mix of serious excitement and joy. Because in the end, he was going on a journey with Lady Irene. Just the two of them. He thought to himself that their destination this time, Prius, was only known to be Lady Irene's homeland. But he did not expect it to be full of mountains like that. However, there is nothing around here. Suddenly, a shadow lunged forward, and Luin was startled as he looked over. You quickly dodged a kick from the newcomer. A trap. Aduma murmured. Not bad. You managed to avoid my kick. Luin irritably questioned. Who the hell are you to suddenly attack me like that? He sneered back. Who am I? Dan. Are you out of your mind? So who the hell are you? He exclaimed confused. What? Irene helplessly lowered her head and apologized on his behalf. Luin was stunned and asked, what are you talking about? Only then did she reveal that the person was introduced by Irene as her brother. Hearing that, Luin was very surprised. So he is her brother, then why did he attack? Aduma suddenly interrupted. You dodged my ambush, which proves you are not an ordinary kid. He gradually approached Luin, but seeing him wandering around with Irene, do not tell me you are her boyfriend. Without waiting for an answer, Aduma grabbed your shirt and threatened. Then said, let me punch you once and then we can talk. Luin hurriedly spoke. I do not understand what you are saying, but can you let me go? Seeing what was in front of him, he was extremely shocked. The system display shows an 8-star martial artist. Aduma, Prius, and Luin are stunned and wondering, wait a minute, an 8-star martial artist, such a strong person, why are they here? Aduma, annoyed by your indifference, yells, what is wrong? Why are not you answering? Do you think this is nothing? Irene is annoyed. Can you stop now? He hurriedly let go of Luin. Irene turned her face away and reproached him. Even though he is your brother, this is going too far. Aduma felt deeply hurt. Right in front of him. Does she really side with him? That guy, Irene shouted back. I was the one who saved you. Finally, she told Luin to leave. Let us go, Luin. What a stupid brother, he quickly replied. All right, Luin wondered anxiously, but the rest of the family should still be fine. Right? behind him, Aduma's anger continued to flare up fiercely. Lewin encouraged himself. It must be so. A few minutes later, Akan, Irene's father, slammed a table right in front of you and muttered angrily, "Bringing my precious, adorable daughter Irene, the treasure of my eyes, home with a man, Akan," furious to the point of blushing. "Bringing him home means getting married. I absolutely will never accept this marriage." The system quickly noted, a 9-star martial artist, Akan Prios. His shouting continued, "If you truly want my daughter, then first defeat me." Aduma also went along. "Yeah, that is right. That is how it should be, Dad." Irene can only helplessly shake her head. "Even Dad too." "Really?" Lewin felt a bit regretful. "I should not have come here. I want to go home." Just then, someone came to intervene and told them to stop. The angry vehicle shouted loudly, "What do you two think you are doing?" Finally, Irene brought the guest home. "And yet you can't even be courteous," he straightforwardly demanded. "Apologize right now, if you two keep being so stubborn. It is truly heartbreaking to call out, 'My love, madam.'" In the end, they had to bow their heads to Lewin and apologize, saying, "I am sorry. My dear, madam, your mood is much better now." Lady Irene truly inherited her mother's grace. How can someone be both gentle and noble at the same time? Lewin looked at the D-system display. An 8-star martial artist, a Prius. Your smile suddenly froze, making me wonder what kind of family this is. The prestigious Prius clan. They once owned vast territories and shone brightly in glory, but their fame also vanished when they fell into decline. They abandoned the young name. And they raised their descendants to wander far and wide, helping the new generation settle in this remote area. Their descendants lie hidden in the mountains, dedicating themselves to intense training, practicing day and night without rest. But Miss Irene, who possesses brilliant magical talent, has successfully become a mage and carries the hope of restoring the family clan. After the conflict subsided, Xita just finished setting the table and said to Lewin, "Sorry about our rudeness on your first visit." "Right," she continued, mentioning the 2 men in the house who were repeatedly chased out, their emotions intense and actions thoughtless. "But honestly, they are not bad people," Xita calmly said. "It is just that they love their daughter too much. Please understand." Lewin is very understanding. "I get it. A precious daughter like Miss Irene bringing a man home would naturally cause some panic." She tilted her head slightly, teasing, "Really, I do not see much panic from you. Xita believes that if our daughter brings a man home, she must be seriously considering him." She turned to Irene and asked, "Is not that right, Irene?" She blushed when mentioned, "Mom." About that, Akan suddenly pushed the door open and shouted, "Absolutely not." He led a few others and loudly warned that if you want to marry my daughter, you must first defeat us. Irene was speechless for a moment. Honestly, who are these people? Lewin was once again shocked. And who are those behind them? Does she have many brothers? Akan seriously asked if your name was Lewin Adele, and Lewin quickly stood up and replied, "Yes, that is right." He expressed his thoughts, saying he believes that the most important thing for a man is strength, the strength to protect his woman and family, no matter the circumstances. Akan continued, "With a natural sense of responsibility, that is how we love and how we teach our children to live." He honestly expressed, "In my eyes, you look like a noble raised in silk. Do you really possess the masculine strength I mentioned?" Lewin just slightly curled the corner of his mouth and said, "You mentioned strength, are you sure?" "Of course, the thing I am most confident in is strength." Akan looked up at the big house and laughed. "Strength is what you are most confident in, huh? Brave indeed." I acknowledge that. Lewin's tone also became resolute, no longer like a joke. "If you ask about responsibility, I dare say I am no less than anyone. And if you ask about physical strength, I am confident I am not inferior to anyone." Adoma, standing behind his father, interjected with a skeptical tone, "Not losing to anyone, just like those professional con artists. Isn't it obvious, Dad? A con man like him must have already deceived our innocent Irene, so why not prove what you just said? We were about to go out and train a bit too, between father and sons." Adoma warned, "It won't be easy. Even skilled fighters often avoid our training sessions." But contrary to what Lewin expected to be fearsome, he seemed interested and said, "Listen to them." Lewin turned to the person behind him and said, "Miss Irene, I am going to warm up a bit." Irene suspiciously asked, "With the men in my family?" Lewin smiled confidently. "They only care about training. So maybe the fastest way to get close to them is through training." Then he followed the Price family outside, and before leaving, he added, "All right, I will be back." Seda supported Irene with one hand and reassured her, "Do not worry. Just look at that boy's eyes. He will handle it fine." But Irene's words made Seda startled. "No, I am not worried about Lord Lewin," she asked suspiciously. Then what exactly are you worried about?" She emphasized each word. "What I worry about are those reckless men." While outside in the forest louder echoed. Adum was laughing so hard that Dung asked, "So how is it? Everyone around praising you, saying you did well just now, kid." Suddenly, a voice rang out, making everyone fall silent. You still have a long way ahead of you. Akin, lying on his side, propping himself up on the edge of the rock, sighed. Indeed, reaching 9 stars is still a long way to go. Aduma looked on in awe. Indeed, surpassing your father is truly too difficult. Akin looked down at Lewin below and thought, how dare that scoundrel flirt with our Irene? He sneered inwardly. That should be enough to crush your spirit, kid. Lewin finally spoke up. Your grandfather's strength is truly admirable. His ankle slightly shifted to get into position, and Lewin spoke. So then, the boys whispered, what is he doing? No way. Is he trying to destroy the entire mountain? Lewin's eyes flashed with a golden light, and as his strength surged, the golden light spread wherever it reached. Aken frowned at the unbelievable scene before him, the expression on his face growing more serious. So it turns out that one of Lewin's strikes cut through the mountain of rock Aken was sitting on. Aduma stared in shock at the scene before him and exclaimed, impossible. Adumala looked at the cut and wondered how he could do it with his bare hands on such a huge mountain. Lewin's face remained calm as he listened to everyone's gossip, wondering how a mage could be that strong. In Bryos, the most important qualities for a man are strength and stamina to protect his family. As we suspected it, they probably intend to use this training session to break their spirits, with Lewin leading the charge. Behind, Aduma and the others are chasing after him, shouting, so you want to fight? But that turned out to be an opportunity for me to prove my strength and endurance. You were panting and laughing at the sound of Aduma's voice. Fine. I will play along with you. A few days passed like that, with everyone lying on the grass, exhausted. A shadow in front of Aduma asked, are you okay? Lewin separated from the group and asked Han, can you stand up? We still need to have dinner together. He also extended his hand in acknowledgement and replied, yes. Thank you. Then Aduma asked, are you training again tomorrow? He nodded and answered, of course. Lewin suddenly looked straight at him and asked, hey. Aduma did not understand why his tone was so serious, so he just responded with a soft yes. Lewin smiled and made a request, can we call you? You, is that okay? He looked the people behind scratching their heads and ears in embarrassment, hesitated for a moment, then agreed and said yes. With the obstacle removed, everyone found common ground and was chatting happily. Not noticing that someone nearby was watching, Aken's eyes flickered with passion. He remained silent, lost in thought. As evening fell, an astonished voice echoed through the Prius family house. What? Really? Aduma stood up and asked again, are you really officially recognized as the successor to the Tower Master by the Emperor himself? Irene nodded in Lun's place and replied yes. That is right. He is the mage who stopped Lord Theron's rebellion, so his selection was only natural. The sound of footsteps echoes repeatedly in your ears. A formidable character visiting our home. And you get to meet the heir of the tower in person, Aken said with a reproachful tone. Why did you only tell us now? He seemed a bit uncomfortable and said if you had spoken earlier, we might have treated you differently from the start. But Lewin's words surprised Aken. I do not care about other titles. He exclaimed in shock. What? You speak sincerely, saying you want to be recognized by Lady Irene's family, and during that process, you did not think the title of Tower Master was so important. Aken, do not stay still. I did not expect Lewin's answer to be like that. Seta covers her face with a mischievous smile. Truly the kind of person Irene would fall for. Right. My love. Hearing this, Lewin and Irene both blush with embarrassment, and she stammers, Mom. Aken once again fell into silence, everything happening too suddenly to make him a bit dizzy. He thought to himself, it seems so indeed. It was now midnight. In the large bedroom each person lay separately on a bed, the steady sound of snoring echoing through the night. Lewin is still awake when suddenly someone calls him hey. Seeing Aken standing in front of his bed, Lewin sits up in shock and calls out Dad. He signaled for you to follow him. Before leaving the room, Aken turned back and said we need to talk. Then the two of them moved outside, under the full moon and millions of shining stars. As Lewin followed Aken, he thought to himself, he said he wanted to talk to me. I wonder what it is about. He stopped and called out Lewin, who, although not understanding what was happening, replied yes. Father, Aken said seriously, as I have told you many times, Irene is a girl very precious to me. He turned to face Lewin and asked, can you take responsibility for a girl like her? Without hesitation, he replied, yes, I can. Aken closed his eyes and listed each thing. All right, skills, effort, character. Even though we treated you quite roughly, your attitude towards the family is impeccable. Then he opened his eyes, his gaze sharp yet filled with love for his daughter, and told Lewin, but if one day you make my daughter cry, I won't let it go. Then Aken's voice softened, saying take good care of my daughter Lewin Adale, and Lewin sincerely responded, thank you, Father. As time passed, it was also time for Lewin and Irene to say goodbye to the Prius family. And Aduma, feeling nostalgic, said, are you really leaving forever? That is so sad. You promised. So did. I will visit again another time. He waved goodbye. Oh my god. No need. We will come visit you ourselves. Aduma's next words made Lewin and Irene freeze in embarrassment. We are planning to hold an official meeting at Adele, so just keep dating until then. She got so angry that she kicked her brother hard out of disgust, and he asked what he was saying. You silly older brother, while Aduma sat down. Clutching her trembling leg, Irene called out, Lewin, let us go quickly, and Lewin hurriedly waved goodbye to everyone before replying to her, huh. Yeah. Take care, on the way. After a moment of silence, Irene spoke up but Lewin, confused, asked back, She did not seem natural asking now that both families had approved and no one would stop us anymore. So what are we to each other now? Irene asked softly. Now that both our families have given their blessing and no one can stop us anymore. She questions, so what exactly are we to each other? Lewin froze at her words, his face was blushing, and his voice was hesitant. Lady Irene. Irene suggested, let us date seriously. A faint smile touched her lips as she sweetly said, please take good care of me. Lord Lewin, 5 years later at the Wizard Tower, she recounted that just thinking seriously about that time was crazy. You confessed your feelings, Lewin, and I remember every word clearly. Let us go on a date. Miss Irene exhaled deeply, and he asked, you talk so much, is it because you still remember that after all these years? Lewin ordered, if you want to help me, focus on your work and stop reminiscing about the past. Now that the situation has changed, thanks to the Emperor's recommendation, I have become the Tower Master. Irene nodded in response. Yes, yes, yes. I understand. Since becoming the Tower Master, I have led a busy life, with Trang taking on the role of assistant to help me with work. Adele has undergone many changes, and thanks to continuous development, Aiden has become a stable and solid city, which is thanks to Hansen, the person who became Adel's knight with Jason's help, the administrative officer. Of course, the one who does the most work is still his father. Suddenly, a voice rang out, Opa, and Luyan looked surprised. Oh, look who it is. Isn't that our swordsmanship tournament champion? Luyana dismisses it. Come on, Opa. With my strength, that is only natural. Meanwhile, Luyana continues to pursue her dream of becoming a swordsman, and a few years later, she participates in the swordsmanship tournament and wins. Now she is beside the Emperor, who has recovered his health. You asked, so what brings you here today? The girl replied, I am here to check if our Tower Master is working hard or not, and to see how far you have prepared. Lewin looked surprised. Preparing. The girl raised an eyebrow. Do not tell me you have no idea what I am talking about. He smiled. Of course I knew. Lewin assured him, do not worry. Everything has been perfectly prepared. No one will be able to complain about anything. A few days later, at the Adel estate, the officials present guided everyone. All right. All right. Everyone please do not push forward. Just walk slowly. I told you not to push. Huh. Lewin called out loudly. Handsome, Seda. When they heard someone calling, they looked up. The two of them spoke in unison. Oh. Luyan, one of the stars of tonight has arrived. The murmurs of everyone echoed. Oh. It is the Tower Master. It is Lord Lian, he politely said. Thank you for coming and for all your help. Seda happily laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. Among friends, this much is nothing. Luyan was curious, especially about you, Seda. It has been a while since we last met. How have you been lately? I heard you became the leading senator in Oyota. He replied with a smile. Haha. News spreads quickly. Indeed. Yes. Seda inquired about the upcoming wedding of the. I thought with your talent you would be ahead, but I did not expect it to happen so soon. He hesitated with a faint smile. Suddenly, a loud scream rang out, followed by the noisy crying of some young masters. Irene is getting married. Isn't he that too soon? Someone stepped in to calm them down. Come on. Someone's watching. Stop crying, everyone. Seda thought to himself that your future husbands have not changed at all, and Lewin could only awkwardly smile. He then spoke up, saying it is about to start, so he is getting ready. It seems everyone has arrived already, just one more person, and they wondered who it could be. Suddenly, a sudden tremor occurred. Everyone was worried. What? Do not tell me it is an earthquake. He spoke to reassure everyone. Please stay calm. Only the Orgi have been invited. Oroga laughed and said, if Xiaohai was to be destroyed at her wedding, how could we possibly be absent? All the guests are already present. Jackson also steps onto the stage. He stands with his legs apart, clears his throat, and makes sure everyone hears what I say. First of all, I am a wizard from the Wizard Tower, and today I will serve as the Master of Ceremonies. My name is Jackson Damond. The wedding will start soon, so please be seated, Jackson proudly said. I introduce myself as a wizard from the Wizard Tower, but in fact I am more known as the Tower Master's friend. However, thanks to that, today I am able to stand in such an honorable place. Not long ago I met the bride and groom, and they asked me to thank everyone for traveling so far to celebrate with them, he said loudly. So now let us welcome the main characters of today. Today's main character. Luan Adele. Luna Fan Kit shouted. Happy birthday. The guests applauded loudly. Lord Luan, congratulations on your wedding. Luan Adele. Now let us meet the bride. Irene Prios, please come in. Teachers and students. I was briefly moved. Irene Prios, through relentless effort to restore her family. She became a renowned wizard in the world, a name everyone must know at least once. And now, she is about to become his wife. Luan held her hands and looked at the crowd. I swear, I promise to be a good husband. Irene's father smiled. All right, I trust you. Luan, Jia's son continues to lead. Now it is time to welcome the master of the ceremony, who today is the headmaster Tyrion I of the academy. Also my master and the master of the tower, Director Tyrion first. As the host, I want to congratulate both of you. The two of you standing here today have overcome all hardships to be together and stand side by side, even if similar challenges arise in the future. This couple, united in marriage, will overcome them once again, relying on each other during difficult and painful times. That is the true meaning of marriage. Now, let us listen to the vows of the newlyweds. Luan recalls, I still remember the first day I saw her at an antique shop during the festival. Thinking that I am marrying someone who once seemed cold and stubborn still feels a bit unbelievable to me. He turns to look at his wife, and I think I was drawn in by her confidence and intelligence. He affirms that I, Luan Adele, will be my wife's closest friend. She also speaks up. Irene Prius will be my husband's loving companion. They all spoke in unison. And finally, to everyone present at our wedding, we sincerely thank you. Fireworks have also been set off, with colorful sparks blooming brilliantly across the sky. Everyone happily sends their wishes, congratulating the tower master and the young lady. Even now, I can't believe that someone as small as me could do all this. It must be thanks to their help. I ran without stopping, facing countless dangers, but in the end I completed it brilliantly. Luan wishes that Draka could also witness this moment. A sudden voice rings out. Congratulations, and he vaguely recognizes the voice. He wonders, Chang, did you not hear any sound just now? He turns to ask, huh? What sound? I did not hear anything at all. Luan was stunned and could not believe it, but then he also smiled and thought, forget it, maybe I just imagined it. I remind myself that if one day in the distant future someone asks how I will remember today, I will answer like this, not even for a moment. This is the ending I have fully carried out without any regret.